and YouTube. Is this working? Hopefully it is. I'm also on Periscope. I'm just starting up the live streams. Right. Oh my goodness, Facebook is blowing up. I've got so many notifications, I don't know what to do with them. Right, okay, yeah. Oh, someone's tuning in on Facebook now. That's good. Is it working? Can you hear me? Hang on, let me get one of my cards. Just comment on Facebook, or YouTube indeed, if you're watching on YouTube. YouTube says that I'm live as well. Let me just find out. Just please, somebody comment. Somebody say something on Facebook or YouTube. I'm mainly focusing on Blab, by the way, to let you know. That's where... Oh, yes, Jamie and Annie. Right, okay. This stream is staying live on Facebook. It's also simulcasting, or simulcasting if you're in the UK, on YouTube. So no need to use that card then. There. Because you can hear me perfectly, which is a really good sign. My goodness! There's like 5 people watching on YouTube as well. I didn't expect that. So we got like 7 people on Facebook. We got 9 people on Periscope, 5 people on YouTube. Quick, do the math. How many is that? On all the platforms. But yes, it's all working. Just to let you guys know, on Facebook and you early adopters on Facebook and on YouTube, the main platform is Blab. That's where we're doing it. But the one URL to go to is, hang on, you just changed the camera. Feel ridiculous looking at all these screens in the studio. Hang on, let's look over there. Right. So I am at ukpodcasters.com/live, slowly starting to go live on all the different platforms we're on. I'm going to do Spreaker next. We're on Facebook Live. We're on YouTube. We're on Periscope as well. Thanks, Periscopers, by the way. Please keep telling people inside Periscope what's going on, because I'll be mainly focusing on what's happening everywhere. Right, I can see YouTube is picking up now as well. Good. All right. Let me just give you a quick smile to the camera on Facebook and YouTube. Hopefully this is working. My CPU is going nuts. Is the stream steady? Is it working okay for you? Hopefully. Hopefully it is. Right. Okay. Periscope is running smooth. That's good. Okay. Good. Right. And we got some stuff going out on YouTube and Facebook. Good. Annie says it is working okay on Facebook. That's good. I'm just going to hop over to YouTube because I can see there's a lot of you watching on YouTube. How are you finding this on YouTube? I'm not promoting it anywhere. What's going on? I didn't realize that YouTube Live is so good. Okay, so Greg on YouTube says, I'm in. Mr. Voxy78 says, hey. Pick Scotland standing at the bus on the way to work on 3G. Wow. That's dedication. Okay, just to let you know, we're going live in half an hour. That's when the marathon officially starts. I am going to do something now for you guys on Facebook and YouTube. I'm going to give you the view out my window to show that this really is live. This is the weather on the Isle of Wight right now. Can you see that? Let me know. Thank you, thank you, Jorgen. Thank you very much. It's very kind of you. Let me know if you can see my outside my window now on Facebook and YouTube. You won't be able to see it on Periscope. I can't do the fancy camera switching for Periscope. Sorry about that, guys. But I can on Facebook and YouTube, and also on Blab, and not Spreaker because it's audio. Thank you, Christine. Thank you, Annie. Thank you, Deck. Okay, just let me know on Facebook and YouTube right now if you can see outside my window right now. You can see that rather amazing formation of clouds. Now I'm going to pop out and go and grab myself a glass of water. The platforms are growing. We're growing. Right, I'm going to be right back, guys, okay? Alrighty. Fahad, we are going to answer questions. Subscription notification. How cool is that? Awesome. Right, lots of YouTubers watching now, which is great. Thank you for joining me on YouTube. Like I say, I probably won't be able to keep up with all the messages on all the platforms, but we'll focus mainly on Blab. You can find that link at ukpodcasters.com/live. So everything is working as it should be, right? Everything is working as it should be. Bit worried about my CPU. It's at 85%. But, if it works, it works. Right, you can see outside my window on the Isle of Wight to prove things really are live. Gosh, 22 people on Facebook. Amazing. And we haven't even started the live marathon yet. That's great. Please share with your friends, whatever platform you're watching on. If it's Periscope, get it out there. If it's YouTube, share it somewhere on social media. If it's Facebook, hang on, let me put my face back on Facebook. That'd be good, wouldn't it? The face is on Facebook. So yeah, if you're watching on Facebook, just share this live video, please. Share it out. Let's get lots of people tuning in. And we're going live in half an hour, okay? Half an hour and we'll be live. Thank you. Let me play a bit of music. Can you tell me, please, if you're listening or watching on Facebook or YouTube, can you hear the music when I play it now? There we go. That's the end. You guys could hear that, couldn't you? I assume you could. Right. It's like it is a warm-up song. I should play it a few more times, I think. All right. Yeah, why not? Let's stick it on again. Hang on. Oh my goodness. How am I going to catch up with every time someone posts on Facebook Live, I get a notification, right? I'm just thinking at the end of this, how am I going to catch up on all those notifications? It's like notification OCD. Let's have that music again. That's interesting. Folks, if you want to check out where we're live, because we're simulcasting on multiple platforms, Blab, Spreaker, Facebook Live, Periscope, and YouTube. I'm just putting the links now to YouTube and Facebook onto this URL. It's ukpodcasters.com/live. Okay? ukpodcasters.com/live. And if you would, please share out ukpodcasters.com the live stream wherever you're watching
live.
it.
And if you would, please share out ukpodcasters.com/live. And if you would, please share
live post. That is my question. I think I might have found it. And then I can post that up onto ukpodcasters.com/live. Slight echo on Periscope. Sorry, Periscopers. Hope it's might need to reset Periscope. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Slight echo.
Oh, cool. That works
Periscope.
really well,
Sorry,
doesn't it, with Facebook
uh,
Live. Right, so I'm going to pop that link on the page too, and then I'm going to refresh the page so you guys will be able to see all the various links out to everything. We've got Facebook there working. That's nice. And we're going live in 25 minutes. Awesome. Right, let's play that warm-up music again. Right, okay. I am just about to go live on Spreaker.com as well. So get ready for that. But at least you guys can hear me. Thank goodness for fiber. Thank goodness for fiber broadband. Otherwise, I'd never be able to do a stream like this. It's now on 1, 2, 3 platforms. About to be on Spreaker as well. We're using all the bandwidth. It's going to be on the Mike Russell account on Spreaker. Right, Spreaker Studio, create a new stream. Yep. Give it a title. Oh, goodness. What title did I give it before? Let's have a look. You guys, you early adopters right now watching this, you're really getting the inside scoop on how it's all working. Right. So I think we're... Let me get my... Ooh, fancy. The magic keyboard. The magic keyboard. Actually, I just recently upgraded, and now they don't even have batteries in them. They have lightning connectors. Can you guys see that? That's a lightning connector for Facebook and YouTube there. There you go. Right. So let's get this title in. I'm freezing. I'm either really warm or really freezing in the studio. Let me close the window. And... just for you lovely Facebookers and YouTubers, let me give you a view outside the window, the glamorous Isle of Wight today. Isn't it lovely? Right, let's get this up. Seriously, man. I'm getting so distracted. Now all these streams are live. I'm not doing anything else but reading your comments, which I really should be prepping. All right, about to go live on Spreaker in a second. Hello, hello, hello. Just to let you know I'm still here. Let's have that warm-up tune again. I'm still here. I'm just about to put Spreaker Studio live so that we can have the... so we can actually call it a podcast. Otherwise, it's just a live stream, isn't it? Let's face it. It's a 36-hour non-stop podcast to celebrate podcasting. Right, I think I clicked go live. Let's try that, shall we? Shall we try going live? And we are live on Spreaker.com. Let me just take a look and see if that's working now. You might be able to see the blackbirds outside the window if you're watching on Facebook or YouTube. Right, yes, that seems to be working. That seems to be working very well. Let me click play and see if it works. And see if that's working now. Yes. You might be able to see the blackbirds outside the window if you're watching on Facebook or YouTube. That's working. Okay, good. Sorry if you're watching on Facebook or YouTube, you might be getting a replay as I play stuff back on the computer. It's playing the audio back to you again. So you get multiple plays. Right, live on Spreaker. Let's add that to ukpodcasters.com/live. That is the one URL where you'll find all the links to tune in on whichever platform is most convenient for you. Right, update. And then I'm just going to test all the links once more and see that they're all working okay. So, for those of you who just joined me, I'm Mike from UK Podcasters. This is the online conference. It's a 36-hour non-stop podcast, the longest podcast in the world. Would really appreciate it if you'd share it out with your friends. And you can find your favorite platform to watch or listen or chat live at ukpodcasters.com/live. We're streaming on some of the biggest platforms in the world, including Blab, Spreaker, Facebook Live, Periscope, YouTube as well. Okay, right, let's get this refreshed and test all the links. So if I click Spreaker, what does that do? That takes me to Spreaker, and that is live. Cool, cool, cool. Okay, that's running. Now I need to load Adobe Audition so I can record the audio. I tested Adobe Audition can really, really get lots of audio. It can record really long podcasts, which is what we need in this case. Let's get that rocking. And then finally, I just need to put Blab live and get people starting to chat in the room. Looking good, looking good, looking good. Enter the Adobe password to access the cloud. Right. Hey, I can see Jeremy Chandeliers is inside Spreaker. This is so, so cool. Oh, don't tell me there's an update available for Creative Cloud. No, I don't want your update. Right. I'm about to go live with a live stream in like 15 minutes for 36 hours non-stop, and Adobe asked me if it wants me to update their Creative Cloud software. No. No. Hi, David. Hey. I'm glad I spotted you, actually. I'm not often looking over towards Periscope. Like I was explaining earlier, Periscope is more of a behind-the-scenes-y kind of look. But I see you. I see you there. Right, this is cool on Spreaker. I love the way it updates in the live chat. Guys, you should check out Spreaker.com. Well, just go to ukpodcasters.com/live and you'll be able to access the live stream there. Like I said, I'm not going to be able to keep up with comments on all the platforms. So if you're on Spreaker, Facebook Live, Periscope, or YouTube, I won't be able to keep up with them, but we'll be having chats inside Blab. Right. Facebook is Periscope or YouTube. I can see loads of people commenting on Facebook. I promise you I'll read every single comment that you're posting on Facebook. And Isabella's back. Hang on. So Isabella has just returned, and she's getting ready. She's got to put her makeup on, so I won't distract her because she's very, very busy. But the good news is, Isabella, I told Periscope, by the way, that they'll get the behind-the-scenes look when you come in and shout at me and say, "Do this! Say this!" Come on in. Hang on, but you're not everywhere. You're only on Periscope at the moment. But if I do this, then you're live. You're live on Facebook and YouTube. And you're also live streaming on Spreaker. I'm ready. I just need to start Adobe.
Do you know what I was going to suggest? To pump yourself up, put like really loud music. This is the first time we don't have two kids in the house, by the way. So put a really loud music, make yourself pumped up.
I'm already pumped. I don't want to lose all my energy yet.
No, you don't need to lose your energy, but good music.
I like that. Good music. Good music from Isabella. Oh, JC says hi, by the way. He's watching now on... He's everywhere. He's on Periscope. He's on Spreaker. He's joining the MRC party, as he says there in the comments.
Yeah,
so it's a huge party. Right, we got Spreaker's working. I've got my water. I'm not having a coffee yet. So thanks, Gardnu on Periscope. Right, so I'm testing. So Spreaker works. Facebook works. Periscope works. My CPU is going nuts, streaming all these live streams, but hey, that's cool. Let's have a look at YouTube as well. Is that still alive? Periscope works. My CPU is going. Goodness, I'm stunned at the amount of people watching on YouTube and Facebook. That's like amazing. So please share your favorite platform. The main place you need to go to right now is ukpodcasters.com/live. That will give you everywhere that we're on. And also you can tweet and share this event for a chance to win free podcast hosting from Spreaker. Let me just move that camera up a bit. I think that's going to be better, isn't it? Yeah, okay. And then I don't quite like that angle. I'm a bit of a diva, so let's do that. That's better. Right. Let's have a look now. Blab, blab, blab. It's all about that blab. So that's all working. Good. Right. Let's play that funky music while I figure out blab. Okay, what we're going to do now, we're going to go live on Blab, I think. I'm going to do it very mysteriously on Blab. I'm going to click start the Blab, then I'm going to play that music. I'm going to play that music out. I'm going to play that funky music from that really cool... They can't hear you, by the way. Yes, I am playing music. They can't hear you unless you talk into the Heil PR40. So, no, they can't hear you. That's okay. That's all right, Isabella is saying, but nobody can hear. Just to impress Isabella with some stats now, we're not live yet. We're not live on Blab yet. I'm going to go live, so 10 minutes we'll kind of start it up. But just to let you know, on YouTube so far, there are 9 people watching. Do the math. You're the math person. There are 4 people on Periscope. Let's go to there are 9 people watching. We've got 18 on Facebook Live. Keep doing the math, please. Spreaker, I don't know if it gives you live stats. Oh, yes, it says 6 people are tuned in right now, and we're about to go live on Blab, and we haven't even started yet, so we've not promoted it. So how many people? So there are 37 people in on the various different platforms right now. You see, if you're on one platform, you know, like if I was only on Periscope now, you know, two viewers right now might be quite a small thing, but then when you aggregate all of these different platforms that we can now be on in the new media world all together, and then you get an audience of like a huge classroom, 37 people, that's pretty cool. Right, 10 minutes, let's click go live on Blab, and I'm going to play the promo out to Blab, so let me do that. Hang on a second, here we go. Hello, early arrivals. I can see you there. Hello, you're early. Go and get a cup of coffee. Go somewhere else. Make sure we're live everywhere else. I am going to play a really funky video to get pumped up for what is going to be a 36-hour non-stop marathon. Blabbers, get ready for this. It's going to be live. And yes, JC, you're right. It's on. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Right, folks, hello. We're not live yet, but I can see there are plenty of you there. I can see Kyron's in there. I can see Simon's in there. Let's just do some shout-outs to the early adopters here. I can see that Emily is there. Hello, Emily, inside Blab. This is where we're going to be doing most of the chat and the communication. Please chat amongst yourselves. Do some networking. This is the corridor. Imagine this as your morning coffee at the start of the conference, okay? Do some networking. Get to know each other. Introduce yourself in the chat on Blab, please. Say hello. Say what you do. All of that. Start atting each other. Come on, let's get that networking vibe going on. I know there's nothing that beats a real-life conference, but you can still network here. And who knows, through this online conference, you might make a connection that would never have happened before. JC has started the proceedings. We got Boris in there already. We have got Naya as well. Oh, hang on. Actually, there's an easier way for me to check this out. Let's have a look. Yes, I can see you there. I can see Angus, I can see Christine, I can see Pete, I can see, who else can I see here? I can see Andrea. Hello, Andrea. By the way, Kyron and Andrea are awesome helpers here today. Producers, in fact. Let's do, what I'm going to do is I'm going to promote Kyron. Can I do that? I think I've promoted you, Kyron. And let's find Andrea as well. And Chachi will be along as well. Don't know if you're in the chat now. Chachi is coming later on. Andrea is there. Andrea, you've been promoted. So what that means is you now get a host by your name, so people know that they talk to you because you're important. So this is awesome. See you all chatting away. We got Kevin in there. We got Annie. We got Phil. We got Old Time Hockey, which is Ken. Who else have we got? Loads of people. Upwind Manager 18. Come and say hello in the chat, please. Thanks, David. Thank you. Thank you very much. And we got Alfred. Right, I'm going to play another video so I get a chance to have a little break and a glass of water before we get going here.
You know what? What a powerhouse Mikey and Isabella are. Aren't they fantastic? Seriously, I hate them. But they're doing really well. And because of this, so many people have moved on, I think, just from this weekend of New Media Europe on whatever part of New Media they're involved with. I know I have. And I feel like it's an important event because it opens up the conversation. One, the networking is so special because you know, the youpreneur stuff and all of that sort of thing, you're very much quite solo. You're there on your own in your studio making content. You share via email, you share via Skype in webinars, all of that sort of thing. But meeting in person, that's really important. The one-to-one interaction, the relationships you have with the people who are here, that is so important for me. And it's a big value of doing this sort of event.
So, with this speech, embrace the F word. Let's welcome Jonathan Tillett.
Thank you all for coming today. This has been such an amazing experience. I think I've taken like 20 pages of notes. I do public speaking, as you can see. I came from a musical theater background, so I am American. You can hear it in my accent. But I've been living in Germany for the past 16 years.
I'm trying to learn more about the social media aspect of it, the content marketing of what I've got. So Radio Skills for Podcasters is what we're doing. We're talking about the bit in between, the content that you create as a podcaster. So really I want to learn how I get that out to market. You know, I know how to make radio programs, I know how to make podcasts, but I just want to get that out there so people know about it. And really, it's just to share my knowledge, share my mistakes is the big thing. The years and years of mistakes I've made, you know, it's sharing that. My hopes for tonight, first, the UK Podcast Awards. I was a judge of that, and I was really, really proud to have been a judge of the Podcast Awards. There are some fine podcasts. I don't know who the winners are, so I'm really excited for those people who've taken part. My hopes for tomorrow are to consolidate some of those relationships, to talk to people a bit more about what we can do together, and then learn more, and then digest that Sunday evening. And Monday I'm staying here in Manchester just to go, what was that? You know, so I'm really looking forward to that.
Really delights me to see the early arrivals already chatting. I am here, by the way, so I'm going to change to awesome. And I'm just going to do a quick Anchor and Snapchat before we go live so we can get out on those platforms as well. Like I say, we're going to be live on Blab, on Facebook Live, on Periscope, on Spreaker, on YouTube as well. Bandwidth out of the Isle of Wight is going nuts, but hey, that's part of the fun, isn't it? And we're here to promote awesome, independently produced UK podcasts. So let's do that now. Hello, Anchor. It's Mike here. I am preparing to go live in 4 minutes with a 36-hour non-stop podcast marathon to celebrate wonderful podcasters around the world. I hope you can join me. Head over to ukpodcasters.com/live. All right, that looks good. So, let's get that out on Anchor. Can see Isabella is calling. Thank you very much, Isabella. I will take your call in just a moment. Let's get this out. And for those of you watching, I can see one other person trying to call in now. We're not going to take calls right now at the very start, but towards the end of each session, around the last 20 to 15 minutes of each session, we will be taking callers and questions. If you want to ask questions, if you want to get questions in there already, inside Blab, it's /Q and then your question. So /Q and then your question. Right, I'm going to do a quick Snapchat as well. And I'll switch on the camera in a second for those wonderful viewers on Blab. Right. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Okay, that's gone out on Blab, I think. Yep. Not Blab, Anchor. By the way, Anchor.fm, if you've got an iOS app, you early people, head over to Anchor.fm and go and grab that app. It's like the Instagram of audio. It's brilliant. And they will be featuring anything that's posted on that app with the hashtag UKPod. So you might want to get on there. Right, let's do a quick Snapchat. Hey, Snapchat, it's Mike here. This is my broadcast studio. We're live. All the streams are set up. We are about to go live. ukpodcasters.com/live. Okay, that's gone out to Snapchat now. So I've done my Snapchat log and we're about ready. You can see Isabella is there. It's not quite 10 o'clock and I do like to be precise with these things. So let's have another warm-up track, shall we? Let's do that warm-up track again. Thank you for joining in early, by the way. Would appreciate it if you'd share this out, by the way. We're just about to get going, so now is a perfect time to start sharing wherever you are watching or listening. And there is a competition, by the way, to win some free podcast hosting as well. So quite a cool thing. So please share away.
Hey, how you doing? I'm Steve Folland, and I'm a freelance video maker, creator, marketer, if you will. But I'm also the host of Being Freelance, the podcast where I chat every week to creative freelancers all about being, well, freelance. Anyway, New Media Europe 2016, very excited, but we're going to be doing the podcast essentially live in front of you guys. So instead of me talking to a freelancer, I'm going to be talking to a panel of freelancers, and hopefully there'll be a lovely audience, hopefully with your lovely face in it, joining in as well. Should be a lot of fun. The sort of things that we cover, the whole point is it's not about the actual niche, their actual technical side of whatever job it is they might be, you know, an animator or a designer, a UX consultant, social media person, whatever it might be, a podcaster. Instead, it's about how they get by being freelance, being an entrepreneur, a solopreneur, dealing with the challenges of growing their business, marketing themselves, using social media, using things like podcasts and videos, networking. Also, I guess the more mental side of it. You know, we talk about how they deal with the isolation that a lot of remote freelancers get. it never ceases to amaze me what you can learn from other people's experiences, from listening to them share them. That's why I love doing the podcast. That's why so many people like listening. And I hope you can become one of those people. Check it out, beingfreelance.com. Find it on iTunes. Have a listen. See if it's your bag. And if it is, come and find us at New Media Europe this year, and it'll be great to see you there. In the meantime, all the best being freelance or whatever it is that you're up to right now. But yeah, take a listen and hopefully see you there. All right, all the best.
All right, hello. It has just gone 10 o'clock in the UK. I'm Mike Russell. Hello. And if you're watching in Australia, then it's probably the evening. You can crack open a tinny. I don't know what I'm going to be like after 36 hours. And if you're watching in the US, then wow, you're very keen and very early indeed. So I'm Mike Russell. I'm the co-founder of UK Podcasters, the community, and also the New Media Europe conference. It's great to have you here. Thrilled to have every single one of you watching live now, wherever you're watching. We're simulcasting in many different places, and together right now we are making history, podcasting history. Podcasting in the UK and the world it's huge. It's a growing medium, and it should no longer be ignored, really, quite frankly. That's why you and I are here today, right now. So there are many amazing podcasters around. They influence lives, businesses, they change lives. They're hardworking individuals, experts in their niches, and provide incredible learning platforms for the general public. We just need to get the word out there so that people can start discovering podcasts. You know, it's, well, certainly in the UK, podcasting has been heavily influenced by those professional content creators, such as The Guardian and the BBC. They've done a great job of it. It is time, however, to bring the spotlight over to the independent content creators who deserve credit for the work that they do. So, this is a 36-hour non-stop broadcast. I am joined by 36 incredible podcasters from the UK, and together we're going to be covering topics ranging from technical how-tos to debatable topics about the future of podcasting and maybe the current future of radio and everything else. It's going to be very, very exciting. Now, we are live streaming on Blab, on Facebook Live, Periscope, Spreaker, YouTube, and we'll be providing hourly updates via Snapchat and Anchor as well. You can find the Anchor app at anchor.fm. Now, this broadcast makes true history, and what we do here has never been done before. So please make sure you head over to ukpodcasters.com/live. Do it right now, ukpodcasters.com/live, and share this event with your friends. Only together can we make podcasting a huge success. So whilst we have everyone here virtually, I am myself a huge fan of live events. If you're here watching and podcasting is as dear to your heart as it is to me, then I'd definitely like to grab a cup of coffee with you. I'm organising New Media Europe. It's happening in London. It's a conference in June. We are bringing together amazing experts who will be joining us from all over the world. Places like Portugal, Poland, the USA, Canada, Switzerland as well, the Netherlands and Germany, to mention just a few of the many countries in attendance this year in London. So they'll be sharing expertise ranging from social media to content creation, blogging, video, much more. And how can we forget podcasting as well? We'll be learning about podcasting. You need all of this to make your podcasting journey a huge success. Not just podcasting itself, but you need to know a bit of the blogging. You need to know a bit of video. You need to know how Blab works. You need to know how Periscope works. All of these other platforms. So lots of that going on there. And throughout the broadcast, you will be able to grab yourself a ticket to the event with a £70 discount, okay? Head over to newmediaeurope.com/now and secure your spot before 10 p.m. That's when I'm staying up till. Yeah, I'm up from now until 10 p.m. on Friday. And I look forward to extending the conversation with you there. Trust me, my friend, it's going to be fantastic. And just to let you know, I'm just going to go to that URL now, newmediaeurope.com/now. Gosh, I can't speak, Isabella. What am I going to be like at the end of this?
I've posted the link, by the way, in
posted
there.
it. And actually, if you go to that URL right now, even if you just want to see what the conference is all about, I can see that I have 1 day, 11 hours, 54 minutes, and 45 seconds left here in this hot seat. No pressure at all. So let's say a huge, amazing thanks before we get into it now to our amazing supporters, the teams at Blab, at Anchor, at Spreaker, at Music Radio Creative. And by the way, we are the co-founders of Music Radio Creative, so we're not thanking ourselves. We're thanking the amazing people that make MRC happen, because there is an amazing team behind Music Radio Creative. So thank you to you guys, not to us. And they've all helped to make this a huge success. Otherwise, it sounds awful, doesn't it? Isabella, writing a beautiful script. It's wonderful. I appreciate your skills. Now, we are at the start of hour one, and we're going to get into it. We're now broadcasting hour one of the 36-hour non-stop podcast. I can see, by the way, I won't be paying too much attention to the chat, but we will towards the end. Kyron has just said the MRC peeps are fantastic. I will say now that Kyron is one of them, and you, my sir, are fantastic. Now, our guests are with us for each hour for one full hour. This is how it's going to work. We'll let them take the mic for 40 minutes. They're going to answer questions that you may have during their presentation. So you need to make sure to post your question, and we're only taking questions via Blab, okay? So I appreciate you if you're watching on Facebook Live, on YouTube, on Periscope, if you're listening on Spreaker right now, but the only place you can ask questions of our speaker are on the Blab, and you can access that at ukpodcasters.com/live. Ask a question by doing /Q, and we'll answer them in around 35 minutes from now at 22, the top of the hour. We've got lovely producers in the chat room. As you'll know, we've got Kyron in there, and we've got Andrea as well. And you'll know that there are producers and that they can help you with any questions you have, because they have an H at the top of their little circle, okay? So if you see someone with an H, then that is somebody there. I've got a blue H. Isabella has got a gold G, which means guest. And that's kind of how Blab works. If you're new to Blab, you've never seen how this works before. Right. So please make sure you make yourself known, and our producers, Kyron and Andrea, and later on Chachi as well, will make sure that you're completely comfortable and every little whim and need is taken care of. Because like I say, this is a virtual conference, but actually I want it to be as close to the real thing as possible. So I want you guys to network. I want to see lots of ats going on in the chat, because the chat is not really for us, for me as the presenter or for the guest, until the questions. The chat is for you guys to network. Hopefully you can make some nice connections as well. Let's get into it. My first guest, Isabella Russell. She is my partner in life and in crime as well, the co-founder of the UK Podcasters community as well as New Media Europe. She's a branding strategist, a branding expert, I would say, particularly in the audio world. She does amazing stuff with audio branding, and she is, of course, a podcaster as well, and she's definitely finding her place right now, if dare I say it myself, with the New Media Europe show. She's having great fun presenting that. Are you going a nice shade of red? Oh,
I am.
Lovely and warm.
Can you see it?
Doing a great job. So, Isabella, welcome to the UK Podcasters Online Conference. Delighted to have you as our opening keynote. To be honest, we couldn't find anyone else, but
very nice. Very good honesty, right?
Isabella, no, in all honesty, she's fantastic. She's going to bring us up to speed with the state of podcasting in the UK. I'm going to have a sip of water. Isabella, take it away.
Oh, wow. Thanks, Mike. In fact, actually, I was going to ask you a question before I dive in. Well, because, many people are probably wondering, it's like, how does this feel to have 36 hours ahead of you? I mean, 36 hours? You're nuts.
Man. Well, the very first minute of the show, and this always happens, particularly, they say in radio, just ignore it, just keep going if you make a mistake. But I made a slip-up, a fraudulent slip in the first minute of being on air, so goodness knows what I'll be like by the end of it.
No, that's fantastic. No, honestly, this is great, and I'm very excited to be part of this. And podcasting is incredible. I mean, it's amazing. It's been growing. We've seen podcasting growing since 2014. Was it? It was 2014. That's right. So we've been at the start of this in the sense that UK is a little bit behind US and Canada. And I say a little bit because we are really genuinely catching up. So back in 2014, when Mike and I were coming to US to New Media Expo, we were meeting all of those amazing podcasters who are already way ahead. And every time we were coming back to the UK, we were looking at this and thinking, well, why there is nothing like this? There is no community, there is no place for podcasters to come together, to meet, to network, and to grow together. Because I am a huge believer in the fact that in order to grow in anything, you do need to have a supportive group around you. And in this case, if you have a group of amazing podcasters around who share the same pains, they share the same, wins, problems, issues, challenges, it's fantastic. It enables for you to grow, and it also gives you the opportunity to actually see what's possible with the medium as well. So we came back after one of the NMX conferences, and we thought, well, let's see if there are any podcasters out there, shall we? So we started a meetup. Our first meetup was in March 2014. And we had just around, I think it was 29 people coming to the first meetup. And it was incredible. The mix was very interesting to see. So we had a good amount of people who were still in radio, but looking at podcasting as a potential platform to transition to. We had a good amount of hobbyist podcasters. So people who podcast just simply because they love whatever the topic there is that they do. Quite a lot of and I don't want it to sound negative in any way, not at all, geeks, so to speak. And of course, a huge amount of people who started to look at podcasting as a potential way to use it to grow either their business or idea they had, or maybe become authority in a certain niche. So it was interesting to see how the split worked then. And the reason I mentioned that is because when we look at who is podcasting now, we see this huge shift of people who actually do it for business or entrepreneurs, people who want to, they have amazing knowledge and they are willing to share it for free with the audience. I find it fascinating. And when we look at what was in iTunes in 2014 and we compare with what is available right now, it's actually incredible to see how much great content, and I mean great content, where people, general public, can genuinely learn a lot, is available for free. And it has grown substantially since 2014. And we can see that through our UK Podcasters directory as well. We now have just over 400 podcasts in the directory itself. In fact, I was wondering, Mike, whether you have the latest number of the podcasters
in there. Yes, I can find that for you, but there's something even more important than that. Hashtag UK Pod is trending in the UK! You guys did that. That's amazing. Hashtag UK Pod. So get on that hashtag right now. That is the official 36-hour marathon hashtag that you'll want to use. Let me take a look at the directory and let you know. But I'm sure
but
it is
essentially, the point I'm trying to make is that podcasting is slowly becoming the go-to platform to find out how to do something. And I would really like to see podcast directories being effectively the next Google of how to do things. It's like, I would like to know how to set up a marketing campaign, or how do I make sure that the fish catches when I go fishing. You type it in, and I would love to see podcasting to be the resource, because if you think about it, not everyone is a visual content consumer. A lot of people like to consume content exactly through this. They have hours on the commute, either on a train, in a car, and they want to learn. We live in, we are the generation of people who are hungry to learn and to know more and to grow, which is incredible. And it gives us podcasters opportunity to slot into that space. So I'm very excited to see where this is going. Over the last 2 years, podcasting in the UK has changed significantly. And I say significantly because obviously our comparison market is the US, and US tends to adopt things faster. They have a bigger population, which obviously also means things catch on quicker, and the numbers are much, much bigger. So it's interesting to see how podcasting is looking in the US, and I genuinely believe we are not far behind. And I hope that you, independent podcaster, can actually make a change and make a radical shift in the fact that, in the perception of podcasting as a valid content platform, because I think for way too long we've been hearing, and even now when we Mike and I mention podcasting to some of our peeps, it's like, oh, what is it? Is it where all the geeks hang out? And it's like, no, it isn't. It is not, for sure.
It is, actually it is.
What is?
Podcasting. Well,
what is it?
Yeah, I'll
really?
come back in here. Yeah,
just the geeks.
Yeah, I could possibly say something at this stage, but I actually found that when I found podcasting and when I discovered it, when I was sort of on the edge of my radio career, it was the perfect thing for me in that it combined my passion of wanting to be behind the microphone with my passion of all things technological and kind of geeky, and meeting other podcasters, my general experience, like going to conferences like New Media Expo, and now obviously we have New Media Europe, Content Marketing Academy in Scotland as well, where you meet like-minded kind of techie, geeky, cool content producers. I kind of like that. That's my thought.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's very true. But isn't that the case with everything new that comes out? Geeky people tend to explore it first. And I do like to think of geeks as the voyagers of anything out there. You just dive in and they make a headway for everyone else to explore the medium for all sorts of other things. So I love that. I think that's fantastic. But I guess what I'm trying to say is that now there is that shift of, okay, this is not new for geeks anymore. So they are moving on to other things. Although they are still here, of course. But now there is that, catching up of everyone else. And I just see, hang on, I just scrolled out. There is... somebody shared in the comments that latest Raja figures show that 4 million people in the UK listens to podcasts. And then there is Podcasting Power. Thank you very much for sharing those. Great stats. Edison Research shows that it's 57 million people in the US, right? That's apparently a representation of 24% year-on-year growth. That's huge. But then, if you compare it, 57 million to 4 million people, we are kind of, you can see why we are looking up to the US when it comes for trends, when it comes to how-tos, is they genuinely had an opportunity to make ahead growth. Another thing that I would say is a lot of things I hear from podcasters, various groups or talking to people are often worried about the listening figures. And it's like, I'm a member of, say, for example, one of the US podcasting groups. And when people share the stat, it's like, oh, I've just hit 100,000 listens and it's my third episode. And it can get really depressing because when we look at it in the UK, to get stats like that, you genuinely have to be probably Guardian or BBC, because there are not enough people in the UK listening to podcasts to give you figures like this. That's the bottom line. So what I would say is, when you podcast, please do not be discouraged by the figures. And the way to look at it is, if you have, 200 downloads per episode, it's 200 people who love the content you're producing. Try to fill your living room with 200 people. How is that going to make you feel? It's going to be fantastic. So it's definitely great to look at that. By the way, I'm really thank you very much for all of the comments coming in. It's fantastic, and please keep having the conversation there. Mike, did you find the numbers of the UK podcasters in the directory?
Yes, I did. It's 449 podcasts that originate from the UK currently in the directory, which is pretty phenomenal. I remember it growing from 200, 300 up. I can see there are a lot.
It started with one. Come on. In order to get to 400, it started with one.
I can see some questions coming in the comments. Just to let you know, if you're watching on Blab, please put /Q before you type your question in, and that will make it appear for us as a question. So yeah, go ahead, Iz.
that would be great. And also I know that Kyron and Andrea are on it, but guys, if you can see any questions, you can just repost them with the queue so we can then pick them up as well. So that would be fantastic. So going back to what I was saying, I think that podcasting has a huge potential. And I mean, many people, obviously, there is one criticism I have come across multiple times, and it is from people who, when they hear business and podcast, it's like immediately, oh, how dare you making money from podcasting? You know, it's like, come on, you know, it's a tool, it's a content creation tool, and if you have a community, if you have a platform, and if you can make money from podcasting, my goodness, go for it. You know, it's fantastic. It's hard, don't understand me wrong, to actually genuinely have a good income from your podcast. You have to work hard for it. It does not happen overnight. And it doesn't help that in the UK we don't have the listening figures that we have in the US, and now we see big companies that already sponsor podcasts in the US, and they come with figures of, we sponsor podcasts with 100,000 listens up. It's like, well, in the UK perhaps there will be quite a small number of those with listening like this, and it's certainly not many independent podcasters like that. So I guess the goal for all of us here is to make people, first of all, make people aware of the fact that podcasts are out there. And with everything we do in life, it all starts with one person at the time. And I think it's our responsibility as podcasters to educate as many people as we can. And we should start with our own backyards. You know, it shouldn't be the case of thinking, how am I suddenly going to convert the whole nation? No, think about people around you. Think of how podcasting has changed you as a person, how it helped you with different topics perhaps you're interested, because I would be willing to bet quite a lot in here that everyone who podcasts also listens to podcasts, because that's usually how it all starts. So so essentially, if you are listening to podcasts, make sure to spread the word. If you have friends who have iPhones, download, show them that there is a podcasting app and you can search for all sorts of different things. That change will happen, but it has to happen from one person to the next, to the next, to the next. And I genuinely believe it is our responsibility to actually make that happen.
Isabella, can I drop in at this point? I'm going to try and drop in a video. I think that this is a fantastic video. Let me try and grab the exact link to it, and we'll pop it on, because I think it's a fantastic video to demonstrate exactly to anybody who may question what is a podcast and how do you listen to it. I think this video really sums it up very well. Let's see whether we can do that.
Okay, ready to go?
I thought you were starting.
All right, I'll start.
Oh, hi.
Hi. I'm Ira Glass.
I'm Mary, Ira's friend.
And I'm here because we're starting a new podcast. It is the first spin-off show from our program. We're very excited. It's called Serial. And we've come to learn that many of you do not know how to get a podcast. And we thought, we have to show you how to get a podcast, because it's not very hard. And I thought I asked you to come here today, Mary.
Because I know how to do it.
Not only do you know how to do it, but you do it every week, right?
Of course.
Yeah.
Every week. Every week for your show.
I don't need to give away your age, but is it safe to say you are an actual older person?
I'm on the dark side of 85. How's that?
Okay. Okay, so Mary, so why don't you explain just how to do it, how to get a podcast?
Oh, first thing you do is go to the website. That you know.
That's right. Most of you, I have to say, you surely can get yourself to a website. Let's give the web address right now.
When you get there, this is what you will see on the screen. And there's a little arrow over there. You press it, and congratulations, you're listening to a podcast.
Couldn't be easier. And it also works on your phone. This is the Serial website. See this little arrow, you push the arrow, you're listening to a podcast. Now, if you want to download a podcast to your tablet or to your phone, what you do is that you can basically just get an app that'll do all the work for you. It's super simple. If you have an iPhone, there's an app called Podcasts. Couldn't be easier. The name of the app is Podcasts. Get on that app, and then you subscribe to Serial or any podcast you want, And basically what it does is that it delivers every new podcast right there on your phone. You don't have to do anything after that. You do it once, you're all set. If you have an Android device, you can try one called Stitcher. That's a good one to start with. And basically, again, you look for the name of the podcast you like. Serial Podcast would be our new show. This American Life is our old show. And then it does all the work for you.
Try it, it's wonderful. It's a whole new world. I love it.
All right.
Yeah, I do. I truly do. It's opened up so much for me. Right?
Yeah, what are we going to do today if you didn't come in here to the office?
There you go.
Oh, I love this.
Actually,
you know,
they should
and
update
it's
that now because Google Play has rolled out recently in the
Yeah.
US and Canada, so that's definitely a good sign. Carry
Yeah,
on.
but I love this. I absolutely love this, and it's just that that kind of it opened up so much to me. From a perspective of 85-year-old, you have to think as to actually who listens to your podcast. And it's trying to engage with that audience is crucial. Now, I can see Kevin from Radio Skills asked the question of how can non-BBC comedy, celeb, commercial radio podcasts break through without the backing of the big corporations? Is that what they need? Now, I'm going to twist that question a little bit because I think there is a even more interesting aspect of it coming further. How can actually any podcaster break through, all of the commercial podcasts such as BBC, Guardian, and the big shows spanning from the big commercial radio stations without the backing of the big corporation to actually come on to the front of the top in the category of the top 100 podcasts? And I will actually say two words, right? It's talent and consistency. If you are great at what you do, then listen, people will stay tuned in, right? It's not a rocket science. And second of all, if you are consistent, they will keep coming back. And I think that the thing to bear in mind with all of this is that you can't expect to be the next Tim Ferriss or John Lee Dumas or Pat Flynn overnight. Those guys haven't done it just like this. It took them a long time. It took them commitment. It took them time. And in many instances, a lot of money to actually get where they are today. So if you think that podcasting is something you can make happen overnight and be this huge star, it genuinely doesn't happen. It takes talent and consistency to get through without that big commercial backing, of course. If you can probably make it happen if you splurged a lot of money on advertising, on pushing it everywhere, or having if you have amazing guests, it's still not enough probably to push you over the edge straight away. So consistency, commitment, and great content. There you go. CCC. How about that? How about that? I am totally
You're on fire.
CCC. There you go. So so I think that's interesting. And of course, in the UK, we have this huge amount of radio stations posting they shows as podcasts, which actually I know quite a long time ago I was actually very much against that, and I was saying, definitely they shouldn't be doing that, that's not a podcast. But actually, I will tell you one thing, they do ask podcasters a huge favor because they have ability to bring podcasting to general public. And I think that if we want to make a change in the UK, we should be looking at working with radio stations more. And in many instances, there are podcasts produced that are local to certain areas. That's opportunity to definitely collaborate with local radio stations and maybe even introduce them to podcasting if they haven't embraced that yet, and actually show them what is possible. But certainly, in order for us podcasters to increase that 4 million people to much, much more, which obviously will bring much more to us as podcasters, we do need to work with radio. I think it's certainly crucial in the growth process. So I would be actually interested to know. I don't know the answer to this, but I would be interested to know whether there are any successful collaborations already in there. So, but anyway.
I think there's a ton. I'm just checking out all the comments. There are so many people writing comments at the moment, particularly the questions. For some reason, they don't seem to be going down the side of Blab like they usually do.
I don't see them either.
Yeah,
so
Blab's doing something funny there, but hopefully scrolling back through, we can get into those questions.
Yeah.
And in about 10 minutes, we will get into those questions. So I think, Isabella, Pete Matthew, I can see, has just done /Q test to see. So nothing is appearing down the left-hand side.
No.
But I think Blab is very much, well, it is Blab Beta. They call it Blab Beta. So that is why sometimes things won't work. But that's fine. We'll carry on.
That's right.
You know, and
actually, just to say, obviously, Blab had to accommodate us a little bit because the platform isn't designed to be going for 36 straight hours. So the guys at Blab have actually done a little bit of tweaking behind the scenes to make sure we can do this continuously without any breaks. So it may be that this is just sort of side effect.
Yes, but don't worry, because every question we will do our very best to get to.
Absolutely.
And we'll be scrolling back through the comments. So
what I would say, just sort of on the fly here, Kyron, if you could perhaps pick up those questions and send them over via Skype to Mike and I now, we can then see it without spending extra time going through.
Handy,
going through the stream of going through. Thank you. So this is fantastic. I mean, we genuinely are, I think, living in the time where anything is possible, right? I mean, this is I kind of probably sounds very similar to come to the US, everything is possible here, but actually come to podcasting. Everything is super possible here too. I think that you can genuinely grow your platform and you can have so much fun with it. I mean, I can share my personal experience, and Mike, you've mentioned that at the very start. I have taken on our season 2 of New Media Europe show. And actually this time around, I've just decided to do something totally different. I thought I'm going to do something that I personally and very selfishly enjoy. And I'm going to have fun with this. And you know what? It's, I've recorded now 30 episodes, even though only 7 have been released. I'm recording at the speed of 4 or 5 a week sometimes, and I'm loving it. But, we had this conversation with Mike the other day. I said to him, do you know what? Even if just one person listened, and if it turned out to be you, I would probably still record them because I'm very much enjoying this. But what's interesting from the sort of observation point of view, even though I have been podcasting with Mike since 2014, I have actually never taken the front seat on my own, so to speak. So I have never had ability to say, this is how I want to do this. This is how I will do this. Those are the questions I'm going to ask. I mean, Mike is incredible host, but it's when you have 2 people, there is always somebody who's fairly dominant, and I think he was very dominant with our podcasting methods. Even though he may not agree, I will say yes, he was. One thing I would say is that the moment I have taken it on and did something myself, it suddenly gave me opportunity to grow and learn, because with each interview, I actually learned something new. So from that perspective, podcasting can truly, truly change your life, actually. I know I don't want it to sound cliche and, how they all sell podcasting to you, but it genuinely has the ability to do that. So the most important thing you can do as a podcaster is just have some fun with it. Absolutely have some
definitely changed my life. And just to tease ahead, because we have got 36 hours to fill here, I know that Pete Matthew will be joining us during this marathon. So do check him out on the conference website, conference.ukpodcasters.com, and his talk is especially about podcasting as a method to change lives. So really excited and looking forward to that.
There you go. Yeah. So, but it's just one of those incredible platforms. I mean, it's easy to very much quickly discard that and say, oh, it's just hokey pokey and whatever, right? But actually, if you take it really deeper down, if you do something you genuinely enjoy doing, it is going to impact your life, and as a result, it's going to impact the lives of people around you. Another thing that I have noticed from my experience is the fact that podcasting suddenly enables you to open the doors to people that you perhaps wouldn't be able to approach otherwise. And if you have, for example, by the way, this which is really disturbing to a podcast guest, suddenly this pink bright thing appeared in front of me. But anyway, so there are many people out there who are incredible in different niches, and when you have a podcast, you suddenly have ability to start a conversation and say, well, hello, so-and-so, I have a podcast about the niche you are in, and I would love my audience to hear what you have to say about the topic. And they will not, in many instances, they will not say no. They will be like, oh, great, that's fantastic. It's an opportunity for them to talk about themselves. I mean, what could be better, right? But you suddenly make contacts and connections through the conversation you will have before the interview starts or after, and you have that open door, which you probably wouldn't otherwise have. So it's exciting, and I genuinely encourage people. I know that I can see through the comments there are many people who haven't yet started podcasting, and they are on the verge of thinking, well, I could do this, why not? Barriers to start podcasting are so little nowadays. I mean, they genuinely are hardly existent. And, just to start a podcast, you have to have good content. And if there is something you're passionate about, just go for it. See what happens. There will be people who will love you. There will be people who will hate you. But hey, that's life. It's always the case with anything else. So, you just have to roll with it. So, yeah, I don't know whether you've heard that, Mike. I just said that your big, bright pink side just made me very nervous suddenly.
Awesome.
You should mention where you have those cards from, by the way. They are amazing.
They're from Collaboration Superpowers, which is
That's
really
right.
cool. And I can hold this one up to really distract you. There you go.
That's it, yeah. So there are a lot of really different. They are amazing for something like this. That they are absolutely fantastic, and they've been designed by. Well, they haven't been designed, but they are provided. Well, not provided by. This is not sounding. But
Isabella, you're going to get the red card.
That's not good. Collaboration Superpowers. That's what you need to look at, and you can get them from there. But they are. Thank you.
Yeah, they're awesome. Great idea, especially if you do a lot of online conferencing, even if it's not like webinars or live podcasts. Even if you just do a lot of conference calls, sometimes it can be good to have those to hand. So yeah, cool idea. Yeah. Love it.
Yeah. So by the way, Mike, I really like how you can switch your cameras around. This just looks so funky. I wish I could do this in here.
We need to get the setup over on your end as well. I think it's makes you feel good.
Right.
Look, you can even have a look outside my window. I said I would have. If you were watching my Snapchat story this morning, I was giving a little tour of the studio, and the studio is literally mic'd up, and it's got cameras everywhere. And I thought, oh, I've got a spare webcam. What am I going to do with it? Oh, I'll stick it out the window and give people a view of the Isle of Wight to prove that the show is live. Look, you can check the weather forecast. There is the edges of some trees. There's a little bit of cloud in the sky, and it's definitely. Yeah, it's blue. The sun is shining. So just, some sort of proof that this is not a pre-record in any way. We are here. Yeah. It is 10:38 British summertime on the 21st of April, and I really am going for 36 hours. Okay.
There you go. Yeah, you certainly are. So perhaps just the last point to share here before we will go into the questions. There are a lot of people from the radio industry in general who have tried the internet radio, and now, they've tried the traditional radio, they've tried internet radio. In both cases, it's super expensive to run. We've tried that. We've had a test internet radio station a few years ago. Very, very expensive to run and very difficult to get sponsors on. And now they look at podcasting and think, oh, hang on a second, is that something I could utilize for what I do? And it's certainly interesting. I do not know the answer, by the way, but it's interesting to see how this will evolve, because obviously, there is a question of music royalties. There are currently absolutely no licensing restrictions or anything like that. You can start a podcast. Obviously, if you are playing copyrighted material, it isn't good and your podcast can be taken down. But there is nothing at the moment to have a policy of all of that, and to actually say what's good, what's not, what's right, what's not. So it's such a new medium. I think there is still time for things to develop, and I think it's going to be very interesting to see whether podcasting perhaps will eventually replace internet radio. It has a potential to do that. If we had the music licensing sorted out, just imagine that, radio stations could suddenly post multiple programs, multiple episodes for people to tune in and choose what they want. Hey, here is a country hour, here is, dance hour and whatever, right? So it's like people can be like, oh, I today I feel like listening to country, or today I feel like doing this. So
that's true, but then there comes the question: what is your definition of a podcast, Isabella? I mean, one of my favorite podcasts is A State of Trance by Armin van Buuren. That is a trance music podcast.
Yeah,
he's a DJ, but yet he's a podcaster. We sit in our bubble here. There's, like you were saying earlier, there's a lot of the hobbyist, or you kindly referred to me as a geek podcaster. You get the business podcasters who we're a big fan of, but podcasting is a big space. There's comedy podcasting, and I'm privileged to say we're going to have some comedy podcasters. Hopefully they'll make me laugh later on.
Yes.
And there's educational. We've got a history teacher coming on at 11 p.m. today on this stream, British Summertime. So check that out. He's going to be talking about how he's grown his classroom to the size of 100,000 pupils around the world via the power of podcasting. So podcasting is wide. Then you've got the DJs. I mean, we know this from working at Music Radio Creative. We work with a ton of DJs, and it's where does the divide between I'm a DJ and I'm a podcaster happen?
Yeah.
Because a lot of DJs are podcasters. Obviously, there is copyright there, but with Armin van Buuren, he's got his own record label.
It's his own music, right?
But it's an interesting debate, wide open space, and I can see loads of questions are coming in. And I think your time is up now, Isabella. I think it's time to start looking over at the chat. Or
You're kicking me out now, thanks.
I don't want to cut you off. So go ahead.
No, that's okay. That's okay. I totally agree with what you said. I think that definition of podcasting is a very blur one, and I think podcasts could be many different things, and many different users use it in different ways. So we have DJs, we have radio stations, and we have hobbyist podcasters, as well as those who utilize it as a content marketing tool. And I think that rather than trying to bring one definition to a podcast, I think we should just recognize that with the number of different types of users, there will be different definitions of podcasting, and that's okay. Because the bottom line is, we all want more listeners. We all want, more more things to show for our podcast. And regardless of how we use that podcast, if there will be more of us doing it, there will be more of people listening. So it's a win-win situation for everyone. So that's what I will close with. And we can go into questions.
Absolutely, love that. We'll get into the questions. I want to say thank you, by the way, to everyone who's been around in the comments. Please keep the comments going. Really appreciate it. I can see there's like 40 people watching on Blab now, but I can tell you overall, we've got nearly 200 people watching and listening on all the different platforms. So yeah, that is just phenomenal. Thank you guys for sharing this out there. I mean, at 10:40 in the morning, British summertime, before even most of America is up, I think that's phenomenal, the job that you guys have done in sharing this event out there. I should imagine as the day goes on, we'll get more people tuning in as they discover it and find it and want to find out more. To tease ahead, you're watching Isabella Russell. Russell, thank
you, Mike.
Podcasting in the UK. Don't worry, it's only going to get worse from here on in. She's one of the co-founders of New Media Europe and the UK Podcasters Community. Got Ali Alexander coming up next in about 15 minutes. How to get awesome podcast guests and keep your content engaging. And I did see a comment from Annie saying it's not quantity, it's the quality. Of course, we all know that we can have 7,000 likes from a country we've never even heard of from the other side of the world, but it doesn't matter. I'd rather have 7 likes, from my mates, who are interested in what I'm up to. Los James is coming up in an hour and 15 minutes talking about building trust and authority through podcasting. And then later on at 1 o'clock British summertime, all the times are going to be in BST, by the way, Matthew McLean and Robert Cudmore. Again, totally different niche of podcasting, audio, drama and fiction podcasting. Very exciting. But I'm aware we should definitely reserve a lot of time for our beautiful questions. So let's get into them ahead of Annie Alexander at 11 BST. Let's get started. Thank you. Big thank you to Kyra and Andrea for helping everyone in the chat. Really appreciate it. Thank you to Bernie, by the way, for sharing it out on different platforms. I see that Bernie's been doing a lot of good cross-promotion. He's gone over to Spreaker and posted the link to Blab. He's gone over to just everywhere. Thank you, Bernie, for that.
And I did want to... Yeah. I'm going to be very rude and actually say at this time that, please do share this. If you are listening, clearly podcasting is something that's actually close to you in some way or another, or you are maybe considering podcasting. The more we can do over those next 36 hours, the better for all of us. So it's not about, oh, hey, share, we are so great. It's actually great for all of us. So please share because this is really good stuff.
And I would say it's about you now watching and commenting, and it's about our podcasting guests who are going to come on. That's who it's about. And we're really excited to, through our combined power, to create this something amazing. And I think it's just going back to the Thunderclap campaign, for anyone who doesn't know about that, we did a campaign on a platform called Thunderclap. It's social crowdfunding where it's free. People just pledge a tweet, and the tweets, I've seen them, they have gone out and they reached over 1 million people online. So that's great. I hope they'll be tuning in across the point of the next 36 hours. Anyway, questions now. Questions. Q and A. Let's get into them. And Jeremy has asked, how do you feel about your first podcast now that you've done so many, you veteran? Back in the day, as Dave Jackson would say from the School of Podcasting.
Yeah, we've done quite a lot of different things. I mean, to the extent where at some point we've changed one of our podcasts and split it into 5 different podcasts. But
Jeremy is asking, how do you feel about your first podcast? He's not asking, how many podcasts have you done?
No,
You've done so many, aren't you great? Sorry, you told me, Isabella, at the start of this, you said if someone starts BSing, stop them, all right? So I'm going to put the foot down there. You're BSing.
Thank you.
You're telling people aren't we so great.
No stopping you, Mr. Russell.
Karen's giving me props for that. Nice. Okay, I'm going to get serious. If any guest gives me BS today, I'm just going to stop them and I'm going to say, look, you're talking... All right.
Hang on,
we're going to keep this clean.
I think you have a relevant card for that. So just make sure to put the cards out.
I'll give you a card. How about enough? Let's move on.
All right.
How do we feel about our first podcast? Well, let me take that one as I was the one to do the first podcast, and it's still out there. Music Radio Creative Season 1, Episode 1, and it was about Apple creating the podcast app. So it was around that time, 2011, 2012 probably, when that started coming about, and it was just me being really excited, putting on a radio voice with loads of compression. And I know that's not the norm for most podcasters. Most podcasters are the inverse. They kind of do really poor quality sound. They and R and stutter. I had no problem with that because I came from the radio industry. But because I came from the radio industry, that worked to my disadvantage. Kevin Field from Radio Skills for Podcasters will tell you that. You can apply great radio skills to your podcast, but definitely do not crank up the compression and try and sound like, you're Arnold Schwarzenegger doing a voiceover, because it's not that. So I think, I don't want to listen to my first episode, but it was definitely a bit along those lines, and I feel very stupid about that now. So how about your first podcast? Yours was probably episode 39 of season 1.
And I still remember we were sitting in the studio and it's just I mumbled because I'm not a radio person, and it was very difficult to suddenly sit in front of a big microphone and start talking, and you were so smooth and so like, and here is this and that, so what do you think, Isabella? And I was terrified. I still remember how you were telling me off, and it was like, come on, I'm not going to be editing that 20 times.
I used to hate editing you, and I had such OCD about editing that I had to literally edit every last breath that you made. It was absolutely terrible back in the day. Those are the days, Isabella. But anyway, let's move on. Let's get as many questions in as we possibly can, because I really respect that people have taken the time to ask them. So let's go on to Fertility Poddy, who says, can you submit your podcast to Google Play in the UK? Maybe I should take that one, because more of a
Yeah.
techie, unless you have
Go
something
for
to
it.
say about
Yeah.
Google
No,
Play.
you go for it.
So essentially the answer is for us UK podcasters, no. No, you can't. Unless, and it has been rumoured around, although, this is a bit of a backdoor approach, but it has been mooted in some of the UK podcasting groups that you could potentially obtain yourself an IP address from the United States, and then apparently it lets you in. Not that we're endorsing that.
Right.
But, officially, the answer, if you ask Google, they'd say, no, you can't. You have to wait. If you're asking some of the other UK podcasters, they're suggesting that you might want to grab yourself some kind of American connection. Or hell, just fly to America and log in. Just log in from America and then you'll be able to do it.
It will cost you only maybe 500 quid for a return flight. Just make sure to get to the
It's
airport.
worth it to get in Google Play. Just fly to Orlando. Go to Disneyland, get on the Wi-Fi, and off you go. Submit your podcast. Brilliant. It's done.
There you go.
I don't know. Obviously, there's lots of comments coming in. So if anyone's got a better idea, this is the power of community. Please post it in the comments and let us know if you know a better way, or if you know when Google Play is rolling out in the UK. Google Play for podcasts, I should say, not Google Play Music is already here. But anyway, I hope that answers your question, Fertility Poddy. I certainly would not advise that you grab yourself a US IP address. Probably the best thing to do is to fly to America.
There you go.
We cleared that one up. Right. Let's get on to the next awesome question. The next awesome question, which comes from Screencast M. Is there any way that podcasters in the UK can help each other? Isabella, you take that one.
Yes, absolutely, yes. And you need to be collaborating. Collaboration is the key word here. You've got to be making sure to be talking to other podcasters. And the key to it all is growth of audience. So the main aim is to bring podcasting to as many people from general public as possible. So it could be that you have a collaboration of some sort. You exchange people listening. We have to keep people engaged in podcasting. That's our biggest challenge, biggest opportunity.
How about cross promotion? So what do you think about hopping on each other's podcasts, or even I know this is a bit spammy, but it's been done before in UK podcasters community and elsewhere. But review for review. Hey, let's rate and review each other.
No, do you know? I'm a huge fan in organic growth when it comes to the growth of individual podcasts. Okay. Also, another thing I would say is it is in our interest to keep the content fresh, to keep new things coming in. And if you suddenly hear the same person on every single podcast you listen to, it kind of is like, meh. It's not so great.
We've got to be, I guess, a little bit careful of getting, I think this is going to be one of the key words of the conference. So getting too much inside your own bubble.
That's right.
We see already, I can see a lot of people who are watching this on Blab. Unfortunately, I can't see the people who are watching on the other platforms. So I know there's a lot of other people tuning in, but I can see the faces on Blab now. And I'm very pleased to say I know most of those faces. So that's great. But obviously we want to get outside our bubble and reach new audiences. That's important.
Exactly. That's exactly it. And another thing is it's just, it's quite often easy to fall into the trap of just as you say, living inside a bubble of podcasters for podcasters. And actually, the most important thing you can do is open it up and think of general public. What can you do, or what can you do together to make sure that the listeners grow in general? So we need to make sure to ship that 4 million people in the UK beyond what we think is possible. I would like to really genuinely think that at least within a year, we can at least double that. And I think that's, it all starts from one person. I will repeat it again. We have, as podcasters, we have responsibility to educate people what podcasting is. So if you have friends, if you have friends who who do not listen to podcasts, make sure they start listening to podcasts now.
Excellent. And also Screencast M has asked, great audio mic, any tips? Just really, Heil PR40 is what I'm using. I've got an audio interface from Focusrite called the Sapphire Pro 14. And if you'd like more information, youtube.com/Music Radio Creative. Hope that helps. Right. Let's get on to Rock Show Online. What software do you use for editing?
Oh, yeah.
You
are the Audition man.
I can answer these ones, yeah, quite easily. Adobe Audition for audio, definitely Adobe Audition. A lot of podcasters who are starting out use Audacity, but I don't recommend anything else other than Adobe Audition, and in fact the Creative Cloud. So if you're working with more than just audio, you get access to all of their great tools. I'm not getting paid to promote them. I just love Adobe and what they do. I love InDesign for creating cool graphics. I love Photoshop for creating banners. I love Dreamweaver for editing code. So, if you're a bit of an all-round creative like most of us are here in this content creating space, definitely Creative Cloud is where you want to be. And of course I use Premiere Pro to create videos, to remix the Snapchat stuff I do, and I also dabble with After Effects as well to make those movie trailer style animated things. So there we go. John Utting. Okay, so I want to start podding. I've my Studio 13, Behringer C1, 12-channel mixer, Adobe Audition. So what is a podcast, Isabella?
It's a question within a question. So first of all, is the equipment, I guess, good enough for a podcast, right? Mike, you probably will be better equipped to answer that.
It's a pretty solid lineup to start out with. Particularly a 12-channel mixer. That's pretty next level, really.
Perfect, right? So you've got all the tools.
To start, yeah.
So, and I would say if you want to know what a podcast is, go to iTunes and tune in, start typing things that interest you, tune into a few podcasts, and you will soon know what a podcast is. I guess that's the easiest way, because for many people, podcast is a different thing. So some people use it as an entertainment thing, other people use it as a learning thing. There will be people who will use it to grow their business. Okay, so it just really depends how you want to use a podcast. And then I guess from that, you will get the message as to how you should make a podcast. So there are different ways to podcast, different things to do with a podcast. That's, I guess, the simple answer.
Okay, final question before we say our goodbyes is from Kevin at Radio Skills for Podcasters. I believe that's radioskillsforpodcasters.com. By the way, you folks can post links in the chat, and I see Kyron's doing a great job of posting links that I mentioned, so thank you for that, Kyron. But if you guys want to post your links, go ahead if you want people to see what you're up to. So he asked, what podcast would you love to have created yourself? Let's finish up with you, Isabella, on that.
That's the podcast I'm currently doing. This is something that has been sitting inside me for a very long time. It took me a while to actually get into what I want to do. And it is a New Media Europe show as it currently is, although very soon I'm going to be relaunching it with a different name, because the name doesn't really tell you what it is. I wouldn't change anything else. I don't think I can think of any other podcast I could do. I'm super passionate about what I currently produce on New Media Europe show. I genuinely feel fulfilled by doing that. So in short, that really is it for me.
Very cool.
Mike,
Isabella,
disappeared.
I greatly appreciate you, and you've been amazing. So I'm going to do these anchor logs and Snapchat logs at some point as well, every hour actually. And there's a lot to remind folks of, particularly the fact that we appreciate you sharing this. And if you do share it, you're automatically in the draw every 4 hours. So we're going to be making the first draw at 2 p.m. We're giving away a month of free podcast hosting with Spreaker. We're a fan of Spreaker. We use Spreaker. We're currently streaming live on Spreaker. We've got some listeners tuning in over there. I think a lot of people at this time of day, they're either at work, they're on the move. So I can see we've got a load of people tuned in on Spreaker right now, probably because they want the audio. But I appreciate you folks who are watching on the live video stream, and particularly in Blab and commenting in the chats. Remember, you can find everything at ukpodcasters.com/live. We'll get into that again in just a second. But Isabella, thank you so very much. You've been absolutely brilliant.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for all the claps, props they are called, right? Thank you very much for all of those. Yes, that's fantastic. Mike, good luck. You are going to probably, by the way, you're going to see me around, because I'm going to be the one coming in with the dishes, taking the dishes away, bringing the water, making sure this man stays alive for the next 36 hours.
35 now, one down, 35 to go.
35 to go. So thank you so much for having me here. I really, really enjoy that. And, if you ever want to reach out to me, you can do so by heading to Twitter and just tweeting at Isabella Russell, at IZABELA RUSSELL.
Awesome. I'm going to do an outro and then I'm going to play a quick video so I can have a break. I can see Phil Pallen is in the chat, so I'm going to play a video that contains you, Phil. So get ready for that. But first I'll do the outro. Look, Isabella has spent all of her days and nights preparing these scripts.
Yep.
So I'd better get it right.
Yep.
Bernie says we're killing it on Spreaker, which is awesome to hear. So that's the first hour done. Thank you to Isabella. 35 more to go. Huge thank you to our sponsors. They include Spreaker, Anchor, Music Radio Creative, and New Media Europe. Spreaker is giving away, as I just alluded to there, 1 month of free podcasting on their platform. It's a really awesome plan, by the way. You should definitely pay for your podcast hosting, and Spreaker have great plans. In order to win, all you need to do is share anywhere online, your favorite place. We prefer Twitter, but wherever you want. Facebook is good too. Just make sure you put hashtag UKPod in there so we can see your post, okay? Hashtag UKPod, UKPOD. We'll be picking one winner every 4 hours. Next one's coming at 2 p.m. and you'll be notified online about that. So it's just a preview of what's to come at New Media Europe, because you're going to be one of the co-organisers there. And we've got workshops and sessions designed to give you the opportunity to grow as a podcaster. If you enjoyed this, make sure that we grab a coffee in June. It's going to be fantastic. And during this marathon only, you can grab a ticket with a £70 discount. All you have to do is head over to newmediaeurope.com/now. And coming up next, it's Annie Alexander. Looking forward to it. Bye.
I'm saying bye.
You know, I love live events. I love getting together with like-minded people. That's what I'm all about. And it's been a great experience. It's fantastic. And, you know, a lot of cool people. You know, the UK, I've been saying for years, the UK market is ripe for this kind of event. And nobody's put it together yet. So I was happy when Mike and Isabella asked me to come speak and share a few value bombs with the audience.
It's a really great group of people. From the moment I arrived, within 5 minutes of getting here, I had already started conversations with people that I know I'll keep in touch with for a long time. It's just, this conference has brought together a great, vibrant audience.
Every event that I've been to as an attendee, every event that I've spoken at as a speaker, it always comes down to the attendees as to whether or not it's going to be a success. With the greatest respect to event organizers worldwide, the fact of the matter is you can put on an amazing event, but if it's full of complete muppets, you're not going to get a whole lot out of it. But this is testament to, you know, Mike and Isabella and the work that they've done, building their own community over the last few years. And you know, the attendees make any event that you go to, and the attendees are great here. They're fantastic.
This hotel is beautiful. I think it's the perfect number of people for a conference, so I enjoyed how the whole thing was structured. It's been really relaxed, but really organized. And the number of people, they've kept it small on purpose, which allows you to network with quality people, but not be overwhelmed by the crowds. So I think that has been really perfect about the weekend.
You know, whether you're here in the UK or over Europe, anywhere, you know, it's tough to find good events in the new media space in the first place. But, you know, any event that goes past 1 or 2 years is going to be classed as a success moving forward anyway. So, no, I mean, live events have been absolutely instrumental in the way that I've built my business over the last 5-6 years. And I can tell you something right now, this is, you know, one of the best that Europe's going to see for a long, long time.
I speak at conferences quite often, and sometimes I feel that they're too big. You know, sometimes I speak at conferences in other countries, Europe, Asia, I mean, all over the world, and sometimes language barriers make it more difficult. This has just been really relaxed from the moment I arrived. Literally arrived right over there with my suitcase, and within 5 minutes I was already starting to have conversations with people at the event, so I really, really enjoyed it.
Number one, it's important to surround yourself with like-minded people. That's extremely important for your growth as an entrepreneur and as a business owner. And I think that, you know, ultimately we spend a lot of our times in the new media landscape stuck behind keyboards or podcast mics. You gotta get out. You know what I mean? Get out and just have some fun, let your head down a bit.
Is there anything you'd like to add?
You've got great boots. I would just say that. Great little boots.
But
I'm
not
automatically friends with people who wear boots.
But look at this. And you're tucked in as well. I'm a fan of the tucked in.
I love it. Do you guys want to see my crazy socks?
Absolutely.
This is bonus content. Not everyone gets invited to see my socks.
Oh, I love bonus content. That is fantastic. Oh, fantastic. So, yes, Chris Tucker and Phil Pallen there. So, hello, everybody. I'm Mike Russell. I'm one of the co-founders of the UK Podcasters Community and the New Media Europe Conference. Thrilled to have every single one of you watching right now here, wherever that happens to be. We're on multiple platforms. And we're going to make history in enhancing the awareness of amazing independent podcasters out there. Podcasting in the UK, it's growing as a medium. It should no longer be ignored. And there are many hardworking individuals and experts who we are celebrating during this 36-hour marathon. Of course, here in the UK, we've been heavily influenced by the great producers, the mainstream producers like The Guardian and the BBC. It is time, though, to shine the spotlight, though, over to the independent producers, many of who are sitting in the chat over on Blab, if you're watching us on the Blab live stream. It's a 36-hour non-stop broadcast. I will be joined by now 35 remaining incredible podcasters from the UK, and we'll be covering topics from technical how-tos to the future of podcasting and even changing lives as well. So it's going to be a very exciting time here for the next 35 hours non-stop. We are streaming live on Blab. That's our main platform. We're also out on Facebook Live. Hello, Facebook Live. We're over on Periscope over there. That's more of a behind-the-scenes thing. That's kind of... I can't switch cameras there, so you'll always see me on Periscope. It's rather embarrassing. Spreaker is also carrying us live as a live podcast that you can, if you want to listen to the audio only, Spreaker is where you need to be. And YouTube, of course, the big daddy of online video, are also streaming us as well. We've got hourly updates on Snapchat and Anchor, so I'd better get onto the Anchor app and update and use the hashtag UKPod. They are featuring anyone who posts with hashtag UKPod on the app today, so let's do that. Hello, Anchor friends. It's Mike here. Well, 1 hour down. Isabella Russell was incredible. I've now got 35 hours to go on this live 36-hour non-stop broadcast to celebrate podcasting. Coming up next, it's Annie Alexander. Hope you can join us. And then I will post that through to Anchor. And then I'm also going to do a quick Snapchat, I think, though, when Annie joins us in just a moment. So remember, all of those places you can find us, Anchor, Snapchat as well. True history, it's never been done before. And make sure you head over to ukpodcasters.com/live, ukpodcasters.com/live, and you'll be able to find all the platforms we're on right now and share with your friends. Only together, only with you, can we make podcasting a huge success. And like I say, it's great to meet you all virtually, but I'd really love to grab a cup of coffee with you. I'm one of the organisers of the New Media Europe Conference, attracting people from all over the world: Portugal, Poland, US, Canada, Switzerland, Netherlands, Germany, to mention a few places. It's all about social media, content creation, blogging, video, and more as tools to enhance your own podcast. And let's face it, if you're here right now, you are definitely into podcasting and growing yourself online. We've got a £70 discount right now on the All Access Pass. Just head over to newmediaeurope.com/now. That's newmediaeurope.com/now, and secure your spot before the end of this marathon, which is 10 p.m. on Friday. In fact, and I think I'm going to do this every time I mention that link, I'm going to go over and see how long I've got left. And it looks like it's about 1 day and 10 hours, 52 minutes and 58 seconds. My goodness me. All right, then. So it's going to be fun. Thank you to Blab, Anchor, Spreaker, Music Radio Creative for helping with the event. Now we're into hour 2. And we have a caller. Our guests are here for a full hour. We let them take the mic until around the 40 minutes mark, and then we'll return to answer any questions that you're asking by putting /Q and asking a question. So /Q in Blab, ask your questions. Please make yourself known to our lovely producers. We've got Kyron in there with an H by his name, and we've also got Andrea taking your questions. They are posting this through so we can answer them. But now, the wonderful Annie Alexander, I can see, is here. Passionate about learning new things and starting new projects. She's done amazing things just a few years ago when she decided to quit her 15-year corporate career. As a result, she became an Amazon best-selling fiction author. She created the Right to Read podcast that's encouraging and inspiring writers and featuring names like James Altucher, Chris Brogan, Pat Flynn, Tucker Max, Peter Shankman, and many others as well. And now she's helping entrepreneurs and writers become authors by turning their draft manuscript into a published book just in a few weeks' time. Annie, it's fantastic to have you here. Wow.
Hey, it's amazing. Actually, we just spoke about this a few weeks ago.
Yes.
And it's done. So I really love people who actually, take action and do that.
Yes, we were in Bernie J. Mitchell's co-working space. Bernie's in the comments, and you were showing me this blab, and I was like, that's amazing. So you inspired me, Annie, hugely. I'm grateful.
Oh, you see, so I'm not inspiring only writers. That's really cool.
Inspiring lots of people, and that's what podcasting does. So I'm looking forward to hearing more, particularly about getting awesome guests, because you've done that, haven't you? You've
I've done that. And actually, the backstory is I started podcasting when I was in Armenia. I moved to the UK just 2 months ago. So I guess, if you were doing this 3 months ago, I wouldn't be qualified to talk here because I wasn't a UK podcaster. So I was the only podcaster in Armenia. No one knew me. I started from scratch. And if I managed to end up, landing big names for my podcast, I guess anyone else can. So it's just, all those excuses that it can't be done are not really legit because, even English is not my native tongue. So it's, it's possible, and it's all about relationships, because I'm advocating relationships a lot, because I think that's where things start. You have to make relationships with your potential guests. You have to keep the relationship with your guests after the interview. And of course, you have to create relationships and engagement with your audience. And only then it will work on long term, because if you end up making a list of big names you want to have on your podcast and just straight away cold email them with a ready template, which usually people sort of advise and share among themselves, the guest immediately gets it. It can be felt that it's just a copy paste of a simple thing, and then what you usually get is a refusal, because if I'm getting an email like that, I'm thinking, okay, if this person did not think that, it's worth to take 2 minutes to write a personal email, then why should I dedicate a whole hour or 40 minutes to give him an interview, right? It doesn't make sense. Especially, we have to take into account that these big names already have the visibility and they are already known. So especially if you're just starting out and your podcast is not huge, they might not really, need so much to be on your podcast. So sometimes they view it as doing you a favor, and for that they have to have some kind of reason. So it's always sort of nicer when you approach it from the personal perspective, and when you make friends with those people, and when they sort of they want to help you out and be on your show. The other thing is I think very often people invite big names on their podcast just because they are big names, and I don't really take into account whether that person is relevant to your audience. Because, for example, I have my ideal listener in my mind. I know who he is, and I know what he's looking for in terms of content for the podcast. So if for example, I'm having a guest who is not really about those subjects and can't really provide value about the things that my listener is interested in, maybe he's a very big name, maybe everyone knows that person, but it won't really give any added value to the podcast, and my listeners will be just wasting 45 minutes of their time, which is not good, because it means that if it happens, and if it happens consistently, they will stop listening to the podcast altogether. The other myth is often people are actually thinking that if you have a big name on your podcast will eventually grow and you will gain, bigger audience just thanks to that one interview or a few interviews that you will be doing. Unfortunately, that's not the case, because what happens usually is these big names, since they are already known, they're not so motivated to share that specific interview, especially since they've done so many interviews. they are not really sharing it that much. So you're doing the marketing and promotion of that on your end anyway. It's up to you. And the second thing is that very often people who are following these big names might come to your show to listen to that specific interview, and then they might not come back to your show anymore, because they came not for you or for the show or for the show topic, but for the guest. But if you are having this guest who is very relevant to what you're doing, relevant to the message, relevant to the content, then most probably people who follow that guest are also following topics around that. And then they might check out yet another, podcast interview of yours and end up, sticking around and becoming your podcast listeners as well. So you may get some audience from there too, but only if it's relevant and if it's in line with what you're doing. So the other thing is, it's a very big challenge to actually end up having an interesting interview with big names, because they have been to so many podcasts. You have to find a specific different angle to talk to them about, because otherwise it will be just repetition of the same thing. They tell their own story, they tell about their success, they tell about their mistakes, and it's all over I had this big challenge when I was interviewing Pat Flynn, because I was thinking like, oh my gosh, Pat Flynn has been on so many interviews. He's spoken about so many things. What am I going to cover to sort of, to make sure that it's interesting? Because otherwise it will be just, repetition of the same thing. And it has been so many times already. So what I did was, I did not speak with him about smart passive income, which everyone did. I did not speak with him so much about business and online stuff and everything that he's about. I rather spoke about him writing his very first book and publishing it. So it was like no one covers that topic, because no one actually sort of, perceives him as a writer and an author. Everyone, has him as being an online entrepreneur. So it was a completely different angle. And that's sort of, that's cool.
You like that?
Yeah. And so that's very sort of, that's a challenge. You have to do a little bit of work to come up with really interesting way of discovering something new about that name, and actually, making sure that your listener finds something new that wasn't covered on other interviews. So I don't know. It's a kind of long-term strategy. It's because it takes time to follow the person, to know a little bit about him, about some things that, because you will have to approach them individually with a tailored message. Like, you have to know approximately what the person is about, what is his style, what he will like, and talk to him in that specific way. And when I say, I don't really mean to sort of pretend things. You still absolutely have to be authentic and be yourself, but you attract them and get their attention by, being about things that they are interested at first place, because you have to take into account these people are getting about 500 emails a day. They are getting many messages all around, and of course they most probably miss out part of them. They don't even read, or they don't even open, because physically they are not able to. They don't have so much time for that. So you have to come up with something that stands out from all these 500 messages. It can be the way you approach them. It can be what you write in the subject line. It can be what you're covering in the message. But it should be something that sort of either evokes curiosity. Like I usually used sometimes my so-called special status of being the only podcaster in the whole country, which sort of, raised like a question like, oh, what is this? What's this story about? So people were kind of, really curious about, where is Armenia? Why is she the only one? And all that stuff. Sometimes that works. Sometimes, with James Altucher, the standard approach didn't work, because we know he's sort of, a little bit crazy in a good way. So I had to do a little bit crazy thing myself to get his attention. So it all depends. I mean, it's
Are you going to tell us that crazy thing?
Well, yeah, actually, I mean, initially I wrote him a message on LinkedIn, which was a really bad idea, but it didn't work, of course, because standard things don't work with him usually. So, and I've been following him online for quite a while, and I've been following his Facebook posts, which usually are his blog posts copied as a status, and then he has a group and all that stuff. So so one day I was drinking a red wine and writing, and I saw him he posted something. So I sort of, I saw him in my thread on Facebook. So I said, what the heck, I'm gonna write him a message. So I private messaged him saying that, I'm sitting here drinking red wine, and, that sort of, helped me get the courage and ask you for an interview. And within a minute, I've got a reply saying that, anyone who drinks red wine to get courage to invite me for an interview deserves an interview. And we scheduled it up, and it happened, and then we became friends, and we still communicate together after the interview, although it was about a year ago. So yeah, I mean, as always, relationships, it's just, a human, genuine relationships, because, if you're doing, you have to be really curious about the person, because if you're doing it just to get him on the podcast, it feels, I mean, people can feel it, that, there are many people who sort of, who get those names, who interview them, and then forget about them altogether. They never care, they never follow up, they never write back and all that stuff. And then, the logical thing is that most probably the person won't really like to come back to your show, and second, he will feel used, because it was like, okay, he needed me for the interview and then he's gone, and it doesn't really feel genuine like that. So I guess, I don't know, I mean, I don't know what else to cover and to tell, because that's basically what I've been doing myself.
How many times do you think you should try a guest before completely giving up? Is there a limit, or do you think you should just keep trying? I don't know if you've read a book by Keith Ferrazzi called Never Eat Alone, Annie. Have you read that?
No, I haven't.
And he suggests like pinging people on a certain schedule. So should you, if there's someone you really want to get, should you just have a calendar entry that says every 6 months I'm going to pester this guy again or this girl again?
Well, if it's not very frequent, of course you can do that. I mean, for example, I've heard that Seth Godin usually tells no to everyone in order to see who's going to be persistent and ask again. So I haven't tried, so I don't know, but that's what I heard. And also, it's you have to be like in the loop to see what's happening, because, for example, many people who have their books coming out, for the book launch, they tend to go to much more podcast interviews than they usually do. And they really sort of, they're very, it's more, the possibility of them saying yes increases tremendously if you are targeting them around that period. So if you hear that someone is launching a book or is launching an online course or something that he needs to promote eventually, then they are not so picky about where they promote. They prefer to be everywhere. And then most probably you will, if you approach them on time, like in advance before the whole thing is scheduled up, you will most probably have a chance to land a thing, even if you had been refused before by the same person. So it's always about kind of, you have to be in the niche, you have to follow them and see what's going on, because as soon as something comes up, you will know it earlier enough to sort of, get in touch and make sure that you don't miss that opportunity. But obviously, I mean, it's a question of balance. I mean, following up should be done. Absolutely, you should try a few times, but maybe stretching the period of the frequency you're approaching them. Maybe you shouldn't approach the same way. Try different tactics, like I did with James Altucher, and also, I mean, get this balance, because otherwise, if you're too kind of annoying and, bombarding them from everywhere on social media, on email and all that stuff, it can backfire at you. They may get a negative reaction thinking that you're too annoying. So I guess people can feel that balance. So you should follow up for sure, but not too much, because maybe it's just,
it's interesting. I think it's easy to get offended, isn't it, when you're trying so hard to get someone you really admire in most cases, and they don't even write back to you. I mean, have you had that experience, Annie? I certainly have.
Oh yeah, I had
Maybe
that
it's just
experience. No, I had that experience, but to be honest, I didn't feel bad about that, because first of all, it's a matter of expectations. It's a matter of what you expect. I think that this person doesn't really owe me an answer. He doesn't owe me anything.
Yeah, that's true.
So if he doesn't answer me, it's not. He didn't do anything rude. He's a busy person. He's getting 500 emails. He might not even have seen mine, for example. So that can happen. It doesn't mean that you have to be discouraged and think that, okay, if this person said no, the other person is a bigger name and he will say no for sure, because it's not about a comparison and it doesn't work that way. And the funny thing is, like, the bigger the names are, the more friendly they are, and more it's easier to sort of get along with them. I had several names who have been much kind of less known than the bigger ones, who ended up being douchebags. So you never know. It doesn't really matter. It's just about personality, because let's be honest, there are many big names out there whom I don't like. I don't like their image. I don't like their personality. I admire what they've done. I respect, their authority. But I personally wouldn't like to interview them. I'm not interested.
I like the tips you've given earlier as well about keeping an eye on your network or what people close to you are up to if they have a book launch or a product coming out. A great tip. Like you say, there are some people that would never come on podcast that potentially would. I know somebody who rarely gives interviews for podcasters in general is Tim Ferriss, but I remember when he's had a book launch, I've heard him on loads of podcasts. So really, really good tip there. And I can see also going on in the chat some really interesting discussion from Rob. He's got a tip. He's the host of Inspirational Creatives. Will also be with us later on, and says that he follows up after 7 days once, and that usually works quite well. Screencast M comes back and says, I've had that completely blank me out. They don't owe us anything, but a reply is polite. I would turn that around a little bit to you, Annie, and say, well, what's it like to be on the other end of having tons of emails to deal with every single day? You've got to prioritize. How do you prioritize? Let's flip it completely around. You're well known in the space. How do you deal with it? What's your metric for kind of, oh yes, I'm going to talk to this person, I'll come on their podcast, or I won't? Do you have any metric, or will you accept anyone who's watching this blab or listening right now? If they reach out to you, will you say yes automatically, or do you have a filter or some kind of filter?
My filter is whether I can provide value to their audiences. Like, if I'm invited to a fitness podcast, I'm sorry, I don't know anything about fitness. I'm not really in that field. And I doubt that the audience will get anything interesting. Maybe we will talk about some stuff, but it won't be about fitness. So the audience, won't get anything from there. So that's one of the filters, seeing like whether there is an angle which will be relevant to the audience. So it doesn't really feel like we're taking up their time. And the other filter is like, sometimes you get these templates, like, I'm seeing that this person just copied and pasted the thing. And from that template, you also realize that, they don't really know about you or about your podcast, or, it's also relevant for people who would like to be guests on my podcast when they pitch to be interviewed. You end up having people writing to you about how much they love your podcast, but at the end, what they are about and what they pitch to offer to your listeners has nothing to do with your podcast. So you realize that they haven't even listened to one single episode. So that's sort of filter to see that, it's just a copy paste and you, I don't know. I personally want a little bit tailored and personal approach, I mean, it can be a very, very short email, but it should be an email written to me personally. So that's something I don't know, maybe I'm picky, but I think that I deserve at least 1.5 minutes and at least 3 lines, so which are written by themselves to me personally. So that's the basic filter, I guess. And I personally batch the thing, so I don't really reply to the person immediately at the same day, maybe because I've been doing everything at the same moment. So I've been recording interviews and then answering emails and all that during the same day, so it was very disorganized. So now I'm trying to batch the things. I have my calendar where I sort of allocate one day for recording interviews, so it's just done for the month. I recorded yesterday 5 interviews in a row, which means that I've covered up the next month, and then I have the rest of the week for free for other stuff. So usually what I'm doing is I'm replying to people who have written to me, like listeners, people who want to be interviewed, people who want to interview me, all of them together once a week. I just make sure that everyone gets reply, even those who don't, whom I'm refusing. I still make sure that they get something. But I'm not that well known. My emails are not so many. For now, I can manage. I don't know. I mean, the big names who are getting 500 interviews approximately, I don't know how they manage that, because it's a bit tricky because the numbers are very big. So I don't know what happens with them. For me, it's easier. I just do it once a week.
What would be your thoughts on perhaps if all else fails? So you've already tried many different methods. You've tried reaching out to them multiple times. You've even maybe tried when they had something to talk about, and you just haven't made that connection to the quality guest that you want to get on. What would your opinion be on sort of showing up at places they're going to be, like events? I mean, a big one that's just recently been on Social Media Marketing World had a ton of really interesting people attending and some great sessions. Just wondering about making that real in-life connection, if suddenly that can change things. What would you think about that?
Well, I mean, I think that's the best approach if you have the possibility for that. I mean, I didn't, because I was living in Armenia, so I was far away from everything. So online was my only option to work with. And I could not really be at events. I mean, now I can because I'm here. So it's much easier in that respect. And I believe that it's easy. I mean, unless you're super introverted person who doesn't feel comfortable approaching people that they don't know and feel uncomfortable among crowd, I think events are great because they work amazing. First of all, they get the chance to see as much of your personality as they can, because I mean, meeting the person in real is completely different than seeing him on video even. So it's always kind of, it increases the chances of you showcasing who you are, what you are about. And it's easier for those names to remember you if they've seen you already on an event when you approach them later on and follow up. And if you have a chance to talk to them at least for a minute, you should take advantage of that and make sure, as I said, that you sort of, you make sure that they remember you from all those people that they've seen on the event. Somehow, I don't know. I mean, every one of us has some unique story, has some unique message. There is always something that is completely specific to us. And I think once you find that, you can kind of capitalize on that and make it work, especially on events. Okay, so maybe I can scroll up and look at the questions, because I'm not sure we addressed any. So let's see what we have. So /Q.
Bernie's in there.
Okay, how many interviews for 2 bottles of red wine? You've got the interview, don't worry. I'm saying yes. It's official, it's recorded. And, okay. Do you see any questions we did not address? How do you get guests to promote the show after?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, usually I recently saw on Facebook, I think it was either Joel Comm or someone within that range, or Chris Brogan, I don't remember who it was exactly, but they basically gave an interview, and later on they took a screenshot of emails, tweets, and Facebook messages that the person wrote to them, reminding and asking and demanding and all that to promote the interview. So basically, it was, first of all, the quantity was terribly big, like that person sent them about 15 messages on different media. Second, the tone of voice was very sort of, it felt like, okay, you've been on my show, now you are obliged to sort of go ahead and share it with your audience and email your list, which is a bit like a stretch, to be honest, because of course it will be ideal if the guest emails his list, but we have to be cautious here because everyone is very protective about their email list. We don't really want to sort of spam them and send out absolutely everything that happens because no one wants to get more emails, right? You have to choose and prioritize the emails you're sending them, and most probably the ones you're sending them should be about the important things, the priority projects of yours and not others, unless you really sort of close to that person and really want to promote him and really want him to see succeed. So I guess usually what happens with me, maybe I'm lucky, and I guess it all depends on this relationship thing, how well it goes and how you click, because sometimes you may have an interview with someone and then you're like, you don't really have the desire to follow up, or the person doesn't have the desire to follow up and continue being friends with you, right? So it all depends how you click. But when you click at the end of the interview, the most common question I'm getting from my guests is, okay, so how can I help you? What can I do for you? And that's usually, you don't really want to ask big favors then, but what you can ask definitely is, just, when it comes out, I'll share with you the link and please share it with your audience. And that's it. How they will do it, whether they will send one tweet or whether they will, share it on Facebook or they will email their list, it's already their choice. It's not your territory. You can't really dictate or you can't really tell how, because one tweet everyone has his whether they will, but you can ask them. And if they don't do that, then it's okay.
Okay.
I don't think in this case it's worth following up, because then it's a bit annoying. So yeah, and what I also do is when I'm tweeting out interviews, often if I know their Twitter handle, I mention them in that, and very often they retweet. So that's like, an easy way. You're not really annoying, but they see.
What do you think when someone doesn't retweet and they just favorite it? How do you feel about that?
Well, it's still nice. It means they noticed and they are, it's
lame.
Positive.
Surely that's lame. They can at least retweet.
No, but if you have their handle and you mention them, their followers see it too, right? So yes. They see it anyway. So even if they don't do anything, it still reaches out part of their followers. So that's what I'm doing. I'm kind of using the passive kind of ways, not to suppress and to be too pushy, because that's not my style.
That's good. We've had a question from Ben who asks, how do you prepare your guests for interviews? I guess that's particularly, obviously from a kind of what are you going to talk about perspective, but also I guess from a quality perspective, as to what equipment they have at their end and if they're going to sound any good.
Well, the interesting thing is, from the content perspective, I don't prepare them. I had some guests who were asking me for questions in advance, and I always refuse because, and I'll explain why. Because the thing is that my podcast is interview-based podcast, but it free flows and it should feel like a natural conversation. And usually I'm not preparing, I'm preparing myself to such extent that I know about the person I'm interviewing, what he does, and that's it. I don't really, for example, if I am interviewing someone who is a co-founder of an application or of a website, or a specific tool for writers, I don't even research and use the tool on purpose, so I can ask the dumb questions that my listeners would have. So I'm starting from scratch and asking the questions like a newbie, so we cover all the basics. And very often, you know this too, I guess, when you're interviewing a person, sometimes you end up with the questions based on their answers, and it's just, you follow up and it free follows. So I don't really want to do John Lee Dumas type of a show where I have a set of questions and it, we go over it over and over again. So in terms of content, I don't really, I don't make sure that they are prepared. What I make sure is I tell them who my listener is and what they are expecting from the show. So they know the topic, they know who they are talking to. So whenever we are referring to different topics, we tend to tailor it to the listener. So when we are giving examples about social media and promotion or stuff like that, we always bring an exact example how an author can use that certain platform, or how can author use it to promote their books and stuff like that. In terms of quality of sound, most of my, you have to take into account that I'm not interviewing podcasters, so they are not really these techie people with all this equipment in place already. But usually just a simple, earbuds and a Skype call works pretty okay. So I'm not a very audio quality snob, it doesn't really have to be crystal clear, but it has to make sure that, it's not noisy and there are no annoying sounds. So I may add it up out some noise and stuff like that, but usually that is enough and it works well. So I had a problem only once, when the person was on the phone in a park, and then you get
wind noise.
Yeah, winds and rollerblades and children and all that stuff. So I stopped. I asked him to reschedule because it was impossible. But otherwise, if it's just a simple thing, you don't really need the other end to be really well equipped, because it works quite okay.
That's cool. Actually, Rob has said in the comments here that he'll often offer questions to guests, but he won't always stick to them, which I think is good. I think sometimes it's good to have a set of okay, this is what we might talk about, but I like your approach, Annie, of but let's just listen to what the guest is saying and then go on from there. So I think that works really
I don't know, maybe that's a little bit egoistic approach, because I want to be curious about what's going to happen, because I've done more than 150 episodes. If I knew in advance what we would be talking about, at a certain point, most probably I would get bored and decide that, that's it, that's enough. It's all the same thing over and over again. I don't want to do that anymore. So I guess maybe that's partly because of me too, but that's what I do.
Have you ever had a guest that's wanted to pre-script all their replies?
No.
That'd be unique, wouldn't it? Let's talk about what Eat Magazine has here. Eat Magazine has asked, what was the biggest thing that held you back in the beginning, Annie?
Oh, yeah. Well, I thought about, I'm usually very experimental and opportunistic person. So I'm very curious, and whenever something comes out, I tend to try it. If I don't like it, then okay, but I at least try once to make sure that I know what it is about and how it works. So I thought about podcasting for quite a while, especially because, it's less competitive. I'm talking about 3 years ago. It was much less competitive, and it was really nice media. I love to talk, so I thought, it would be great. But then it took me a whole year to decide that I personally could eventually do that, because I thought that although it's a great media, I thought, first of all, that it's technically challenging, that, I don't really know this stuff. How am I going to do it? And in Armenia, no one knows that stuff, so there is not even a place to learn. And the second thing was like, oh, come on, who's going to listen to someone with an accent? It will be amplified, it's an audio-based thing, so people will hear it even more rather than when they see me in person. So I was like, no one would like to hear someone with accent. It may be irritating and no one is going to listen. So I guess, those two things, once you overcome those two things, and how I overcame that was I just watched a few tutorials. I realized it's not that complicated. And the second thing was I recorded just a 1 minute short thing. I sent it out to my friends in the UK and I was like, okay, can you understand what I'm saying? Is it annoying or not, etc. And they came back to me saying, you have to promise that you're going to try to make a podcast. So for me, it was an experiment. I wasn't expecting anything. I was just, okay, what the heck, let's try and see what happens. And I'm a very unstable person, so I wasn't sure I would stick to it for a long time. But eventually, it's a year and a half. It's 152 episodes, and I love doing that. So it worked, and I'm happy that. I just regret I didn't start earlier.
Wow.
But yeah, I guess.
Why do you regret that? So when did you get started, and why do you regret not starting earlier?
Well, I started in July 2014. And I think first of all, if you start earlier, you sort of you have less competition than now already. So it's the earlier you start, better it is. It would be easier to sort of to gain that visibility that is more challenging these days. And also what happens now is it's more, since there are many more podcasts and podcasters, it's difficult to differentiate because there are so many people who are doing interviews, and interview-based shows have a little bit of disadvantage because you're on the back seat, so it's not like you are the authority and it's your credibility. For which I'm doing solo pieces also along the interviews just to get that balance. And also, imagine if you started earlier, how many more awesome people you would meet. It's kind of, yeah. But the biggest fear was actually after the launch, just when I launched it. The biggest fear was like, okay, what if I did all this and no one is going to listen? Yeah.
That's the interesting thing, isn't it? And sometimes, we look at the figures and we say, oh, I've got Dave Jackson from the School of Podcasting echoing through my head of, I've only got 30 listeners to this episode. And he's like, that's a classroom, so, and it grows from there. It grows. I guess one of the biggest pains we have as podcasters in particular is just promoting and getting our stuff out there. I'm looking at some of the questions as well. Electric Kiwi has said, we sometimes have problems with rescheduling guests. So like you said, you had someone who came on, they were in a noisy park and it was just awful. So you said, can we reschedule? And it says he often has problems when a guest needs to postpone or rearrange. Any tips on getting a new date and time nailed down? I think I know what Electric Kiwi means there, because essentially, you kind of lose the flow and the momentum, and maybe it just doesn't happen because they forget to reschedule or whatever, life happens. So how can we try and get round that?
Well, that's when it's okay to follow up, because you had the initial contact, you already had the initial yes, it didn't work out for certain reason, then you can follow up and you can remind if it doesn't happen. So basically, what would be great if it's possible to make sure you already have the next date and time in place already. So when this happened, we kind of, already agreed that, okay, this is not working right now. We'll do it, let's say, in 2 days at this time. So it was already fixed at place and you didn't have to worry about it later on. If that doesn't happen for a certain reason, because he doesn't have his calendar at this point, or, it doesn't happen, then you just make sure when he will reschedule. And if on that date it doesn't happen, then you follow up asking, sending the link to the calendar again. At this point, it's not annoying to follow up several times because you already had the connection, you already had the preliminary agreement, and it's fine to go ahead and make it happen.
That's interesting. Do you use any kind of scheduling tool to get guests locked
Oh
in?
yeah, I'm using a free one, and it works pretty well for me. I'm using You Can Book Me.
Oh yeah, I've heard of that. I've had a good experience with it. Yeah.
And yeah, I'm very happy with that. And the good thing is that I had huge nightmare stories about time difference, because being in Armenia, interviewing mainly the US folks and people from the UK, it was like time difference. And then we had even bigger confusion because we don't have summertime and winter time. We always have the same time, and once that changes too, then you end up having 1 more hour of, you don't even know whether it's plus 1 hour or minus 1 hour. It's a nightmare. So the good thing with You Can Book Me is that it shows the person who logs in their own local time, so and it shows my time when I'm seeing it in my calendar, so there's no confusion there.
It's cool. And I think they actually have a reschedule button, don't they, in You Can Book Me?
Yeah, they do.
And most scheduling software. So you could just do it like that. You could just automate it, couldn't you? You could just say, okay, just click the reschedule button and pick a time that works for you. So yeah, really, really good thoughts there. I can see Ty is in there. Is it worth pre-recording if they are free on Monday and the podcast is on Wednesday? So I guess maybe Ty is referring to live podcasting. So you're fixed. You're always on a Wednesday, but this guest can only do Monday. And I guess you could also apply that question to what if you have a workflow in place, like you batch your podcast interviews. So you say, okay, Monday is my podcast interview day, but then you get this guest that says I can only do Thursday at 2 p.m., which is the middle of the night where you are. How do you work with time zones and kind of different timings?
Middle of the night, yes. When I was just starting out, I realized that no one knows me, and I'm sort of, if I'm landing a big name in the US, and if it's the middle of the night, in the beginning, you just Pat Flynn told me once when we were speaking that if you want to get where others are not, you have to be willing to do what others are not willing to do. So, and it was funny because I recorded Pat Flynn's interview at either 3 or 4 a.m. And I had this dilemma whether, I should sleep and wake up, or my voice will be too sleepy. So I just, stay up until I finish the interview. So yes, I mean, sometimes it's just, it's about commitment. It's about sacrifices. In the beginning, if you need to make sacrifices, then that's how it is. So I guess depending on how important the guest is, you can stretch out that limits for yourself, but you definitely have to be comfortable with that, because if you are going to this interview at 3 a.m. feeling like, oh, it's 3 a.m. I really want to sleep. What was this? This is really terrible, and all that stuff. Eventually the listener will feel it, because eventually the interview won't really go that well because you're already in this negative mindset. So just do as far as you are willing to, and if for you like midnight is a big no, then you just try to figure out and find another time. But I'm not doing live podcasts, so I'm just recording them, and I'm issuing them every Tuesday, once a week. So I'm just recording the interviews, and then the editing process goes, and it goes live every time the same day. And the funny thing is, when I'm talking about engagement and relationship with listeners, I did a small experiment, and I changed the hosting for my podcast. And it appeared that there was a problem, and the last 4 episodes were not received by the subscribers. So I ended up getting messages like, did you stop podcasting? Where are the episodes? We didn't receive anything. And that's how I found out that there was a problem, because I didn't know I could see it on my iPhone. It was coming. I mean, it was showing with me somehow. So I don't know why and how it happened. So eventually it was fixed. And then when it was fixed, they've got 4 interviews in a row altogether. So I stopped, for example, I skipped that week because I wanted them to give enough time to sort of to catch up. And I'm going to do it next. I'm going to issue although the episode is ready, I'm going to issue it for the next week. And it's really nice, because then I received emails saying, oh, nice, now we have 4 more episodes to listen to. So it's kind of, it's always nice to listen to their feedback. I even do survey asking, what they like in terms of content, what they don't like, what they would like to change, because after all, that's who you are doing it for. And their feedback is sort of important because, you want them not to go away with the feeling that they wasted 45 minutes.
Yes. And that's important. Wow, some excellent thoughts, and it's been great to get so many questions as well from the.
And I didn't get a card yet.
Oh, you didn't get a card? No, but well, I was using this one a lot with Isabella. So I will give you a card, and let me find one of these beautiful cards. What have we got here? You get the green card.
Wow.
That's awesome. Isabella's telling me in the comments, come on, speed up, get on with it, get going. So, Annie, it's been a real pleasure to have you here. Do you have any final thoughts or any advice you want to offer to anyone who's maybe watching or listening back to this, or maybe streaming this right now, thinking about maybe getting into podcasting? What would you offer as some words of wisdom to those people?
Well, I mean, the things that keep you back from starting a podcast are usually the things that are not right. I mean, they are stories that you make up in your mind, and most probably that's not the case. So, like, I had this issue with the accent, these, thoughts that it's technically complex and all that stuff. I was afraid that no one would listen, but I ended up having with really great audience at the end. So it's something that you perceive but may not be right. And the only way to know whether it's right or not is by trying. Because later on, you will always go back and think, what if I tried? What would have happened? And I always prefer to try and, and figure out and see that it doesn't work, or figure out how to make it work, rather than go back all the time and think, what if if you have tried, then you have the answer, and that's okay. You may try and see that you love doing that, and you would even be very happy even if you had 10 listeners, because you love the process and you really enjoy doing that. Or you may try and see that it's not for you, because I do believe that entrepreneurship and podcasting and things like that are a bit personality related. So not everyone would enjoy it. It's not for everyone. Not everyone will feel like a fish in its own water and very comfortable doing that. But you won't know until you try. So just maybe don't even launch a podcast yet. Just record a few episodes, play around, see how you feel, whether you feel comfortable or not, and stuff like that. But definitely, most probably, what you're telling yourself and what is keeping you back is not the case and is not the reality. So double check, try, and see if it is.
I love that. Annie, I'm going to Snapchat you now. I'm here with Annie Alexander, and hour 2 is nearly complete of the 36-hour podcasting marathon. Annie, that's fantastic. Really great thoughts, and we're just coming to the end now of the second hour. You've given some amazing insights, really engaged folk in the chat as well, with lots and lots of questions for you. So now we need to know exactly where we can find your podcast and where we can find more about what you're up to.
Okay, so my website is anniealexander.com. So it's just my name with com. Not really my real name, but anyway, anniealexander.com is where I am. And from there is the podcast, there is the blog. I have blog recordings on the site as well, because I've been doing blogs since I've been one of the very early adopters. So it's all there, and I'm really excited to be speaking at the New Media Europe. So most probably I'll meet most of the folks there in person, and it will be really exciting because now I can meet people in person already.
Yay!
Nice.
It's really exciting, and actually I've queued up your promo video ready to play before.
Oh my God, that one
would be really exciting. So and Isabella's taking some kind of photo right now. She's just walked straight in to take a lot of photos. Hello. Annie, thank you so much. Really appreciate you coming on and giving the inspiration as well to come on Blab and do something crazy. Just be silly, be crazy, have fun, and hopefully, have a great time in the process as well.
I'll tell you later on how you can repurpose and monetize the content, but that's for another time.
Sounds good.
So,
Sounds good. All right, let's see whether we can get this video up now and playing. Oh, here it is.
Hey there, my name is Annie Alexander.
Oh my God,
best-selling creator of the Right to Be Read
podcast that inspires and encourages.
I'm also very excited.
I'm also very excited
one of the speakers at the New Media Europe in London, and I hope to see you there. I will talk about why books are the best business cards and how you can become a publisher in just few weeks. See you there.
So there we go, the second hour of the broadcast.
That was embarrassing, but anyway, okay. Well, thanks a lot. So,
thanks, Annie. Bye.
Everyone.
That's the second hour of the broadcast behind us. 34 more to go. And a huge thanks to our generous sponsors, including Spreaker, Anchor, Music Radio Creative, and New Media Europe. By the way, just to let you know, Spreaker is giving away a free month of podcast hosting. So if you want to dip your toe in the water and get started, then please feel free to do that. And the way you can win, essentially, a fantastic free month of Spreaker is by tweeting or Facebooking or doing anything with the hashtag UKPod. We're going to be picking a winner every 4 hours, so we've got a winner to come in 2 hours from now. And the session you just saw with Annie, that was a preview of what's to come at New Media Europe. If you want to get in with a £70 discount and let's grab a coffee together in June, head to newmediaeurope.com/now for all the details. I can see that Loz is all lined up, ready for hour 3 of the marathon. So let me say hello and welcome along. If you've just joined in right now, this has been just 2 hours and 34 more to go. It's going to be very exciting. I'm Mike, one of the co-founders of the UK Podcasters Community and the New Media Europe Conference. We're here to raise awareness of podcasting, to put it into the spotlight, particularly independent podcasters just like Loz with the Content Champion. We've had some fantastic limelight from the BBC and the Guardian, but now it is definitely time to turn that spotlight onto the independent content creators. What this is, if you've just tuned in, it's a non-stop broadcast. I'm joined by 36 incredible podcasters from the UK, and we're going to be covering all kinds of topics, technical how-tos to debatable topics as well. Coming up just very shortly with Loz, we'll be building trust and authority through podcasting. And we are streaming live in many different places now. Our main platform is Blab. We're also on Facebook Live. We're on Periscope, on Spreaker, on YouTube as well. And we'll be providing updates via Snapchat and Anchor as well. It's making true history. It's never been done before, this broadcast. And make sure you head over to ukpodcasters.com/live and you can share it out with your friends and we can make podcasting a huge success all together. Now, I would like to introduce our next guest, who's going to be here for 1 full hour from midday until 1. He looks very, very full of energy, so I need to take some of that energy somehow and keep it here. We will let Loz take the mic for around 40 minutes until about 12:40 British Summer Time, and then we'll answer any of the questions. And please do keep them coming in. Really appreciate all the questions you're asking in the chat. We're only taking chat on Blab, by the way, so if you want to access that, ukpodcasters.com/live, click to Blab and you can ask a question by putting /Q. I'll just give you a quick demo of that in the Blab chat now. You just do /Q and then ask a question. And then our producers, we've got Kyron, we've got Chachi, we've got Andrea in there curating your questions, and we'll be asking them to Loz at the end of 40 minutes. So that's how it's going to work. Do ask questions of our lovely producers as well. They've got an H next to their avatar, so you can get involved with them that way as well. So Loz James, he's a professional copywriter and content marketer, over 18 years experience in creating and promoting high quality content for his clients. He started his career as a broadcast journalist at the BBC, so you've had the traditional experience, sir. That's great. Loz has drawn on these skills and started the Content Champion podcast back in 2013, a weekly show that provides training and the tools you'll need to become a content marketing champion in your online business. Lars, welcome. I'm very excited to hear what you've got to say.
I'm so excited. Thanks, Mike, for having me today. This is just an amazing marathon you're on. You're the hour 3 and you've got, 33 to go. Yeah. I've had 2 coffees. That's my energy levels. You must just be having a bucket full.
Yeah, I think I definitely need to get the machine. Although one piece of advice I was given by a nutritionist was do not touch coffee until you're getting to your dying hours. Otherwise, I'm going to be sleeping tonight.
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm off the caffeine. I expect the caffeine headache to probably kick in about an hour.
Fantastic. Well, look, I've got loads of stuff lined up. I've got a lot of notes to riff off here. I'd like to break my section up into 4 bits. As you said, there's going to be a Q&A at the end. I'll start off with my background and how I got into podcasting, then talk a bit about my podcast, the Content Champion podcast, and what format it takes and what it's meant for my business in building that trust and authority. Then give you some action steps on building that authority and trust with podcasting. And then, as we say, get to about 40 minutes. We'll start to take a Q&A, and you can ask me about podcasting and how it fits specifically with my skill set into perhaps the content marketing process as a whole. So I'll start off with my background for people that don't know about me. I started out, as you said, as a broadcast journalist. About 18 years ago, I did an NCTJ course, National Council for Training of Journalists course in Birmingham. And then went on to work for Radio Stoke on secondment, and then did some work for BBC Radio Suffolk. Absolutely loved that. Went out with the radio mast van and everything like that, and nearly went into a multi-story car park with the radio mast up, which is a bit of a mistake. Loved all that recording, going out meeting people. Loved all the tech stuff, the mics and all that stuff. What I didn't like was going into the recording editing studio for hours and hours and hours for kind of the money that I was on. So I started to look elsewhere, and a friend who ran a graphic design studio basically said to me, have you ever considered becoming a copywriter? And I didn't really know what one was, to be honest. So he started throwing me a few copywriting jobs out, and did a few projects, got to like it, got some good feedback. So I thought, okay, this is something that I could go into. Wasn't really paying the bills at that point because it was just in dribs and drabs. So for about 8-9 months, I started to pay the bills with a recruitment consultancy job in Covent Garden in London. So I worked for a temporary recruitment agency where I actually won an award for business development, signing up sort of gala casinos and London Clubs International, various different casino organizations. The reason I mention that here, and it all ties in with what I'm going to talk about later, we'll come full circle, is that was a great experience for me in terms of understanding the sales process that then went into the copywriting work and ultimately informed the type of content I produce for my clients and also for my own sites, and also fed into the whole copywriting and journalism thing that gave me that platform to build from. So I'll come on to that later on in the call. But after that brief foray into business development, I looked at really getting serious about my copywriting. So that's when I started my copywriting business 16 years ago. I now work with 2 business partners and 2 other writers, and we produce the whole sort of gamut of content marketing services, SEO, social media, link building services for clients across the UK and abroad. Over the years, I've worked with clients of the likes of British Airways, Harrods, Royal Bank of Scotland, B&Q, Visit Portugal. I was on a team that helped to do the Better Guidance project for HM Revenue and Customs websites, loads of tax guidance, which needed a lot of coffee to get through, I can tell you that. And really, I've worked with a lot of corporates, a lot of agencies, but also a lot of small and medium-sized businesses and solopreneurs. And that's where my heart is really helping people within that small business space to get better achievements with their content marketing and their podcasting. Okay, how this led on to my podcast is that so I was going along happily building my business, helping people with their content marketing and copywriting. And as a lot of businesses did, around about 2008, we were hit by the recession, and lots of the clients I've mentioned there are financial clients. Offshore clients got a bit nervous about spending money, so a lot of those dropped off, went south. And although the core business was safe, the core content marketing, copywriting, producing high quality content business was safe. We were then hit 2010 by the Google changes. So you had all those animals rolling around the internet, the pandas, the penguins, all that type of thing. So I was looking to build the business. I didn't want to just stay static. So I was thinking, what can I do? And this is where it gets relevant, because I look back at the things, as you really should do in your business, that you're best at and you most want to do. And I look back to my journalism days and said, look, why aren't I incorporating this into my business? Why isn't this something that I'm doing to help other people and to build my business up itself? So I went on to look into the idea of podcasting to build up my content business. And I've never really looked back. 2.5 years ago, I started the Content Champion podcast as an interview platform, really, to interview clients within the space, industry experts, to help my clients to understand content marketing. And what it started as really was a best practice sort of equation, where I wanted to say to people asking me about, social media, or how do I get more links to my site, or how do I do blogger outreach, or how does this all fit together strategically? I wanted to really say to people, okay, listen to the podcast. This is a great resource to help you. And it's primarily why I started, as I say, to help people. But what happened is, although I fell into it, it took on a life of its own. And it became something that I became very proud of within my business, and something that really created those authoritative and trustworthy connections with my clients, and also helped me to retain clients as well. So it's all about remaining consistent and having a process in place to deal with getting your shows out there. And sometimes this has been a challenge for me over the years, but it's something that is so worth doing because of that connection, that trust and authority you can create. I wouldn't say it saved my business. It took my business onto another tack that has been 100% positive. And I think it's something for everyone listening and watching that they can do too. The mistake I made, if any, was underestimating the power of how a podcast could help your business. And so I'm going to go on to talk about some of the benefits to my business throughout this call, and then talk about some action steps, as I said. So as I talked about now, I've got a team in place basically to help me produce my podcast now, because remaining consistent is very important. So I have a podcast editor and someone who helps with my show notes, so I can get the weekly show out. And I've got one going out later today. We are Thursday, aren't we? Yeah. I've got another podcast going out later today. And that consistency and constancy of action is where you get the results from. And again, that's something that has been a challenge in the past. But someone's saying there's that consistency word again. And it's so important that you maintain the quality outputs and just keep going and grind through those times when you aren't really feeling up to it, and make sure that you keep going. So as I say, interview-based show, I'd advise starting with one of those if you haven't started a podcast yet, because it's relatively easy to start. And like today, Mike, I love talking to new people, meeting new people. It's a real privilege sometimes when you get great guests on the show who know a ton more about stuff than you do. You can really learn from their experience. And some of the guests, I got a bit nervous before today's show coming on because I've not really done this before. And I've got nervous with big name guests as well. Even though I've got this journalism experience and I've interviewed, top, politicians and celebrities, that little bit of sort of frisson you get beforehand is great, because it sparks off those creative ideas and it creates a better show. When I've had people like Neil Patel on and John Lee Dumas and stuff, I'm kind of in awe of their experience and achievements. And learning from other people like that in an interview format is a real privilege, and something that is quite relatively easy to start, but pays great dividends, because you can share your experience to grow your authority and the trust there. But you can also learn from them as well, which helps you in your business. Now, in terms of my podcast, it is a popular podcast within the niche of content marketing, but it's not thousands and thousands of episodes, downloads an episode, 100 and less. And then you've got everything in between. So I'm going up to sort of on all platforms, 1,000, 1,200
Your
listeners.
worst 500 and less. That's pretty good.
Well, this is the thing, and this is the point I wanted to bring in here, because often people get obsessed with how many people are listening, and we've got hundreds of people listening on this, and your show can reach that relatively quickly. But there's a great podcast and site called the Podcast Answer Man by a guy called Cliff Ravenscraft. I'm sure a lot of you have heard of. And on one of his podcasts, he starts talking about in the context of people asking him, "Oh, I'm fed up. I haven't got enough podcast followers. It's really, is it worth doing?" And he says, "Look, just forget all that. Imagine yourself standing on a stage at a conference or at an event, and you've got, let's take a small number, let's say 300 people, because that's relatively easy to achieve. You've got 300 people, 10 rows of 30 people, all sitting intently, waiting to give you their 100% attention for the next hour, because you've got that trust and authority with them to communicate all about your brand, your business, your products and services, and all about who you are. The value is immense. Any business, any day of the week would take that as a great way to grow their brand and business. And you can use email analogy as well. Email list. Back in the Wild West days of the internet, I've had bigger email lists than I do now. But often, if you have a really big email list, and you've got tens of thousands of people on there, and you're not providing the value, and you're not providing the engagement and creating that trust and authority, the response rates from that email list can be very low. So you've got tens of thousands of people on there, a very targeted, engaged podcast audience or email list in this context, because the results will be exponential off the back of that. Okay, so I've talked a bit about my podcast, what format it takes. Let's look at benefits, because there are tons of tangible benefits to using podcasting as a trust and authority building vehicle. And there are loads of these. I've had to write them down because I was just sort of thinking last night, how can I communicate what this meant literally to my business? So we'll start off with, creating that targeted, intimate connection with your ideal audience, who can learn all about your products and services in your company without necessarily you don't have to sell to them directly. So you leave them with that residual feeling of trust and authority. And what the effect of that is it smooths objections further down the line in the sales process. And I'll talk a bit about that as well later. But people think that they know you after you've had that podcast out there. So people think that they have got this connection with you. They feel the trust and authority in you. So they're kind of questions about your trustworthiness and whether you can actually help them within the services and the context of your business. That's sort of, those objections are dealt with. Okay. Now the second one, again, I'm glad Mike's off camera there, because I didn't want to get a BS card for this one. Great karma. Bear with me on this. I'm not going to get all philosophical on you because I've had too much coffee. You're giving stuff away for free, okay? And that genuinely helps people. And if you think about your brand and what you're trying to achieve in business, who doesn't want to be the brand that genuinely helps people? It can really help you to stand out. And often as Brits, we're talking about Brit podcasting. When it comes to this and content marketing in general, I have found personally that the more you give away, the more you get back. So most shows are based on answering questions. So in this format, we're going to answer questions. In my podcast, I ask questions. And what I'm really doing is asking the questions of those experts on behalf of my target audience. So that is part of the sales process. Going back to sales and using this in your content marketing and using podcasting in that context, you want to cover those objections before they get further down the sales funnel. So really in answering those questions in a sort of, it's a they ask you answer, the sales lion, Marcus Sheridan, who I've had on the show. It's a central tenet of the content marketing process. The more objections that you cover, the more people are likely to buy from you down the line. So it's a great way of going about it if you're a small to medium-sized business. Answer dozens of client questions. If you're just going to start with your podcasting and you want a name for it, answer all the questions through the questions you ask of other experts. And go through all these objections, in your podcast, and then a simple process could be that you offer them a high value content upgrade or some free gated content on your site to get them onto your email list. Then you can nurture that relationship through email and drive them through to the sale. Now, I'm not saying you do this in just purely with podcasting, but podcasting is so flexible that in fact you could use this. You could use podcasts at each stage of the sales funnel. So, for example, you could have a free top of funnel interview podcast with an industry authority. You could have a free gated audio content download in the middle of the funnel to get people onto your list. And then you can have an in-depth product run through of the podcast in a podcast format on the back end, which could help you to make that sale. So obviously, in reality, you would combine this with video and text and other forms of content. But you get the idea. It would really help you in that whole content marketing funnel process if you wanted it to. Other benefits. Okay, I have helped put hundreds of people on my email list by driving them back to my website and specific URLs for sign-up offers. So you might have, if you want to learn XYZ and get your free download on this, go to contentchampion.com/ whatever the URL is. I've tried that with great success. This one's a really key one. Okay. Created dozens of new client opportunities that have totaled thousands of pounds that I just wouldn't have had before if I hadn't been podcasting. And I'll give you an example. Just this week, ink drying on the contract. I've had a new client signed up from the States who started their approach to me. And this is gold dust. When you start podcasting, you get an email like this. Hi, Loz. I'm a long-time listener to your podcast. And then they go on to talk about how they want to engage me for different parts of my service offering. When you get an email like that, you just know that those objections are going to be covered in terms of your credibility and authority. Because, like I say, when you then get on the Skype call to these clients in America, so we've gone on a Skype call and start chatting about how you can help, they say hello to you like they think they know you. And that's just incredibly powerful. And other than doing the face-to-face stuff of actually going to a webinar and presenting, I can't think of any other way other than, maybe the face-to-face sales process, but that's very salesy. I can't think of any better way of doing that than with podcasting. Now, I'm not saying that podcasts can directly create sales qualified leads, but they do play a very important role in that process. Next benefit, help with client retention. This is a good one for existing clients by maintaining trust and authority. It might give an avenue for you to show areas of expertise or services that they didn't know you could help them with. So I'll give you an example. I've got a client in the health and fitness niche who I was doing retention blogging for. They were listening to a few of my podcasts and we were chatting about email, and they came back to me. Next call, we were on phone call. Okay, I didn't know you did email marketing. I didn't know you knew that about email. And now we do their email marketing as well. That sort of relatively straightforward existing client upsell wouldn't be there without the podcast. And in the lifetime of a client, if you're talking about lifetime value without getting all nerdy and sales funny on you, if you're talking about the lifetime value of a client, if you're using the podcasting as an existing tool to build that trust and authority, then it can definitely help in that context as well. Okay, more benefits. Keep it rolling on. I don't want to get one of these cards. Right. Created thousands of visitors to my site through marketing the podcast on social media and other channels. So what I do with this is I use multiple graphic cards, different graphic cards. I make them up in canva.com. Perhaps we could drop a link in for that. I just go in, make these really nice visual cards, put the guests headshot in there, a nice graphic in there, and I mix these up and change them around a bit and share them on social media. Then I have other stuff I do in the promotion process, which I can talk about later on. But that helps me to get the word out. I also do another thing, little tip. I use an app called Crowdfire, which enables you to set up an auto response. Some people hate this, but the response has been so good that I'm not going to say don't do it. And I set up a DM auto reply on Twitter saying, go to my podcast and have a listen. And I've got 40,000 Twitter followers. So as you build up your Twitter followers, they get a direct thing saying, hi, thanks for following, go and have a look at my podcast here. And that has led to, a lot of people who see a little burst coming from that. Okay, increased engagement, next benefits of building trust and authority from podcasting. Help to build my online authority in the content marketing space, the specific sector I'm in. And this increases engagement through the reception that I get on social media and through my email list. So it just raises your profile to the point where people think, hey, this guy might know what he's talking about. I trust him. I know he's trying to help. Perhaps listen to what he says. And that's very powerful as well. Next benefit here, helping with branding. Okay, this one is perhaps my favorite because it ties in with SEO and link building as well. Because I've done so many podcasts, people in the content marketing space, they contact me and ask me to be featured in those sort of roundup posts that you could be part of. So while I used to go and do blogger outreach on some sites and try and get links to drive more traffic and get up the search engine rankings, the first sort of year I did my podcast, that wasn't as forthcoming. But as the podcast got more and more popular, I now have 5 to 10 people every month who contact me and say, okay, do you want to be featured in this roundup post? And, I've heard you on the podcast, et cetera, et cetera. And that's really, really helpful because the knock-on effect of that is you get very high quality links every month from other authoritative niche specific sites, which in terms of link building is as good as it gets. And that's obviously gets me better rankings and more traffic, which is a direct result of getting out there on your podcast. And it means you can really get known in your sector because you have a double header of, okay, I'm getting my brand out there, I'm building my authority on my podcast, but also I'm going up the search engine rankings as well through that authority, through that indirect knock-on effect there as well. So there's some of the very, very, really very tangible benefits of running a podcast. So that's really the first sort of couple of stages. Just to recap, gone through my background and why I started my podcast, what sort of format that takes, looked at some of the benefits of doing that. And now I want to go on to, now we know that the benefits, I want to go on and have a look at some of the sort of action steps we can use to build authority and trust. I'm just going to take a breath and have a little drink.
You get a thumbs up. Lots of good quality questions coming in as well. So
brilliant. Well, I can see them all coming in. It's great, this platform, isn't it? Because you can see real time what you can go ahead to answer. So it's fantastic. I'll come and I'll keep some of those in mind and I'll come back to those at the end. Okay, action steps. I want to provide some actionable value from this. And it's really about the process I go through in building trust and authority. And I've broken this down into 3 sections. Goals, planning and mindset, booking guests and show structure. I know this is specific to my interview type format, but it's a really easy place to start if you haven't done it before. And then looking at presentation and confidence as well, which I know can be an issue for some people starting up. And that was alluded to in the previous session as well. Okay, let's talk about goals, planning and mindset to start off with. What are we looking at on timing? Okay, yeah. I don't want to be facetious about this, but you can't build authority and trust with your podcast if you haven't started one. So, often that thing where you think about something as being a good idea and then actioning it becomes more and more difficult. You've just got to get out there. It's the classic case of it's not going to be perfect. I made a ton of mistakes when I started my podcast. If I could go back and start again, I'd probably do it completely differently. At one stage, I thought about relaunching my podcast to try and get that that extra kick that you get from, say, being in the new and noteworthy on iTunes and things like that. These are mistakes you can avoid with people's help and everything else. However, it's fair to say that you can't build your trust and authority through your podcast if you don't have one. So that the premise is there, without being facetious. Just get started, because it is fun, and you can then learn in hindsight where you need to go with it, get audience feedback, because it is obviously a two-way platform. You can get that feedback like we're getting today on Blab, and you can make things better, and that's part of the process. So tying this in with other aspects of content marketing, you've got to be willing to commit. And I'm going to use this word again, stay consistent. And I only say that because I have struggled with it myself in the past, but having a system and team and a process in place before you kick off is essential. And that makes things much, much easier. I started mine, as I said, on a sort of bit of a wing and a prayer, on a whim of helping people, within my own client set. And so that planning and process and systems were put in place retrospectively, which isn't an ideal way to go about it. So try and set this up from the start. And some of the things you can think about is think about your goals as a business and try and align those with the goals that you have with your podcast. Often when podcasts don't work or content marketing doesn't work, it's when the business goals that you have as an organization don't tally with the content you're producing and your content marketing goals. So podcasting within content marketing, just think about the aims of what you want to do, and think of yourself as a professional publisher and what you want to get out of that podcast from the outset. So for most people, until you've started building that audience, more brand awareness is as good a place as any until you start to build up more listeners. So to start off with, just try and get all your ducks in a row in terms of your goals within your podcast itself, and align those to your business goals. And then think about documenting the process, writing it down, say, okay, we are going to use our podcast in the outset to build our online brand awareness and to start a discourse with our clients in this specific area or this product area, whatever it is you want to do. And then we're going to run a weekly interview show or a monthly interview show. And this is the exact members of our team, or this is the exact outsourced team we're going to use to do different stages of that. And just, write it down. It need only be, a single sheet of paper or something like that, but document that from the start. And as we know, with all content marketing, if you document these things, you get better results. So I mentioned my team there. I'd like to just drop a link in. Obviously no affiliate things going here, or audioadrenalinstudio.com. They're in the States, but they provide a great service if you're a small business just starting up and you want someone to outsource that editing process, because editing, I think I did the first sort of 45 or so 43 podcasts myself, and you can over edit. And I was talking to Simon Dinant about this, who you're having on, I think later on today, in a podcast we did together. And one of the rookie mistakes that I made was spent loads and loads of time, editing these podcasts, all the ums and ers, and some of them retrospectively do get a bit sort of like two robots talking to each other. And you've got to let it flow. And sometimes people, do say things that they don't mean to say. And unless it's a massive blooper, if it's in their natural conversation, keep that flow going. Doesn't mean you shouldn't have a structure, but, try not to read too much, have notes. I've got some just bullet point notes here that I'm going through, but I'm kind of talking around the different subjects that I've got written down here. And that's a good way of going about it. Okay, so goals, planning and mindset. That was number one, sort of setting things up, documenting things from the start, and just getting started with it. Another thing that I'd recommend doing from the start, if you want to start building out that trust and authority, it is a good idea to tie it in some way with a mechanism that can help you extend and nurture that trust and authority. And by that, I mean, try and get people onto your email list. Notoriously hard to do with podcasts until you build up an audience. However, if we're talking about the extremely targeted and specific nature of podcast listeners. One of the things I wish I'd done sooner, which I've now experimented with, which was very useful, was setting up a sort of non-pushy direct URL or landing page, that goes through to a landing page in your podcast to drive people back to your site and onto your email list. So most small shows aren't going to get sponsors. Mine's too small for sponsorship. However, if I say to people, as well as obviously all the things of giving the guest a heads up on where you can go and find the guest material, it doesn't hurt to just say, look, for content marketing training and tips and resources, go to xyz.com/special URL that you can then monitor to see how many people have come from that podcast or your podcast in general to go onto your email list. And why this is so important is that it's very hard to build trust and authority on a one-er, just on that one touch point. So then you can get back to these people, even if it's only 10 people from a show or 5 people or however many it is, and nurture that relationship with them. Also, there's another thing. I did a podcast recently with a great guy from Virtual Valley in the UK, another great podcaster from $0 to $4 million startup, a guy called Tom Hunt. And he's just started experimenting, not something I've done yet, but I'm going to, having spoken to Tom, with a service called Lead Digits from Lead Pages. And this is one where you can add in a text number. So you text in and it asks you to join an email list. So you can get a specific call to action from that specific podcast to help you build your list and then nurture that relationship, which builds your trust and authority. So I know you look at some of these stats earlier on, but UK stats that I've dug out, 30.
I think we've lost your audio there. Is it just me? Anyone else want to post a comment to let us know? Not just me. Your audio's died. What happened? Did the mic... how strange. It was all going swimmingly. Stopped working. Loz, your mic seems to have given up. I don't know if you can... whether it's the connection. Otherwise, yeah, Annie is giving a great tip there. Refresh and come back. Refresh and come back. So just hop out for a second. Yeah. Hang on. I've got a card for that. Let me sort the card out for that. We have got a card for when that happens.
Hello.
And Isabella came in. Fantastic.
Isabella came in. I thought I'm going to hop in and see. Oh, and look, Les is calling as well.
There we go.
Loz. There we go.
Back again. Can you hear me?
Hey!
Yes, I didn't even need the card, but that's what I would show to you anyway.
Oh, okay. There we go. Right. Okay.
Hop back out.
I think that was my fault. I got overexcited. Right.
Really good quality stuff, Loz, and we got 5 more minutes to power through and then get into some questions.
Okay. Brilliant. Right. Consider the lead digit signups in your podcast, because that's a really good way of getting direct click-through rates on there. UK stats show that there's about 36% of people listen on smartphones, 30% on digital music players, 8% on tablets, only 16% on laptops and desktops. So think about that. Really important. Mindset. I'm going to race through this to get it all in, to give you some value bombs, as they say in the States. Realize that this isn't going to happen overnight. You have to keep going even when you don't feel like it. But just remember that each podcast that you publish is putting you one step ahead of your competitors, and try and get that roster of shows in the can so that you can promote them beforehand, get them out there and try and get on that new and noteworthy on iTunes, because it's something I regret not doing. Think about your branding in terms of your audio branding and how that ties in with your business branding. Don't go on. So that you can record a good quality audio and avoid things like echo and stuff like that with all your soft furnishings and the stuff that Mike's got in the background there. I've got a guard on my mic, and another really good piece of advice would be don't kick out your podcast mic lead halfway through a call like I just did. And make sure as well that you present your podcast very well on your site. I use the Blurberry plugin, which has a great subscription widget you can put in your sidebars. And another thing from the Smart Podcast Player, Pat Flynn's Smart Podcast Player, which is also a great way of getting people to sign up to the show. And then also talking about documenting things is promotion strategies as well. Make sure you have a promotion strategy in place, documented for each show, so you can just put that on Rails as well. Okay, I've got about sort of 3 minutes. I'm just going to race through a couple of other sections that I think are really important. Booking guests and sort of show structure, really important that for an interview format especially, people say to me, how do you get good guests? And the secret is I just ask them. Literally, I have a nice email in place. I interact with them online first. I then comment on their blogs. I create a sort of discourse between us, and then I send them a simple email asking them all about this, saying I've been following you online. I've checked you out, and I'd like to discuss X, Y, Z. These are some of the people that come on in the past, and then I send them a schedule once formal introduction, which is an app that syncs into iCal and Google Cal, and that makes you look professional and also increases the rates of people coming on. We're talking as well about having the framework there. I sort of riff around bullet pointed questions so that it appears to flow naturally. So my general structure is I'll have the guest introduction like Mike did at the beginning, then a bit of guest backstory, general overview of the subject and any benefits that's given to the guest of doing it, then sort of 5 or 6 in-depth questions that outline the subject step by step, like I'm doing, to give you some action steps, and then a general wrap-up question and sort of where we can find the guest online. And then I do a sort of not so secret sauce bit where I ask people what I call a PS question, where they give an advanced tip at the end. And often those answers, when they're really relaxed, I get some of the best content that way at the end. And it also encourages people to listen to the show all the way through, because you can advertise you want to catch this tip at the end, which is a good one. So just let it flow. Just invite people on and present it all well, and you should have the basis of a good format for your interviews and your show. And just quickly to follow up there before the questions, to finish up, presentation and confidence. Now look, I said I was nervous before here. I came on here, and I've got a background in journalism. I've done live broadcasts on BBC Radio and stuff, and you will get nervous, but I think being yourself is very important, and you're at the heart of your business, and that's why podcasting is so potent and so powerful. People buy from you ultimately, and you're giving them direct, intimate access to you and what you believe in and what you can help them with in terms of your products and services and everything else. So connecting with people, providing them with this free, high quality information is something, that people, in the big scheme of things, if you're doing it in a genuine way, that process of giving away free information is valued by the listener, and they reciprocate that transaction with the trust and authority that you're trying to build within your business. And that leaves a lasting legacy for your brand and business that you can then build on in future. Most people respond very well if you're trying to be genuinely helpful to them. And as I said at the beginning, being the brand that is known for answering client questions and providing value in that way will really set you apart from your competitors. And there's no better way of doing that than through podcasting. And I just got one sort of final thing to illustrate that before we go on to the Q&A. Podcasting's fun more than anything else. It's really great for me to take some time out of my client work today to do this and to chat to everyone. And I really enjoy it. But a little story illustrates the power of podcasting, why it's good to keep on with it. About a year ago in my podcast, I had a bit of a wobble and I hadn't been that prolific with it. I hadn't become John Lee Dumas and taken my standings to the top of the iTunes chart and become a millionaire from it and everything else. So But I just published a podcast I was really proud of with John Morrow. It's episode 20, if you want to go and have a listen to it, the Content Champion podcast. And despite initial downloads in the hundreds, I was sort of getting a bit fed up thinking, what's the value in this? Convinced myself no one was listening. And I'd had a couple of sort of real ales. It's about 10 o'clock at night. And I thought, I'll just switch off my iPhone, check my emails once before I switch off and go to bed. And I'd got an email from a British listener called Richard Paget, who now lives in Australia and was building his business online on the other side of the world. And Richard said to me, and I quote, "Just wanted to let you know how much I enjoy your podcast. You obviously put a lot of time and effort into it. Great guests, great insights. In particular, the interview you did with John Morrow was superb. You got a lot of information from him that I hadn't heard before. I truly wanted to thank you for providing such a valuable resource. I genuinely appreciate the work you're doing, and you've already helped me a great deal." And this just knocked me sideways. And actually, it's probably the real ale, but I had a little tear in my eye because I thought, look, I am actually helping people here. This is something I've got to keep going with. And I've since received dozens and dozens of emails like this. So this is what I want to take away from what I've been talking about today before we go into the Q&A. If you use podcasting to build trust and authority in the ways we've described, and always try to genuinely help people, your brand will become known for this online, and you'll put yourself miles ahead of your competitors in the long run. Yes, it's hard work, and yes, we need to be that word consistent again, but the benefits of podcasting and building that online authority are worth it 100%. So go for it. And that's really what I've got to say today. And I'd love to answer some of your questions now.
That's awesome. Let's prop it up for Loz. Give him loads of props like that. If you're watching on Blab right now, that was epic and very inspiring and encouraging. Particularly somebody who's maybe at the start of their journey with podcasting. Listening to that, I think, will be extremely encouraging. So, Loz, we've got tons of questions. Let's get straight into them. Amy Stevenson 1 has said, "The problem I have is converting people to listen. They still don't understand podcasting. Once they listen, they are loyal. Have you got any ideas of getting over that hurdle of what's a podcast?"
Blimey. Okay. So I think the key to that is it's about the coherence and the general content marketing process that you're going through. And I don't understand in terms of the specific the specific content marketing your process that you're following, but it is an education sell. Why should people listen? And I think there's 4 million podcast listeners in a month, every month in the UK at the moment. But it comes down to, I'm afraid, promotion. And that comes down to an extension, content marketing. So like I say, I get people to come to my podcast by continually tweeting about it. Think of innovative ways like that Crowdfire app to get them to listen. Just give them a little nudge, constantly, consistently, nudge, nudge, nudge. Go and listen to this, see what you think. Try out this episode. I did at the beginning of my podcast, one of my giveaways on my blog was I took lots of what I call the PS questions, and I did a little short free audio giveaway of top 10 PS questions answered by authorities in the content marketing space. And that was a free download, but then it encouraged people to go and listen to the podcast. It isn't easy building an audience, but as I say, the results are exponential. So just use all the tools in your arsenal to find out where your audience are hanging out online already in terms of the content marketing process, and then work out what you want to achieve from your podcast, where it fits into that, and then promote the hell out of it. And that is, I'm afraid, it isn't a case of like any other piece of content. It isn't that Field of Dreams things, that Kevin Costner thing, build it and they will come. They won't necessarily, even with all the other platforms that you've got, unless you can promote it. So that would be my advice, is keep the promotion going.
Cool. That's a really good answer. I think Amy is trying to call in, actually, and if the tech will allow us, and if Amy does connect, we will take questions in this fashion. I'd love to do that throughout the whole marathon during this Q&A period. If anyone wants to call in and actually ask Loz or any of the guests a question directly, feel free to do that. I can see Amy's not connecting at the moment, so let's move on to Radio Skills, who says it's interesting what you said about being consistent. And Kevin there is wondering if there's a different path to growth between podcasting every week to maybe creating a series or a season. He just comments on it as being an interesting area. I mean, what are your thoughts on that, Loz?
One of the things I'm thinking of doing actually on Content Champion is because I've got the existing audience, but you could do this if you didn't. I was actually thinking of doing some free course-like materials as a podcast, where I do a video podcast, a piece to camera, if you like, you call it in the industry, where we talk about a specific part of the content marketing process. So, for example, it might be starting off with defining your business goals and then how those apply to content marketing, et cetera, but have a pre-planned, like you say, course in place where you're going to cover a certain amount of information, maybe a 10-part series on that process of content marketing in 20 steps or 10 steps, whatever it will be, and then have a download from that, which is a checklist or a spreadsheet to fill in on the blog. So you could podcast and do a sort of video audio podcast in a sort of course format that has a defined time, and you don't then need to put that onto iTunes, because they do expect, and the whole iTunes process works on a consistent podcast basis, but you could put that on something like SoundCloud, or you could host it on your host it in another way on your blog and provide value that way. And then you could do sort of like audio courses in that sense, or even, which is something I'm doing at the moment, putting some podcast material in a gated area on my site. So like I was talking about flexibility, there's tons of ways you can use podcasts. Doing a consistent weekly or monthly or bi-monthly show on iTunes is just one of them. They can be used in any number of ways at different stages of the sales funnel, if you're looking at it in that way. So I hope that answers the question. It's a great idea, though.
Very interesting indeed. I can see we've got a call here. Let's see whether we can accept that. And we can. Kevin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, Kevin.
Hello. How you doing?
Very well, thank you. You well?
Yeah, not too bad, not too bad. It was really interesting, your comment. The reason my question earlier was it's linked to very much Radio Skills for Podcasters. My podcast is a series, and we'll have a several series of that podcast doing different things. And I know that Colin Gray advocates series podcasts. And I wondered, from your experience, you earlier on you mentioned that you regularly podcast. You're doing it, non-stop. Do you think there's a difference in aggregating audience from having a podcast that's just a series as Colin and I will do, compared to maybe you and the John Lee Dumas of this world who are there non-stop?
Well, thanks for putting me in the same sentence as John Lee Dumas. Props for that. In my experience, when I stopped podcasting regularly, my listenership started to fall because of the platforms that I choose to publish through. So because I was on Stitcher and iTunes, and I was on the BlackBerry Network, another one, Zune, which I think is defunct now, I noticed across those platforms, my audience fell when I didn't produce. I don't know whether it's algorithmic or audience expectation, because you are becoming that publisher. As you say, you're meeting an expectation of regular content, and people then get used to that. And you're kind of training an audience, which is why we obviously have radio and TV shows that are consistently scheduled. So I think there is something to be said for the consistent scheduling line of argument. And the only thing I haven't actually, I'm building some at the moment, exactly what you're talking about, some audio-based sort of almost like courses that are standalone, but they won't be on iTunes in that context, because I don't think that ongoing rolling consistent format would work in that context. So just from my experience, when I haven't been consistent, it's definitely, the audience has definitely fallen. I think that's because they're expecting something that doesn't come.
Can I chip in with another question that kind of links to that, because it's all content, as you know, that's your thing, content champion, and it's something that I've been talking with a fair few people about recently, and that's the innovation and future of podcast. The word podcast itself, interesting, the podcast pod host and all that in the background there with Matthew, but the question is, what's the future? So talking with people, radio people, and people who make video, it's content. In other words, the future is, it's not necessarily radio, it's not necessarily podcast. So it's audio, it's TV, it's video. And funny enough, I went to several conferences last year. Mike was at one of those conferences where they said audio's the new digital, and we sat there going, yes, brilliant. I went to another conference a few weeks later. There was a TV podcast, and they were saying video's the new digital. It's all saying the same thing, but for their own area. And perhaps they're wrong. Perhaps the new digital is the platforms that we consume it on, but what we provide and what can maybe sift between each, or we, give you an example. I watched a lot of stuff on Netflix. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I can stop that on my lovely little iPad here, and I can go and watch it on my TV, or I can go and watch it on my phone, and I can pick it up exactly where I left off.
Yeah.
I would love to be able to say you had a video and podcast and all that together. I'd love to be able to watch it on one platform and then go off and do it on something else, and it'll be something different. It might be, for example, I don't know, it might be the video I'm watching on my iPad, but I go to my mobile and I just listen to the audio instead, but it picks it up exactly where it left off. That's what I'm sort of talking about, the future of content.
So you're talking really about a multi-platform, flexible audio app or something like that can enable you to do that. The technology behind that, I should imagine, is approaching with all the stuff we've got now. There's lots of different platforms that we can use for this. But I'd say, just with my content marketing hat on, podcasting is a fantastic thing to do, and audio content. Like you say, the next big shiny object, the next thing is video podcasting, the next thing is guest blogging, the next thing is link building, the next thing is on-page SEO, whatever it is, it all has to be done within the context of a strategic plan of what you want to achieve in terms of your business with your content marketing. And I think a podcast fits into that if it's right for your audience and your product and your services. I've got clients where podcasts would just be patently not the right thing to do, but I've got many others where it is. So I think it's a case of looking at your individual circumstance and fitting the media to the message, and those messages, how they're delivered, is kind of changing the game. And obviously we've gone from this prescriptive model of watch these 4 channels, or 3 when I was younger, BBC One, BBC Two and ITV. You take what you're given in this sort of Reithian, BBC sense of prescriptive media. But now we're moving on to not only you choose, as you say, what you want to consume, and there's many more publishers out there, but the technology is determining how you consume that. And the sort of app you're talking about is fascinating, and it's probably going to happen. So you're on a multi-platform, mobile access to different types of media, but the message, and this is the important thing I think for businesses listening who want a podcast, the message has to be strategic. Otherwise that could quickly become nonsensical, if you see what I mean. Do you see my point?
Thank you, Lars. Thank you, Kevin. I think we're going to squeeze in maybe 1 or 2 more questions before we get onto the Yap Audio guys. Matthew McLean and Robert Cudmore, they're coming up next at 1 o'clock BST. So how about this for you, Lars? Craig would like to know, what is a sales qualified lead?
Okay, a sales qualified lead is when you've taken the lead through basically through the objections and the pre-sales process to a lead that is of good enough quality in terms of its qualification to be passed to your sales team. So a lot of what we're doing with content marketing is producing marketing qualified leads. So through our top of funnel and middle of funnel, getting people interested in our blog or our podcast or whatever, engaged through that, driving them into some sort of interaction with our brand, whether it's signing up for our mailing list, whatever, and then nurturing that relationship to the point where we can really, in a very simplest sense, take that lead, having all the objections and the stage they're at within the sales process, and hand it to a salesperson and say, if you phone them up, they're hot to buy, which is the end of the sales funnel. So the difference between marketing and sales qualified leads.
I love it. And you did mention a couple of resources as well. In particular, Ian Ferrara is inquiring, what was the graphic tool you mentioned? Is that Canva?
Oh, that's canva.com, which is brilliant.
And I think you dropped a couple of other useful resources. There was an audio something for producing your show. What was that?
That was audioadrenalinestudio.com.
We need show notes.
yeah, we need 36-hour show notes. That'd be some read.
Yeah. Well, Loz, it's been fantastic. So we're just coming into the last few minutes now, so we're going to wrap up in just a moment. But I think it's very important that people know where to find you, and I'm actually glad that I found you through our mutual friend Simon Dununt, who's on later on. So
it's 8 o'clock, isn't he?
Yes, he is, much later. So so really fantastic session. So people who are interested in what you do, where can they head to, and how can they subscribe to your podcast?
go to contentchampion.com and you'll find all the information there about subscribing to the podcast. And also, I'm going to cover a lot of this stuff in my new academy, which is launching soon, contentchampion.com/academy, where you can sign up for early bird list for that.
Awesome. Lars, thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. I wish you all the best of luck with this. It's fantastic. I could do another couple of hours, I reckon, on the amount of coffee I've had already, but I wish you all the best because this is a fantastic endeavour.
No coffee
fantastic
yet.
endeavour.
I'm going to do a quick Snapchat. I have just been talking to Lars. He's the content champion at contentchampion.com. Coming up next, audio, drama and fiction podcasting at the UK Podcasters Conference. Okay, so there we go. That is hour 3. Third hour is done and dusted behind us. We've got 33 more hours to go. And a huge thanks to the sponsors. We've got Spreaker, who are live streaming this as an audio podcast as well, if you don't want to watch or interact with the video. We've also got Anchor, Music Radio Creative, and New Media Europe as well. Now, I must remind you that Spreaker are giving away a free month of podcast hosting. If you want to give them a go and do it for free, all you need to do is share what you are tuned into right now. So wherever that is, if you're on Blab, if you're on Periscope, if you're on Spreaker, if you're on YouTube or Facebook Live, just share it out to your friends, to your network, and let's shine the spotlight really bright for the next 33 hours on the independent podcasters. And you'll have a chance to win, if you hashtag UKPod, a free month of Spreaker hosting. We're going to be giving away one in an hour from now, so share right now, and within an hour you could have that prize. And I'd be really excited to see you at New Media Europe in June. We've got some workshops, sessions designed with the opportunity for you to grow as a podcaster. And it'd just be nice to have a cup of coffee there as well. We've got a £70 discount on right now. If you go over to newmediaeurope.com/now, you will get all the details. newmediaeurope.com/now. So we're coming up to 1 o'clock British Summer Time. I'm Mike Russell. I'm the co-founder of UK Podcasters, also of the New Media Europe Conference. If you've just found us and just tuned into this, I'm really thrilled to have you watching right now. And we're making a bit of history here today for the next 33 hours doing this marathon podcast. Podcasting is growing in the UK. It's getting bigger and bigger, and we can already see amazing names in the chat on Blab and watching as well right now. But we want to spread it to a bigger audience. In the UK, the BBC, The Guardian have done a great job of creating well-known podcasts, but we want to shine the spotlight on the independent content creators, and I think you're especially going to like our next 2 guests who are creating amazing content. So just to remind you, it's a 36-hour non-stop broadcast. I'm joined by 36 different incredible podcasters from all over the UK, working in all different aspects of podcasting. We're covering everything from coming up next. We've got an exciting talk on audio drama and fiction podcasting. We've got debatable topics, everything to get you interested and excited. And it doesn't end. This is non-stop until 10 p.m. on Friday evening. We're live on Blab, on Facebook Live, on Periscope, on Spreaker, on YouTube, and also I'm providing hourly updates on Snapchat and the Anchor app as well. Making true history. It's never been done before, so please head over to ukpodcasters.com/live and share this with your friends so we can all make this a huge success. So thank you to all our supporters, and now let's get on to Hour 4, where I'm joined by the fantastic Matthew and Robert, otherwise known as Yap Audio Production. They're audio drama creators. They're from Fife in Scotland. As well as making their own audio dramas, they also run an audio drama production podcast, which I'm a regular listener to, also been a guest on. I really love the podcast, and they won a UK Podcast Award in 2015. Last year, Matthew was hired by Colin Gray, who's over in the chat if you're here in Blab, as the podcasthost.com's head of audio production. And Robert has recently joined the company too as content manager. In other words, things are really growing for you guys. How are you feeling?
Yeah, we're just recovering from the hostile takeover from the podcast host. He's liquidated Yap Audio and he's huge company. So here we are. But great to be here, Mike, and you're
good to have you.
Fresh.
Yeah.
At this moment, you'll see the stubble will be growing later on.
Yeah, you'll look like Brian Blessed by the end of this, I'm sure.
So what do you guys got for us?
Well, a wee talk on fiction podcasting, audio production, audio drama production even. So I suppose to kick us off, it's interesting. that we kind of find ourselves in a sort of position of authority on this subject, because we really haven't been doing it too long. When we got into producing audio drama about 6 years ago, it was, Robert, wasn't it?
Yeah, we're coming up to 6 years this year.
And we began because we discovered a show called We're Alive, and we were at college at the time, and we decided that this was an exciting medium. It was a serialized zombie story, and when we went back to college after the summer, I said to Robert, "You need to check this show out. It's brilliant." And we were recording and editing audio at a very basic level at that point, and we decided to create our own audio drama. So we did that. And over the next couple of years, we kind of put the modest knowledge that we had together and put that show out. And after a few years, when we were really, really getting into podcasting as a medium, decided to make a podcast about making audio drama. And this wasn't designed to be from a position of extreme authority. We weren't trying to be like these great experts. We just wanted to put a podcast out there to talk about the things we'd learned, because we found as well it was difficult for us to figure things out, and we had to ask questions of people privately, but there wasn't really a public repository of knowledge. So we started to put all that together in podcast form, and it was a great opportunity as well to interview people that were in a much more experienced position than we were. And over time, the podcast built up and got a good reputation, and now we're really thriving from it. We've probably learned more than our listeners have, I think, by running this podcast, and it's got a great community around it. We've discovered a lot of shows through it, and it's an exciting time for audio drama and fiction podcasting at the moment.
Yeah, and it's definitely the ethos of the podcast. We're shooting best practice. We're not lecturing to people. We're not teaching them everything from scratch. We're all making it up as we go along, winging, and that's what's great about it. We really are learning as much, if not more, than everyone else.
So some of the big podcasts out there at the moment, I mean, we've already mentioned We're Alive, and that's a show that started way back in 2009, but some of the shows that the viewers here might be familiar with, there's of course Welcome to Night Vale, which has amassed millions and millions of downloads. More recently, we've seen shows like The Black Tapes, Limetown, and Tumen Bay is one that Colin and I at the podcast host have been listening to recently. So that was produced in the UK, and it's been compared to a sort of Game of Thrones in audio drama form. That's set in ancient Egypt, and it's just a phenomenal show. And that only scratches the surface. There are so many great shows out there, new shows as well. And like I say, it's just an exciting time. The medium's going from strength to strength, and it's a fantastic platform for people to get involved in. In the past, if you wanted to tell a story, you could either write a book or you could make a film. Not many people have the budget to go out and make a film. And writing a book's a difficult thing. And of course, you've got to find readers. When someone's reading your book, that's literally the only thing that they're doing at that point, is just reading your book. So you've got to compete with all these other authors, dead or alive. If you make an audio drama, you're getting your story out there. You could tell any story you want. You could set it anywhere, anytime, and you could entertain people on their commute, just the same as podcasting. So they could be doing two things at once. And it's just a fantastic way to, I mean, who doesn't want to get a story out there, tell their stories, and build an audience and a fan base around it?
What can I add to that? Yeah. One thing I have noticed, that especially in the US, people are building on a rich history of old-time radio, and they're continuing on with that. And there's a lot of nostalgia around that. We didn't have that particularly. We just simply wanted to tell a story. We shared a love, Matthew and I, for post-apocalyptia, movies, books, computer games, and we thought, hey, yeah, why don't we write our own story? And we were doing radio at college, so yeah, it just seemed obvious. We'll do an audio drama, and we feel like we're on the ground floor and winging it like everyone else, as I say.
One of the big pieces of news this week and of the last few weeks as well, I mentioned the show We're Alive, and you know, it's a bit of an ongoing joke at the audio drama production podcast in our community that this is a show, along with another show, Edict Zero, that Robert and I do reference all the time, and it's only because it's such a great show, and you know, it's well written, it's well produced, it's well acted. So We're Alive actually finished as an ongoing serial quite recently, and they'll return, it's either this week or next week, with their next installment, which is called Lockdown, and it promises to be an absolute feast of audio. It's just, I know it's going to be absolutely fantastic. And on top of that, the writer and producer of We're Alive, Casey Wayland, it was in the news recently that he's going to be working on another audio drama podcast with Lawrence Fishburne. So you could see that very important people in the entertainment industry are now looking at this as a really good way to get content out there. I think people are realising now that you maybe don't need to make a TV show, you don't have to make a film, and working in audio is so much better. The biggest CGI budget in the world couldn't compete with audio, because you could paint any scene, you could create any picture at all in the mind of your listener, and it's a lot more powerful as well, because your imagination is naturally more powerful than something that you'll just be shown on screen. If you're hearing a footstep or a creak in a moment of suspense, your imagination could conjure up the most horrific pictures, and that could really tug on the strings of people. I think that's why it's such a powerful medium. Film is great, but it's spoon feeding you your story. You're just sitting back watching it. But with audio, you're painting the pictures of these characters, these settings, everything that's taking place. You're working with the audio drama creator to build the picture of that story, and I think that's why it makes it such an engaging medium.
Yeah, what do I say? You're doing very well, Matthew. You're covering all the points.
Well, here's something for the people watching then, because we've been working on a series of articles here at the Podcast Host. The great thing about working with Colin is that he does encourage us to keep putting out a lot of content about fiction podcasts and audio drama. So we decided to do a series of articles on how to make your own fiction podcast, because it's not the case that you need to be a highly skilled audio producer to do something like this. In fact, Robert, if we look at some of the more recent sort of popular fiction podcasts, we see the sort of docudrama or fictional documentary shows, don't we? You know, the Black Tapes and Limetown. Not to say these shows aren't very well produced, they are, but it's a lot different from producing an audio drama, isn't it?
Yeah, like we're more focused, or have been, on the full cinematic experience. Very little narration, huge production when it comes to sound effects, music, ambience, and it's basically the movie for your mind thing. Whereas we've seen the kind of podcasts, the fiction podcasts that really have been taken off, as Matthew says, are the ones like Serial, the Limetown, the Black Tapes podcast, and that kind of thing. And I wonder if that's because that's what people in general are more used to when it comes to audio. They're used to that kind of documentary style, things like NPR and the BBC here, you know. So I wonder if we're going to see a transition, rather than trying to force these cinematic masterpieces onto people. We're going to have to ease them in gently over the next couple of years.
Yeah, I think you mentioned Serial. It's obviously not an audio drama. It's not a fiction podcast. And again, you know, I know it was getting a bit tedious in the world of podcasting, because every single article you opened up, it would start with, following the popularity of Serial. That was just the stock opening sentence for any article about podcasting. But we can't deny the impact that it had, especially outside of podcasting, to people who weren't listening to podcasts. And these, like you say, Robert, these very easy to follow stories. Because let's not forget that audio fiction, in a sense, although people will often talk about listening to tapes and things like that when they were young, you know, going to sleep, humans have been away from audio fiction in the mainstream for a lot of years because radio drama in its older sense died out. And this reintroduction, you know, it can be a bit jarring for people to jump straight into this, like you said, a big masterpiece. With these shows like Limetown and the Black Tapes, just very easy to follow, narrative, and you get right into the story straight away. And I think that's, aside for them obviously being very well written, telling very engaging stories, that's why they're seeing this success. But I think it's a great gateway to audio drama, which is, of course, our main passion in the medium.
Yeah, it's just a case of looking to see what the public want and trying to act accordingly in some cases, I guess, although there will be people that just make their own thing regardless.
So let's just take a wee look then at some of the story formats that you might choose to tell. If you want to make a fiction podcast, you don't necessarily have to make a fully produced audio drama. At its most basic form, what you could do is write some short stories, write a novel or a novelette, and just narrate them and put them out as podcasts. Of course, a really famous example of somebody doing this was Scott Sigler, who, I'm going to get this wrong now, did he pip J.K. Rowling to #1 in the Amazon charts because of this? I think he did. And I think I put that in an article, but I don't have it to hand. So Scott Sigler, basically, he wrote novels and he narrated them. He was a good narrator, and he podcasted them, and he built a massive fan base. So yeah, I think audiobooks was the term back in the day, which is still used. So that's the option at the very start, and that's no harder to do on a production scale than just your standard podcast. You just need a USB microphone and Audacity and a media host, and you're up and running. And then we look at, going one step ahead of that is the dramatized audiobook. So you might tailor your book in a way that different characters are going to be having a lot of dialogue, and then you can get actors to play the roles of these characters. But of course, you've still got the safety net, if you like, of it being a book. It's being narrated to you. Characters are cutting in and out, and you could gently sort of bring in some music and sound effects as well, as long as they're not too intrusive. Robert, I think, have you been listening to it as well? The Witch Hunter, the recent Witch Hunter offering, which is I've been thoroughly enjoying. That's from Audio Epics out in Belgium.
This is what I think. It's on my list. I'm going to get around to it.
The list.
Yeah.
And of course,
that's the problem. I just want to say that's the problem with the audio drama world. There's so much content to get to that it's a bit of a struggle, But it's a good problem to have.
The other one that we've mentioned, of course, the fictional documentary. So if you want to tell a story in a sort of documentary form, it's just basically coming up with some sort of mystery. You're probably wanting to create a fictional team of journalists or podcasters. You've either deliberately or accidentally found this subject matter, this mystery or intrigue, and you want to solve it. And your podcast episodes are basically going to be in a documentary form. So you could be recording Skype interviews, you could be recording conversations with people just by sitting at a Zoom recorder on the table. So although these shows are pretty difficult to write, because you've got to be keeping the audience wanting the next episode, you can't just solve the mystery in the first episode or your show's gone. The production, the recording isn't going to be so difficult. Again, if you've been podcasting already, you've done Skype interviews, you've done location interviews, you don't need a lot of expensive gear to create a show like this. But I would say you do have to be a pretty good writer. And again, Robert and I's favourite, the audio drama. This is where you're going to record actors, record them having conversations, record the action that's going to be taking place, and then layering it with sound effects and music and ambience. And you can go as shallow or as deep as you like with production. So some people, some of our favourite shows, there's no sound that's unaccounted for in there. Whereas you get other shows that are really quite minimalist, and they leave it a lot to the listener's imagination to fill in the blanks. They maybe don't need that coat zipping up or car door closing or things like that. I would say there's no right or wrong answer there. It's just a creative preference. But Robert, we err towards the really highly produced stuff, don't we?
In terms of production or enjoying it?
Yeah, just the depth of the soundscapes. I mean, I really do like a rich soundscape where just everything's in there. I like to listen on a good pair of headphones when I can as well, which isn't always possible, but...
Yeah. Oh no, I definitely think there's room for them all. I mean, I would like to see more audiobooks that are made into dramatization, where you've got the narrator, but then anytime that you've got character speaking, you've actually got the dialogue and just that minimal amount of ambience or the odd bit of sound, like a sword being taken in or something. But yeah, there's definitely room for them all, certainly.
The next thing I think you have to think about when you want to create an audio drama or a fiction podcast is your story structure. So what kind of story do you want to tell and how do you want to tell it? And regardless of that, one of the most important things is to hook the audience early with a story. There was a great quote, and if I was at all organised, I'd have had it to hand. It was by Tim Crook, who wrote the Radio Drama Theory and Practice book. And it was basically about not giving your audience this comfy pillow when the story opens. So you want to find a really exciting part of your story and drop your listener into that and really get them thinking, what's happening here? This sounds exciting. I want to know what happens next. It doesn't have to be in a linear form. So we talked about this on a previous episode of the Audio Drama Production podcast, Robert. We were given some potential examples, and say we were doing some sort of big sprawling fantasy show. We might start the show with this big battle taking place. You know, there's some action, maybe somebody gets killed or something like that. And then you would take the story back to some guy in his house. You know, you don't have to tell it in a linear form. You could actually start the story with the very end of your story just to hook the audience and then bring them back. And then you can begin your story. Because if you just drop somebody into someone's front room and they're sitting, you know, talking over a beer, it's not going to be exciting enough. You don't have very long to capture your listeners' attention, and if you don't do that quickly, they're going to switch off. It's just the same as any other podcast. The other thing to consider is story arcs, Robert. So this is something that we talked about quite recently as well, isn't it?
That's right, yeah. And just going back to the opening, Steve Schneider in Boston and I, we're writing Valentine. We were inspired by the popular TV series Breaking Bad. In their intros, they always have a snippet of something going on. You can't quite tell what it is you're even looking at. Or it's a spinning wheel or something, some squeaking noise, and it becomes apparent later on, you know, exactly what's happened, and then you'd see the backstory and everything. And we were inspired by that to come up with storylines where you might have something at the beginning and you don't exactly know what's going on. You're dropped in the middle, and it's only later on in that episode, or maybe even another episode, exactly what the whole hero's going on about. But back to what you were saying about story arcs. Yeah, we've covered that a few times in the audio drama production podcast. Little plug there. Yeah, there's no right or wrong answer. There's good examples to go from, but we've experimented a few times with different arcs or different styles, if you like.
So writing for audio, that's a bit of a skill when you start to write your story, because you've got no visuals. So immediately one of the big dilemmas, maybe not a dilemma, but a creative choice that a writer's going to face early on is how much narration am I actually going to use? Because there's a few different camps in audio drama. There's camps who say, you know, we're purists, we don't want to see any narration. And I think in the past, Robert and I have kind of erred on that side of the fence, trying to avoid narration because it can be used as a crutch. You know, if you're allowing yourself this disembodied voice to just fill in the blanks for you, it's almost like it's encouraging you not to get creative when you have to tell specific parts of your story. So bring in your narrator. I think it's a good idea to have at least some light narration in your story, just to guide the listener through it. Like I say, not everyone's tuned into listening to audio drama just yet, so making it easier for your audience is quite important. So bringing your narrator into the story as a character is always a good idea. Again, I'm going to reference We're Alive. They used very well the technique of the characters in the story were writing their journals. So what they were able to do was cut in and out of these little sections of narration where a character would basically be reading or writing a journal entry, and that would allow then particularly hard to execute scenes in audio. They would have this just light narration. So there was a scene where somebody got stabbed from a distance, and the character was able to talk the listener through what was happening. So again, it's just about being creative with these sort of things. I definitely advise bringing the narrator into the story, though, rather than being a disembodied voice, and not relying on it too much as well, because you want to get creative in the ways that you tell your story.
Yeah, back in the day, we were always saying, oh, hang on. Can you hear me now? Sorry, I muted it. Yes. Back in the day, we always said, no, we don't need to do narration. We're not going to do it. Nowadays, especially with Valentine, when we're writing an entirely new universe, it's hard to convey absolutely everything with just sound or people talking about it. So, yeah, we've got that new hat with the yellow ribbon on it. That looks really nice. And I bought it for £99. And you just can't do that, you know. So sometimes a little bit of narration is actually okay. And we've started to use narration here and there, just a basic amount. Scene changes, that kind of thing, or even what the character's seeing, and then you're in their head and saying, I looked ahead and I realised there was only one way out, and that was through a sword fight. That's twice I've written swords. It's not all about. But yeah, we're less, about keeping narration out, and we're actually trying to use it a bit more.
Yeah, another thing that comes up when you're writing for audio is the question of talking heads. So it's very tempting when you begin writing audio drama to establish a lot of the plot details that's going on by sticking two characters in a room and letting them talk at each other. So one character does this huge presentation, lots of expositional dialogue, explains what's going on, and the other character stands and listens, and then they finish talking, and the other person cuts in and they have a big presentation as well. So there's two things that come up here. One is the skill, if you like, the skill that you'll learn through practicing of writing good natural sounding dialogue, which we'll get to in just a second. The talking heads thing, the point here is that can your characters go and do something rather than stand in a room talking to each other? So could they be driving somewhere? Could they go and fix something? Basically, there's going to be things that need done in your story world. Your characters aren't just going to always be standing in a room talking. So you have to find things. You don't have to, it's up to you writing the story, but I'd advise certainly that you look for things that your characters can go and do whilst they're having these conversations. It's kind of like, I always laugh at the X-Files, which came back on the TV recently, and Mulder and Scully have drove 800 miles and they're just about to get to their destination, and they suddenly have a conversation about the case they're going to investigate, because the 799 other miles they'd just be talking about coffee or something like that. So talking heads, presenting to each other, natural dialogue, Robert, there's a few tips, isn't there, listening to how people actually talk in real life.
Yeah, and so one thing I've got against certain forms of acting in audio drama, they're often, you can picture the characters standing with their hands on their hips doing this, monologue. Well, it occurs to me that there's only one thing to do. It's like, no, nobody talks like that. Unless they're being weird, you need to be sort of talking like me and you are now. Like, just sort of, all that kind of normal speech.
And no one gets to finish their sentence in real life.
That was well edited.
Yeah. Another thing as well is the appearance of things, particularly characters. So if you're working purely in audio, if there's a very specific detail in someone's appearance that's relevant to the plot and at some point is going to have to come up, you need to be getting that out there pretty early on. So I think when we were writing the guide on this, I referenced the fact that maybe a character has a pink mullet. I don't know why I thought of that, but if someone's got a pink mullet in your story and it's relevant to the story, you need to be making sure that that's referenced in pretty much the first scene, because your listener is going to take the voices of the characters. Remember, like back in the day when we all used to listen to radio, whatever happened to radio, and maybe pre-internet as well. So you never really knew what these DJs looked like, and you would have a picture in your head of a DJ, and then maybe later on you would see a photo of them and think, they don't sound like they look. And that's the same in audio drama. The characters who are the actors who are playing your characters, they've got these distinctive voices. Your listener is building pictures of them in their head. And if it comes out, 2 seasons in, that one of the women actually has a beard, it's going to cause pretty jarring problems for your listener who thinks, no, I know what she looks like, and it's not like that. So when you're writing for audio, if there's vital details about appearances, you need to be getting it in early. Otherwise, your listener won't be too chuffed with you. Yeah. If there's nothing else on writing, Robert, I wanted to talk a wee bit about how you go about finding actors for your audio drama. So one of the big benefits of this internet age is the fact that you could cast remotely now.
Yeah, not without pitfalls, but it certainly opened everything up for us. Imagine if we were at college and we didn't have the internet and we were learning how to do radio skills and writing an audio drama. Basically, everything we did from then on would probably be voiced by everyone we went to college with. As a result of modern times, we've had people from North America and all points in between doing bits and pieces for us, and it's wonderful. But how to find the right people for the right parts for your audio drama, it's as complicated as any other part of the process, I would say.
Yeah, so when you write your audio drama and you want to find actors, you can go on to casting websites, you could go on to Facebook groups. They'll have casting sections on them as well if it's voice acting groups, and you can invite people to audition for your audio drama as an actor. And that means that even if you live in a really remote area, no one else around, you could still have this fantastic global cast who are going to record their lines. You'd email them a script, you'd have a deadline on it, any direction that was needed, and somebody would then voice and record in their own time and send their lines back, and you've got the job then of piecing all these bits of audio together to create your drama. So the big pro of that is that, again, I mentioned that you've got access to a global cast, global talent, but one of the big cons as well is that the actors aren't acting together. So some of your performance is going to be lost because everyone's recording in isolation. And on top of that, as an audio guy, people are recording with their own microphones in their own environments, and as clued up as everyone is and as good a setup as everyone is, there are still those differences in the acoustics, the mic quality and things like that. So as a producer, it's quite challenging when you get all these voices in and you've got to mask them and make them all sound like they're in the same place. And that's where things like adding a bit of reverb or things like that come in handy, just using subtle filters on the voices to sort of bring them all to the same level. But like I say, remote or satellite acting, that's what that's called, and it does have its pros and cons. Another route you could go down is just to get a few friends together, and this is actually the way we would advise someone to start out if they want to make an audio drama. And that's just to write a very short story, maybe 14 or 15 pages. Generally, a page of script is about a minute of audio. You could kind of go on that formula. Just write a short story, get 3 or 4 friends together and record it, because we all know that one person, Robert, don't we, that does funny voices and accents and likes to make a fool of themselves. So a lot of people will be really up for doing some voice acting for you, and some might actually be really good at it.
Yeah, you'd be surprised who you do ask, and it turns out that they're actually really good at it. Maybe they'll be surprised themselves once they've had a go. Like they've known deep down that they have a talent, but they've never really tried it out in any kind of medium like this. And then suddenly, before you know it, you've got your Mel Blanc of the post-apocalyptic audio drama world, So it's worth asking around. You don't have to stage a big casting call in the community centre or anything like that. Just try asking the local community and see what you've got. You've got a network of friends. I'd say if you're involved in podcasting or radio, then you're probably halfway there to finding the right kinds of people, and if that fails, there's always various Facebook groups. You'll see us in just about all of them, I'm sure. What other ways can people get? Did we talk about maybe advertising in the local paper, I guess?
Well, there's that. There's local theatre as well. So if you've got a local theatre in your area, a local amateur theatre group, these people are obviously hobbyists. They obviously enjoy what they do, and people might be quite excited if you went along and got in touch and just said that there was an opportunity to do some voice acting, particularly if you were able to let them hear samples of maybe some soundscapes or an audio trailer that you'd put together as well, just to demonstrate that you are somebody who actually gets stuff done and not just someone with a good idea that's not going to follow up on it. There are examples as well in audio drama of producers who are very good voice actors, and they're able to voice the entire show themselves. So off the top of my head, Robert, we've got our friend Rich Matheson, who does the Skyrim show Keeg's Quest. Dane Leonardson at the Fall audio drama, he did loads of voices himself there. There's Kyang Chris Conroy at Technical Difficulties. These people have been able to manipulate their voice in such a great range of manners that they've created all these characters, and you just can't tell that it's somebody talking to themselves. That's obviously a difficult thing to do. It's not something everyone could pull off. I mean, voice acting itself is hard, but when you bring in other accents, really distinguished voices, that's when it's like, double hard, treble hard.
Yeah, and it's been a nice surprise at times listening to shows that I like, and then only finding out later that a particular actor did more voices than I was aware of, and I thought they'd brought in somebody else. One of those is Rich Wentworth in Hadron's Gospel Hour, one of my favourites. And it was only after checking the show notes I thought, he did like 4 or 5 voices. I thought he did himself, maybe one in the fake advert or whatever. And then it turns out actually he's even more talented than he let on. And I think that's great. It shows you that there's hope as well, We'll be able to do more than one voice between us, Matthew.
That's actually my motto: more talented than I let on. Tattoo of it. No, I jest. I'm not really that talented at all. Let's move on to, because we've got our cast now. So the next natural step to making your audio drama, making your fiction podcast, is to actually record the thing. So there's a few different options available to you here, ranging in different prices, ranging in different, would reliabilities be the right term? So if we start with a studio, so a professional recording studio, you could go in there, you could hire it. You've got the benefit of probably having an engineer on site. You've probably got some great condenser mics. You'll have Neumanns and things like that. And it looks really professional getting your cast in there. But of course, it's going to cost you a lot of money, isn't it? I think a studio, generally, you're paying about £30 an hour, which would be, $50. So that's not really a sustainable model, especially if you're making your show for free, creating it for free, putting it out for free. Maybe getting in the studio now and then is a good idea, but if you're starting out, you're really not going to be able to afford that. The next best thing is, of course, is to create a home studio. So putting some soundproofing up, or even just picking the best room in your house, a room with a lot of soft surfaces. In an article I was writing just yesterday here at the Podcast Host, referenced sound as a golf ball. So if you go into a room, think of sound as a golf ball. Stick with me here with this. So if you throw a golf ball against the wall and it bounces back really hard, if you bounce it on the floor, that's how the sound's going to act as well in a room. And if you bounce a golf ball against a carpet or a curtain, it's not really going to bounce back at you. So that's a way of just walking into a room, even without a microphone, and quickly analysing whether or not you're going to get a lot of reverb, because sound just does bounce back off walls and things like that. If you record an entire scene in a room and there's a bit of reverb on your voice, you're not going to be able to take those voices and try and cast that scene, try and produce that scene as if it's outside, without it sounding a bit jarring. You know, if you're trying to put these characters at the top of Everest and the guy sounds like he's in a bus shelter, then it's going to knock the listener out it. So you really want to be recording voices dry, unless of course you're going down the field recorded route, which we'll talk about next. But did you want to come in there, Robert?
Well, I took a little bit of initiative for an audio drama I had a small part in, and at one point when my character was off mic, so I stood way back from the microphone and allowed that little bit of reverb for it to be distant, and the producer came back to me and said, "Thank you for trying that. We just do it as normal and let me make it sound like it's far away," because he wanted the raw file and he would apply it rather than me try to take any additional thinking on for myself. And he was absolutely right.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, that kind of goes back to in our last section when we talked about having a remote cast. When people are emailing you their lines in, you're really just looking for them completely dry. You want to be able to do all the production, not even just the effects that you're going to put on them. You also want to do all the noise reduction, all the restoration techniques that you're doing audio, because, and that's not to say that the other person isn't good at doing it, it's just that you want to be producing all these files consistently. You want everything to sound the same, so you really need to take that job on yourself, or at least have one single person doing it rather than everyone doing it in their own ways, which is going to cause differences in the audio. So if you don't want to hire a studio, if you don't want to create a studio in your house, a really great option, Robert, is just to go out in the field, isn't it? Go out on location and record there and then.
Yeah, it's something we haven't done enough of. I think we've talked about it, but I guess it's just too windy here in Scotland to have that kind of dead and night.
Yeah, there's that.
Yeah, or there's one time Matthew went up the biggest hill in the region to record this quiet wind, and it turns out there was the guy with his dog and the radio and the brass band behind him.
There was a music festival up there, and I just wanted to record some footsteps.
Right.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, we talk about going straight into the studio, paying by the hour. You're recording very clean audio. You know exactly what you're going to get. If you want to record a drama on location or out in the field, you could be turning up to anything. As many previous visits you've done to the site, all the research you've done, there could be, a cherry picker there reversing, there could be a guy with a chainsaw, a guy cutting the grass. These things are going to happen to you. So as much of the research as you've done beforehand, you've got to be prepared that when you're recording out in the field, you could have all sorts of noises. If you're recording some sort of medieval fantasy drama and there's a motorway in the background, it's not going to work. You're building these soundscapes. The sound effects are being layered as you record, makes it very difficult to edit. But also at the same time, if you capture a really good ambience, it's like your sound effects have already been built in for you beforehand. So again, you'll save time in production with that. A really affordable bit of kit, I would say, for someone who just wants to do a bit of field recording. I would recommend getting something like the Zoom H1. Just get a £2 headphone splitter and a couple of the ATR 3350 lavalier mics, which I think were about 20 quid. Yeah. You could pin a couple of them to your jerseys and record quite a lot with that. And I think that whole setup, I'd be surprised if it cost you much more than £100. So you don't need to get top of the range gear to go out and start recording a good audio drama. In fact,
sorry.
Yeah, go on.
I just wanted to add that it's funny, like back in the day, 2011, 2012, £100 would have seemed like a lot. And it is a lot of money, but little did we know that we'd be going on to spend probably a little bit more than that. And it's well worth it. Don't let the price put you off. Once you get started, it's all you'll spend money on. You won't go socializing anymore or going on holidays. It's all audio drama, baby, and it's worth it. Commit. If you want to be the best, get obsessed. Spend that money.
That's why my wife's having an affair, taking that attitude. But at least I'm making good audio drama. But we can't go on holiday anymore. Moving on to the sort of production phase, there was what was there one more thing I wanted to say there? Yeah, it was in reference to getting equipment. Again, it's the same as podcasting. Don't go in when you've not made anything and just buy top of the range gear. You don't know if you're going to like doing this. You don't know if you're going to stick at it. And there's also a lot to be said for working with low end stuff and making the best of it. So learning techniques, learning how to use mics, learning how to produce. You need to serve your apprenticeship. You can't just go in and get a couple of Neumann U87s. I mean, you would probably produce a decent sounding audio drama, but what are you really learning? So I'd advise people not to spend as little as you can when you get started. And when you enjoy it and when you start to improve, then definitely upgrade, get better stuff. Again, just the same as podcasting. That's exactly the same advice I would give to someone who runs a spoken word podcast.
Yeah, start off small, but keep building, keep learning. That's another thing about audio drama is you don't realize how little you learn, how little you know until you start, and you don't realize how much you've learned until you've made a couple and you look back. I mean, every year we look back at what we didn't know that we know now, and it's incredible. It's we'll be functioning adults before we know it, more or less.
I don't know about that. The last leg here is the production. So you've went out there, you've recorded all your voices. You need to bring them back and put them all together. Again, a lot of audio drama producers do work with Audacity, which of course is the podcaster's favourite editing software, and it's completely free. And I've just
rubbish.
Come on, Mike. We all love it.
Sorry, I like to be controversial.
I know. I'm a big Adobe Audition man as well, Mike. You're a man after my own heart there. But no, Audacity has its place, and you can put something together that sounds pretty good. And a lot of nice audio drama has been made on it. One of the big popular DAWs now in audio drama seems to be Reaper. I don't know if you have much experience with that, Mike. Reaper. Everyone's always telling us we need to use Reaper.
Is it $50 for the regular license and something like $300 for a commercial license? But it's a one-off fee, isn't it? And then you own the software essentially.
Yeah, and I think that's the big selling point. I mean, it costs you a lot of money to essentially rent Adobe Audition every month. I do it because and again, when it comes to editing software, we just tell people to master one rather than be all right at them all.
Yeah.
And I've found that I'm just so comfortable with Adobe Audition that I just want to stick with it because I know exactly what I'm doing, I think.
Yeah, we have one of our producers at Music Radio Creative works in Reaper and sings the praises of it, says it's absolutely fantastic. I haven't given it a go myself, but I've heard really good things about it. But I'm curious, to get a bit geeky about audio production for a second, because that's what you guys do. Do you use a lot of third-party plugins, or do you tend to stick with just the effects you get in Adobe Audition or in Reaper? How do you guys usually work?
Yeah, I've not added a single plugin to Adobe Audition. So a lot of the effects that I do, it'll be presets, or I'll just be messing about with EQ and things like that. I don't tend to do a whole lot to voices, aside from a few high pass or low pass filters, adding a bit of EQ and things like that. Maybe a phone or radio filter when it's appropriate. But I don't find myself over producing voices. I think a lot of the things that we spend time on are putting sound effects in and making sure that they're placed in the correct area, taking spatialization into consideration as well. So something might sound really good on your headphones. It might sound like you've panned everything appropriately, but then if you listen on a set of monitors, suddenly someone's put a spoon up to their mouth like 10 feet to the left and it's went into their mouth 10 feet to the right, and it's really like, whoa, what did you do there? That's something you learn the hard way with, is when you start panning stuff, when you learn how to do audio editing, you get a bit carried away with it. I mean, the first few shows we made, there was just nothing in the center. Everything was just and I listen to it now and I'm like, oh, convert that to mono maybe.
Talking about that, do you guys work in, and it doesn't exist yet in podcasting, but would you consider working in 5.1 or 7.1 surround sound? Do you think that's going to come to podcasting eventually, maybe, somehow?
It's not something I know enough about to comment on, Mike, to be honest.
It just crossed my mind when you talked about panning, and I think about how, like you were talking about, you were referring to movies a little bit and the cinematic sound, and I just wondered, I was curious whether that might be new development eventually. Maybe they'll create some amazing headphones that go all the way around your head or something.
Well, the only thing that worries me about that is that people tend to listen to audio drama in all kinds of places, whether it's in headphones, the stereo in their homes, but also in the car. So we've always got that in the back of our minds to make sure that what we're putting out there can be listened to effectively by everyone. I do like the idea of the surround sound thing, and we know there's a lot of work with binaural audio production that I do love as well, but obviously it's not for every situation. So as Matthew says, we don't know an awful lot about it. It might be worth looking into and certainly seeing what other people are doing with it.
Yeah, just whilst Robert mentioned the binaural, we've got a fellow producer. He's a Canadian guy, Michel Lafrance. He lives through in Edinburgh, so Robert and I have met up with him a few times, and he produces binaural audio drama. You could find him at theowlfield.com, I think it is. And that's well worth checking out, because I just put the headphones on, the over-ear headphones, and I've listened to a few of these, and it really is like you could hear people walking around the back of you and everything. So he actually uses software for that. He's not. I always thought binaural audio was recorded on the dummy head with the microphones in the ears, but he's actually using, like, you could get software. I'd imagine it's fairly hard to master it like anything else, but yeah, it's just audio is such a great medium that people are getting exceptionally creative with what they're doing, and I'm sure that'll only continue.
Could one of you drop a link to that in the comments over there? That would be really cool to check that out, because you got me thinking. I'm not sure whether it was Adobe Audition or when it was Cool Edit Pro. They used to have some kind of like binaural sound generators and that were supposed to put you into a trance or something like that, but they must have taken them out for legal reasons. Who knows?
Yeah. There's not too much more to say on production if we wanted to open it up. I've seen there was a few questions that come in as well.
Yeah.
So Cornucopia Radio, we met those fine folks at the New Media Europe back in August, all those years ago. They're asking what more. Am I stealing your job here, Mike? By the way,
no.
Just taking over as anchor.
Do you know what? I'll stick on this, and then you guys can go for it.
Oh,
yeah, Mike's pacing himself.
So I'm here for another 35 hours, but let's
see you later.
This question. Go and have a pint, Mike. What more can we do to encourage even more writers, performers, and theatre groups to start their own audio drama projects in the UK? Robert, any thoughts on that?
Try to get them away from rubbish TV. No, I think the best thing that people like ourselves and all, more so everyone else that we're friendly with, all the different audio drama producers can do, is continue making decent audio drama. Not worry too much about the monetization, which is an entirely different project, and just keep putting it out there and lead by example and show, look, you don't need a huge budget and you can make something hugely interesting. All you need is a pencil and a paper, a microphone, a couple of pals, or if you can do more than one voice yourself, you don't need anyone else. Just get it made, and show that this has a real future.
I think for me, it's about winning over listeners to the medium, because I dare say this has happened in the past, but how many people are just going to wake up one morning, they're not a podcast listener, they're not an audio drama listener, and think, I want to make an audio drama podcast. Like, it might have happened at some point, but I think if you can reach out to people and get them to listen to some of the really, really well-made, great shows out there with loads of content, and get them into the medium as a listener, it's the next natural step from being an audio drama fan, being a listener, to wanting to make one yourself. And if you're already a writer or an actor, or you've got some sort of experience making maybe amateur or short film, then you've got a big head start in this. You've already told stories, and it's just a great medium to go and take that a lot further and build an audience around as well.
Yeah, there's no movie maker that didn't watch movies originally, you know, no author who didn't read books before writing their own. So, yeah, it's a case of let's get all the audio dramas to the forefront, let's keep listening to them, keep talking about them, keep making them. One thing I noticed, there's more and more apps that you can watch TV and video on online and on your phone nowadays that actually have a podcast section. And that's new because before it was all podcast apps very specifically, or directories or whatever, or iTunes. But well, I suppose you can get video in iTunes, but you know, there's more seemingly TV and video and film specific apps that actually podcasts are starting to creep in. You know, so I think it's all going in the right direction. It's just more about what we can do to make sure A, it keeps going, and B, make sure audio drama is a big part of that as well. And I think we've got a very good chance.
We've got a question in from Podcasting Power, who asks any tips on using podcasting for a book adaptation. So I suppose there's two ways to look at that. If you're adapting a book that you've written yourself, or if you're adapting a book that someone else has written and they've maybe given you permission to go and make an audio drama about it, or you're breaking the law a wee bit and just making an audio drama of a book and you don't have permission, which of course we wouldn't condone at all, but many people do it and don't get caught. If you're adapting a book as a podcast, I mean, we spoke at the start, you could literally just narrate your book and split up the chapters and podcast it. Again, you can bring voice actors in and have them play the characters. Robert, any feedback on how you would approach something like that if you were adapting a book for a podcast? Would you change a lot of the story? Would you maybe cut down on the characters and condense the cast a wee bit?
It's something I've thought about, and I don't have a clear, definitive one-sentence answer. It's something I would love to do. I've got a lot of books that I would love to see made into a proper audio drama, or at least narrated. I think maybe some sort of hybrid with some narration where it's needed, but where possible, get it into a proper full audio drama where you've got just the characters talking and explaining stuff. I mean, maybe even some of the narration in the book could then become the character that's saying it. You know, rather than he went and did this, it could be then I went and did this. You know, there's no right or wrong answer because this hasn't been done very much. At the very most, it's been done on places like the BBC that have taken a book or a graphic novel and adapted it to audio with varying techniques and varying measures of success, I guess. It depends. It depends on everything. It depends on the book. It depends on the producer who's got the vision to work out exactly what they've got in front of them that they can keep in, take out, or add to. It'd be a big job anyway, but I would love to see it happen more, definitely. I'd love to do it.
What book would you like to adapt as an audio drama?
I've actually been trying to get in touch with
Very Hungry Caterpillar.
Yeah, I do own that, actually. There's a book called Legend by David Gemmell, who sadly died the year before I read the book, which has made it a little bit difficult to get in touch with him. His widow, who took on his books and carried writing them, she writes still, as I say, and I've tried to get in touch with her, but she doesn't seem to be on Facebook, so I'm actually thinking about sending an email to the publisher and saying, look, you don't have any audiobooks of these versions of these books. Why don't we have a look at that, you know, and maybe even put in some dramatized elements. Did I say the name of the book already?
I think so. You said the author.
Yeah, David Gemmell. The book is Legend, which I absolutely love. It's one of my favorite books. I read that before I read the Game of Thrones books. And I would love to see that. And books in general come to the audio drama world, definitely.
Question, and we've got 4 minutes left by the looks of it. Don't want to overstay our welcome, Mike.
You want to sing a song?
So
yeah,
before
we'll
we
sing
get
a
to the
song.
next question, can I do a quick Snapchat with you guys?
Sure.
Robert Cudmore and Matthew McLean from Yap Audio. Go check them out at yapaudio.com. We're live with the UK Podcasters Online Conference. Next question, go for it.
On Snapchat, I'm young and trendy now. Okay. Justin Fife, great second name, Justin. The best second name in audio drama. Any experience with getting voice actors from sites like behindthevoiceactors.com or castingcall.com for your projects? Or would you suggest other methods for getting voice actors for your audio drama? Totally whatever works for you guys. I know you're based out in California. It's quite a populated area as far as I know. And if you can get people in your local area through theatre groups, through friends that you know and things like that, then it's hugely beneficial. If you're going on to the casting sites, I know that it is wildly varied. Some people are just wanting some experience. Other people are unionised actors who are looking for wages and will take offence if you ever approach them and ask them to work for free. So you just have to be aware of that. Be very clear on what it is that you're looking for in an actor. Just be totally upfront with them, and that way you're not wasting anyone's time and they're not wasting your time as well. That's my take on the matter, I suppose.
There's one other thing that I would add to that. It depends as well on your own level where you are. If you're at an entry level, you might want to work alongside with people that are similar level, because then you can all build up together and improve together, rather than you trying to get in. Another mention for Brian Blessed, because he does audio stuff all the time. You can imagine you're using your H1 that you've just bought, you've never put an audio drama together, and you're giving Brian Blessed this script to read, and it just wouldn't be a good match, you know. So that's something to consider. Rather than going straight to casting call for your first audio drama, really think about getting people with similar experience and then sharing best practice. Like I say, it's the thing that I love about our podcast is that we're not miles ahead of anyone, and with a few exceptions, nobody's miles ahead of us. One or two are.
I love it, guys. I think you're in a great space, and I think it's only going to grow. And I look forward to seeing exactly what happens to audio drama podcasting. You guys make some fantastic shows, so maybe you just want to tell people where people can find you online and what you're up to, where people can best connect with you.
Okay.
Well, there's the two. I mean, we're obviously, we had our hostile takeover at the podcasthost.com. So if you get on there, you'll be able to find the series that we did on how to make a fiction podcast, which is ongoing. So that's at the podcasthost.com. On top of that, everything that we do, you could find at audiodramaproduction.com. So you'll find both the audio drama production podcast and links to all the audio dramas that we make as well.
Awesome stuff. Thanks, guys.
That covers it.
Thank you very much for joining us. So just before we get into the next hour, I think we'll take a short little breather, a 1 minute breather. That's 4 hours behind, so 32 more to go. A huge thanks to Spreaker, Anchor, Music Radio Creative, New Media Europe. Spreaker, by the way, are giving away 1 month of free hosting on their podcasting platform. So you really want to go and check it out and see what you think. But if you'd like to try it out for free, all you need to do is just share this event that you're watching right now, wherever you're watching it. Use the hashtag UKPod, hashtag UKPod, and you will get it there. And of course, a huge thank you to Blab for hosting this and allowing us to use their platform and their servers for many, many hours to do all of this wonderful content. So coming up, we've got Steve Folland. It's going to be very exciting. We're talking about using video to promote your podcast and so much more coming up in just a moment's time after this quick short video. I've been told by my producer Isabella to read the very long intro. So here we go. But it's all exciting stuff, and I do understand that a lot of people are tuning in maybe for the first time. They're wondering, what on earth is this all about? So every hour we like to have a bit of a reset, a refresh, and just let you know exactly what's going on. So I'm Mike. I'm the co-founder of the UK Podcasters Community, also the New Media Europe Conference. You could see a little video clip there of the UK Podcasters Awards, actually, that we had last year in Manchester. That was a fantastic evening ceremony. Really enjoyed that. So today we are thrilled to have every single person joining us in the chat and wherever you might be listening to us online. Also some exciting podcasters. And the idea is to celebrate podcasting, which is a growing medium in the UK. We've got lots of hardworking individuals and experts in their niches joining us today, and also just hard at work who aren't joining us right now on this conference but are creating amazing podcasts for the general public. Obviously, you'll be familiar with the podcast maybe from the BBC or The Guardian if you reside here in the UK. But now it is time to shine the spotlight on independent content creators. To let you know what this is, it's a non-stop broadcast for 36 hours. Yes, non-stop. I'm emceeing from start to finish till 10 p.m. on Friday night, and I won't be sleeping. So 36 incredible podcasters joining me, covering a wide range of topics from technical how-tos to more in-depth debates as well. And I'm pleased to say we're streaming live on Blab. That's the place where you can come and watch. You can come and have a chat. We're on Facebook Live as well, which is fun because we've discovered we need to keep restarting the stream every 90 minutes. Facebook doesn't like more than 90 minutes, we've discovered. Periscope, again, that's a fun one, more of a behind-the-scenes one over there. Spreaker are carrying us as audio only, so if you just want to listen to us like a podcast, you can do that too. And we're on YouTube, and we're providing hourly updates on Snapchat and Anchor as well. This has never been done before. It's all live. ukpodcasters.com/live is the place to go to get all the links to watch or listen in your favourite place. And while you're all here virtually, I just wanted to let you know I'm a big fan of in-person events and creating real relationships and learning and upping your podcasting game at these kind of events. So I'd love to grab a coffee with you. I'm organising New Media Europe. Would love to see you there. And we've got people coming from all over the world: Portugal, Poland, USA, Canada, Switzerland, and Hertfordshire. Is that right? That is right. I don't want to make you spit out your coffee.
The global centre. Yeah.
Yes, that's right. So Netherlands, Germany, and so many other places. We're talking social media, content creation. We're talking blogging, video, and all of this you need to create an amazing podcast, of course. So throughout this live broadcast, you can get yourself a ticket to the event with a £70 discount. That's an all-access ticket with the evening party and dinner included as well. Just head over to newmediaeurope.com/now and secure your spot before the end of this live marathon, which is 10 p.m. on Friday. newmediaeurope.com/now. Huge thanks to Blab, Anchor, Spreaker, Music Radio Creative for making this event what it is. And now we get into hour 5, where I introduce another guest, another great podcaster, here for a full 1 hour. Let them take the mic for around 40 minutes, so until about 2:40 British summertime. That's 35 minutes away now. And then we're going to turn the question and answers to you. So ask if you're watching in Blab /Q and then a question for Steve, who's talking about video and other stuff like going freelance and starting a podcast, all that kind of stuff. So /Q and then your question to ask a question in the chat. And we've got lovely producers in the chat room that you'll see with an H next to their icon. You can see G is the guest, so Steve's there in the chat as well right now. Make yourself known, and everyone in the chat will help you to feel very welcome. So Steve Volland, a former, I read here, radio presenter and producer turned freelance video creator and marketer. He's clearly missing the sound of his own voice, not my words, his. It's in his bio. He began the podcast Being Freelance. I know, when you work in radio, you can't wait to get behind the mic again. So creative freelancers chat about being freelance. He's now sharing lessons gathered from those in conversations in his writing, videos, and speaking as well. He's going to be at New Media Europe. He's not sharing his cake, though. Get your own. I read that word for word and then I realised that's a great joke to keep me going. Welcome, Steve.
I nearly bought you some. I'm feeling worried about you.
I need some sugar. Yeah.
This is madness. Yeah, well, good on you. Anyway, how you feeling? You okay?
Yeah, I got my oranges and my cashews, so they're kind of keeping me going now.
Good. Oh, okay. We've switched back to this angle so we can see your curtains. I'm waiting for somebody that it's like a really unglamorous version of the This Morning set is what you've got going on. Yeah, so we're going to chat, and you know, you don't get out of this either, Mike, about video and using video to promote your podcast, really. So the beauty, let's approach this like this, I guess. Every business should have a video nowadays, at least one video. But the fact is, there's a million other ways they can use them. So we're going to try and cover as many of those as we can, and all the different places you might be using video, like Twitter or Facebook, or Mike's on most of them, to be fair, Snapchat and what have you. But I think it's a good way to start because, for my business, I help businesses use video. So as a podcaster, maybe we should look at everything that other businesses are doing and then use some of those tactics. The great thing we already have as podcasters to our benefit is people and ourselves, because often when you're working with a business, you're trying to find that human touch. You're trying to find the human angle, the personality, the charisma that might shine through. So there's your bonus, is the fact that you already have that. You already have a connection with your audience, and using video is a way that you can, I think, bolster that. And in doing so, kind of strengthen that relationship that you have with your listeners. So one idea that you could use to promote your podcast using video is simply creating an explainer video. So this is for the homepage of your website, wherever it might be. You might create just a 30-second video, nice and short, so you can also use it on Twitter, pin it to the top, explaining really quickly what it is that your podcast does. So that if I arrive on your website, I see you, and you should be in it, I think, explaining what on earth it is your podcast does, how often it comes out, who it's for, what kind of stuff I can expect, how I can subscribe, whatever it may be. And, you can produce that however you want. You can go really high production levels. You can get it animated or whatever, depending on what you want to throw it at or the skills that you might have yourself. But get that up there. By the way, I should say all of this that I'm going to say is kind of like preaching rather than practicing, because of course these all seem like great ideas, but it doesn't necessarily mean you get around to doing them. So yeah, explaining in a nutshell what your podcast is on your homepage, and then being able to use that. You can also put that on your Facebook page, in your video gallery. Make sure your gallery or album, make sure that's high up on the left-hand panel so that people see it when they come to your page. Also, like I said, you could pin it to the top of your Twitter feed as well. So you've got that nailed. Let's talk about Twitter and Facebook, though, and how you could promote each episode. So, again, with other businesses, we worry about how they might create content, how they might actually come up with something. But the fact is, you are coming up with something all the time, every single week, maybe some of you multiple times a week. So what can you do to create something that promotes that particular episode? Now, if you're not filming your podcast, if you're just doing audio, you might actually want to jump on like a Skype call or a Google Hangout or whatever it is and record something with your guest if it's an interview podcast, where you say hello and say what it is that you're going to be chatting about in that week's episode. Just keep it really short, really punchy, and then put that out on Twitter or Facebook if you have a Facebook page that is for your podcast. So you could kind of treat it a bit like those videos we see before, Graham Norton or Jonathan Ross, where you have them sitting rather awkwardly around a sofa, and then probably Michael McIntyre's there, and they're saying what's coming up on that week's show. One of those sort of things, so that you tell people, but the beauty of video is it literally visually grabs their attention. So as they're scrolling through their Twitter feed or they're scrolling through their news feed in Facebook, oh, Mike's gone outside, I dread to think what for, you can see what's going to be coming up on that. If you don't have a guest and it's just you talking, just record a really quick thing of you talking direct to the camera, telling people what's coming up, scripted or not. Doesn't really matter so long as you're getting that point across. And again, every time you do that, you're engaging in your you're getting across your personality even more, so people become even more entwined with what you're doing. By the way, you can leave comments and we can chat before because I thought Mike might chat to me more than he is. So I'm aware that this is all the sound of my own voice. So if you want to join in, do so in the comments, won't you? Facebook as well is. Oh no, I know what I was going to say. Here's another idea, other than just using a video of you looking at the camera saying, here's what's coming up on the show, is to take quotes from your show. So maybe you've done this before. You take out a short little quote. At the beginning of my podcast, Being Freelance, I take short little quotes from later on in the episode, put them at the beginning as like a sort of introduction. If you save out things like that, previously, you might have used them on Audio Boom, whatever it's called nowadays, or SoundCloud. You could potentially tweet or put on Facebook a little clip of your show so that people know what to expect. But again, you could do that with video. You could take that out and simply put, at its most basic, do a bit like an animated version of what people do on Twitter, you know, where often they come up with like an inspirational quote. It's got a picture, it's got the words. Do that, but you know, even within iMovie, if you've not got professional software like Final Cut or Premiere or whatever, you could easily put up a picture of your guest, a thing of you, a bit of you talking, have the quote coming up, so that as people are scrolling, they start seeing the words, whether they hear it or not. Of course, in Twitter and Facebook, you get silent autoplay. So whether they hear it or not, they start seeing the words, something really inspirational that has come out of that week's episode. And then you simply add the audio as well. So if they do click on it, then they start hearing those words. And then at the end, you have a screen coming up saying, yeah, why don't you get this, podcast from, and you put up your Twitter or whatever it might be, your web URL. So yeah, I think quotes is a really powerful way of doing it. We all see it with inspirational quotes on there's another thing, Instagram, of course, you can add video there. I think it's up to a minute now, but ideally keep it as short as possible. Just take a really short, punchy, inspirational quote out of your podcast and add it to whichever of your sort of social media streams might be. Yeah, thank you very much. People saying that's a nice idea. I think it is a nice idea. And I was trying this while I was waiting. I was listening to the guys there talking about drama. I was trying this myself. This week I talked to Austin Marie, who's an illustrator. And so I was taking one of her quotes and just adding it to it. So you've got her picture, you've got the text coming up at the same time. So if I finish that a little later this afternoon, I'll tweet that. If you follow me at sfolland, you'll see that. And we can see how that works in practice when that actually comes up. So we'll try that. Of course, in Facebook, if you're doing these, do put these sort of things into that video album. And then if you do this repeatedly and you do this a lot, you may want to start segregating them. A bit like YouTube, you can have playlists on Facebook as well, so that you've got a stock of quotes on this subject or on this subject. So for me, it might be on finance, or it might be on ambition or networking, so that you've got a bank of quotes that people can see as you build them up, that is, on Facebook and YouTube. Of course, as you're doing any of those ideas, you can pay to promote them. So depending on what you're putting into your promotion budget-wise, you can Facebook targeting with videos. I know Mike's been trying that out recently, is insanely powerful. If you're doing a fishing podcast, you can find people who are into fishing in a particular area, or whatever it might be, mountain biking, freelancing, whatever your podcast might be, you can really target it. And so then your video will start appearing in their feeds. Twitter, again, is pretty good. It's 30 seconds is the limit that you can do there. And 30 seconds. Did I say minutes? 30 seconds is the limit that you can do there. So you can have a bash of putting that on. The great thing about paying for a Twitter ad is that you can actually add extra info around it. So instead of just posting a tweet with the video, because you're paying, Twitter are very kind to you. They give you extra things. You can have things like button, like listen now. And if you write words like listen now or subscribe now or whatever, that is apparently meant to really increase the click-through rate. So rather than just saying find out more, make sure you write something like listen now on your tweet if you're paying for it, that is. And we did an episode with a guy, a web developer called Barry McGee. So he's just a freelancer, but he used Twitter adverts. I recommend his episode if you're thinking of doing Twitter ads at all. He used it just to promote himself. He put his CV. It was simply a link to his CV, and he tweeted it out saying that he was a web developer available for work, front-end developer, and he targeted that towards people working in that field in London, for example. And his CV ended up effectively on the desk of people at Sainsbury's and the Financial Times who got in touch for work, just to show you how targeted and how powerful it was. They saw it, they clicked on it. Now, if you've got something even more relevant for people and you can, it's all about trying to convert them, isn't it? It's trying to get people's attention and then get people across to where you are and then convert them once you're there. So check that out. Anyway, it's Barry McGee's episode on Being Freelance. beingfreelance.com is my podcast, what I do there. So there's some ideas. So that's Facebook and Twitter. Obviously, as well with Twitter, you've got Periscope, which is sort of integrated even better into that now. I don't know if any of you have been following Ian Lee, the talk radio presenter recently. He's been broadcasting his radio show on Twitter. And it's just brilliant. Watch it. So that's an actual radio show, but you could do something similar to that as well. You could broadcast your episode being recorded live. It doesn't matter if everybody watches the whole thing. Or you could simply start doing a Periscope feed of you chatting about what's in that week's episode and maybe taking people's questions. So you see people coming up with thank you very much. Bernie's put a link to Being Freelance in the comments there on the right. Yeah, you can with Periscope you could just simply talk to people, but the brilliant thing about it is the way, just like this, that people can get back in touch so that you can feed off of them. So I don't know, maybe chat for 10-15 minutes about what your particular episode is that week, so I could tell you all about Austin Marie and how she's making money she's an illustrator, but she's on Twitch, which is a video streaming service for gamers and artists in particular, and she's on there streaming every single night. And the fact that now she's not just doing her art, but she's also streaming and getting paid. People pay to watch her work. Would you like to find out more about somebody paying who gets paid to watch you work? And it's not like in an Amsterdam type way, it's all above board and legit. Then you can find out more in this week's episode. And you see that kind of thing, and you're saying it on your Periscope feed, people interacting with it so that they can find out more. I recommend that as well, by the way. If you've not seen Twitch, it started with a lot of gamers on Twitch streaming them playing computer games. Not my thing, but that's basically, if it was me, it would just be Mario repeatedly getting killed by a turtle. People would soon get bored. But they then created a creative version of it, which is where people can do art, loads of talented illustrators, and you get to watch them. But the way it works is you can donate while you watch. So you can give them tips. So we might want to, Mike, you could do with that, by the way, here. We could all just send you, beer and pizza or something like that. You need a popover. Or you can subscribe, actually pay to subscribe so that you can watch them. And sort of you get perks in there. Anyway, it's worth checking out. Austin Marie's episode of Being Freelance is there. As somebody who uses live video. Over on Facebook, of course, as Mike's now finding out, Facebook Live, so long as your podcast, by the sounds of it, isn't over 90 minutes long, you could be streaming that as well. Now, the only downside, of course, is that really you probably want ears on your podcast. You want people to hear your podcast. You want the stats to show that people are downloading and listening to your podcast. So it's almost worth having your stream as a behind the scenes, because if you give too much away, then people aren't going to do what you want them to do, which is subscribe to your podcast or to download it and actually listen to it properly. So there's kind of like a grey area there that you want to be careful about. But giving a behind the scenes thing, a bit like Mike's been doing on Snapchat as well, saying, hey, right now on Snapchat, I'm going to be chatting to this person, or I'm going to be talking about this. But if you're on Facebook Live, you can be interacting once more. That's the great thing about that and Periscope. The other thing about Facebook Live is you can stream to an event. So you could make an event out of each podcast. So even if that wasn't you broadcasting live what you were doing in your podcast, it could be you chatting about what is in that week's podcast. So you create like a little, I guess almost like a little book club out of your podcast, so that you start talking about what came up in that week's episode. So you create, it depends how engaged your audience is with you on Facebook, but if you can create a Facebook event, draw people to it. If you've got a Facebook group for your podcast, again, you can stream live into the group. But yeah, it's it's another great way to promote your podcast, and that's what the idea of this is, rather than streaming your podcast, how to promote it. I don't know if you guys have seen obviously some podcasts film the whole thing. I think Michael Hyatt does it now, doesn't he? And I quite like the Unpodcast. Have you seen that or heard that one? With Scott Stratton over in Canada. So it's a marketing podcast. The guys behind Unmarketing, and they do the Unpodcast. But they actually film every single episode. They record about 5 or 6 in a row in this pretty cool looking recording studio. They have a team of camera guys, and I think they edit it live, like a live studio director type thing. They put in the ads, have video coming in. You should check it out. Unmarketing on it's a fun podcast. It's a really good one. I'm glad you guys like it. Unpodcast, and they talk a lot of sense. It's a lot of fun. But when you listen to the podcast, they'll be saying only every now and again, if you're watching this on the YouTube, if you're watching this. So it kind of crosses over from the podcast and pushes you towards YouTube. But that said, if you're listening it as a podcast, it doesn't feel like you're missing out. Do you know what I mean? It's not a visual show, it's not a visual podcast, but it just feels like you'll be in on the joke if maybe you go and watch it. There's Rob in the comments saying it's one of the only podcasts I watch. No, because it feels like it'll be fun to watch, doesn't it? It feels like a great thing to do. Now, if you're doing that, if you do film the whole podcast, you are putting it out on Facebook or YouTube or whatever, that's brilliant. But again, why not just take a little clip of that, 20 seconds, 30 seconds or whatever, put it out on Twitter, or pay for that little snippet of it to go out as a Facebook ad or a Twitter ad, and then it draws people towards your content. Put links back towards your content all the time, so that people aren't just being drawn back to seeing your podcast website, signing up for your newsletter, hitting subscribe on iTunes, whatever it may be. So those are some ideas. What were the other ones we were going to talk? Oh yeah, so Snapchat is, Mike feels like the king of Snapchat at the moment. And to be fair to Mike, he does a cracking job because he makes it so creative and If you've not watched Mike's stories, you really should. He makes them flow very nicely, and he interacts with the graphics on the screen, considering they're put in afterwards. Frankly, he'd be very good in like a Star Wars type epic, because he's very convincing at the fact that those things are around him. So if you're on Snapchat, you've kind of got to build your audience there. But if your audience are there and you've dragged them across to join you, then it's a brilliant way of saying, hey, today I'm going to be interviewing whoever it might be. So tonight, actually, I'm interviewing Little Digitalist for the Being Freelance podcast. She is a digital marketer based down in Brighton. We're going to be finding out all about her story, so on and so forth. So I could be saying that in my 10 seconds, 15 seconds. I don't know about you. I can never seem to. They say it's 15 seconds, but it seems to miss the beginning and the end. And then you're like, did I get that bit? Oh, heck. I don't know quite how Mike does it. So, it's if you do have people, and it doesn't have to be loads of people following you, it's how you manage to interact with those people. It doesn't matter if there's only 10 people with you on Snapchat, if those people are really, especially as there's not that much noise on Snapchat yet, if those people are actually watching your story and hearing those few clips about what's coming up, about the fact that you're going to interview this person, and hey, it's out on Sunday, and then come Sunday you're like, hey, or Saturday night you're like, hey, I've just finished my ice cream, I'm about to hit publish, and then on Sunday you're like, hey, it's out there now. All of those instances, you're reconnecting with that person, building that rapport and that relationship you have with them, but also getting your message out there. So if those 10 people are now even more engaged with your podcast, that's a brilliant thing, right? And that is one of the key things, I think, is that, like I said at the beginning, we have a great ability as podcasters to connect on a human basis. We already have that human element to our business, which every other business that I might work with, we try and find. We are that. But you use video even more, and you're building even more of a relationship. And ultimately, if as part of your podcasting business, maybe you're trying to sell something else, be it your time or a book or a video or a course, an educational course on your podcast, on your podcast's site, then building up that relationship means that those people are going to be more likely to buy from you. They're going to. It's a bit like the old. What is it? Jab, 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 right hook. It's that whole thing, isn't it? All of that interaction that you're just putting out there, being friendly, all of that time. I don't know if who's some of the other people I follow on Snapchat, like Colin, for example, from the podcast host. Mostly not talking about his business at all on Snapchat. You see him with his family or mountain biking and stuff, but I'm so ingrained in that now. I feel like I'm watching his reality show. But if he then suddenly went and said, hey, by the way, why don't you sign up and we can have one-on-one mentorship about podcasts? Oh, time for spaghetti. Then I'm more likely to kind of like get sucked into that than if he was permanently just talking about, signing up for the podcast host, which is no doubt excellent. Nothing to do with the fact that they sponsor Being Freelance podcasts. By the way, if you want to get some questions in, like Mike has said, then we'll do a whole questiony, answery thing as well. Man, okay, what else?
Glass of water time.
Yeah, you see, I'm used to playing records in between talking. That's the trouble, Mike. At this point, I would normally put on Dire Straits' Walk of Life and disappear for
Hotel California.
Yeah. And off you go and make some waffles. Okay, what else was there? So that's kind of like Twitter video. What else have we done? Snapchat, Facebook page and groups. All of those now. Okay. Here's another way that you could promote your podcast as well. And that is using video in order to convert people for your email newsletter, because we hear so much about how important it is to have an email list. I don't know if you've come across the techniques through companies like Wistia. So Wistia is video hosting for businesses, but at the moment it is free for your first 5 videos or something like that. So you can experiment with it. The beauty of using Wistia is that you can, and hats off to Ben Adam Smith, by the way, from the House Planning Help podcast for telling me about Wistia years ago, is the fact that they have the ability for you to collect email data directly from the video screen. So as somebody has finished watching your video, so let's say at the end of Mike's New Media Europe video that he played at the beginning of this at 2:00, if at the end of that there had been a thing which said, get inspired by great minds, sign up now, or whatever, I've just watched that whole minute, I'm feeling pumped, I'm like, yeah, I want a part of this. I can write right there in the screen, there and then, my email address. It's far more likely I'm going to do that than if you say, click below for information, or find the tab somewhere around this website, or if they're just watching it on their phones, and then you see that there's this lag, there's this delay that people might not come back and be part of it. So with Wistia, you can actually, and there are other people who do this as well now, but with Wistia, you can get that, they call it turnstile, and you put it as part of your video. So right at the end of your video, you put something like "Be inspired by my podcast weekly," or "Get this to your inbox," or whatever it is, the language that you're using to promote your podcast, and get people to sign up for your newsletter, your email out, so that you can promote your podcast to them and interact with them that way. So maybe you might just create a video telling them what's on your podcast this week, and then at the end you say, want to find out more about great people like this, or that idea we said earlier about using quotes from your podcast. So you have quotes and you say, you want to be inspired by quotes like this, sign up for this newsletter, and then it'll be there right within the screen. I think that's a really great way of getting people to sign up. In fact, I'll make a note because I should do that for my own site. You can beingfreelance.com. You can go to I am making a note. So yeah, you can. It's worth doing, right? It's free. So just make the video. Like I said, just put a short quote on there. It only has to be 15 seconds long. Put that at the end of it and see what happens. What harm can it do? It doesn't really cost you. Yeah, it's a good point. Yeah, Vimeo allow you to put a call to action at the end of the video as well if you've got Vimeo Pro. But I don't think you can click. You can't collect their information, can you? But does it link through? I think maybe it links through to your landing page or whatever, so that you can type on there. And to be fair, with what is it? Even with YouTube, you can use their cards, or you could annotate it. But actually, their cards are pretty good because it brings up a little icon, so it'll come up, sign up for more like this. People can click on that. So long as you've verified your website, it will go straight across to it. So yeah. Video cards, I'm pretty sure is what they call them now. So you click on that and it will link through to your sign up page. Make sure it goes somewhere specific so that you're not making it hard for people to then find where your email is. Who's this? Hi, Robin. Yeah, it's a good one. Robin makes a good point, is the fact that if you say click below or whatever to click below this to subscribe, as Robin says, they change the way it looks all the time. More than that, they could be watching it embedded somewhere, or they could be watching it on a mobile device, which it completely changes the experience. So yeah, it's a very good point. But don't forget, of course, if you aren't making any YouTube videos for your podcast, in that description at the beginning, always put a URL to your podcast in the first couple of lines, because otherwise people have to click show more. It's a really simple thing to forget to do. But if you just start going, oh, flowery language, and then a few lines down, put your URL, people probably won't see it because they're unlikely to hit show more. So if you're doing any sort of YouTube stuff, make sure you put it in the top couple of lines and make sure it's an actual clickable link. So you have to do the whole HTTP type stuff so that it will click through to where you are. But it's definitely worth sorting it out if you're putting videos on YouTube, and they're evolving that all the time, because it almost feels like YouTube are trying to play catch up with Facebook and stuff now. So keep on board with it. And if you're creating any of these videos and you're a podcaster and maybe you're not a video person, I would say the crux of video is storytelling, and so I'm sure you're probably all great with that. Another great thing of video is actually the audio quality, so you've already got a markup on that as well. But if you want to learn more tips, there is tons of material out there on YouTube as to how to be better at producing video, making video, working with whatever tools you've got. And YouTube themselves have a brilliant YouTube Academy which gives lots of tips, so worth looking there. The other thing, I wish I had the code for this actually. There is a way as well, like when you're linking to your YouTube page from elsewhere, to try and get people to subscribe to it. You can put in a code. Maybe Mike's got this, but you can put in a code so that it's actually in the URL, so that when it clicks through to your YouTube page, it automatically comes up with a little "Do you want to subscribe?" button, and it's really simple to do, but that's worth doing as well. You basically want to try and get people following you wherever you are. So if they are watching your videos on YouTube, try and get them to subscribe so that they see them, and then of course they come back to your podcast as well. So Robin's saying that he embeds a video podcast on his website each week. Yeah, this is brilliantly frustrating with YouTube, or rather the way that the web works on mobile devices is that if you say people click subscribe, and this was a big problem, like if you watch a lot of like Jamie Oliver's FoodTube, for example, at the end they always used to have multiple images. Click this thumbnail, watch the next thing. It's such a brilliant way, but it doesn't work on mobile devices unless I think you're in the YouTube app itself. So if you've embedded it on your website and you're saying click subscribe, it just doesn't work. They have to be watching it on a website. There we are. Mike's put the code that you need if you want people to subscribe to your YouTube channel, so that when you link from elsewhere to your YouTube channel, you can get people to it automatically comes up with a subscribe thing. It's a really handy bit of code. BuzzFeed use that quite a bit actually. With your you go to click on a BuzzFeed video and it's automatically saying, oh, do you want to subscribe? And you're like, oh yeah, go on then. So yeah, why not get a little bit of that clicking apathy in your working in your favor instead? That's all good. Yeah, so those are some ways. If you've got some questions and you want to talk about them, but like I said, I was sort of just trying to brainstorm ideas that businesses use for videos and taking them towards your podcast. Beyond that, it kind of depends on what your podcast is about, of course. So if you've got a topic which would lend itself to creating more video, and you're then bordering into becoming a vlogger, of course, but there's nothing wrong with that if it's drawing people back towards your podcast, or if it really takes off on YouTube or whatever, or Facebook, then hey, you've got a whole new audience and a whole new potential way of people enjoying your content or engaging with you or getting money out of their pockets. So if you're doing a mountain biking podcast, why not start making videos of you when you're out on some mountain bike trail on a GoPro and then putting them up there? But ultimately, it drives people back towards your podcast. In fact, for the Being Freelance podcast that I do, I have started interviewing, and this is outside of the realms of the podcast, I've started interviewing like really cool animators, talking about how they make these beautiful short films. I'm doing it for Red Lemon Club, so a completely different blog from mine. And we chat for about 30-40 minutes, so it's long form interview going deep into how they've made their animations. If you're that way inclined, they're well worth checking out. Like this recent one we did was this guy who works now for Disney as an animator, but how he made his short film, really interesting. Anyway, we break up after about 20 minutes, half an hour or so. About halfway through, about 20 minutes, I suddenly come back up saying, hey, if you're interested in this kind of thing, hit subscribe and check out more from Red Lemon Club. And by the way, I do a podcast called Being Freelance. So it's kind of like creating additional content where you then pop up and people are going, well, actually, I quite like him. Maybe I will follow that through. I won't read. I'm starting to read the questions before I should read the questions. It's a bit like peeking into your birthday presents, but I'm kind of squeezing around Team of John O'Shea's present there, so to speak, by the way. And I won't peek as to what's inside. So yes, there's another way to promote your podcast is to create content, classic content marketing, basically. So to create content that brings people to what you are ultimately trying to do, which is get people to listen to your podcast. And who knows, you might actually find that content takes off in its own space.
Very good. Wow. Amazing. Wow. So much content there, particularly related to video. Now, I guess a lot of podcasters, please guys get some more questions in /Q and then ask a question for Steve. A lot of podcasters, like you alluded to there, audio podcasters, kind of a bit shy behind the camera. I mean, how do you get over that being camera shy?
I think the best way to get over being camera shy is to practice. Is just to keep recording. It doesn't really. In fact, one of the best ways to do that is probably Snapchat, because let's face it, probably not that many people are going to see it. Maybe 1 or 2 people, depending on how, especially if you're not promoting it to many people. But what it does is in a very short burst, and that's quite handy as well, because it means you've got to get your thoughts and your words out very, very quickly and get your message across without being too woolly, is just staring at and here's a tip in itself. I've been trying to do this during this thing, is looking at my camera, even though that's not where my screen is, where, all of these comments and stuff are coming up, trying to look at the camera. It's, TV people have got it easy with an auto cue coming up right in front of the camera. You find out where the camera is. They get smaller and smaller, but look directly into that thing. And then that way your eyes connect directly with the person watching it. And actually that's quite important, because otherwise you're kind of looking over there a little bit, or you're looking down a little bit. So if you really want to connect with somebody, look them straight in the eyes. So there's one tip, is to look there. But just practice. And I think the great thing about Snapchat, of course, is that it disappears almost instantly. So within 24 hours, that's gone. And you'll be surprised at how much better you'll get at it. So you must have found that. You've been doing it every day, right, Mike? For your 100 days of... You like doing things in a marathon way, don't you?
You do.
But have you found...
You.
What day are you on now of your thing?
This is 43, day 43. So, nearly halfway.
So I recommend it, by the way. Mike's new media tools, Snapchats, are really good. He has been saving them and then putting them up on YouTube as well. So you can do the Netflix box set sort of binge. It's a lovely thing. Get the family around and watch Mike's,
I don't know about that.
Mike's
YouTube
channel.
Isn't all that good.
There's the thing. Have you found that since starting that from day one that you're talking to camera? I know you do quite a bit of talking to camera. You're a presenter anyway, but have you found it different?
Oh yeah, no, totally. And I mean, I'm still not a huge fan of being in front of a camera, particularly staring right down there, because I'd rather look at what's going on here. But yeah, no, I agree with you. I'm certainly now with my iPhone, I'm much more used to looking at the dot as opposed to the screen and all of that kind of stuff. And I do feel more confident as a result being on the camera. So it's done wonders for me. And I think the more you do it, like you say, practice is what makes it perfect for you. So
yeah. Because Mike and I on Facebook the other day were chatting about lighting for cameras and stuff. And I mentioned ring lights, and you can get tiny little ring lights. So they're like a ring of LEDs that go around or fix onto an iPhone or whatever camera you might have, and they're designed to go around the lens, and other than getting you better lighting, it draws your attention to where you're actually meant to be looking. So it kind of reminds you to, admittedly you might be going, I'm blinded by the light, but it's quite a good technique for getting you to look at it. So yes, I think if you are camera shy, get over it, and get on with it is probably the best 2 tips. Sort of like keep practicing, and one great way to do that is to do Snapchat, because that way you're vlogging, but people don't have to, you've not got to edit it or anything like that. You can just get better at looking at the camera and presenting. But if you're already presenting a podcast, trust me, you can easily do it.
Good. Let's get into some more questions. There's plenty coming in now. So Team of John O'Shea says, what do you think of infographics, Steve? We try and use them to attract Reddit users, shamelessly so. What do you think?
So static infographics, I think it's a great idea. You could probably do that with Pinterest as well. John, is probably a good place to put that. The whole point is that you're taking the content to a platform that people want to see on that platform, right? And then drawing them towards your podcast. So for example, I have been guest posting for other people's blogs and sharing lessons about freelancing, but ultimately it's drawing people back towards particular episodes and back towards the Being Freelance podcast. So if you've got an infographic and it relates to your topic of that week or podcast, but it clicks through to your podcast, that's a brilliant idea. And you can, I seriously would think about Pinterest for that as well. And you can pin videos to Pinterest as well. I once pinned a video to Pinterest of like a video that I just, I have quite a few up there that, I don't know, maybe animations I like or product videos I like, and I put them there as a place to remember them. And I had a company get in touch with me about working with them on a video because they had seen one of the videos that I liked that they had already made. if that makes sense. So it was their video. They saw I liked it. Then they clicked through, found out they liked what I do, and then got in touch. So it just goes to show that Pinterest can work for you as well. Yeah.
That's great.
And of course, you can bring infographics to life. You know, you could animate them quite easily as well. So you could make a video out of an infographic as well.
That'd be cool. Has that been done?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, the whole dynamic text animations you could teach yourself to do it, or you could pay somebody to do it, or you could even grab one of the like a template off of somewhere like Video Hive. There's quite places. If you're not an expert or you've not got the time, but you do have the tools of Motion or After Effects, you can buy templates and then populate those with whatever you might have. So we said earlier about you might want to take a quote from one of your podcasts or your guests. You could probably buy a really cool looking, eye-catching, and that's really important. You want to grab people's eyes when they're scrolling through Facebook or Twitter. Eye-catching template, fill in your details. It makes you look like you're an awesome video creator, and you can do that with infographics as well. And you sort of bring it to life that way. Yeah,
that's good. Robert Emery asks, "What is better, Snapchat or Periscope?"
Do you know? They're totally different is kind of the answer. I would say Snapchat is a very good way of telling a short story of a moment, and you can, follow a whole day or event, and people can chat back to you, but it's not live that they're chatting back to you in that sense. Whereas the beauty of Periscope is that you could spend 15 minutes just telling people, hey, my podcast just gone live this week, we're chatting about this. Or here's the thing with Periscope, you can schedule a time. So a bit like a book club that I was saying earlier, you could schedule a time, or an event in Facebook Live, schedule a time to come together and let's chat about what happens in this week's podcast. So in that respect, Periscope's amazing. And the fact that Periscope now streams live within Twitter, you've not got to go out to that blimmin' app. It's much, much better as a user experience. So I would say Periscope, if you're going to make me choose, if you're putting a gun to my head, I'm going to choose Periscope. But Snapchat and Periscope are totally different beasts. The other benefit of Periscope is you're probably going to reach more people, but the people who watch your Snapchat are probably going to be more engaged and really connecting with you in that moment, even if it's 10 people, like I said earlier. So yeah, they're totally different, but I'll plump for Periscope.
I love that with Snapchat you can see if someone has taken a screenshot. So
can you?
Yeah, you can see that. So you one of the things that Gary Vee does quite a lot that I've implemented into my snaps is he'll say, make sure you screenshot the next snap. And he'll put something on there like, a URL, or he'll say, take this photo and go and put it on Twitter or something like that. So you can literally see the engagement right there, which is pretty cool.
That is cool. It's such a shame, of course, and it will never happen, I don't suppose, but you can't click through into your podcast from that, but they want to keep you in Snapchat. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. He's great to follow, isn't he, Gary Vee on Snapchat? But that's because he does stuff. Yeah. Like if it was just oh, look at me, I'm feeding the fish again. Not quite so exciting. Whereas I think he's in London at the moment. He's actually got stuff going on.
Yeah. We got Screencast M who says, Steve, how do we go about creating a video podcast?
Well, you see, that's a different beast. So I was chatting about how to use video to drive people to your podcast. If you want to create a video podcast, I would suggest you Google it. But basically, you want to think about how you want to create it and where you want to put it out. So you can actually create video podcasts which sit in iTunes via the likes of Libsyn or whatever it might be. Or you could put them up on YouTube and Facebook, which is all three of the above. And then it's just really thinking about how you want to do it. You see, the reason I don't do a video podcast is because I like to edit my audio. So even though I do it via Skype and sometimes I'm chatting there, if you watch the ones where I chat to the Disney guy, like the video animators. That is effectively a video podcast, but I just put it on YouTube. So it's the two of us chatting via Skype using Sky Recorder for Skype to record both our video and our audio. Then just use whatever software you've got to edit it the best you can. The trouble with creating a video podcast is that people see the edits, and you either use that to your favor. A lot of YouTubers use jump edits, jump cuts, and it's part of the style, part of the way people expect those videos to look. But I think that would become jarring if it was quite long. So you either want to nail it or make sure that people don't mind that there's, that it's live and that this goes. I mean, like I mentioned earlier, the Unpodcast that I mentioned earlier is live. They record that podcast live, they film it live, they do 6 in a day, so there's no room for kind of like editing. They just keep it tight, and actually when they do muck up, that's part of the joy of watching it. So you've just got to kind of experiment and see what works, really. I think, don't forget, it's one of those things, isn't it? I still like the audio podcasts. I'd rather listen to an audio podcast while driving or running or making food for Mike because he needs it, whatever it might need, whatever it might be. So if you're creating a video podcast, it's almost a different beast. You just need to make sure you kind of cross-reference them both. But yeah, definitely there's plenty of stuff on Google as to how to exactly get it into iTunes or whatever.
Yeah, and I think video podcasting, like you said, is a completely different beast. And I don't know many video podcasts that are particularly popular. I can't think of anything now. I think audio seems to be the big thing on iTunes, doesn't it? So can you think of anything that's doing particularly well in the video podcast space?
No,
isn't that funny?
Is it? But even if you go to the iTunes podcast type thing, they're not pushing video to you, are they? It's not a priority to them, it feels like. I think that one key benefit, and this is why I think it's worth using video to promote your podcast, is the fact that when you put it on the likes of Facebook or Twitter, it gets eyeballs, it gets more attention, but also the algorithms in such places prefer video, so they're more likely to see your post. Even if you don't pay for it, they're more likely to get it. So even if you don't make a video podcast, it's worth creating a video that people then see to draw you to your audio podcast.
Interesting. I knew people would come back and straight away give us some info. Bernie has come back with the Good Life Project, and Sean with Twit, which do video. They do many video streams, don't they? They also do audio streams of their video. So I think that's really curious. What do you think about doing a podcast initially as video and then making it audio? So kind of like this is now. This is a video chat, but eventually it could be or is an audio podcast on Spreaker right now.
I think it's absolutely fine, so long as you keep those audiences in mind when you're recording it. So if I'm sitting here chatting all the time about something very visual, or I'm doing loads of visual stuff, and I don't know the Good Life Project, but I'm going to have to go and check it out. But if we're all sitting there looking at pictures of Tom and Barbara all the time, then it's not going to be the same when I listen to it, and that's the trouble.
Yeah, and I like you mentioned that actually you can lose the magic of people actually downloading your audio podcast because they've already seen the video version, so they don't need to necessarily go and download your show. So
yeah, and that can impact you if you're really after numbers, for example. If you've got a sponsor who you want to prove that a certain amount of people are downloading your podcast, then the audio version is a great way of doing that. And I mean, I suppose you could say that you could then get that information from elsewhere, and then you just have to bring it all together. This was the amount of Facebook views. The trouble with Facebook views is, like, I think if they watch it for about a few seconds, it counts as a Facebook view. So you don't really know.
Same with YouTube, right? 2 or 3
Yeah,
seconds.
I suppose you could say somebody could download your podcast and never listen to it, and it would still count. So it's you ultimately can tell if people are engaging with your podcast, can't you?
Absolutely.
So through other ways. Thanks for these links. I'm going to have to go and check out these visual podcasts.
Simon Sinek, yeah, that's great. Wow.
Yeah, we mentioned Michael Hyatt earlier, didn't we? So he for years just did the him talking in a room, and then brought in the lady. I think she's still with him, isn't she? In those, because they got the budget to have a load of people filming them and stuff like
studio in
that.
Nashville.
But there's nothing. It draws you closer towards vlogging territory. But what's wrong with that? I think that they are different mediums, though, like talking just audio wise and then using video. So it could be that you create two different things. So I do the Being Freelance podcast, but I could go on YouTube and start creating videos where I talk about certain topics, where I try and encourage people to enter awards, or I try and get people to think about their finances, or, do some sort of inspirational talk, or create those quotes like I mentioned earlier. And then it's a different beast, but it still feeds back cross-promoting to the other.
I love that. Well, Steve, just before you go, do let everyone know where they can find you online.
So above my head, at sfolland on Twitter. The podcast is beingfreelance.com, where we talk every week. I chat to different freelance creatives about their experience being freelance, and for that matter, we're going to be doing Being Freelance live. So we're going to be doing the podcast live at New Media Europe in London. It's on the Sunday in the afternoon, so I can recover from the night before, which is very generous of them. But yeah, it's essentially a lot. I talk to one person in the podcast, but in that instance, we're going to have about 4 people. Should be fun. Looking forward to that.
That's awesome. Yeah, and I did play your promo video just before we went live at 10 this morning, so I'm sure I will give it another spin between now and 10 o'clock tomorrow night.
Nice, yeah. Oh, look, there you are. Look, Bernie's just said that you can post your Spreaker podcast to YouTube, so the Spreaker people will... Speaker people. I thought it was... anyway, they'll appreciate that. So, yeah.
That's brilliant. Well, thanks, Steve. Thanks so much for joining us. And up next is Sean. Thanks, Steve.
You're welcome. Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you. So coming up very soon, we're going to have a short little break for a promo video. Also wanted to announce that we do have a first winner of the free Spreaker hosting for your podcast. And that is, let me just grab the name here. It is Fraser Andrew, at Fraser Andrew on Twitter. Well done to you. You're our 2 p.m. winner. And remember, Spreaker is giving away 1 free month on their platform. If you want to win, all you need to do is share this online conference, share this event with your friends on whatever platform. Just use the UKPod hashtag UKPod to get into the draw. We're picking a winner every 4 hours. So the next one will be at 6 o'clock this afternoon. So that's a free month on the Spreaker platform. Well, that's the 5th hour of the broadcast behind us. 31 more hours to go. Huge thanks to Blab, Spreaker, Anchor, Music Radio Creative, and New Media Europe. And what you've just seen there with Steve is just a preview of what's to come at New Media Europe in London this summer. We've got workshops and sessions designed to give you the opportunity to grow as a podcaster. And as Steve has mentioned, he's got a Being Freelance panel going on there. If you're watching and enjoying it, let's grab a coffee in June. £70 off right now, the all-access ticket that includes evening, dinner, and party. Just go to newmediaeurope.com/now to get that. newmediaeurope.com/now. And after this short video, we'll return with Sean Clark, and we're talking the advances in pay-per-click marketing in 2016. That's coming up next.
Found the Argus of ZenHabits.net, and at that moment I started to get in contact with simplifying your life, with minimalism, with decluttering. And after that period I started to declutter, to simplify, and I also wanted to do the things that add value to my life, and I was removing the inessential from my life. So now I only own 99 items, and I just have the stuff that really adds value, that makes me happy every day.
My podcast is called Tough Girl Challenges, or the Tough Girl Podcast, which is all about motivating and inspiring women and girls. So I interview these awesome women who've run across Africa, they've rowed across the Atlantic Ocean, they've climbed mountains, and I'm hoping people will listen to the podcast and be inspired, not necessarily to go and row across the Atlantic, go swim the English Channel, but to think, right, I might go outside for a walk, or I'm going to go run a 5k, or I'm going to go do a 10k, I'm going to do something that gets them out of their own comfort zone and helps them to grow and develop as a person. The last conference I was in was with a lady called Harmony, who was talking about community building, which is going to be the next step for me personally, and I know a lot of people are really fascinated by how you do that, how you interact with the people who are going to become part of your community.
I have a community podcast for my area, and part of me has been reluctant to actually get involved by putting my face out there and exactly saying who I am. Yeah. And the reason being that I don't want my house to get robbed. So there's only so many people in the community, and a lot of people know people anyway, so I'm kind of like reluctant. So I don't know if you've got any advice for kind of...
Because new media is coming on by leaps and bounds. It's very difficult to keep on top of it and to see where it's going, and so we need to try and remain on the leading edge and adopt a lot of it to help us grow what we want to grow.
All right, fantastic. It's just after 3 o'clock British summertime now. I'm Mike Russell, the co-founder of the UK Podcasters Community and New Media Europe. Thrilled to have every single person watching right now online, wherever you are, if you're on Blab or any of the other platforms I'll mention in just a moment. It is all about podcasting, and it's a huge growing medium that we can no longer ignore, quite frankly. In the UK, podcasting has been influenced by professional content creators such as The Guardian and the BBC. We are aiming to bring the spotlight onto independent podcasters and content creators. This is a 36-hour non-stop broadcast. I'm joined by 36 incredible podcasters from all different areas of the UK, and we're going to be covering all kinds of topics. I'm looking forward to getting into pay-per-click, because I think all podcasters could be promoting themselves with a little bit of money to get more listeners in. So that's coming up in just a moment. Now, to let you know, we are live on Blab. That is our main place, and you can interact, you can ask questions, you can give props to the speaker, all that kind of stuff on Blab. We're also broadcasting on Facebook Live as well, Periscope, Spreaker, YouTube Live as well, and we've got hourly updates coming in via Snapchat and Anchor as well. It's a broadcast making history. It's never been done before, so please make sure you do head over to ukpodcasters.com/live, share it out with your friends, and together we can make podcasting a huge success. Now, I've got to say a huge thank you to Blab, to Anchor, to Spreaker, and Music Radio Creative, who have helped to make this event a success. We're now into hour 6 of our 36-hour non-stop podcast and broadcast online. Our guests are here for 1 full hour. We let them take the mic for around 40 minutes until about 22 the next hour, and then we turn over the questions and answers to you. So if you've got a question you'd like to ask Sean, he's going to give some interesting information. If it kind of piques your interest and you want to know a bit more, /Q, and then write in your question, and then we'll be getting to those questions after 40 minutes, so around 3:40 this afternoon. And we do have lovely producers in the chat room as well. We got Isabella, I believe, is back in there now. We've also got Andrea, Chachi, and Kyron around as well. If you see anyone with a H next to their avatar in the chat room, you know they're a producer and they'll be able to help you out. So let's introduce Sean now. Sean has over 16 years in practical experience in the field of online marketing and e-commerce, runs his own marketing agency. He's helped get Norwich recognised as Tech City and is now an official core partner of the government's Tech City UK Tech Nation initiative. Sean has also spoken at numerous events on the subject of social media, SEO, e-commerce, and with co-host Robert Tyson publishes the bi-weekly podcast, The Small Business Marketing Report. Sean, welcome.
Thank you for having me.
It's great to have you here.
Yeah, it's brilliant to be here. Yes, I'm one of those audio podcasters, so do excuse me if I'm a bit camera shy there.
I noticed you getting the right camera angle there as we were playing the video.
Yeah, I'm trying to look down. The screen's up there, and yeah. Well, we'll just go. We'll just go with it. It's a lot easier on stage, actually. Standing up on stage, you just focus on the audience or the lights, and you don't notice so much. But when all you can see is your own ugly mug staring back at you, you feel a bit self-conscious to start with. But I'm sure I'll get over that.
Excellent. So, Sean, what you got for us?
What I'd like to take people through is the advances in pay-per-click, some that have come about just recently, and where it's really going for the future. I think it's it's one of the areas that gets overlooked a bit as everyone comes online and tries to do things for free. They try to do it at low cost, and they tend to think that they don't need to have a marketing budget. Certainly when I set my agency up, we first went out there on the social media angle. I'm quite well known locally for social media and that sort of thing. And we started sort of looking at doing training for people and things like that. And quite often people come to us and say, yeah, we want to start social media to promote our business. And isn't it great? You can do it for nothing, and so on and so forth. What they tend to forget is that all that takes time and effort to build, and actually to build a decent audience on social media can take years, just as it can any sort of audience where you need to build authority to cut through the noise and get listened to. And what most businesses are after is actually to either drive leads or sales. And they're usually after that pretty rapidly, especially if they're a startup business. So we quickly changed tack, and as people's business objective didn't align with what we were offering. So we were going out there training them in social media. They're coming back a few months later and saying, this doesn't work. No, what you mean is it doesn't work as quick as what you need it to work for your business to grow. And I think this is where a lot of startups, especially, they invest or get investment for their product, for the build, and they forget to get investment for their marketing. And if you've got investment for marketing, you can do some really good things. You can do some testing. You can see whether there's actually a market for your product, and you can actually drive business straight away. And with pay-per-click, there's just no better way to see if your audience is out there, they're interested, and whether you can get them to convert. And once you've found that information out and you found out where your audience is and what they react to, then you can go and do some of those softer marketing, some of those more long-term marketing things. But in the early days, you need to be able to survive. When I started out online in the early 90s, the late 90s, not the early 90s. It was Alta Vista was just waning. Google was just growing. SEO was butchered. Can we quite frankly say, if you wanted to get #1 in search, it was not difficult. And then pay-per-click started to mature and come along. And back then it was a fantastic tool. You get for a penny a click, you get visitors to your website on all sorts of terms. But it was really basic. It was only around search. It was around keywords still. And, competition varied a lot. If you were really lucky in some streams, you could get right in. If you weren't lucky, then it could be really expensive. Analytics tools weren't what they are now. And then as we went into the mid 2000s, Google got it together. Their ad platform and their analytics platforms come together, and we got far more ability to track what was and wasn't working. And it became, a much more data-driven business to do pay-per-click. And at the time, there was a lot of competition from things like price comparison sites. Affiliate marketing was really big back then. It is now, but it's gone in a different beast altogether. Email marketing was really taking off, and as strong as it is now, it was even stronger then. but pay-per-click was coming into its own, but still people were shy about spending their money. And then we've come through all of this social media phase now, and AdWords has survived for all of that and still remains a fantastically strong channel to promote yourself, although it's got more and more expensive. But what has happened is your ability to target has got much, much better. So where we were previously only able to target based around keywords, I mean, even Google now have got things in there allowing us to target demographics. You know, we can put ads on certain sites. We do location-based targeting, and it really means that we can get some higher conversion. So what I encourage people to do is actually have a little play around here. Think about your target audience and how you want to reach them, and think about the terms they're searching for. And you can very easily go in, create an AdWords account if you don't already have one. They don't charge for creating an account anymore. And you can go into the keyword tool, which a lot of people use for research for SEO anyway. But within the keyword tool, you can get some estimates of what your cost per clicks are. And if you're just starting out, say with a product or a podcast or something like that, you're not sure whether there's going to be an interest, you can quickly put in typical terms that people might use to search for things in your market sector, and it'll come back and tell you roughly how many people are searching per month, what the average price per click might be if you were to advertise. And just that alone will give you an idea whether people are actually looking for what it is you're selling. I mean, so often we get clients approach us and they've invested X amount of thousands of pounds in developing this product, and now they want to take it to market and they want to be found for ourbestproductname.com. And we go and do the research, and we find actually they might have a fantastic product, but nobody's searching for it. And in fact, they might have invented a totally new solution to an issue. The trouble is nobody's looking for that solution because they don't know it exists. And that can really alter how you take your business forward and how you market it and promote it. Because all of a sudden, if you go out there with, I don't know, SEO, for example, you start blogging about your product, well, nobody's actually searching for what you're writing about, so it's never going to get found. You go monitoring on social media for mentions, nobody's looking for it. So you're going to waste a lot of time and effort through a little bit of research. And one of the things that can happen is when you get into that point is you're like, well, what do I do if nobody's searching for my product? And this is where social media, or paid social media, really comes into its own. And I think a lot of people overlook this on social media. They see it as the holy grail. It's free. I totally get that, and but it takes time to build. But behind the scenes, these platforms have been collating data about us, about our usage, about us traveling, and everything like that. And just to answer the comment there about Henry Ford allegedly saying about if people wanted, they would have asked for faster horses if they were asked for it. Absolutely right. But they weren't searching for cars. Henry Ford had to go out and show them, demonstrate that cars were the way forward. He had to go and build and create an industry. He had to put it in front of them. And this is where I'm coming on to just the ordinary keyword targeting that we're used to on Google AdWords really has, or is being trumped by the sorts of targeting that we can now do with the social media ads, which are pay-per-click. So three primary platforms out there: Facebook, LinkedIn, and Twitter. And with all three of these, we can do some really targeted placements. So if you wanted to demonstrate, if Henry Ford wanted to show off his brand new car, he could have done some video ads and placed them in front of potential horse owners, people who own horses but need to travel long distances, so they have to own loads of horses and have them at different points along the railway, so they could change them over, maybe like the Pony Express. So the person in charge of buying horses for the Pony Express, if he had that as his job title on LinkedIn, we could have put ad placements in front of him on LinkedIn with a blog post talking about how this great new invention will actually mean that you've no longer got to have your stages for your postal delivery. You can use this motor vehicle and you just need one vehicle and you can fill it up along the way. In fact, you can carry your fuel with you. So we're using pay-per-click still, but we're no longer looking at keywords. We're looking at targeting someone based on their job title, and that's LinkedIn. Now, it's not cheap, no, but I suggest that, if you're selling the motor car, look at Tesla, look at Elon Musk. He's got a new car he's trying to get in front of people. It's costing him billions to develop. And he's using really innovative marketing techniques to get people to sign up. In fact, the last car he just launched, he's using a bit of crowdsourcing, not quite crowdfunding, but he's getting people to sign up and pay a deposit before the car's even available, and we've seen that before. So if he needed to get that in front of car owners, he could have primed that through social media, because potentially not many people are looking for electric cars at the moment. So it's looking at pay-per-click from a totally different angle, and actually realizing how advanced these platforms are getting based on our data. Now let's take a look at Facebook. Now, love it or hate it. Personally, I hate Facebook. From a personal point of view, I see friends and family have arguments over it. Non-educated people don't understand why they didn't see update from Auntie Jane, but their sister did, and they get all upset about it and all those sorts of things. From a business point of view, it's beautiful. The ability to do targeted placement in front of people. A few of you might like to test this. Let's test this out while we're on air. Nip over to SeanClarke.com, have a few clicks around, and we'll see if this works. It might not work quick enough, but have a click around, visit a few pages, then load up Facebook on your computer. I mean, if you visit the website on your phone, then load up Facebook on your phone. Might take a bit of a delay, and let me know what you see. So we'll come back to that. So Facebook has not only got data that you've inputted, and this is one thing that people don't understand. Facebook recently, a few years ago, bought an advertising information company off of Microsoft. They buy data in. They have deals with big companies like Experian and that to actually buy data in. And then behind the scenes, they mold that with the social data that they've already got. And from that, they can profile people so accurately, you wouldn't believe. So we don't just target people by pages they like, conversations they take part in, who they're connected with. We've got job titles in there, and it may not be for the fact that you put a job title in there. We can target locations, and it might not be because you put a location in there. Because if you left tracking running on your phone, given permissions, Facebook can see where you're going. It knows where you've been. It knows your daily commute. So we can put ads in front of people that not only live in an area, but go to an area or travel to an area. There are segments for people that go on holiday frequently, more than 5 times a year. People who travel for business, all of those sort of things. Even scarily, we can look at house values. We can look at the amount of times people, where they are in the property chain, first-time buyers, second-time buyers, whether they own a car, married, obviously, recently engaged, recently went on holiday, what mobile devices they use. All of these things can allow us to really target people and pinpoint people. So this is even better than doing our research on AdWords. So whereas we could use Google AdWords to see if people are searching for product, and we go, crikey, nobody's searching for it. Okay, so who's our target market? Well, we think our target market is 30 plus homeowners. Wow, that's massive. You will find something like 3 million people in the UK, 30 plus homeowners on Facebook. Huge. And in fact, one of the biggest mistakes Facebook advertisers make, uneducated ones anyway, is they'll go, that's our target market. Plop an ad in front of those. Well, if you put an ad in front of trying to put an ad in front of 3 million people, the chance of your ad hitting home is quite rare, because you're not going to have the sort of money that's going to allow your ad to get in front of enough of those people for it to be effective. So Facebook's basically got to take your £10 a day and try and allocate it between that 3 million people to find the people that your ad might work against. But what we can do is we can run it against that target audience for a little while and see who clicks on our ad. So we don't want anything from this. We just want to see who reacts to our ad. And when they react to our ad, so say you're launching your podcast, okay? You're not quite sure who to aim it at. You know it's 30 plus somethings, and you know it's probably men that may be into football. Just, yeah, but that's quite wide. So you could create an audience of that type on Facebook, get a little bit of money, 50 quid, and over a week, place an ad in front of that target audience. And then with the analytics that you can get back, you can see who actually engages with that ad, who clicks on it, who comments on it, likes it, and so on and so forth. And from that data, you can then hone in and actually see, oh, it wasn't the 40 plus somethings. It was actually, the 30 plus somethings in general. It was actually the 45 to 55-year-olds that reacted. So all of a sudden, we've got our targeting down to a 10-year range. And if you did the male-female split, you might find it was males or females, and you can take it down there. And then you can do more analysis on who's clicking on stuff. Then you can run it again, put it in front of that narrow age group, and go again with different assumptions and see who's reacting. So your best targeting, when we did this for a company that produced energy monitors, and it's a whizzy gadget that you attach to your electricity and potentially to your gas supply, and it automatically connect up with USwitch and advise you which tariff you'd be best on based on your usage, all automatically. So no interaction required. What a gadget! You'd think, yeah, young blokes really into their gadgety things, that'll be right up their street. Actually, it worked for 65 plus something year olds. Did tend to be male, but what we ascertained from that was it was people that actually cared about saving energy. They had the time to care about it. It was a big percentage of their spend, and these were the guys that we then narrowed the ads down to, and we got the higher conversions on. And it was actually a fantastic finding from advertising to a broad audience to a narrow one. So give that a go. Go on there and actually have a play around. And just one little tip, do not place your ads from the boost my post button. Go and do a search for Facebook Business Manager. If you're doing it from a business point of view, create a business manager account. That'll give you access to a whole ream of tools that you wouldn't normally have access to. And if you're an agency, if you're a small agency, you should be using Facebook Business Manager. And then you can actually connect up multiple Facebook pages in a business way without having to be friends with an admin and loads of rubbish like that and sharing logins. You can actually request access, and you can create ad accounts. It gives you access to, you can also get access to a tool called Power Editor. Now you need to use Chrome to use this, but Power Editor will give you infinitely more segmentation abilities and more customization abilities with your ads. And if you really, really want to go about it, if you really, really want to go into it deeply and give it a try, there's a lovely tool called Espresso. And this is fantastic for Facebook advertising. Create all your accounts on Facebook, have your ad account all set up, connect it up to Espresso. And Espresso, you can create your ads in there, but even better, you can upload, say, 5 images for one campaign, tons of variations of text, maybe a couple of links to different landing pages. And then when you go live, it'll automatically create, literally for one campaign, we had 114 ad variations for one campaign that we kept running. And Espresso will then say, this one's currently performing best, so and this one's performing worse. So we turn the worst ones off, and then the budget get allocated to the best ones. And gradually over the weeks, you hone it down, and it works out which are your best performing ads for you, and it creates all those variations for you. It's a fantastic way of doing intelligent testing, both on audiences, ad copy, and images. And I'm really, you probably tell, I'm really bullish on Facebook advertising now. And for those that think it doesn't convert, really hone in on your audiences. We've got some campaigns running for clients at the moment. They're getting 30% conversion rates on Facebook ads. That's conversion, click to sale. Now, not going to say the volumes are huge, but those sort of conversion rates, if we can get lots and lots of campaigns running, obviously they become very, very cost effective, especially in the days when we've got AdWords. Cost per click, we're seeing rises there, something like 30% year on year in cost per click, because everyone's diving to it. I mean, the only place to advertise in the UK in search is Google. So a little tangent here. What really, really annoys me about this debate about Google in Europe and their domination in Europe is not that users don't get a choice, is that business people don't get a choice. Advertisers have nowhere else to go if they want to advertise in search other than Google. And that means if your competition is high in Google, you're paying high prices. Or if, as in some industries, would you believe IT remote support are not allowed to advertise their services on Google AdWords? What do you do? If you run an upfront IT services support company, you can't advertise. Go and advertise on Bing, which has got about less than 10% of the traffic in the UK, you'd be lucky. So that's what really gets me about the Google. I love Google, and it has its place, and it does work well. Don't get me wrong, but the debate all gets switched around about users not having a choice. But actually, it's the businesses that suffer because they've got nowhere else to advertise, and they're forced down these channels. Whereas Facebook's coming up from the back. We've got Facebook targeting people. Really focused targeting, and you'll get some conversions in there, and test, and it works really well. Facebook as a tool has just absolutely expanded. It's gone from just targeting and promoting a few posts. Just recently they released a lead generation tool. And the lead generation tool allows you to capture leads directly on Facebook. You don't need to go anywhere. You don't need to send them to a landing page. You just have to link to your privacy and terms of service and things like that. But through 2 clicks, somebody could sign up to your newsletter or your podcast newsletter or something like that. You can even ask them a ton of questions if you really want to, all within Facebook without having to leave there. If you go and do a search on Google for Facebook lead generation, and you'll find some blog posts and articles there. And one is titled something like tap, tap, click, something like that. And that'll give you a little video demo of how it works. And it's literally a 2-click process to collect an email address. And then you can connect the systems up to things like MailChimp and have them directly go in there. Just a fantastic way to collect leads. It's very early on, so some of you might find that actually you get better conversions by sending them to a dedicated landing page, but it's definitely one to look out for. And another new tool Facebook come out with was something called Canvas, and basically an ad that actually can have video in it as well as product, as well as posts, text, images, all in this one ad. And basically when a user clicks on it, it takes over their phone screen. So they see nothing but your ad and can interact with it. They can look around panoramic pictures and everything like that. So if you've got a use case for panoramic pictures and video all bolted into one ad, like a travel company or something like that, Canvas ads are fantastic, and they don't cost you any more to run. That's the silly thing. So earlier on, I asked people to go and visit my website and then go and check out Facebook and see what happened. I don't know whether anyone noticed anything, but if it worked, you might have then been shown our ads or ads for our company if you went to seanclark.com. And certainly if you didn't now, you probably will for the rest of the week. So thank you. But this is fantastic targeting, and you can do this with Google as well. You've been able to do it with Google for quite some time, but it's not quite as neat as with Facebook. So with Facebook, what's happening there? You install the Facebook tracking called Facebook Pixel, and you install that on every page in your site. It's really quite easy to put in place. If you've got Google Tag Manager in place, you just put it in Tag Manager and you're off. But basically, once someone visits your website, if you've got Facebook Pixel in place, they're then tagged, okay? And then you can then use that to target people who visited your website. So you can then show them ads. And the way we use it, we don't want people to click on the ads because that costs us money. We just want them to see our brand. So usually we put a proposal out to someone, a company, they'll have a look through the proposal, and then from time to time during that week they might visit our website just to check out a few facts and that. Having done so, when they're at home sitting on their phone looking through Facebook, every now and again they keep seeing our company name. And we also use the same tracking on Google, so they go and read the independent newspaper online and they'll see a banner ad for our company. Like I say, we don't want to click. And then by the time I ring them up next week to see how they got on with the proposal, all they've seen is our company name all week. They're like, yeah, okay. They're going to at least know who I am, if nothing else. You know, we know this works because we've spoken to what are now clients that said, yeah, Sean, you know, all we saw was you all week. So obviously we wanted to know how to do that for ourselves. So we might as well sign you up. So that's really good. Look at that. The remarketing with Facebook is fantastic. It's such low cost. I mean, we spend a few quid a day, if that. And on Google, we spend virtually nothing because we're targeting views. We don't want clicks. But on Facebook, it's so prominent because it's in that feed on the mobile phone all the time. Really, really good. So that's once you've got visitors to your website. So if you want people coming to your podcast website or back to your podcast, you want to keep reminding them, you chuck that Facebook pixel in place, and every time they go on Facebook, they'll see your ad for your podcast. Keep reminding them. One better than that, you can do this both on Facebook and on Google. You've got a list of email addresses, maybe subscribers to your newsletter, subscribers to your podcast, or even customers. Upload that to Facebook or Google, and it will see if there's any accounts associated with those email addresses, maybe like co-accounts. On Google, you can associate many accounts with your Gmail address. And if there is, you can put ads in front of those people. So you've got a repeat buy product, you know, maybe some dog food. You know, people buy bulk dog food maybe once a month, and you've got those customers in a dog food list. They know they buy this dog food once a month, and you can run these ads at the end of every month to that customer list that maybe haven't bought for 2 months, and try and re-engage them. And that works usually well. Costs next to nothing, and you're advertising directly in front of people that you know are interested. So these are really highly targeted, but so simple. It really is. You know, you have a play with it and anyone can do it. It's really not hard. And then you can go one step further. So you've exhausted all of your existing customers. All your website visitors are absolutely fed up with seeing your face every week in their Facebook newsfeed. Based on those visitation, you can then create what are called lookalike audiences. These are audiences that Facebook deem have similar profiles to those people on your lists or visited your website.
Do you think
And then
they're
you
any
can
good?
start- Well,
Lookalike audiences, or do you think
what
they're a
you
load
have
of
to
rubbish?
do. Yeah. So what you have to do with lookalike audiences, what it will create, and you can set the parameters, but typically it will create an audience of about 300,000 when you create one, which is huge, really. In Facebook advertising terms, that's huge, a huge audience in the UK. What you then have to do is then go and segment it. So you then have to use the lookalike audience and then put in your parameters to make sure that you've only got in that lookalike audience all women between the age of 18 and 25, for example, to put your ad in front of that, I don't know, like horses and go ice skating, that type of thing. So lookalike audiences will work. And this is Facebook all over, really. It works when you focus in. When you're lazy and you use a broad audience and you've not got a lot of ad spend, Facebook then has to choose who to put your ads in front of, and it doesn't always get that choice right. And so your conversions aren't as good. But when you help Facebook and you narrow it right down, and when you get it right, then you can really benefit from the conversions there. So the caveat is, lookalike audiences as they come out fresh out of the box, no, they don't work. They don't convert. Hone in, focus in. I mean, but we always say this. We know we'd much rather have 100 people that are really interested in our show than 5,000 people that don't really care, because they won't share it or anything like that, or get really on side. And we talked about Gary V earlier, and that's what Gary Vaynerchuk's all about, that focus. That's why he's big on Snapchat and things like that, because he knows there's not a big audience. He just knows that of that 1,000 people that follow him avidly every day on Snapchat, they're his best audience. They'll magnify anything. When his last book came out, which is basically every word he ever said on his Ask Gary V show, just actually been annotated into a book, they go crazy about it and share it left, right, and center, whether it's good or not good. It's all about targeting, whether it's growing an audience or whether it's advertising, and it's about how accurately you get in front of them. There is a time and a place for broad advertising, for awareness, but you've got to make sure you do that at the right price, because it's costly to just chuck money to get in front of thousands and thousands of people needlessly. So the little two that I've not mentioned much are Twitter and LinkedIn. And LinkedIn, because it's expensive, typically, starting at £2 to £3 a click, if you're lucky. If you're unlucky, you pay a lot more. It's a bit like trying to I don't know, sell insurance or do car insurance comparison on AdWords. It costs a blinking fortune, but the targeting is immense. So if you've got a B2B product and you've got to chuck in directly at a certain type of person that you're trying to target in a certain industry, you can't beat it. And you should be spending the money because you should be making the money back. So that works really good. What you've got to make sure is that what you're sending them to the other end after that ad is really, really powerful and good, and that you've got a salesperson the other end to make sure your money's well spent. Twitter. What can I say about Twitter? My favorite friend. I love Twitter. I'm on Twitter incessantly. I use it for seeing what's going on. But there aren't a hell of a lot of people on there. There's not really, in comparison to Facebook. A lot of the people that take part in Twitter are apathetic. They don't engage. They're consumers, and it's really hard to get leverage. But by constantly being there, you can build authority and awareness, obviously, because people see you a lot. Advertising on Twitter. Audience dependent, really, audience dependent. So if you're running an event, advertise against hashtag to make sure you appear for that. If you want to grow a following, you can advertise in front of people that are already in your sector that have got a larger following and advertise against their followers. So if you If you wanted to appeal to the small business community or the business community who really want to get into online marketing or social media, target Gary V's followers, something like that. Maybe that's too broad because he's got millions, but find people who have got the type of followers you want in your audience, and then you can put ads in front of those. Typical costs on Twitter, £1 to £2 a click, so not cheap really. Considering you can get Facebook down in some sets, you can get Facebook down to sort of 20-30p a click, and with really targeted audiences, you don't mind paying £1.50 a click on Facebook if it's converting. So those two are pretty tough platforms, and I think they're use case dependent. But pay-per-click, it is just underused out there. Everyone's trying to do something for free, and I think whether you use it for research, whether you use it to build an audience, create awareness, it's such an immediate tool. If I had a business idea this afternoon, I could have it tested by the end of the week to see if anyone's really, really searching for it. And I've got to waste loads of money developing anything. So yeah, if you've got any questions about it, I'll be more than willing to answer them. Otherwise, we can dig a bit deeper, really.
Yeah, Sean, that was fascinating, and so much of a deep dive into pay-per-click and the various different platforms. I'm glad that you broke it up into all the different places you can be, like LinkedIn, like Twitter, Facebook ads, and Google. And I can see there are a few questions coming in, so do keep them coming in, /Q, and then type in your question to the Blab chat. I'm quite curious, Sean, whether you've been using any kind of PPC for your podcast, which is called the Small Business Marketing Report. Have you played about with PPC, and how have you used it? Because I think that would be something podcasters would be quite interested to hear about.
Yeah, we haven't promoted our podcast, to be honest. It's been very much natural growth. We have about 1,000 listeners or 1,000 downloads. Whether they actually listen to it is another thing. We have about 1,000 a month, and we've, personally, I've used the podcast as an authority tool, as an extension to the business. Our main business is an advertising agency. So if people want to see whether we know what we're talking about, they can go and listen to the podcast. In comparison, we do use the advertising for our agency, and of course we don't get any immediate buys. And how I would use it if I was going to use it to promote the podcast, and maybe I'll just do this and then post the results up on our blog, so you can see. But I would use Facebook almost certainly, and I would look to target people. The reason I'd use Facebook is because of the mobile element, or almost certainly if you're using Facebook, 90% mobile use on Facebook, and obviously podcast largely through iTunes. Is where it's going to come through. So mobile phone, iPhone users, although obviously we've got Google running up with their own podcast platform, just released in the States this week. So that will come along. But I would use it in the retargeting manner. So I would look for people coming to the website, and then I would keep showing ads in front of those people to get them to remember to come back. And I might, if I had a monthly podcast, I might run those ads, 1 week in the month or something like that. If I had a weekly podcast, I'd probably run them all the time just to keep the awareness up. If I wanted to build an audience, then it's about interest. So if I've got a football podcast or soccer, if I've got a soccer podcast, then that's really easy. Head to Facebook, find all the people that like the Arsenal page or the Tottenham page, whatever you're podcasting about, and chuck the ad in front of who you appeal to within that segment. And that should be a no-brainer. But it is about knowing, if you do a football podcast, you've got to know who you appeal to. Are you appealing to the ardent fan who's hardcore and wants to know the nitty-gritty, or is it a really softer approach. You're updating the general fan who doesn't get into the stats and everything, and it's a bit of a laugh about what happened in the game and how silly it was, and those sort of things, and try and get in the mindset of your audience, and then pick them from there. Really, Facebook for me would be the thing, because you're going to be too expensive going out on AdWords. If we take the football podcast for a starter, anything to do with football, you've got so much competition. All the teams have got their official podcast for a start. If they're not advertising on pay-per-click, somebody else might be. And then you've got all the paraphernalia that goes with football, the products that you're up against. So that's too hard. But if you know who you're aiming for audience-wise, then Facebook's brilliant, because you can just create an audience, chuck an ad in front of them, give it £10 and see what you get. And the key is use that £10 just to display. You don't pay per click, pay for views. Yeah. Then see who clicks. Who clicks is then your real target audience. Yeah. And then you can go and invest some money in advertising to the clickers, not just the viewers. Yeah. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it really does. So there's this two-step process, essentially.
Yes.
First of all, you've got to see who's clicking, what kind of people those people are, and then you spend the real money on getting clicks from that target audience. That's genius. I love that.
Yeah.
Absolutely love that. So we got loads of questions coming in. One from Podcasting Power in a moment. This is interesting, actually. It just caught my eye. Rock Show Online says, I don't think I would pay to advertise at all, as I'm cheap. What would you say to someone, many podcasters starting out, they haven't got any cash to spend on promoting their podcast. I mean, maybe if it's tied into their business, it might be beneficial for them to do that. So what would you say to someone like that who says, I haven't got any cash to spend on that? What could they do?
Well, I mean, the pay-per-click's not for them if they've not got any budget. Although, saying that, you will find some vouchers floating about from Google. Google usually have £75 to £100 vouchers. So if you have got a bit of pocket money, one of the vouchers that's about recently is spend £25 and they'll give you £75. So that isn't a bad deal. If you've got, but if you haven't even got £25 to spare, you've got to go out there and build some authority. If you don't mind sitting behind a mic and talking, you shouldn't really have a bother getting up on stage. Whatever your area of expertise is, see if you can get in on local chamber breakfast meetings and do 5-minute talks, 10-minute talks, and push your podcast. Join meetup groups. Go to meetup.com. Look for meetup groups that are in your target segment. Go along to them and meet people. It's got to be networking. If you've got no money, it's got to be networking, whether that be social media networking, which is really hard because it's time consuming, or physical networking, which works much better and accelerates. Me and my co-host on our podcast, we actually met at a physical networking event. Both wanted to do a podcast and thought actually it'd be better if we did it together, because it'll give us some it'll give us some drive. Otherwise, like one of us doing it, we'll get up one morning and go, I can't be bothered. But we've been doing it for a couple of years now, because every week for 2 weeks, because there's both of us involved. We met at a networking event and a physical one, and drove from there, even though we'd met online many times before that. So yeah, networking events I'm really big on if you haven't got any cash.
Good tip. Very good tip. Simon from Podcasting Power wants to know this. He says, Google knows a lot about your habits from its deep mind database, but Facebook has its Facebook graph. Sean, do you think that Facebook has surpassed Google in terms of pay-per-click? And since Google's core business is AdWords, do you think that AdWords will decline over time and make a dent in Google's core business?
Yes. But to expand on the yes, so Google's business is in danger of declining. And the couple of reasons for that is because it's getting expensive to do pay-per-click. They've got this monopoly that they're not letting go of. Bing are biting back in the UK. So Bing have just recently released their merchant store. So they've got the equivalent of Google Shopping, and they're fighting back slowly, but they just haven't got the audience. Facebook have got the audience. And their pay-per-click platform is very young, so not many people know how to use it well, and they haven't even fully developed it. So there is a lot of danger there for Google in terms of Facebook's power, reach, and audience and captivation. I mean, I don't know if anyone out there listening has got families, but I go home in the evening, I've got teenage girls and my wife, and they're sitting there on Facebook all evening, regardless of what's on the telly or anything else they're doing, whether it's homework, the web, whatever. Facebook is their prime source of information. Even though the girls communicate via Snapchat, they're still scanning the old Facebook feed. So, yeah, I although Google have got DeepMind and there's a reference to Open Graph there, Open Graph is only a real small part of what Facebook's data really is. Because as I said at the beginning, they buy data in. They've bought companies that have got data. And you've got to have that in mind, that Facebook isn't just the Facebook we see. It's all of the stuff going on behind the scenes where they're matching stuff up. That's where their real big power is. And Google have got to be running scared of it. I really think keywords can only go so far. And yes, they show intent, but there's nothing better than a perfectly placed Facebook ad for conversion.
Interesting. Jez is asking, what's your podcast called, Sean?
It's the Small Business Podcasting Report. The Small Business Marketing Report, sorry.
The Small Business Marketing Report.
Marketing Report, yes, a bit of a mouthful. One of those things. Couldn't think what to call it, so we called it that. And must change the name at some point, and it's still called that. But
yeah, what made you come up with the name? Was it just like you were trying to target?
Well, Robert Tyson, who's my co-host, his business at the time was called the Tyson Report because he did lots of business reports. I did marketing, so it was a combination of the two, really. And we thought we appealed to small businesses, the type of thing that we were talking about, how to do email marketing and everything like that. But the essence of our podcast is just to demonstrate our authority, that we know what we're talking about and people can actually check us out quietly in the background. So if they want to know whether I know what I'm talking about, they can come and have a listen, and I haven't got to know, and it's it's a non-threatening. And if they don't like what I say, then they obviously I won't hear from them. So that's how we use it. That's how we use it.
And you didn't use the Google Ad Planner or the Google Keyword Tool to find the name or come up with a sort of SEO optimized name or anything like that?
No.
Would you recommend that for podcasters if they're starting out, they can't think of what to call their podcast? Is the Google Keyword Tool a good way to go, or should you use your creativity in your own mind?
I think the first thing you should do is go on iTunes and see if anyone's already called their podcast by that name. That's the first thing you should do. No, not really. It's very subjective, but I think a lot of people actually discover podcasts through referral by accident through things like this. So doing things like this, people will find out about the podcast, they'll go to it, maybe have a listen. If they like it, they'll stay. If they don't, they won't. I think the discovery, the Twit podcast, loads of people not heard about it, but it's a massive network in the US. The Twit network is 10, 15 shows a week, professionally produced by Leo Laporte, who was a professional TV presenter back in the day. But it is a podcast, and it's awesome. And, it's in HD all the way down to low and audio, and he has proper ads. And it works really, really well. I think go on iTunes, see if someone's got the name. If they haven't, if it's a good name, then do a bit of keyword research. But I don't think it's that. I don't think that's the key. Good content will be the key, and getting some networking out there so people know about it, really.
Brilliant. Any other plans to start another podcast? How has the success of your initial podcast been, the Small Business Marketing Report?
So, like I say, it's got about 1,000 listeners a month, or 1,000 downloads a month, and it was never built to be massive. So we never planned on that. I did have a go because I love jazz music, and I produced another podcast called The Jazz Cast. Thought I'd have a go at that, doing Creative Commons. I've got quite a few friends that do music podcasts, which is how I got into podcasting back in the day. And they get a lot of Creative Commons music and help promote unknown bands and stuff. And I thought I'd do that with jazz, but it turned out to be way too much work. I thought just string a couple of tracks together and introduce them, and that would be it. But the research that goes behind it, actually, so that was really hard. But we used to do a wine podcast. I used to work for a company called Adnams, which is a brewery. They used to import wine. And that was a brilliant podcast because the wine buyers were in their 60s. They were never going to do social media. So I'd take them down the pub, down the restaurant, Crown Hotel in Southwold, once every 2 weeks, chuck the microphone in the middle of the table and say, tell us about your week in wine. And the two of them would have a chat about their week in wine. I'd rock up back to the office after a couple of glasses of really expensive vino, chuck it in the GarageBand, top and tail it, upload it, and there's your podcast. So it's so easy. You know, you just get two people talking about what they love, and you top and tail it, and there's a wine podcast.
Love it. You make it sound very easy.
Well, once you know the method, don't you? Once you've actually know how to get the sound in and out, it's a process. But nobody's got it really down really that smoothly yet.
That's it. Well, Sean, just finally, obviously we've spoken about your podcast, but what is the main web hub or URL you want people to go to?
Yeah, just my name, SeanClarke.com. Another one, when I created the agency, didn't know what to call it. Everyone knew me on Twitter by my name. So they said, why don't you just call it your name? So I did. And
that's great.
It's awful.
Well, no, it's great. I have to say, actually, like checking you out online before we had a chat, you seem to have Sean Clarke on all the social networks, which I don't think it's not that uncommon a name, is it? You seem to have grabbed it pretty early on in the game, right?
So Twitter handle I didn't have, first of all. I had Sean E. Clarke. The E meant nothing. It was just a thing in between. But back in the day when I did get it, Twitter were doing a thing that if your name was taken but it wasn't being used, you could request to take it over.
Yeah. Mike Russell is a guy in Texas, hasn't tweeted since 2010. Are they still doing that?
Nope. Trademark now. You need trademark now.
You were
I wrote a blog post about it when I did it, and that was a very popular blog post, as you can imagine. And that's how I got that. So you'll see remnants of me about on Sean E. Clarke on platforms. I don't know whether you use Triber, but places like that, and other platforms where I wasn't so quick.
Interesting stuff. Well, thank you very much, Sean. And obviously, if people go to SeanClarke.com, we'll see you on Facebook and in our copies of the Mail or the Guardian or the Telegraph, whatever we're reading online. We'll see your face popping up everywhere, right?
Well, you'll see the banner ads. Yeah, absolutely.
Nice, Sean. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you for inviting me along. It's absolutely brilliant. And my throat's killing me now, so God knows what you're going to be like.
Lots of water, no coffee, lots of water.
All the best. Good luck.
So there you go. That's Sean Clarke, and that is the 6th hour of the broadcast in the can. 30 more hours to go. Huge thanks to our great sponsors, including Blab, Spreaker, Anchor, Music Radio Creative, and New Media Europe. Just to remind you, before I play you a quick promo video, and then we get into hour 7, you can get a free month of free podcast hosting at Spreaker. If you'd like that, all you need to do is share this event online. So whether that be Facebook or Twitter, wherever you are, just use the hashtag UKPod. We're picking a winner every 4 hours. So in 2 hours from now at 6 p.m. BST, we'll be picking another winner to come up and to win that free podcast hosting from Spreaker. Here's a video, and then we're back with Peter. So here we are then. It is hour 7. My goodness, I'm Mike Russell, the co-founder of UK Podcasters and New Media Europe. Thrilled to have every single one of you watching online, wherever that be, whether that's Blab or somewhere else online right now. The aim of this is to raise the awareness of podcasting, particularly to those people who don't have a clue what podcasting is or haven't discovered this whole world of amazing content, particularly from independent content creators. We have the BBC, The Guardian in the UK doing a great job of bringing podcasting into the limelight, but there are so many great independently produced content podcasts that we should be checking out. So in this 36-hour non-stop broadcast, I'm joined by 36 incredible podcasters from all corners of the UK. We're going to be talking about all kinds of stuff, and of course we're streaming live on Blab, Facebook Live, Periscope, Spreaker, YouTube, and we're doing those updates regularly on Snapchat and Anchor, and the broadcast is making true history. It's never been done before. We're going live non-stop until 10 p.m. Tomorrow. That's Friday night, British summertime. You can find us at ukpodcasters.com/live and share with your friends, and we can make podcasting a huge success. Now, whilst I have you here virtually, I'd like to let you know that obviously I'm enjoying this, but I'm a huge fan of meeting in person, of networking, of having a coffee together. So New Media Europe is happening in London in June. It's bringing people together from all over the world, the US, Canada, Poland, Portugal, Canada, Switzerland, Netherlands, Germany, just a few countries that we have on the attendee list so far. And the expertise will range from social media to content creation, blogging, video, everything you'll need basically to make a great podcast or level up the one you already have. During this live marathon broadcast, we are offering you a special, a £70 discount on the All Access Pass. That includes access to the whole event, plus you'll get the evening party and dinner included. And if you're interested in that, go to newmediaeurope.com/now and get your spot before 10 p.m. this Friday. That's when the deal runs out. And I look forward to continuing the conversation with you in London over a good cup of coffee. Now, hour 7 of the 36-hour non-stop broadcast. Our guests have 1 full hour with us. Peter knows this happens after a lot of talking. We'll let them take the mic for around 40 minutes, and then afterwards we turn the questions to you in the chat room. I can see it's nice and active. Please keep your comments and questions coming in there, /Q, and then type any questions you've got for Peter, and we'll do them at about 22 the hour. And if you want to chat to any of our producers, we've got Isabella in there, we've got Kyron, we've got Chachi, we've got Andrea. Anyone you see with an H next to their avatar, that's a producer, and they'll be able to help you out. Now let me introduce our next guest. I'm a little bit nervous doing this because Peter is a public speaker and an MC, which I'm doing a terrible job of at the moment.
And you're crazy.
He's an author and a speechwriter. He's got vast experience and skill helping entrepreneurs to become better public speakers. And public speakers become better entrepreneurs, so it works both ways. He supports coaches and trains them in how to build a successful speaking business, and has recently published a book which has been launched along with his new speaking business called Death Goes Digital, a very interesting niche. It is a niche market business. It focuses on working with funeral directors and helping them adapt and change to, of course, what we're getting into now, an online marketplace. Welcome, Peter.
Welcome, Mike. We're going to have a great time. We're going to have a really happy chat talking about death.
Yes, I'm excited. Woo! It's going to happen to us all, right?
Look, I've got something for you. Look, you need this, okay?
Yes.
Obviously, there are other brands of coffee available, but this one might be really useful for you. I don't know.
Pass it over to me virtually. There we go.
Yeah, there you go. Here you go. You're crazy, you are. You want to get a life. Yeah, aren't you busy? Are you busy enough without filling your life with 36 hours worth of podcasting?
Totally mental.
Hey, not only that, look, okay, wait a minute, here you go.
Oh, stop it. These are all things I can't touch. I'm not going to touch them until...
You need a bit of chocolate. You need your chocolate. Keep your energy going.
Mark says he's excited to death.
Yeah, come on, let's have all the other good ones. You know, people were going to that, they were dying to go to the funeral. I've heard that one a few times, and so yeah, I know there's a few good old, and as they say, it's like they say about me, the old ones are always the best. Yeah. So how are you doing, Mike?
Not too bad. It's getting a little bit hot in here. I've just changed shirt. I think I'll probably. I'm going to open.
All right. Well, that one's very nice. I like that one.
Thank you. it's going well. It's just a normal working day.
Is that Man at Millets or Hollister?
Oh, this is a Tommy Bahama from the States, from the US.
Very, very nice. Yeah, Tommy Bahama. I love the Tommy Bahama style. I'd like to live somewhere where I could wear those clothes and not look out of place. Here in Bromsgrove, if I walk around with a Tommy Bahama shirt, they'd go, "Oh, look at him! Like there's that crazy guy that does all the funerals. Like, look at him, he thinks it's summer." So, but you can do it where you do. Some of the pictures you post, it looks like you're in some kind of seaside paradise.
Yeah. The tropical Isle of Wight.
Yeah, the tropical Isle of Wight. It looks fantastic. Look, I brought some guests for us.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, you can see. I don't know whether you can just see there. I've got Eeyore and Tigger. They're joining us for the day. They're there, and you can't see, but my canine Pippa, she's down there on the floor, and you never know, if she gets bored listening to me, she might join us at some point during the podcast. But never mind.
So, Peter, well, it's great to have you here. What have you got for us?
Well, I first of all just want to say good on you. I think let's do something really different, and to challenge yourself in all sorts of ways, I think is great. So I love being part of the organisation of New Media Europe. We met, as you can remember, back in Las Vegas about, it must be, 3 years ago now. Yeah. And we just stopped, we just happened to chat, mainly because I think we were the only people that could speak English in Las Vegas at that particular time and understand each other. Yes. And it's been lovely to have that friendship with you and Isabella. And it obviously, like a lot of these things, it moves from friendship and connection and then into working together. And I loved being a part of the very first event that you did in Birmingham. And then, of course, last year being in Manchester was wonderful. And again, I am so excited to be getting ready for London in June. How wonderful is that going to be, eh?
It's going to be amazing. We saw, actually, just before you came on, we saw the clip of you doing your thing on stage last year in Manchester.
Well, I've got this. Wait a minute. I've got this one for you today. Hang on. Can you hear this? Is that coming out or not? It's not. Oh, never mind. Well, I'm not going to sing it. I can tell you that. Never mind. I was going to play a bit of Mark Ronson. Never mind.
Oh, nice.
There you go. Yeah, I love that. Actually, have you seen the recent mashup that they've done with vintage black and white films and like your Ginger Rogers and Fred Astaire kind of dance routines, but to that song, that Mark Ronson song, Uptown Funk? It's absolutely brilliant. I mean, if people haven't seen it, I'd have a look around on the web. You'll find it easy enough. I think it had about 24 million views, I think, where I saw it. But if you just look for a vintage mashup of Uptown Funk, you'll find it. And whoever's done it, they must have spent hours doing it, because it's just almost in sync. And yeah, I think that's a really good thing. So yeah, I was going to play you a bit of that, but never mind. But yes, it was. What a great event that was. Yes. Good kudos to you and Isabella. You put your neck on the line and said, let's up the game from what we did in Birmingham to what we did in Manchester, and you're doing it again in June. So congratulations to you guys. As I said to you at that very first conference, I remember, it wasn't "he who dares, Rodney." That wasn't the phrase that I used. It was the one, fortune favors the brave.
Yes.
And, I think you have to, it's a bit like, I've just launched this new business, which we can talk a little bit about if you want. We can talk about all sorts of things. But it's scary, isn't it? You put yourself out there and, then you have them voices, well, what if it fails? And you might say to somebody, oh, I've got this great idea, and you're all excited, and they go, well, that's a load of rubbish. Don't do that. And people squash your dreams, and they squash your heart, and they squash your hope. And you have to somehow, don't you? You have to ride over that, and you have to say, I'm going to have a go. A bit like the man in the arena. It's better to be in the arena and dusty and sweaty. That's probably why you changed your shirt, anyway, wasn't it? Because you were sweaty. I don't know about dusty. And to have a go and to at least, fail daringly, or to dare greatly, I think is actually what that quote says, than to actually not have a go at all. So now, good luck to you, and I think it's going to be great this year. I'm really looking, again, having some fun to be a part of it. People have been putting on this thing here. somebody's actually telling me some stuff. I think your audio is coming direct from your webcam rather than the Procaster. Well, let's see, how do we change that then? Where's the settings?
I think you possibly need to go back out and back in, or if you're in
Do that.
Chrome, there's a little thing up at the top with a picture of a webcam. But actually, what I can do is,
can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you're sounding loud and clear. It sounds.
Oh, well, that's
audio's
fine. If you can, if you can hear me okay, whether it's, I don't know whether it's come through this. So when I set it up, I did put it through my
through your mic.
Through the Scarlett. Yeah, I've got one of these Scarletts that connected into the Scarlett. It's I'm actually really pleased with this little. I mean, you just can't beat a new toy, can you? It's lovely to have new gadgets. I love a new gadget, me. So yeah, I've got it. Actually, it's a Procaster going into a Scarlett and straight into the laptop. So when I set it up, it did it did seem fine. So anyway, as long as you can hear me, that's okay.
Loud and
so
clear.
yeah, getting back to London, I think it's going to be great this year. You've got some good people lined up and some really interesting speakers going to be there. So yeah, I'm ready. I'm up and ready. The big question I think everybody's going to be asking is, are there going to be white chocolate cookies?
Yes. That's the thing to live up to, isn't it? They were gorgeous.
If you don't have the cookies, nobody's going to come back next year.
Oh, exactly. And Peter Billingham's dancing. And actually, I think I might have the mashup that you suggested. I might be able to
let's
drop
have a
it
look
in.
and see.
Let's see if this is the one.
No, it might be if it goes to black and white in a minute. No, it's not that one.
Oh.
Flick it forward. No, it's not that one.
That's not that one. Never mind.
Black. It's like, I'm sure somebody somewhere will find it for you. If you can find it, if somebody can put a link up, it'd be really good to see, because it is really, really good. I won't play around because while I'm talking, somebody might find it. Hey, but anyway, so yes, I'm really looking forward to that this year. I've actually got something else for you. I've got some almonds. Those supposed to be really good for energy. Any of those any good? Yeah, I mean, here you go, Mike. There you go. There you go. You can have it. So, what do you want to talk about? We can talk about all sorts of things. Let's start with let's change the tone a little bit, and then we'll bring it up. I was really touched, or I don't know whether that's the right word to use, by your post the other day, where I think you were really reflecting on your own life. And you were talking about that good friend of yours that had passed away, and you put a reference to me, which was kind. But I just thought it was really interesting how that had made you reflect on your life. Have you had any more thoughts about that since then? Because I thought that piece of video was a very brave piece of video to do. But that's what people, I think, being authentic is about. What isn't that what about podcasting is about, really?
I think so. Yeah, I think so. And yeah, it's funny how I was reflecting quite a lot on that, and yeah, gosh, yes, you've turned this around very cleverly, Peter, to being an interview with me.
You could turn it back the other way if you want to. It was just that actually I watched it a few times, and I just thought it was really, really interesting. Hey, wherever you want to go, Mike, I'm ready to go. You ask a question, and I'll go in another direction if you want to. It's not a problem.
It's interesting, and yeah, it definitely did get me to think. So it was day 38 of my Snapchat story. I was talking about your life, and particularly now with digital, and I think this is partly what you go into with your new book, Death Goes Digital. You talk about the baggage we leave behind online, particularly on Facebook. When you pass away, it turns into a remembering page, and all of those posts, good or bad, are left up for everybody to, trowel through and see what kind of a person you were, which is kind of interesting. And yeah, just made me think, is the best kind of interaction all of us are going to get on our Facebook profiles, is that going to be the day after we die?
The story of, I thought that was a great thing that you put on there, that all of a sudden, you people say happy birthday and all this kind of stuff when it's your birthday. And, wouldn't that be the saddest thing in a way, that actually your Facebook profile gets the most touching of comments when you can't read it, and it's just interesting. I mean, let me talk a little bit about what I'm doing with Death Goes Digital, because some people might think, what the flipping heck is he doing with that? Like, how can he be an MC? How can he be a public speaker? And then, like this morning, I was at a funeral. So let me tell you a little bit about what I'm doing, and maybe some people here that who are listening now might just try and understand where I'm coming from. I try to wear 3 hats at the moment. And I call myself the Artful Speaker. And that's one like business that I'm running with and one project that I'm working on. And the Artful Speaker, as you rightly said at the beginning, is something I'm developing, which is where I want to help entrepreneurs to become much better at communicating their message. I've been to networking events, and I'm sure maybe some of the listeners have. And you have these people, they might be really good at what they do, but man, they can't say it. They stand. I mean, I've been to a couple of BNI meetings, and those particular meetings aren't for me. But each at that meeting, somebody has to stand up for a minute and tell everybody about their business. And sometimes it's actually painful because the person can't stand up without either a sheet of paper in front of them and read something for a minute to talk about their own business. And, you know, we always have this thing, you need an elevator pitch, or you need to be able to sort of tell somebody really quickly what your business is about. So I try to help businesses do that. I try to help people in business by speech writing. And I write speeches of all sorts of different lengths. That could be, you know, the 1 minute type of thing, or it could be a 7 minute, 8 minute breakfast club type meeting, or it could be a keynote speech. I've written keynote speeches for people from all sorts of different industries. And I really like that process of not only writing the speech, researching a subject, a new subject, researching it, writing something, and then coaching somebody to deliver it is quite interesting. And up until 2 years ago, I worked for an international charity. I worked in Kiev in Ukraine. I went to Kiev in 2007, got off the plane, couldn't speak any other language, didn't know anybody, and helped build, with a wonderful team of people that I recruited out there, an international charity that worked with street kids and orphans and has grown to global proportions. It was just the Ukraine Without Orphans Alliance, but it's now the World Without Orphans Alliance. It was a fascinating 7 years, but I finished those 7 years and I was involved in leadership and speaking at conferences and all those kind of things over those years. I thought, well, what am I going to do? I want to work for myself, and what am I going to do? And the Artful Speaker was the first part of that process. I can communicate well. I can teach others how to communicate. Let's have a go, instead of working for somebody else, to work for myself. And so that's what I first started in February of 2014, and that's been going okay. I wish sometimes it would increase a bit more, but it's like all businesses, you know, they just have to tick over, don't they? Sometimes it takes a while to, you know, like the internet can be great at telling everybody they can be an overnight success, but what you don't realize is under the surface somebody's been plugging away at it for 10 years, like, you know. And I think sometimes we get sold this message that, yeah, you can just do this and do that and, you know, you're going to be successful. Well, it takes a lot of graft, it takes a lot of effort, and some people can do it overnight, but the majority of us, we just got to hustle for years and then start to build something. So I got to thought, well, what can I do to actually start to earn some money? And I was, it sounds like in a subject about death, in a previous life. I don't believe in reincarnation or anything like that. But before I went to Kiev and before I worked there, I was the minister of a church for 10 years. I actually helped set up a church in the town where I live. And for 10 years, I built a community church in the town. And during that time, I did a lot of weddings, and I also did a lot of funerals. And it sounds really conceited, but that Peter Billingham, he does a good funeral, I tell you. I've had people say to me, hey, that funeral was so good, will you do mine for me? And I always say, hang on a minute, have you got a date in mind? Because I see if I'm free on that day, like, you know, I'll see if I'm book it in and see if I'm free. So I actually got a bit of a reputation. I mean, I've got a reputation anyway, but I got a good reputation for doing funerals. And partly this was because I spent a lot of time listening to the family. I spent a lot of time trying to understand about this person and what made them unique, because I think everybody is unique. There's no two of us the same. And so sadly, for a lot of times, people go to a funeral and first of all, they're there and they're listening to this person speak, and they might be, you know, maybe using a lot of religious language, which wasn't necessarily in the mold of the way that person was, or sometimes it can be so templated that it's just so impersonal. So I tend to do it very different than that. And so I work as a celebrant. I registered as what you would call these days a civil celebrant, and I started to do funerals. And that business is called Memorable Words, and it is a eulogy writing service. I work with local funeral directors, and they recommend me to families who've lost someone, and I go and visit the family, and then I go and write a eulogy about that person, and then go and deliver it. And that's what I was doing this morning. There was a funeral this morning that it was just absolutely packed. Sadly, a guy who was only 50 had passed away with cancer, and to actually be able to stand and deliver something which pays tribute to somebody else's life in that way is a very challenging, but also an extremely rewarding job. And I really enjoy that. I mean, on one level, it considerably helps me with my speech writing skills, because you have to really listen. I mean, that's one of the real skills. You have to really, really listen to what is being said. And then after that, you have to go away and you write this stuff, and you come back, and then you have to go and deliver it. And it really pushes the I suppose it pushes the intensity of speaking in public, because you only get one chance to do this. You can't sort of then go back the next week and say, I want another go at this. I want to go and try again. You can't do that. So you have to be at your best at that moment in time. And as I was starting to do more and more of that, I suddenly noticed that there was an opportunity to maybe develop something else. And this is where the whole of Death Goes Digital comes in. I've got the one hat where I'm teaching people how to be better speakers. I'm helping entrepreneurs become better speakers. And I also thought, well, I'm quite an entrepreneurial kind of person. I wonder if I could help speakers become better entrepreneurs. And these jokes, Mark, is that the best you can do? Is that a dead end? Yeah. Are we going to, unless Mike disappear to a stairway to heaven? I hope not. Come back, Mike, all is forgiven. Well, actually, maybe he's down there, I don't know. Or is he up there? I don't know where he is. But anyway, wherever he's gone, he's disappeared. He's disappeared. But anyway, I'm sure he can still hear what's going on. And I had this thought, I meet lots of people who want to be speakers. I go to Toastmasters. I'm the president of the local Toastmasters where I live. And I meet lots of people who would just love, and they say to me, oh, I'd love to be a speaker. I'd love to be on a stage speaking with people. And, you know, that's almost like, I said this the other day, that's like the tip of the iceberg of being a speaker. Underneath that, there is layers and layers and layers of things that you have to do in order to be able to have that little bit of time that you're in front of an audience. And so I thought, well, wouldn't it be interesting if I could teach speakers to become entrepreneurs? And I thought the best way to do this is to have a case study business, rather than, you know, sometimes people say they're an expert, don't they? And I heard somebody once say that an expert is a has-been under pressure. And an expert, whether that's true or not, I don't know. I don't want to be an expert anyway. So I thought, let's start a brand new speaking business, and let's go at this with the intensity of trying to build a new business, but also let's document what I'm doing, and let's take that as a model, and then maybe I can start to teach other speakers and say, hey, this is what I've done, this is what's working, this isn't what's working, here you go, you can have a look at it, you can see what it's like. And that's how Death Goes Digital came about. I was looking around and say, what could be a real niche, what could be something that's different? Because I think that one of the hardest things is differentiating yourself. If you say, I'm going to be a speaker on social media, or I'm going to be a speaker on leadership, well, there's loads of people out there doing that. What makes you different? What makes you the person that they're going to come and listen to? What's the angle that you've got? You know, yeah, you want to talk about using Twitter. In what way? You know, don't do the same as everybody else is doing. How can you do it different? And so I looked around and I saw that there was a niche, and the niche was the funeral industry. Primarily, I mean, it's a generalized statement, I know it's a generalized statement, is so behind when it comes to the internet. they don't really connect. Okay, I know it's a general statement. There's always, and I could cite some really, really good funeral directors who are on the edge of this, but the majority of funeral directors in the UK, you've got two major organisations. You've got the Co-op and you've got Dignity, and then you've got thousands of independent funeral directors. The independent funeral directors belong to maybe to an association. It's not regulated like any industry. And a lot of these businesses are passed down generationally. They might say we're the third generation of Joe Blogg's family funeral directors. And what's happening in the world, and not just in the funeral industry, is digitization is changing the way business is being done. It's no longer, none of us can say business as usual anymore. It's changing. And I think if, I know we talk about, the way we're using podcasts and whatever, but every industry is being revolutionized by digitization. I mean, let me just sidetrack a bit and I'll come back to the funeral industry. I recently, I sit and watch the television, and the amount of new platforms that are being built, which are going to disrupt traditional businesses, is fascinating. Obviously, there's Uber, which a lot of people know about. Uber is this taxi firm, and I wrote a blog about them this week. In that, they started 5 years ago, and they're now worth $60 billion. And here's a firm that doesn't own a taxi. What they own is a really good platform. Well, the article that I was writing about was that in New York now, every day, Uber are taking 70,000 taxi fares a day away from the traditional yellow taxi cab. It's the same in London. Recently in February, there was some demonstration by taxi cabs that they're saying, we don't want Uber here. You got no choice. The customer is driving digitization, and it's going to affect everything. You watch the television and there's this new thing called Car Wow. You want to buy a new car now, you go to them, you put the details in the website, they find the best offer throughout the country. You want to sell a house, you sell your house online. I even saw, there was a new one this week, and it was called mycarneedsa.com. So you just type in, my car needs a new radiator, and they go around, search out who's the best place for you, and they give you a price. Contact that local garage. And all businesses are being impacted by this. And if any business that you're in, or any business that you're working with, if you're not thinking about digitization, 3 to 4 years down the road, you're going to be out of work, because there's just going to be no business. Business will take things over. 3D printing is going to revolutionize the world in the same way that the original printing press revolutionized the world. And all of these digital things are happening all around us. And a lot of businesses are sort of a bit blinkered, and they're going to have such a shock. Well, the funeral industry is one of those. And what has been happening, the funeral industry in the UK, they reckon is about £1.7 billion a year is the size of the funeral industry in the UK. I mean, that's big business. And what's happening is tech companies are coming in, and they're seeing an opportunity to take a share of the market, and traditional businesses are going to lose it. So just to give you a comparison, funeralbooker.com is an online funeral planning service. So now, instead of actually going to a funeral director, you go in there, you type, you can even choose the flowers, you can write the cards, you can choose a coffin, you can choose everything. And what they do is they pitch that out then to a local funeral director. Well, the funeral director's getting the business, but he's losing 20 to 25% of the cost of that funeral, because it's going to this agency. And where they're winning the market is that they're very tech savvy. You type funeral director into Google, what comes up? Not the funeral director, but funeralbooker.com. And that's just a very little bit of what's happening. So I saw this niche, and I thought, wouldn't it be interesting to sit between those two things, to sit between technology and all this digitization, and sit between this traditional business and talk about that. And that's where Death Goes Digital came about. It was about trying to build a speaking business, and my audience is funeral directors, national funeral associations, and anybody that's really in the what I would call the funeral business. So that's celebrants, funeral supply companies, all that. They're my audience, and I'm trying to sit between them and technology and talk about it. So, is that enough for you to keep going?
Gosh, that's amazing. That really got me to thinking. And when you said about everything is getting disrupted, and the Uber case study with taxi drivers and having their fares taken away, it's quite interesting. And I remember something you told me when I think pretty much when we first met. You said there's nothing better than just writing a handwritten note. Tell us a little bit more about that kind of thing, because that's interesting. Write a handwritten note and remember birthdays. Tell me more about that.
Birthdays. That's exactly right. Yeah, you got a good memory, haven't you? You really have got a good memory. Let me just get one thing, and I'll show you something. Hang on. I'm back. So in that world of digitization, how can you stand out? The one way that you can stand out particularly is through the written word. People love to get written things. What I did, and you can spend a fortune on these things, but I didn't. I've got some little cards made, just some very simple little cards. And it says across the top of it just says my name on there. And it's got a quote which says, I took the road less traveled and that has made all the difference. That's one of my favorite poems by Robert Frost, The Road Less Traveled. And it's got my contact details on there. And I will send lots of these. Thank you for the conversation we had today. All sorts of different things. If I meet somebody for the very first time, I went and did some cold calling the other day, which I hadn't done for ages. And so then I followed up all those cold calls that I'd done in person with a handwritten note. And it's amazing how people remember those things. These were just really cheap to get. And because there's the size of them, you don't need to write a lot without it being on there. I mean, you can do if you want to use both sides. But I just got these printed on... actually, I think I got them on eBay. You can go to Moo and you could have it fancy and whatever. But actually, it really is just the fact that you've taken the trouble to write to somebody personally. Same, actually, now, if you link the other thing you're saying about birthdays, is that everybody sends the birthday cards on Facebook or whatever. Yeah. As you get older, you get less birthday cards anyway, because it's just the reality of life. My birthday, I try and make my birthday last about 6 months if I can do. I mean, maybe we could talk about that. I celebrated my 20,000th day birthday recently. So that was one of the things that I did. And the other thing that you need, if you're going to do this, you need one of these. Yeah. You need a really good fountain pen. And why do you need that? Is a big word? No. If you're going to do it, you've got to make sure that it's different. And if you send a birthday card to somebody these days who's not like, your brother, your sister, or your auntie or whatever, somebody that you know whose birthday it is, and you handwrite, put something personal in there, I always try to put little PSs. Somebody taught me years ago, even on a letter that you print out, always write a PS, because the PS is what people will read first. If you put a handwritten PS on there, people will always read that first. And it's true. It's absolutely true. And that's a good little thing if you're actually doing some handwriting. So birthdays, I think, are really special. And I think the fact, if you take the trouble to remember somebody's birthday and you actually send them a card, it just sets you apart from everybody else. And I think you just ask people for the birthdays. These days it's easy to find. You can get them from LinkedIn. Some people put them on LinkedIn. Some people's birthdays are on Facebook. It's not very difficult, is it, to find somebody's address if you really want to find their address these days? And you'd be surprised the difference it makes, Mike, to put a handwritten note or a card in the post.
That's great. I love it. Susan has commented in the chat here, and she says, always think of different ways to communicate. Don't just rely on email or social media. Pick up the phone, handwrite notes, send a postcard, arrange to meet for coffee. That's quite interesting, because I quite like your idea, Peter, of writing handwritten notes. And I think if you just make the time to do it, that's the thing, make the time and put the energy into doing it. It's a great thing to do. What do you think about, I am terrified about cold calling. I've never liked the idea of cold calling. Are you a fan of that?
Shall I tell you some of my cold calling stories? I used to train. I used to be in the insurance industry, and I used to train the new salesmen only because I was quite good at cold calling. I don't know why, but I was. And in those days, the manager, he was a bit of a lazy guy, and instead of him training them, he used to say, "Go out with Pete. He'll train you. He'll train you." So I used to take the new guys out. Well, this one guy, I used to say to them, and this is a good rule to learn when you're cold calling: you need to know your opening statement. What am I going to say? Whether it's on the phone or whether it's face to face, what is my opening statement going to be? And then you have to think about what could the possible responses to that be? And then you write those until you know them over and over and over and over and over and over again. And then that's how you get good at cold calling. Because, I mean, I could probably remember my insurance card. My name is Peter Billingham. I work for the Royal Sun Alliance Insurance Company. We're talking to people in this area now about fantastic opportunities to invest money. I know this might not be something you could be, I mean, it's still in there. It's all because I've learned it that many times. Anyway, I took this young lad out and I said to him, now you got to learn a script. Don't try and, wing it. Here's a script, learn it. Okay, we go out and we're knocking on doors in Redditch, not far from where I live, in domestic houses. So we knocked on this door, we walked up, and sometimes you have to find something to encourage people about. And sometimes these young guys, they were so bad. The only thing I could say was, well, the way you rang that doorbell was fantastic. After that, it went downhill. But the way that you pressed the doorbell, man, that was brilliant. Well, this one guy said, have you learned this stuff? He says, yeah, it's fine. So he knocked on the door, and this woman comes to the door and she says, yes, can I help you? He says, I've come to talk to you today. And he went blank. He had one of those things where his mind freezes. She says, I've come to talk to you today. I've come to talk to you about sex, drugs, and rock and roll. For the life of me, I can't think what I've come to talk to you about. And it was like, we didn't get an appointment that day. I can assure you that wasn't that wasn't the business that Royal Sun Alliance was involved in those days. I don't think they are these days either.
I'm just looking at the comments over there. Mark said, actually, Mark said a couple of things. First of all, Rob has said, "I love you, Pete." I would go along with that.
I love Rob too. Rob camped with my son, and he didn't even know that it was my son.
Oh man!
They shared a tent together, and then after the event, my son's telling me, "Oh, I met this great guy called Rob," and I said, "I know somebody like Rob." Yeah. And they actually shared a tent together, and they didn't even know that it was my son and Rob.
We're also playing Death Pun Bingo in the chat. I think Mark says you're making a killing, or as the Americans say, you're killing it, Peter. But actually, Mark has a good point, and he says Christmas season is the best time to get in touch with all your contacts. But what's your thought on that, Peter? Do you think Christmas is an oversaturated time?
I might disagree with Mark on that, because everybody does that. Everybody sends the official Christmas card from the business.
Yeah.
And I think you'd do better to send a New Year card. You'd stand out from everybody else. We wanted to wish you a happy New Year. We want to wish you be different. We want to wish you a happy 1st of February. We've dedicated in our company the 1st of February to be Happy Donut Day. And we want to send you a voucher for a donut as one of our trusted clients. Man, they're going to remember you far much more than sending them a Christmas card. It's just, you got to stand out. You have to be a bit different. You do have to be a bit different. Oh, hang on, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Here you go. Look, here you go. Pippa, you're a star. Pippa the canine, you're a star. Look, you're a star. You get in there. Clear off. Go on.
Wants to be on the webcam now.
Yeah. Well, she was on. I actually, going back to the death stuff, one of the big things that's happening these days is live streaming funerals. People are starting to Periscope and live Facebook funerals. So I did a post the other day about this, and as I was doing the post, I did a live Periscope with Pippa the canine. She was a star for me blog post. So yeah, I love dogs. She's I've said to my funeral, everybody who comes to my funeral has to bring a dog. You're not going to get entrance to the funeral unless you bring a dog. It's like we could set up rentadog.com, but you can't come to the funeral unless you bring a dog. So
I like that. Let's take some Q&A, by the way. If you have a question for Peter, just post /Q and then ask your question. I'd like to take it a little bit round to your podcast now, Peter, and find out about that, because obviously you've had your great book launch, Death Goes Digital, on Amazon, and you've got the podcast now to complement that. You're doing very well with that. But tell us a bit about, because your figures, I think you shared them in the one of the groups, the UK Podcasters or New Media Europe, and they're looking really good, particularly just recently. They've grown. What have you done anything? What's happened there?
Social media is where I'm putting it out and trying to tell everybody about it that way. And probably not the strategy, but it's happened. I've done 4 episodes are published, and at the moment I'm doing a new episode every 2 weeks, because I write 2 blog posts a week. I do a blog post Tuesday and Fridays, and then do the podcast every other week, because it was just too much content. I couldn't. It's getting the time to do it. And what I didn't want to do is start something and tell everybody I'm going to do it weekly, and then after a couple of months it disappears, and I don't want to do that. So I do the podcast fortnightly at the moment, and just as it's happened, the first 4 episodes, the people that I've interviewed have got quite big of their own social media following. And I think, to be honest, piggybacking on that by default, actually, rather than intention, because in the first few interviews, there's certain people I wanted to speak to, but I couldn't get hold of them, and I've got some in the pipeline. But I actually spoke with some really fascinating people in the first 4 episodes, and I'm really pleased. I'll tell you what I'm using, and this again is part of it might help some people. I'm using Squarespace. I used for the other sites that I've got WordPress sites, and while I quite like those, and obviously a huge percentage of websites are built on the WordPress platform, I still sometimes find I need to, there's so many settings in them, and some of those themes, they're just it's just the dashboard, and I'm thinking, I just want to get something that looks really good, that I can do quickly.
And it does. Your Squarespace site, is it deathgoesdigital.com? Looks amazing.
Yeah, and it was so simple to do. And I tell you what, to get the podcast synced in with iTunes was an absolute doddle. It was just seamless. It just was no hassle at all. I'm really impressed. It costs about 50 quid or something like that a year. And I was just really, really impressed with the ease of putting content on it, the ease of making it look, professional and whatever, and then also putting the podcast module in there, the audio module, or inserting videos or whatever, is so easy. And I'm actually I'm not on any affiliates with Squarespace or anything. I can actually say no disclosure here. I'm not on any affiliate. I just really think that it is an excellent platform. And if somebody is looking to, they want a new website and maybe they're not. It's like WordPress is great. There isn't some of the functionality. For instance, the analytics aren't anywhere, and I don't know whether, I haven't actually tried, but I don't think you can fit Google Analytics into Squarespace. You might be able to, but I don't know. But their own metric system is not, wholly brilliant, but it gives you enough information. You are a little bit limited with some of the things you can do, but for most people, I think that they provide the kind of platform that you, within, virtually minutes, you could have a website up and running that looks presentable. So I use that's the platform that I'm using for the podcast on Death Goes Digital, and I love doing it. I really enjoy doing the podcast. I've got a new episode that's going out on Monday from a guy I interviewed in Israel, and I had a couple of people that were from Canada. So that's the fun of doing this thing, isn't it? I'd never have met those people and never had a chance to chat with those people, but through the power of podcasting, and it opens doors. I'm hoping that tomorrow morning, we'll see, because I don't check until it's actually done. I'm doing an interview tomorrow morning with one of the managing directors of the National Funeral Associations, and to be honest, I think part of it is because he's going to be on a podcast and he can promote it. if I was just saying, can I have a chat on the phone with you? Who knows? I don't know, because you know, it's the road less traveled, as it goes. You know, I've took this path and I can't go back. But he's quite willing to do it. Let's see if it comes off tomorrow. If it does, that will be fantastic, because he represents something like about 600 or more independent funeral directors in the UK. He's already told them all about my book. So if that comes off, that's the power of podcasting.
That's brilliant.
It's different. It's different.
Tom
So
says
is there
in
any
the comments-
questions at all there?
There are, yeah. Tom's just agreeing with you and saying, boy, does it open doors. And Craig actually is asking a question. He's curious, Peter, as to whether you host your audio files with Squarespace or if that's somewhere else.
No, I used Libsyn for that, and I just paste in the. I just load it up as content for download only, and you don't need to tag the MP3 file. You don't need to use a tag editor and do all the work that you'd have to do with that. You just paste that link in there, and there is a audio player on the page for the podcast page. And when you've pasted that in, there's like a secondary menu, and you go to the secondary menu, you just fill a couple of details in that, and that is what appears on the iTunes page. It's very, very simple to actually do it. Really, really simple to do.
That's brilliant. Wow. So, I mean, and how are you, apart from the obvious networking on social media, you have a very niche target audience for your podcast. So essentially, you're looking to get funeral directors listening, and that's pretty much all you want to listen. But I assume there are more than just funeral directors listening.
Yeah, there's the subsidiary industries around that. There's like celebrants and there's funeral supply companies. And the irony in that is that the people that I'm trying to speak to aren't using technology. So how do you get a podcast to people who aren't using technology? Well, you got to start somewhere, and that's because it's a niche. And I can be the very first one. I don't think there is any. I haven't come across any other podcasters. I think there's somebody doing some YouTube stuff in America, the Funeral Commander, I think he's called. But there's very, very few people talking about what I'm talking about online in terms of audio. So it gives you a chance to be. The beauty of it, Mike, is it rules out lots of people. Yeah, I mean, this is why being niche is important, and it's being niche for your podcast is important, because you can say, well, actually, you know, there's 55 million people in the UK, and it doesn't appeal to any of them. Well, that's fine, because there's I think there's 4,000 funeral directors in the UK. Hey, that's enough people to last me for the rest of my life. I can generate as much business I need, as much business as I need to do from those. So the beauty of it is I know who my customer is. If I'm trying to just podcast about leadership, oh man, it could be huge. Right, yeah. You know, for me, I actually know who I'm speaking to.
That's interesting. Do you hope through your podcast to reach the consumer side of things? So would you hope that it's not just that you're linking with funeral directors, but maybe you're getting people listening and saying, oh, what a nice chap that Peter is. I would like him to, you know, obviously you don't want to plan your funeral that much, but it's one of those things, isn't it?
Actually, people are planning the funerals now.
Interesting.
You know, one of the things that's getting very popular is posthumous messaging services. And people are uploading videos, they're geotagging videos. So for instance, you know, you go to a local place, you think it's a great place to visit, you make a video, you upload it to these sites and tag it. 20, 30 years from now, your son, long after you're dead, visits that same place, pings this bit of video with dad in that same spot where he's now. And that's getting so common. It's every week there's new bits of software being bought out like that. Safe Beyond, there's one. Dead Social, there's another one. There's just every week there's new platforms being built where people can leave messages and video and all sorts of stuff for after they've gone.
That's so interesting, the technology. I love that. And with pinging when you hit a certain spot. I'll tell you a quick story about actually when I was in Vegas with Isabella, and I will say it was Isabella, we went to see Celine Dion. It wasn't me going to see Celine Dion, and she did.
Yeah. We all know. Did you have a lighter up? Did you have some candles? Oh, we love you.
And she did this wonderful duet with Andrea Bocelli, who wasn't there in person, and he was projected as a hologram onto the stage. I mean, that's the next stage, isn't it? What do you think?
They do that now for funerals.
Wow.
In America, you can go and you can record a video and like you see these hologram things you sometimes see in an airport as you're just about to walk past it. Somebody comes on one of these. You can do that.
Yeah,
you can do that now. I mean, interestingly, Celine Dion's husband, well, interesting or sadly, died not too long ago. And he arranged for the whole of his funeral day to be live streamed.
Wow.
Everything. He planned every detail to the last. And there was 7.5 hours of live streaming of his funeral. And so this is what's going to happen for this market. That's why I just find the thing fascinating to be involved in, really. It is a bit strange, it's not it is a bit strange, but in answer to your question, how am I going to get, am I working with consumers and customers and whatever? I don't know yet. This is one of the things is that I've got some books that I was going to tell people about just to finish off, which has really helped me recently, and I would recommend. Has everybody read this Content Inc., Joe Polizzi's book?
I've heard of it, yeah.
I would thoroughly recommend this book for anybody who's involved in any kind of content marketing, whether it's for themselves or whether it's for a client. This is absolute gold dust. It's a fantastic book, one of the best books I think I've ever read, and I've read lots and lots of books on content marketing. And this guy talks so much sense, and he says, what you're talking about is a 9 to 18 month journey before you're going to start to see results for the work that you put in. You've got to be patient. Yeah. And he talks a lot about what platform are you going to use? What's going to be your main platform? If it's going to be blogging, then we'll stick with blogging. Don't try and be all places on all things. If it's podcasting, do that. Now, I'm trying a couple of strategies, but I do think that and I'm doing it because I'm enjoying it, but I do think he speaks a lot of sense about that. Thoroughly recommend that particular book. Another book that I thoroughly recommend, which is this book, which is Bold by Peter Bold, just Bold by Peter Diamandis. That's a real heavy, get your teeth into book about the future. Talks a lot about how technology is changing. And it's really interesting for anybody who's in our sort of world of dealing with technology, what he thinks is the future. And it's really interesting book. He talks a lot about crowdfunding in there. And obviously, I don't know whether you know, but crowdfunding is a big deal in the funeral world. People crowdfund for their own funerals now. This is a really good book.
Yes. Now tell us a little bit more about
I can't do that's too cheesy. That's too cheap. I'm not going to be promoting stuff like that. That's just too cheesy. No, I'm not going to do it.
But I'm curious actually to know, with your Death Goes Digital book, how that is doing. Are you using your podcast to promote your book? How's that working?
Yeah, both ways. The book, actually, maybe I'll talk to you another time in another situation. The book really is a door opener. And it gives you credibility. And I could talk to you about that, why I've done that as a strategy, and how what I'm using that for. Am I expecting it to be a New York Times bestseller? No. Do I think Richard and Judy are going to recommend it for their summer reading? No. But actually, it's a really good door opener, and it gives you credibility. Like when I go and visit somebody and I say, would you like a copy of my book that I've written on it? It has a bit of, it gives you authority, or social proof is another way some people talk about it. So yeah, that's another thing. But I mean, I was only teasing with that. I wasn't really trying to do that. I hate that stuff. I hate it when somebody's really sure. Oh, by the way, look, here's an accident. How did that get in there? I don't know how that got in there. No, I don't like that. I hate that stuff. This book, I hate it when people try to sort of sneak the book in like that. I hate it. I have to, won't you, on the back?
But Peter, you do it in such a very disarming way.
You do get a picture of me on the back. Anyway, this book is another great book. Renegades Write the Rules. And this is by a wonderful speaker. Do you remember her? She was at Las Vegas the year that we were there, Amy Jo Martin. And she was the person who took the UFC, the Ultimate Fighting Championship, online. And she's probably responsible for a huge percentage of the marketing of that, why that sport now has become such a global phenomenon. That book is a really, really great book. This is a new one. This one is by Brian Solis, and this is called X, the experience where business meets design. And that's, again, all about how technology is changing the way we're doing business every day. Doesn't matter what business you're in, whether you're in your business, Mike, working with trying to, the stuff that Music Creative is doing. If you don't get digital, same with the conference, the more digital that you can make that experience, we should be coming in with forget about writing stuff. Everything should be, as somebody walks through the door, it should almost register because of the phone or something that they're there. We should have online questions during the seminars. What can we do to sort of, we talked about a tweet wall before.
Yeah.
We had that thing, all of that kind of stuff. How can we make this whole thing experiential for people who are coming? And digital does that. So those are some books I would really recommend for people on the way the digital changing. If people are interested in speaking books, I'll give you 2 speaking books which are dynamic. Talk Like Ted. Now that it isn't like a person called Ted or Edward. It's not. Who's that.
Ted?
Who's Ted? Who the flipping X Edward? What's he? Why is he just called Edward? Ted. Good book for some. If you want some principles on public speaking, I'd recommend that one. And this one is just brilliant. Resonate by Nancy Duarte. That is just it's a beautiful book anyway to read, but the content that's in there is really good. So that's it.
Wow. That's
There you
amazing.
go.
Well, I would ask you where we can find you online.
Sugar, do you need any more sugar, Mike? Keep you going.
Not yet, but I'm sure very soon. Now we're going to see you do your thing in London, aren't we?
Have another one of them. There you go.
Thank you.
There
I'll
go.
take it.
Keep you going.
You're going to be doing some fantastic MCing in London at the New Media Europe
hope
conference.
so.
Can't wait for it. Yeah, well, we'll see.
I hope so. I really do. I'll try my best.
It went down really, really well last year, and also in Birmingham back in 2014.
Yeah,
I'm
I'll
curious,
try
are you
my
still
best.
open for coaching if somebody wanted to
Yes,
become a better
definitely.
speaker? Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Or speech write. If somebody wants me to write a speech for them, yeah, definitely. I love doing that. That's really interesting work. I really find that interesting. So yeah, if anybody's interested, I don't want to plug myself. I don't want to do
this
that.
is your chance. This is the end
If
now.
anybody's interested, here you go. Oh, has my book come up again? Oh, how did that come up? No. Oh, I really do hate that. I hope you don't think that I'm doing that for real, because it's horrible. So no, but seriously, if somebody wants any help with public speaking or coaching on that or writing speeches, I'd love to help you. Yeah, I'd love to help you.
Awesome. So you're deathgoesdigital.com. Where can people find you socially? What's the best way of socially connecting?
At Pete Billingham, Pete Billingham is my Twitter handle, which is a lot of the stuff that I put on there, from just speaking stuff and my own stuff. There's at Death Goes D is where I'm building a new audience there. And Memorable Words is my eulogy site, if people are interested in that. LinkedIn, I'm on LinkedIn. I'm trying to restrict the platform so you can keep going on so many. So for me, I've got a bit of on Facebook, but to be honest, I try to mainly work with Twitter and LinkedIn. And when I wrote the book about doing LinkedIn for funeral directors, I need to do a bit of that. And so that's it. Love to have a chat with anybody. Be great.
That's great. That's fantastic. And we'll catch up for a coffee in London.
Yeah, Mike, best wishes for the next few hours.
Thank you.
You're absolutely crazy. You need therapy. You're gonna need therapy by the time you're finished. I tell you that. You're gonna need something by the time that you're finished.
I'm looking at the clock. It says 5 o'clock. I'm still going to go until like 10 o'clock tomorrow night. No sleep.
Hey, I tell you what, who's on it from 9 till 10 tomorrow night? Because they might as well forget it. Call it a day.
Oh, don't worry, it's David Bain, so he'll float the ship. I have faith that he'll do that.
Who's doing the graveyard shift then? Something like 3 o'clock in the morning, man.
Oh, we got a ton. We're booked out all the way through the night.
Fantastic! It's brilliant, Mike. I wish you all the best. Great idea, greatly executed, and I wish you the best, Mike. I really do.
Cheers, Peter. All the best.
Okay. Best wishes to you, Mike.
That's Peter at Pete Billingham on Twitter, and head on over to deathgoesdigital.com. So I'll just wrap up this hour and then play a quick video before we get into the next hour. And yeah, that's the 7th hour of the broadcast behind us now. 29 more to go. You can see I am keeping track. A huge thank to our generous sponsors. That's Blab. That's the platform we're hosting on mainly right now. We are elsewhere, of course. Thank you to Spreaker. Thank you to Anchor. Thank you to Music Radio Creative and New Media Europe as well. And remember, Spreaker are giving away 1 month free on their podcasting platform. In order to win, all you need to do is tweet with hashtag UKPod, and we'll be picking one winner every 4 hours. Next winner will be picked at 6 o'clock British summertime. So go on, go and share this event with your friends out on Facebook, out on Twitter, and you could be winning some free podcast hosting. Right back very soon and introducing Craig next after this quick video coming up now. Oh man, that's the kind of energy we need at 5 o'clock.
I'm done. That's it, man. I've got nothing else.
That's done. It's going to be a long hour.
Oh, you said it, Mike.
Yes. Welcome along. I'm Mike. I'm the co-founder of UK Podcasters and New Media Europe. Thrilled to have everyone watching right now online. Podcasting in the UK is growing, and the idea of this online event is to throw the spotlight onto independent podcasters who are creating great content online. We've been privileged, certainly in the UK, to have organisations like the BBC and The Guardian producing podcasts or online downloads. But now we're focusing in on independent content creators from all corners of the UK, joining myself for this 36-hour non-stop broadcast. We'll be talking about technical stuff around to, how to do it. We just had Peter Billingham talking about the kind of networking and developing a niche audience. That was really cool. Now listen to this, because we are streaming everywhere right now. We're streaming live on blab.im. That's our main platform. We're also out on Facebook Live. We discovered that they only like Facebook Live videos to be 90 minutes in duration. So yes, we keep restarting the feed over there. We're out on Periscope, Spreaker, YouTube, and I'm also doing updates on Snapchat and Anchor. It's been a while since I've been out on Snapchat, so I better just say on Snapchat right now. Hey, it's Mike here. Just had an awesome chat with Pete Billingham. And up next, it's Craig. Craig here.
Hello, everybody. Welcome, world. How are you doing? How are you doing, Mike? How are you holding up?
I'm doing really well. I'm not doing too bad at all. You're looking very energetic, so I'm very excited to introduce you as our next guest. It's going to bring amazing content to us. So we got co-host editing and automation software in this speech. So Craig is joining us from Valencia in Spain, right?
Sunny Valencia, yes, indeed.
Sunny Valencia.
Lovely,
so
lovely
we're very jealous of you being a UK podcaster with added sunshine.
That's right. I bring the sunshine. That's about all I bring. I bring the sunshine to podcasting. How's the weather on the island over there?
Hang on. I can.
You haven't been out for about 5 days, I assume.
No, I need to get out there. Well, it's not too bad, as you can see. A bit of cloud cover, some blue breaking through the cloud, which is all we need to get a blue sky. So yes, it's looking positive.
Spring's in the air. That's good.
So so let me tell you a little bit about Craig, who is an English teacher and podcaster from inglespodcast.com, originally from Essex in England. Now, as we just alluded to, Valencia in Spain, with all that beautiful coastline and sunshine. He works as an English teacher and Cambridge examiner for the British Council. Craig has been an English teacher teacher for over 20 years. And for the last few years, he has also been producing episodes of the Learning English podcast, which won the award for the best educational podcast in the UK Podcaster Awards that was at New Media Europe last year. So, Craig, loads to talk about. Tell us more about you.
More about me. Oh, good. Right. So, yes, well, I live in Spain. I love podcasting. I love everything podcasting, listening to podcasting and producing podcasts. And but first, before I go into any sort of preamble, I just want to say thanks, Mike, for this wonderful initiative. This is an amazing blabathon that you're putting on here to bring attention to us independent podcasters. And I just want to say thank you. I think it's fantastic.
Well, thank you.
Well done.
I like the fact that you've invented the word blabathon. I think we need to start using that as a hashtag.
Yeah, blabathon. Why not? I mean, it's fantastic. I don't know how you're going to be at the end of it all, but it's a fantastic effort, and all I can say is well done. Pat on the back. It's fantastic. I've been checking in. Peter was wonderful as usual the last hour, and I was on this morning listening to a couple of people, and I'll be checking in again after to see what people have to say. I think there's such a variety of different producers out there producing podcasts, and it's great to hear from so many people. It's so diverse.
Yes, absolutely agree.
So what I mean, I didn't really know exactly what this was going to be. So when you asked me to suggest a couple of topics, yes, I just thought, we just have a chat about a couple of things, and I'd throw a few questions at you. But I mean, if you want me to just ramble on for half an hour while you go and have a break, that's fine. What would you like me to touch on? Anything particular?
I'm open to absolutely everything. Let's start with what excites you the most about podcasting. Let's really focus in on your passion on podcasting. So tell us why you do it, and particularly with what you're doing, teaching English. I mean, how do you use podcasting? Obviously, we know there's some very popular language podcasts. In fact, another UK-based podcaster you're probably aware of, Mark Pendleton, produces the Coffee Break series.
Yeah, it's a wonderful, wonderful series for French and Spanish and German. Yeah.
So tell us more about your space in the podcasting arena, because it's a big arena with comedy, with business, with language education. So tell us about your space and how that all works for you.
Well, let me look at it from 2 points. First of all, I'll tell you how I got into podcasting in the beginning from a language perspective. And then secondly, we've just actually published our 100th episode. So I'll tell you a little bit about that and how we're feeling today. Thank you. So basically, we've been teaching English to Spanish speakers online since 2001 with what we used to call interactive multimedia content, although now I'm not so sure how interactive it is. But anyway, at one stage, I sort of thought we send out this newsletter, a free newsletter by email to all our subscribers. And at one stage, it just seemed obvious to me to embed audio in the newsletter so that Spanish speakers could improve their pronunciation of English. And from there, it led on to me thinking, well, I got interested in podcasting. Why don't I start a podcast and have it like on a separate podcast feed to attract listeners also from iTunes and other podcatchers? So I started pretty much doing what I did on the website and on the newsletter by myself. And it was terribly boring, not only for me, but probably for the audience as well, because I was just basically reading the material I had in exercises. And then about 3 years ago, I started with my co-host to do a sort of a podcast together. Now, he's an old friend and also an English teacher. And since I started with him and the whole co-host thing, that I think it really took off, became more interesting to the audience. And that's why I would like to speak about co-hosting a little bit, because I don't know if the audience who are tuning in are solo podcasters, and if they are, have they ever thought about podcasting with a co-host? Have they tried it? How did it go? Because you used to podcast with Isabella, and you started off podcasting solo. So how was the change for you when you when you suddenly started podcasting with someone?
I'll tell you, they say there's no such thing as a silver bullet, as a magic bullet, but taking Isabella into the podcasting mix was the best thing I ever did in podcasting. It was just like huge. And I remember it because, I came in from my own way of thinking. We all have our own way of thinking, don't we? So we all go in and approach it. Okay, so a podcast should be like this, because I've only ever listened to language podcasts. So, I've heard, how this one works and this one works, so I'm going to do that. So obviously I had the radio background, so I was like, well, a podcast should be, compressed, and it should have loads of EQ on it, and I should sound like this summer coming to you live. And then, I kind of loosened up a bit and stopped the editing and kind of calmed down a bit. And then Isabella came on to the Music Radio Creative podcast. And it was just amazing. It was a breath of fresh air. First of all, it was a different voice. I was getting bored of the sound of my own voice. She came in, and obviously we had the initial feedback, which was amazing. Probably the most commented episode since we've been going. We'd only done 38 episodes before. Episode 39 just got a stream of comments. I was like, what was I doing wrong? And then she came in and made it much better. But then it's good because you have someone to rely on to help you when you run out of things to say. But also, I found, because the point of our podcast was to sort of, I guess, educate people and show people in radio, DJing, and the podcasting space, how to make a great show, how to make things sound great. And she was kind of picking my brains from my knowledge of working in radio much better than I could pick my brains riffing solos. So I was grateful for that.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And that's pretty much what I found too. I mean, especially my co-host and I are both English teachers, so we pretty much bounce off each other. And I hope we complement each other, but most importantly, we make it more entertaining for the listeners, because there's nothing more excruciatingly boring than me going on and on and on about English grammar and vocabulary. But when there are two of you there having a conversation and going off at tangents, those little stories that you can slip in connected to the content, and disagreements that you might have on air with your co-host, that makes it all a little bit more engaging, I think. So I just wanted to mention that if anybody is podcasting solo and it's possible to bring a co-host on board, you should definitely consider it, because it's been wonderful for us.
Does your co-host come into your recording studio, or do you do it remotely? What are your thoughts?
He does. He's originally from Belfast. And he lives in Valencia too. We both work at the British Council here. So he comes over to the flat. I feed him. He records and goes home again. And that's pretty much all he does. And I'm happy with that. I mean, on the Audacity to Podcast, Daniel J. Lewis did a whole episode about the contracts with co-hosts and expectations, which I think is a very good idea. You shouldn't get into something without agreeing on what you'd like for your show and what responsibilities each person's going to have. That's important. But I'm quite happy for me to do everything and him to just add his voice and his thoughts and maybe help a little bit with the show notes before we start. And that's all he does, and I'm fine with that. Actually, you'll meet him because he's coming to London for New Media Europe in this year. So I'm really pleased that he's coming this year, because I'd like to introduce him to the people I met last year in Manchester.
Yes.
So it's so far it's going well for us.
Excellent. And so your audience is a Spanish-speaking audience, right? Who want to learn to speak English. Is that correct?
Spanish speakers. So mostly from Spain. But actually, have a guess, Mike. Who do you think is the second biggest country that listen to our podcast for learning English for Spanish speakers?
Very good question. It's going to be somewhere in South America, perhaps, I don't know, Chile?
Nope. I would have said Chile, Mexico, Argentina. It's actually the US. There are more Spanish speakers. That's number 2. And after the US, it's either Mexico or Argentina. But I was really surprised that there are so many South or Central Americans now in the US looking for work and looking to improve their English, that they're tuning in. They're number 2 after Spain.
That's great. And how do you find that? Because I guess you come from I don't want to get too technical because language is not my strong point, but there is a difference between Spanish and South American Spanish, right? How does that work in your podcast?
Well, we don't use that much Spanish. We occasionally will translate something, or we'll say some vocabulary in Spanish. But we also have listeners in Finland. We have listeners in Brazil. So we try to open it out if we can. If we use too much Spanish, not only are we restricting our audience to only Spanish speakers, but we're also tuning out the ear of the listener, because the idea is that they're improving their listening comprehension, they're listening to English. I do speak a little slower when I'm doing the podcast, so they're improving their understanding of English. And if we switch to Spanish, then we might lose their tuning in and their ability to understand English a bit. So we try and keep it away from the Spanish.
Interesting. And so, yeah, tell me a little bit more about your process of creating the podcast. You wanted to talk a bit about editing.
Yeah, well,
You do it.
Do you want to geek out and talk a little about equipment? Maybe the audience would like to hear a bit.
that.
Yeah, let's geek out. Okay, so here in the flat where my co-host comes around, I use two Samson 2QUs. Sometimes I've got a PR40 here. Sometimes I use that. And that goes into a DBX 286S. I know you're a fan of those. And your video really helped me to tune that in when I first got it. So thank you for that. So it goes through the process and goes straight into a Zoom Mate 6. That's when I'm here. But then what I do sometimes is I record in the school where I work. So sometimes I have students coming in as well. And I record other teachers sometimes. So that's why I bought the Zoom H6, because that has the extra XLR inputs. So when I go and on a mobile recording thingy, then I'll use that with the Samson 2QUs. And I use FET heads to get the gain up a little bit, to boost the gain a little bit. And there's something that's really useful. I got this from Ray Ortega from the podcast studio. This little power pack here that you can plug into most mobile recorders with a little USB thingy. That saves your batteries, because this powers the mobile unit when you're out and about. It's an Anchor power pack, so that's really useful as well. So yeah, that's basically the setup, and then I edit with Audacity. And what I wanted to ask you, because I've got Adobe Audition in the computer, but I haven't had the courage to change over, because, and I know you're a big fan, and I've actually gone through all of your videos, putting into favorites the one I think I will need when I eventually change over. I did that 2 or 3 years ago, and I haven't made the jump because I've always used Audacity, and it just, the learning curve seems a bit daunting to me.
Yeah, I think it definitely is when you first get started, but once you move away from Audacity and realize what you've been missing, Audition is just, it's second to none. It's just amazing to work with.
What does it give you that Audacity hasn't?
It just gives you smoothness of workflow. I mean, I've played with Audacity myself recently. I'm not a huge Audacity user. And for someone who already has knowledge in how to use editing software fairly well, switching to Audacity for me was a bit of a learning curve. I guess it is what you're used to, right? Isn't it? It is the kind of software that you're most happy with working with. I've worked with Audition all my life, even since it was called Edit Pro. So I feel quite confident in that kind of interface. But yeah, I think it's worth your while learning it. It's smooth. It has great effects. You can template stuff out really easily, and I don't know, it just feels like a more premium experience. You know, I love paying for software when it's going to do a good job. I mean, some of the stuff we're using to live stream this podcast now, I've paid for, because there's no sort of free or open source software that can send multiple streams out to multiple places. So yeah, I'm just a big fan of quality products, and I think with Audition, the great thing is the learning curve doesn't stop there, because once you master Audition, then you can get into Premiere Pro, you can start playing with After Effects, and you can become a real multimedia content producer.
Yeah, I must make the jump, and I must try. And I've dabbled a bit, but I always come back to Audacity, because I'm usually short of time, and I know it's going to take me more time, and I'll have to. I mean, I'm getting old, Mike. It takes me a long time to get used to these things. But one thing I wanted to ask you, I use Orphonic, which I love, the leveling tool. When I've finished editing, I import it in Wave, and it spits out an MP3 file, and it's wonderful. I love it. But when I've got like an underlying piece of music, so it's underlaying on another track, my spoken track.
Yeah.
What I tend to do, because the music is a bit louder, so I'll bring the music down, and I'll amplify my voice up a little bit over the music. Do I need to do that if I'm using Orphonic, or am I wasting my time? Because I could in theory save hours if I didn't do that. Are you with me? So I've got like a spoken track, and I've got a little bit of music underneath.
Getting the levels right.
And I just highlight that little bit as the music's coming in. and I'll bump that up a little bit on both sides, and then I'm running it for Auphonic anyway at the end.
Yeah,
it just seems like
absolutely. Yeah, no, I would say definitely from a production point of view, get your levels right before you put it into the compressor or whatever it is. I mean, that's always something that I was told in radio, and they have in radio. I won't swear, but they have something called C2F compression, which. Only I can see Kevin is liking that because he knows what that means. Probably it's compressed to something that I won't say, to F. So yes, compressors do good work, but you need to make the audio sound good to your ears before you put it through any form of compression. That's what I would recommend. So yeah, if your levels sound totally awful before you put it in a compressor, it's not really going to make it any better. In fact, probably what a compressor, or in this case Auphonic, will do is it will make your audio sound a lot worse. It will, if you've got the music too loud in the mix, it'll suck it right up and obliterate the voice so you can't hear it. And if the music's too low, then it's not going to remedy anything like that.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Rock Show Online in the chat room saying one of the problems he has with Audacity is that it seems to tweak the sound levels on the mix down. I haven't really found that. It sounds pretty much the same to me once I've exported it than when it's actually in the program. So I'm not sure what's happening there. Maybe try it on another computer and see if there's something going on there with your PC.
Yeah, that's very bizarre. I know Adobe Audition sometimes takes levels down when you mix down, but yeah, I mean, I'm not a fan of Audacity. It has to be said.
Well, I'll let you know. I'll let you know how I get on, but it's something I have to jump into because I know it's more powerful.
Yeah.
So I probably should be using it.
That's good. And do you automate a lot of your workflow with podcasting? How do you work with that? Or is most of it done by you?
No, I don't really. I pretty much do everything myself. I use Hootsuite for automating the promotion of it when I've finished. But the actual process, I don't know. I don't outsource editing. I do that myself. I've thought about outsourcing it, but I like doing it, and I think I like the control of actually doing it myself rather than explaining somebody how it should be done and then seeing if they've done it the way I'd like it to be done. And I just enjoy doing it. Apart from the co-hosted show, I do have another interviews show, and I tend to interview people in the English-speaking space, either online or people involved in languages or English teaching. And that's just a labor of love. And I do that when and if I have the time to do it. So whereas the co-host show goes out regularly on a weekly basis, the interview show goes out whenever I can get it out. And I'm seeing now that I'm not getting to that, which is a big shame. So maybe if I did automate something, have you got any suggestions what I could automate in the workflow?
Well, definitely, I would say certainly your podcast editing, you could outsource that. There are plenty of companies that do that, and possibly show notes as well. So your show notes afterwards. Although, how much do you focus on having good show notes?
Well, the process is I think of an idea or a theme. It might be vocabulary or a grammar theme, and then my co-host and I write up notes during the week on Google Docs, and then we print that out and we work from bullet points as we're doing the show. And then as I'm editing, I'm going through the show notes again because I might take pieces out or he might say something that needs to go in. Then the show notes are expanded a little bit, but at the end of the day, they're still notes. They're not full transcripts. And about a year ago, we decided to try and get the transcripts done. So we started a Patreon campaign, and I worked it out that we needed probably about €100 a month to get transcripts paid for. Wow. We're up to 10 euros at the moment, so we're a tenth of the way there. That's after about a year. And I think with the Spanish audience, it might be better for me to just pay for the show notes and then sell them for €1 a month would probably be a better way to go. I think the mindset of the Spanish audience is more, maybe I'll pay for it if it's something concrete, but I won't just give you €1 or €2 a month in the hope that maybe one day I'll get a transcript. I don't think it's that American mentality of we'll support the show. Some people are supporting, which is wonderful, and I thank them for that. But I'm a little bit disappointed that we didn't get to that target of €100 a month with Patreon. So we'll keep it going, and what I'll probably do is pay for it, and then maybe, because I've transcribed videos before, I've transcribed audio. It takes so much time. It really is painstaking work, and I just don't have time to do it. So it needs to be outsourced, and it needs to be paid for.
Definitely. So does the podcast, how does that work for you? Is that a part of your business, or do you make money from that, or what, or is it a passion project simply?
It started as a passion project. It started as a hobby, or also giving value to the audience with the audio. But we have a sponsor, and that really pays my co-host to do it with us, and most of the money goes to him. And it pushes people towards our website, and we sell courses on our website for English learning. So we have free courses for general English, but we also sell courses for specific business English or exam English and Cambridge tests. So it's a promotional tool, but it's also something I love to do. So it's working well.
That's good. And do you see your podcast empire expanding in any way in the near future?
Oh, if there were more hours in the day, perhaps. I mean, I've got ideas. I've got a list of ideas that long. It's just having the time to execute them. But I'd like to do more interviews because I love it. It gives me an excuse, as you know, to just ask people things that normally you wouldn't be able to ask them. And I really love doing that. But what I do with the interviews is I transform them to a comprehension exercise. So it gives value to the learner because they can listen to the audio and then they can answer questions about what they're hearing, and I translate vocabulary to Spanish. So that in itself is also work intensive. So when I can, I do that, but it's just a question of time.
That's great. That's fantastic. I can see there's a lot of people in the chat actually. So if you guys have any questions for Craig, then do feel free to post them in the comments. Just put /Q and then type your question. That's /Q and then type a question for either Craig or myself. Yeah, so that's really interesting stuff. And how did you actually discover podcasting in the first place?
Oh, that's a good question. I started listening. I tell you how I discovered podcasting. I started listening to Twit, Leo Laporte, because I've always been a kind of a wannabe tech nerd. I don't know enough about technology to be dangerous, but I love it. So I started listening to Leo Laporte, and then from him and his network, I kind of became exposed to Ray Ortega, Daniel J. Lewis, Dave Jackson, yourself, and the usual podcasters. But I find my podcast listening tastes change over time. I don't listen to Leo Laporte anymore. He's still in my podcatcher, but I don't listen to him. So I find myself searching out other podcasters constantly and other podcasts, and I keep changing. And I've got my favorites, but I keep changing my list, which is good, I suppose. Variety.
Interesting. And how would you explain the world of podcasting to somebody who's maybe watching this today for the first time? They've just heard about, there's this podcasting event going on. What is a podcast? What is this world? How would you best explain what that is to someone who's not in it? And do you have to be a podcast listener, or do you have to be a podcaster to really get into that world of, like you've just mentioned, the Ray Ortegas, the Daniel J. Lewises of this world, the New Media Expos, the podcast movements, the content marketing academies, the New Media Europes? How do you explain that to someone?
Oh, the whole world of podcasting on podcasters. Yeah. Well, it kind of, I mean, from personal experience, it just sucked me in, and I just really enjoyed being around podcasters in the community. But I suppose my co-host is a perfect example because he's an English teacher, didn't know anything about podcasts. And then through talking to him, I said, you like talking, you're Irish, you've got the gift of the gab, come over to the flat and we'll record some audio. And he came over, we recorded a few podcasts. And then gradually I kept feeding him bits of information. I said, listen to this, you'll like this. And this is about language. And listen to this podcast. And now he's got on his phone Stitcher, and he listens to podcasts regularly on his commute, and he loves it. I think it's just exposing people to the world of podcasts, because I know with my students that they don't know podcasts exist very often, and you have to make them aware of podcasts. So it's drawing attention to them and letting them know that they're there. And then I find that once people find something that interests them, they get hooked, which is wonderful if you're a language learner, because if you get hooked on something in the language you're trying to learn, you just want more and more and more and more of it, and then the comprehension takes care of itself. Yeah, that's basically it. But the question originally, I don't know if I've answered it, was the world of podcasting and conferences. I mean, podcasters are lovely people. It's a wonderful community. I mean, some people are very kind of geeky and quite maybe introverted, but really, really interesting. And some podcasters like me like to talk, and they're more extroverted. And there's just a different mix and a melting pot of people. And when you go to conferences and you get exposed to people who are in the industry, then you start learning, first of all, and you start meeting some lovely people and socializing with them. And it's a wonderful experience. I thoroughly enjoyed the conference last year, and I'm looking forward to the one in London in June.
That's awesome. And have you got any great marketing techniques that you're going to be testing out, or anything that you do? Like we've had some, amazing chats with Peter, who's trying to reach funeral directors, which is very niche. And then obviously you've got Sean, the pay-per-click guy, who was talking about blast out a load of Facebook ads and get people listening that way. What are your thoughts on marketing the podcast? Because it's hard work, isn't it? It's not easy.
It's hard work, and I'm not sure where I stand at the moment. I mean, I listen to marketing podcasts. I listen to Amy Porterfield, Michael O'Neill, the Solopreneur Hour, Michael Hyatt, the usual bunch of marketers. And there's some side of marketing that I'm not particularly fond of. For example, I'm not fond of pop-ups on the website. I'm not fond of too much automation and losing that personalization. There's one tip that I got from Cliff Ravenscraft that I think is really useful for me personally. And he suggested getting an Excel spreadsheet. And when you start getting those super fans, write their names in the spreadsheet with maybe their email address and 1 or 2 comments about them so that you remember who they are. And then as that builds up over time, you've got a list of your super fans that you know who they are. You know their name and where they're from and what their interests are and how they contacted you. Because they're gold, really. Plus the fact I've got a terrible memory, and sometimes someone will say, "Hello, it's Juan," or "Hello, it's Angeles," and I don't know who it is. I don't remember. And having that list there really helps me to connect with them even further and know who they are. But I don't know if you listen to the feed with Rob and Elsie, but they had an interesting conversation a while back about should we be creating. How much percentage of our time should we spend creating content, and how much percentage of our time should we be promoting it? How do you feel about that? What should it be? Should it be 50-50? They were going 80-20, but they didn't agree. I can't remember who said who, but one said, "Hey, we should be spending 80% of our time creating content and 20% of our time promoting it." And the other one said, opposite. The opposite.
If I was in my ideal world, it would be 100% of the time creating the content and then find someone else to promote it. And that's really, even though I love marketing, I love online marketing, I love all that kind of stuff. I know that I will work the best when I can spend all of my time creating the content and then have the comfort, the knowledge that someone else is doing the best job to do that. So, we've got a question here actually from a team of John O'Shea, who says, what sort of trajectory did you get with gaining listeners at first, Craig? What should a new podcast be hoping for in terms of new listeners? What would you say about that?
What's the sort of trajectory you got with you gaining listeners at first? I didn't pay too much attention to stats at first. See, the thing is, we were quite lucky because we give away a lot of free content on our website. We've always done that. We had a really big audience using our free courses, and quite a large percentage of those moved over to the podcast. So from the word go, we had fairly healthy numbers listening. Now it has grown since then, and I'm finding that the people that are joining the podcast are maybe a different set of people, maybe more technologically aware than the people who are studying online with the webpage. But nevertheless, we had that nucleus of people that moved over from the website, which is very helpful. What should new podcasts be hoping for in terms of new listeners? I think it's really hard if you're starting from scratch. Perhaps I would suggest going to forums where people of people who connect to your subject, the subject you're podcasting about, go to where they're hanging out, join communities, start chatting to people, listen to similar podcasts, just get involved in the community of your niche or niche, whatever it is. And then if people kind of like, and when you're connecting with people, then they will hopefully listen to your podcast and you'll build up an audience. I think it's dangerous with all the noise and buzz out there to spend too much time, as we were saying, on marketing and promotion. And I think if you concentrate on good content and giving value to people in the audience, then naturally your podcast will grow over time. But don't be too impatient. Just give it time. Concentrate on the material, and then with time, I think you'll have success. Do you agree with that, Mike?
Yeah, absolutely. I do definitely give it time, build the community bit by bit. Like you, I was in a similar situation with Music Radio Creative. When we launched the show, we did already have an established crowd of people, who were in the audio trade as well. So that also helped quite a lot. I mean, I always think it's great, these podcasts about podcasting. You've got a brilliant captive audience because they all get it. But that's the interesting thing. When you're doing something, you've got to, build up that community. So maybe that means just hustling away, building your community, giving great value. Like you've had, online presence for a while. You've been educating people by other means, not audio podcasts. And then when you told them, hey, we've got an audio thing now, that's great. So anyone who's listening to this or watching this right now thinking, oh, I've got a already established platform. I do this, I do that. How can you apply that to podcasting? So I never really thought, when I started my Adobe Audition videos, I never thought that would become something serious on YouTube. So that's another thing, but it's just like,
how wrong you were.
And then, you realize, oh, okay, so people are interested in that. So I don't know, maybe there could be an Adobe Audition kind of style podcast in the future, but that's how you can get things started. Loads more questions here, though. We got Midori Verity, who says, how did you drive traffic to your website? So obviously we've covered the base of, building up your podcast audience and the fact that you had an established community. You got any other tactics or thoughts on driving traffic?
Well, I can't speak too much to that because I've got a business partner who's Spanish and he works in information technology and IT. So he knew a lot more about the Google algorithms and how to get well placed. And in those days, it was more link exchanges, I think, and other stuff, that other voodoo that I don't really understand. So I've just really been the content creator, and he's been the guy. I used to create in Word and just send him Word files, and he'd put it up on the website in HTML. And then gradually I became a little bit more aware of things, but he's still the webmaster of the main site, and I just handle the podcast side. So I think you could probably speak more to that than I could, Mike.
Interesting. Yeah, driving traffic. I mean, obviously we've had Sean on earlier on who was talking a lot about pay-per-click, but obviously that's paying, and if you're not making any money yet from your podcast, or the money you are making is going into other things, and you don't really want to spend £2 a click on LinkedIn, then you've got to find other ways. But obviously from the last decade it was all about SEO and backlinks and getting to number one in Google, but now it's it's really not, I think, and I don't brand myself as a PPC or marketing expert, but my opinion is just the web is changing. It's becoming more natural. It's more like everything has always been in real life, just online. So like you and I are having a conversation now, we're connecting. We've got these wonderful people in the room right now that I can see in Blab. We've got a load of listeners on Spreaker as well, people watching on YouTube and Facebook Live. And, we've got this whole crowd of people that we're kind of networking with and associating with. And we're just having a conversation. If people like us, they're attracted to what we do, then they'll come in, they'll listen to your show, they'll check out what I'm doing, and that's all natural. If we stood here and started just saying, listen to my podcast all the time, it's really tacky, isn't it? It's like that thing about, in Twitter's becoming now this place where people are just shouting out, I've got a new ebook, I've got this, I've got that, here's my new show. And that is what it is. And if you did that in a bar, everyone would ignore you.
Just imagine going into a pub and say, does anyone want to buy my book? Anyone want to buy my book? I mean, nobody would look at you. They think you're crazy. And I think people do that on social media. And I think very much it's coming full circle, because I think I think we've had enough of over marketing and too much promotion. I think people just want to contact as much as possible in a human way, One thing I do, for example, because I teach languages, I go on Blab every week and I tweet and I put on Facebook, hey, I'm doing an hour's free English practice. Does anybody want to come on and chat? And people come on to Blab and we chat and they practice their English. And then when they ask me questions and I can help them with a link to content I've created, then I'll send them to the website. So I wouldn't, first of all, open the conversation with go to my website, but if it comes up that they're looking for exercises on something or something that they need, and I've created content for it, then I'll direct them to where the content is. And I think that's giving value and promoting yourself at the same time. There's another question from Jez Johnson. Do you also run an email newsletter with additional content as part of your marketing? Yes, I do, but I'm building a list slowly. We've got two lists. There's one list that is fairly big, and that's connected to the main website that's been online since 2001. They get a free email, quite a long one, newsletter every month with exercises at different levels and lots of additional content that we hope will be useful for them, all sorts of English exercises, and of course, promotion for the products we sell. That's one thing. As far as the podcast side goes, I started building a separate list just for people who are listening to the podcast. I send a newsletter out on a monthly basis, but at the moment, that's just a summary of all the podcasts we've released over that month. So I use MailChimp for that. And if there's any additional information, like if there's something of interest, I'll put that in as well. And there's a tiny bit of promotion. But what I'm trying to do is build that list up at the moment. And a way of doing that is just to summarize monthly the content that we've released so that they have a record of anything they maybe have missed over the month. And in the future, I could use that for other things. But I think it's important to start building a list as soon as possible.
Radio Skills says, but in pubs, once people did sell things, especially in the East End of London.
Out the back of a suitcase,
I'm
yeah.
not sure what he's referring to there. It's interesting.
Yeah, it fell off the back of a lorry, mate. You want to come around the back? That's what my dad used to do, I think.
So where do you... I'm quite curious. And by the way, /Q in the chat if you happen to be here in Blab. If you're elsewhere, I apologize. We're not responding to Facebook Live comments or YouTube comments, although our social media managers will be checking in from time to time on that. But here in Blab is the place to ask questions, and you can access that link at ukpodcasters.com/live. That's ukpodcasters.com/live. And when you get over to Blab, just /Q and then ask a question. I'm interested, Craig, as to where you see, obviously you're an early adopter, you love all this, you love all things geeky, all things tech, very similar to me. So I'm curious as to where you see this all going in, say, 5 to 10 years' time. And now we got radio, we got the traditional media, we got all of that. We touched on the fact that the web is becoming more real. Where do you see it all going? Where are we all ending up? And are we almost ending up in a more traditional media hierarchy online? I mean, Sean earlier was talking about 1 penny clicks through to your website. Now you can't really get a decent click for less than 20 or 30 pence. So again,
tell me about it. Yeah, we're really suffering with that because we give a lot of free. We've always given a lot of free content, and for many years, most of our income came from Google ad clicks, which have really gone down on the pay per click thing. So we're suffering with that quite a bit. I don't know. I mean, I've thought about creating and probably will create some online courses and video courses or something of that nature. But Ray Ortega strongly recommends niching down, and I think that's pretty true for everyone. I think if you niche down to something really specific, so in my case, that will be specific exams or maybe English for business purposes or job interviews, that kind of thing. If you niche down to some specific need or problem that people have, I think maybe that's the way of making your way in amongst all this noise and everything that's going on at the moment. And I think people are going to get, as I am, to get fed up with over promotion and too much advertising. We've got these ad blockers now on mobile phones and all over the place because people are just sick of having things pushed in their face. So I think, as far as I'm concerned, what I'm going to focus on is creating this connection, this personal connection with the audience as much as possible. And if that means keeping it small, then that means keeping it small. I'd rather have a smaller engaged audience than a huge audience who aren't engaged at all. So I've started doing local meetups with people in the community. We had some girl traveling all the way down from the north of Spain, and she really wanted to meet us. So we went out and had a couple of beers with her. So I think, and Mike did the pub crawl. It's all about, I think, making contact with people on a personal level. I think that's where the future is for me anyway. Hi, Isabella.
Hi, sorry, I'm being totally rude in here, and
No, welcome. It's good to see you.
bumping in the conversation. But that's okay. I will wait for
Have you just got off your exercise machine there?
Yeah, absolutely. I just wanted to hop in. I mean, there is really no scheduled time for me to do that, but I thought as we go along, I have some exciting news to share with everyone.
I'm going to hop out for a second because I need to do a few housekeeping duties with my body, so I'll leave you guys to it.
Go for it.
Good luck, Mike.
Yes, Mike.
What's the news, Isabella?
So we've got some amazing news. We have already received some good media coverage, which is fantastic. Mike has been featured. I will start from bottom up, shall I? Mike has been featured on our local newspaper, Isle of Wight County Press. There is an article about the longest podcast ever. So keep those up. Thank you very much. Also, there is an article in Radio Today sharing. This is a radio, I guess, radio industry focused website, but huge coverage because of a lot of media people actually read that, which is great. And I guess the best one of all is we are going live on BBC Radio 4 tomorrow at 8:45 a.m., which is huge
fantastic
goal.
Well done. That's amazing. It is
amazing. And I just want to say, please keep tweeting. The aim of this broadcast, I know that Mike will be sort of fading down probably with his enthusiasm and things, so I just need to hop in and help. But please keep the tweets coming. The whole aim of this conference is to make sure that all the independent podcasters like you get the exposure and recognition, frankly, they deserve. And, the biggest aim of this is to make sure that our listenership grows, because the more people know what podcasts are, how they can use them, how can they help them, the more of that lovely pie for all of us as podcasters. So, please be part of this. Keep tweeting, keep posting, sharing, just go nuts. This doesn't happen every day. So just spread the word as far and wide as you potentially can.
Absolutely. Just keep on doing it, keep on making a noise and bring attention to us, because it's a wonderful, wonderful thing we're doing. And we want to reach as many people as possible.
Absolutely. So I'm really hoping that those press news bits I've shared are not the only ones we will have, and I'm really hoping we can have some more coverage. So it's all really down to you guys, and also supporting Mike, sending him positive thoughts. Just saying, hey, keep going. This is going to be great. I think it's going to be fantastic.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah. So go on, sorry.
No, there's one more. There's one question that appeared in the chat room that I'd like to get to before I cut out of here. It's from Des Johnson, who says, "What is your top tip for someone who's planning their first podcast?" Which I like. I like that question. I don't know if you've got thoughts on this, Isabella, but I would say sit down with a pen and paper, Jez, and make a list of your first 10 or 12 episodes. Just make sure that you have content going forward before you pick up the microphone and start recording. Just even if you don't use those notes, because as you start podcasting, you might think of other ideas, but at least have that basic lesson plan going forward. A lesson plan. I'm speaking like a teacher. Podcast plan going forward, so that you know for the first few episodes what you're going to be speaking about, what the topic is for the first few podcasts.
Yeah.
Do you want to come in on that?
Yeah, I think that, in all honesty, I think it's a very individual journey. Some people like to be very organized and they like to have a lot going on, but some people are simply good at just going with the flow and seeing what happens, And I mean, it genuinely just depends as to where you are with that. I mean, from my experience when I've relaunched NMEU as a New Media Europe show, this was something that I've treated as an entirely new podcast. So one thing I did make sure to do is to book a lot of interviews, and I didn't worry about having so many recorded before I actually started to publish them. I just wanted to have things in the pipeline, so to speak. So it just depending obviously on what type of the type of the show you have. It's a little bit more difficult when you are the person, the main sort of focus of the podcast, because obviously that requires some prep and some research. So that obviously really helps if you do that prep. Unless you are super amazing and you have all that content in there and you can just spill it out just naturally like this, you know.
Not many of us are like that. Also, Jez, don't go over the top with spending money on fantastic equipment before you start, because you might not like it, you might not get into it, and it's more important to have good content than fantastic sounding audio. So start out with a decent mic, something pretty basic and not too expensive, and then if you take it on board and you really get into it, then you can sort of spend more money as you grow.
Absolutely. And I would also say that nowadays it really isn't that difficult to get decent equipment at a decent price. You know, I mean, you can even go secondhand. I mean, nobody's going to know that, right? It's like, it's fine. And technology is progressing very nicely. So, you know, it's not going to be that difficult. We have somebody actually calling in. I am going to see, let's have a look. It's Patrick. Let's accept Patrick since Mike is not back just yet. Let's see if Patrick has some. Hi, Patrick. Thank you for tuning in.
Hi.
Hi, Patrick.
Hi. I'm sorry. I only wanted to butt in for just a second because I do run my sports and entertainment podcast 5 nights a week. And to hear, you know, starting with a simple mic or a less expensive mic is always the way to go because you might not like it. Well, I agree with that only to an extent, though. If you have a certain type of voice, if you have a radio broadcasting voice, you probably want a mic like the Blue Yeti or like maybe an ATR 2100 to start, because you want your voice to sound nice, and then you can hear that playback. And that is usually what gives people enough confidence to start off their first couple of episodes, rather than having and I wouldn't say bad microphone, but maybe a lesser grade of a microphone, where the guy maybe like Pat Flynn or John Lee Dumas, who have higher pitch voices, and that might not work out for them in the end, because they might hear that back and say, man, do I really sound like that? And might get discouraged from the get-go.
That's a good point, but I think everybody hates the sound of their voice when they first start. I remember I did, and pretty much everyone I've spoken to, your voice doesn't sound the same in your head when you're speaking. It's got something to do with the bones in your skull. And when you record yourself, think, that's not me, that sounds horrible. So I think that aversion to your voice will probably happen whatever microphone you use. But that's a good tip about the ATR 2100, which for European listeners is the Samsung Q2U, which is an excellent choice, Patrick, for starters, because it has that USB and XLR connection. So when you're just starting, you can just plug the USB that mic into your computer and start recording. And then if you grow, you can then connect that to an audio device or to a mixer as you grow your podcast.
Yeah, and what's nice is even with the Blue Yeti, the regular Yeti, not the Yeti Pro, the regular Yeti comes only USB connection.
Right.
Fortunately for most people, though, if they can buy a micro USB to micro USB cord, and there's this little mini connector that you can get sometimes over here in the States, you can get it at like a Radio Shack, a little connector. Now all of a sudden you can hook it up and it's an XLR connection for a regular Yeti.
Exactly.
Do this, have the same effect for a cheap price.
There you go. No, that's a good point. And I think that with finding the right equipment is it can be rather tricky, especially to people who don't have interest in exploring what equipment to get. They will just go with the first recommendation they're going to find on the internet, frankly. And it's like, it's for some people it is about the content, and as long as it sounds good, they probably won't dwell into technicalities from the very start. They probably will eventually get to that point where it's like, okay, I've been podcasting now for God knows how many episodes. It's time to make sure I do sound all right. But sound is hugely important.
Also, there was sorry to cut in, but there was a lady at the beginning who I think she was the first or second guest on Mike, and she was I can't remember her name. Was it Anne? And she interviews people in literary circles, authors and such, and she's using the microphone from her smartphone, and she has a very successful podcast. And there was another podcast I was listening to the other day about someone who had a really good quality microphone, but for simplicity used the microphone on their earbud. And okay, it's not great sounding audio, but if the content is gold and it's not disturbing, people will listen.
Yeah,
the mistake I think is when people first start, they spend hundreds or even thousands on equipment, but they haven't got engaging content.
Can I just actually give you a very interesting stat? Obviously, as some of you may know, obviously part of what we do is we produce intros for podcasters for Music Radio Creative. And in fact, just recently I had to go through, to cut the story very short, I had to go through pretty much the whole year of audio, listen to it, and then I was just checking whether those podcasts were still up. So out of, when it came down to it, when I crashed the numbers, pretty much, now this is crazy, out of people who come in and actually purchase their intro, so they are very invested, right? It's like, okay, I'm going to come in and spend however many pounds with you to actually get my intro going. Guess how many actually never get to launch the podcast?
30%?
40%. Yeah.
Wow.
So, how many of those, the question to ask is how many of those people invested in the microphones too? It can get rather crazy. So essentially, the key from this is progress over perfection. Nothing is going to be perfect to start with. You can end up spending a lot of money. You can end up doing a lot of things, but your plans may change. You can even start recording things and it will be like, oh, this isn't for me. I'm not feeling great about this. So just start basic and move from there. Because there was somebody who said that it's like, the reality is your first episode isn't going to get thousands of listens. So just keep going.
Absolutely. You've got to be patient. Yeah.
And
what's the name of your podcast, Patrick?
It's called Late Night Mix Up. It's 5 nights a week. It's usually around 6:30 Central Standard Time, Monday through Friday. It's sports and entertainment. So anything movies and TV for entertainment wise, even people that watch a lot of things like TMZ over here in the States, they watch it and they're like, They like that little bit of gossipy talk. That happens from some of my co-hosts. But as far as sports, whether it be soccer or tennis, hockey, baseball, basketball, football, whatever it is, I'm looking day by day at all these. And that's why I split it up into 5 different days. So Monday and Friday are like regular shows. Wednesdays are British sports Wednesdays. Then you have Tech Tuesdays and esports Thursdays for all our gaming crowd.
Wow, that's quite a network you've got there.
It's amazing.
I've been working on this for the past 2 years. So I finally launched January 4th of this year, and I have everything ready to go. Like John Lee Dumas is a good buddy. Roberto Blake, YouTuber, Pat Flynn, Kate Erickson. So I got kind of lucky to get into that crowd early.
Yeah. No, that's fantastic. Well, congratulations on that. That sounds like you've got something. We need to pass the mic literally over to Mike. Hey. I think the hour is coming. So
thanks, thanks Patrick, for joining in. Where are you based in the States?
Yeah, I am in Chicago, Illinois.
Amazing. Patrick, thank you so much for joining.
To Podcast Movement?
Sorry?
Are you going to Podcast Movement in July?
Yes, I am.
I'll see you there, man. I'll see you there.
Good.
Thank you, Patrick. Thank you, Isabella, for jumping in as well and kind of allowing me a little break to.
Yes, I kind of figured at this time you needed. And by the way, I'm very disappointed about the fact that you only have 1,800 of these. And look, I've been here for like literally an hour.
What is going on?
Now, and look at this.
Everyone's propping up Isabella. Come on. If you're on Blab, you need to do that.
Everyone loves Isabella. That's what it is.
Well, I'm very pleased with mine because I've never had more than 300 because I only have 7 or 8 people. So this is fantastic. That's made my day. It really has.
Well, keep it going, Mike.
You got to hustle for those props. Thank you, Isabella, and thank you, Craig. Thank you for joining us. Just before you go, Craig, just where can people find you online?
Yep, well, the podcast is at inglespodcast.com. And if you would like to improve your English, which you probably don't need to, the courses are at mencioningles.com. Thanks a lot, Mike, and I'll see you soon.
Cheers, Craig. All the best. Thank you. So that's Craig, and wow, that's the 8th hour of the broadcast behind us. 28 more to go. Huge thanks to generous sponsors including Blab, Spreaker, Anchor, Music Radio Creative, and New Media Europe. Spreaker are giving away a free month on their platform, which is a podcasting platform. So if you want to get on there, all you need to do is share this event out, whether that be on Facebook, on Twitter. Just make sure you use the hashtag UKPod. Then we can see your share and enter you in the draw to win some free podcast hosting. And by the way, it's coming up to 6, so we will be making another draw very soon. And you'll know on Twitter or on Facebook, wherever you shared, that you're the winner. But I'll also make sure to try and announce the person here on the Marathon Conference and Podcast. I'm also really excited to be seeing many of you come into New Media Europe in June. We've got workshop sessions designed to give you the opportunity to grow as a podcaster. And if you're enjoying watching and listening to this, then let's make sure we grab a coffee there in London. During this marathon and this marathon only, you can get a ticket with a £70 discount. All you have to do is head over to newmediaeurope.com/now. That's newmediaeurope.com/now for all the details. That offer expires at 10 p.m. tomorrow evening. And just before we get into Jem and Wayne from the Powerful Nonsense podcast, I'll leave you with a little video to refresh before the top of the hour. Here it is. Here it comes.
It has been an amazing day so far, I can't tell you. You know, there was somebody called Cliff Ravenscraft, new to me, but he started the day brilliantly and he really gave us an awful lot to think about. I have never been so moved by a speaker, and I've seen a fair number of them, I have to tell you, but he really started about how to change the world with the content you create. That's what I want to do, and I'm going to take away some things from there as well.
His first time around actually failed on Kickstarter, and this was his second attempt. The first time around, he asked for 100,000 and he only got 50, and because Kickstarter operate on an all or nothing basis, so in other words, if you don't reach your target, you don't get any of the money. So he didn't reach his target, he didn't get the money. The second time round, he asked for 50,000 and got over 13 million. Now, he was asked, well, why did you fail first time around? And he said, well, I launched my coolest cooler first time around in winter, and this time I did it in summer. So something as simple as that can have a dramatic effect on whether you're successful online or not. So
there's a lot that's being discussed that I do know, and I try to do anyway, but I really want to take something away that is different and something that I can take action with, because otherwise it's not good use of my time. And as I said, there is a lot that I've got to go away and do. So that'll be a successful weekend. Plus, I'm meeting people in person that I've only ever seen online. So I'm checking out if their pictures online look the same as they do in person.
Does anyone not have a smartphone yet? Everyone sort of moved on to it. Only a couple of years ago, there's still people that are sort of fighting the idea of having a smartphone being permanently connected. 38% of all of your downtime is spent on your mobile phone. So no longer when you're standing in the supermarket waiting in line, you're not daydreaming so much. You're waiting in line, what are you doing? You're checking Facebook, aren't you? Just to see what's going on. Maybe something interesting's happened. FOMO, a fear of missing out, you don't want to. Every moment of downtime. You guys can't even go to the toilet without taking your mobile phones in there.
Now we're talking about loads of things, including blabbing, including Periscope, which I know Mike and Isabella Russell love doing. But it goes far beyond that. Webinars, lunchtime we had an informal chat about webinars, and all of this, we have to. The young generation that are coming through desperately want to communicate through lots of different media. We have to know what we're talking about.
All right, here we are. It's just gone 6 o'clock, British summertime. I'm Mike, the co-founder of UK Podcasters and the New Media Europe Conference. We are celebrating UK podcasters right now as part of a 36-hour non-stop broadcast. I'm excited to be joined by incredible podcasters during this marathon all over Blab, Facebook Live, Periscope, Spreaker, YouTube, and hourly updates via Snapchat and Anchor as well. So a huge thanks to Blab, Anchor, Spreaker, Music Radio Creative, Creative and New Media Europe. And now I'm very excited to introduce Jem and Wayne, who host the Powerful Nonsense podcast. They are on a mission to support young people, students, graduates, and anyone who's fed up with the 9-to-5 system. This is sounding great to see that there is an alternative option, and that option is entrepreneurship. Jem is a health nut and digital content producer to charities and small businesses. Wayne is a professional actor and also owns and runs his own production company called Tap the Table. Guys, welcome.
Hello.
Hey.
How's it going?
You guys are awesome. I had the privilege to meet you guys at the London pub crawl. I did a pub crawl of podcasters. You guys have amazing energy, and I'm so excited to see what you guys have for us in this hour.
Thank
Good
you.
stuff.
I'll
And
try and
keep
keep
energy up.
In pub crawl
I've just
fashion, I
come in from
decided to bring
rehearsals.
some beers as well.
Yay! Which, of course, I cannot partake in at this stage.
Yeah, it probably isn't wise.
I've got my cup of tea. So.
So the title of your session is The Upside of Being a Selfish Podcaster. Explain.
Yeah, that's the one. Basically, when we was at the event, the Podcasters Pub Crawl, there was a lady that came up to me at the end, and she was like, I know you guys put us through like an impromptu talk. You got us up on stage, even though we weren't planned to talk, which was tough. And we were pretty boozed up on all the free beer you kept giving us. But basically, at the end of that session, a lady came up to me and she was like, oh, I really loved what you said about selfishness and how you say that you started off by being quite selfish when you started your podcast. And I was like, yeah, totally. Like, ultimately, when me and Wayne started, is we wanted to speak to like amazing people. We literally just wanted to suck people's knowledge out of their heads, like why people listen to podcasts. And so I was saying to this lady, like, she was saying, I want to start a podcast, but it's a bit self-indulgent. And so I was thinking, okay, what is your podcast going to be about? And then she said to me, she was like, well, I want to help people with HIV. And I was like, okay, that's not so self-indulgent. She's like, yeah, I've got loads of friends that are literally like who live with HIV. And she said at the moment, it seems to be that a lot of people see it as like a death sentence. And actually, I've got so many friends who are actually just living happy lives in it. I was like, so you basically want to share this positive message that you want to change the perception of HIV and AIDS in your community, and you think that's self-indulgent. And I was like, it's amazing that you have been chosen to share that knowledge with somebody that you feel that you want to change that perception of HIV. And I was like, that's an amazing thing. And if you're passionate about doing that, don't worry. If it means being self-indulgent, you're going to change some people's lives and their perception. I was like, jump straight in. Like, what's holding you back? And I know it's just amazing for us, especially. Like, I think it's so fun and exciting that we get to speak to amazing people on our podcast. And it's like, yeah, I don't mind being selfish. I will message them all day long on Twitter. I'll send emails. I'll read their book and retweet it and jump on Instagram. If I'm going to get someone to speak to me, like all day long, I'm going to be selfish. And so for me, I just really wanted to say to people that, like, if you're looking to start a podcast, stop worrying about being selfish. Like, ultimately, we do a lot of things selfishly. We brush our teeth, so we don't. But that also means we don't breathe our bad breath onto people. So, like, it's okay to be selfish.
I think it's an interesting thing. I think as a society, we've become so kind of hyper aware of this. Not coming across as arrogant, not coming across as narcissistic, not coming across as selfish, and often, not to say all the time, but quite often, it's that line and walking that line between arrogant and self-interested, and then actually where you can provide value. Because in order to really provide value to anyone, you've kind of got to be very self. Oh God, what's the word I'm looking for? But like very confident in what it is that you do and the value that you can provide. Because if you hold it back for fear of coming across as too self-involved or too arrogant, then ultimately you're going to be doing your audience a disservice.
Mm-hmm. And like all good businesses, they say, is like, if you're going to start by solving your own problem. I mean, I started the podcast because I came out of university and I was struggling like crazy to find a job. And then I found I was doing internships and I finally got some work, and I started listening to podcasts, and I was listening to all these entrepreneurship podcasts. And in my head, I didn't even know it was possible to be an entrepreneur. I didn't even know what the word meant. And literally, like, after listening to these podcasts, suddenly I was like, wait a minute, I don't have to work for somebody 9 to 5. Why didn't anybody tell me this throughout the whole of my life? And then suddenly these podcasts enlightened me. And I was like, wait, am I the only young person that doesn't know that they have to go get a job 9 to 5, get on that hot train, sweating your ass off? And so I thought, wait a minute, if I don't know this, and I wish there was a podcast aimed at maybe British young people, because I think there's so many American podcasts out there and it's all like, woohoo, like proper, they're great at what they do, but I think it just doesn't match the UK audience. We're a little bit more cynical. We want a little bit more honesty, and sometimes it comes across a little bit too airy-fairy with the Americans. And so me and Wayne were like, well, maybe we could be those British guys that can actually share this knowledge. We're not saying we're entrepreneurs, because all the entrepreneurs you listen to, they've already made it. They're already making millions. They're already Pat Flynn making 200 grand a month or whatever. And we was like, well, actually, what if we could actually be those guys that are actually on the journey? We're going to create this podcast, and if we can let people learn as we're going, then I know if I had my podcast 2 years ago, I'm definitely going to be growing as a person and learning a lot more. And for me, that was just like, yeah, let's do this.
And where it comes in terms of the kind of selfish podcaster, I think when we decided that we wanted to launch it, as Jem said, it was very much a kind of, well, we want to learn. We were podcast listeners actively at the time, and we were learning from other podcasters. And so it then became a point of, well, hang on, all of these people that are interviewing, all these other amazing people are learning so much as they're doing it. So if we set up a podcast and we start interviewing people, then we're going to naturally grow as well. But the thing is, if we were being completely selfish in the negative respect, then we'd keep that stuff to ourselves. But because we are using the podcasting as a platform to learn ourselves, but also because it's a very public platform, it means all of our audience gets to learn it at the same time. It's kind of everybody wins kind of scenario, in the fact that we grow as we're doing it. And also because our podcast is so focused around our journey as entrepreneurs as well, it means that not only are we learning from the people we're interviewing, but we're also learning from the mistakes we're making along the way, which then get documented, which means that our audience gets both sides. Because I think I think the entrepreneurial space can sometimes get so absorbed with the success stories that sometimes the not so successful things sometimes get glossed over. And I think by us documenting sometimes where it goes wrong, we're also kind of demystifying that overnight success kind of story, which we've become so obsessed with.
Definitely.
I'm just trying to think of what else to touch on. I mean, one of the things as well that is really valuable to us, as we have kind of touched on already, is the guests, and kind of sucking their knowledge, if you will. But one of the things which I think had unexpected value was podcasting as a networking tool. The amount of people, I mean, I think, Jem, you had met Leon, who's in the chat room at the moment. I think you'd met him before, hadn't you, already, Jem?
I basically met him from YouTube.
Oh, right. Okay. Hi, Leon. But then, you know, I've come to know Leon quite well from having him on the podcast a couple of times. And then he's introduced us to people that he knows, James Lambert, who's been on our podcast several times. And even to the point that actually we've now become very good friends, where it actually started out as just let's get you on the podcast, let's hear your story. And likewise, we ended up going on a very impromptu trip to Dublin to meet up with an American guest that we had, Marsal Denton, on our podcast a couple of times. And we went on a random trip over to Dublin, and now we consider him a friend. And so then your network becomes much more personal than it does necessarily networking for network's sake. It's a very genuine, very authentic way of networking, because you're actually networking not because you want to see what the other person can do for you, but more because you're actually genuinely interested in that other individual and what their story is. And so the networking becomes kind of a byproduct of actually creating great content for your audience, because it's about, again, delivering that value first to your audience, rather than trying to suck that value from your guest. So the networking potential for podcasting is immense, and I think it's completely underestimated by people when they go in. It was definitely not something that we thought when we set up a podcast, like, let's set up a podcast because we are going to meet amazing people. That wasn't really one of the things that popped into our head, and yet it's now one of my favorite aspects of doing the podcast, much in the same way as with you, Mike. Having met you and Isabel and all that sort of stuff, and all those amazing people, Max Pepe, we connected with him on a great level. I don't know if he's in the chat room. He's probably busy with the launch of his brand new great podcast. But it's just meeting all those people, all those amazing people that are from all different walks of life, which I would never have met or probably spoken to were it not for podcasting. And I think that can never be understated.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people kind of get into podcasts. I think especially now, I think it's coming into people's awareness. And so people are looking at John Lee Dumas and they are looking at Pat Flynn and they are seeing that money on the top corner, what, 200 grand a month. And I think it's such a sad way to go into podcasting because you think, okay, I'm going to make money. Because I think, like anything, this is a long game. Like, we know that we're not at any kind of stage that we want to be at. We've only been doing it for 2 years, but we know that this is an ongoing thing. We love it. But to get into it just for like monetary value in that sense, I just think you're missing a massive trick, because I think actually some of the biggest profit you get is through the experiences. It's through the growth. It's like me and Wayne have never done an online conference like this before. It's actually, I was nervous coming into it and I still am nervous, but it's kind of like, it's this idea that it means we get to test ourselves. It means we get to challenge ourselves. And I think that's the thing about podcasting. It means you're going to reach out to people that you thought you could never even speak to. You're reading the books and now you're on the podcast, you're on Skype, and you're now have a good connection with people. And I just think that's the bit that people need to keep in their minds, is that the worst thing you could do is go into podcasts because you think it's a growing platform and you think, okay, this is where everyone's going to be next. Like, I think go into it knowing that you just want to share great content with people, and at the same time you're going to meet amazing people. And I love that it's such a small, like, it was great coming down to the podcast of Pub Crew and actually being in a room of a load of people who actually on the same wavelength, you listen to the same podcast, you explore the same things together. And for me, that was just amazing. It was just nice. And I think it's great that we can actually bring that community together, because it seems at the moment, it seems like it's all over in America. But I know that from people, I start seeing on people's phones now, they're listening to podcasts on the train. It's great to see that's happening. And I'm happy to be a part of that, really.
Yeah, I have to apologize, by the way. I don't know how well the sound is coming across this end, but I'm
You sound lovely, Wayne. You sound lovely.
Oh, excellent. Thank you. Well, I'm glad, because the internet, great. The internet is internet connection here is not too great. I'm not even at my house. Rehearsing for a show in Northampton. So awesome. Thanks, Mike.
Another thing I would say as well is, like, don't get too tied to the outcome of your podcast as well. Like, don't try to set what your outcome is. Don't try to be like, oh, I need to have X amount of listeners by this day or I'm giving up. I think for us, it's become a bit of a way of life. It's like we meet up and it's part of the fun. Go for a coffee beforehand. Actually think about the content. You're kind of like, we're forced to learn every week. I'm forced to read new books every single week. I'm forced to explore who's taking off in certain industries, who I can maybe reach out to. And I think it kind of, if you want any type of form of self-development, I think actually knowing that you have to produce content is a great way to force yourself into self-development, because it means that people are kind of relying on you every week to kind of share something that might be of value. So it actually means that, okay, I need to become a person of value if I feel that I'm going to be able to speak about something. And so I think if you need that kick up the arse every week to make sure that you're thinking about new content, you're thinking about, okay, I need to write a blog post because we know that has to go on the website next week, or you just want to surround yourself with people that you maybe can be in touch with. I think a podcast is just going to be that thing. And especially if you start saying to yourself, because it took a long while for me and Wayne to be consistent putting out a podcast, to then set that date that, okay, every Friday, 7 a.m., that podcast goes out, whatever's happening. Wayne's in Northampton for the next 2 weeks. I'm not going to be able to see him. So we've had to go and record 5 episodes in one go. And that was a learning experience in itself. Could it actually be possible? And so I just think the challenges that keep coming up is forcing you to get out of your comfort zone regularly, keep learning, keep growing. And I just think it's a wonderful thing.
Yeah, I mean, with the fact that we have had to go on this kind of marathon sprint for these next few weeks whilst I'm away working on a show,
and we didn't we almost managed to kill each other at the same time, but it was all good.
Almost, but not quite. I mean, there was a little bit of blood, but
we had to do a light meditation session just to find our zen.
But I mean, that day where we had to get all of those episodes done, which normally we would spread out over a couple of weeks, was probably the hardest day of recording we've ever done. And we've just recently switched over to putting our shows on YouTube as well, and putting video content along with the podcast. And I think it's quite clear by that last episode just how tired we both look. But again, it's about that consistency and that really pushing yourself and knowing that when you go into the podcasting realm, and you do get into that consistent content push, that it is going to challenge you. You are going to have to push yourself, and it is a huge journey of self-growth. I mean, I remember the first episode that we did, and actually we've listened back to it recently, and my goodness, what horrendous.
Can I actually say that it was actually done with these headphones, which cost 20 quid off Amazon, and because Wayne looks after all our good equipment, I had to rock these out today. I've even lost the little fluffy bit that goes on the end of the mic.
I'm sorry. I should have given it to you beforehand. But yeah, it's actually interesting given the conversation that was going on just before we came on about podcasting equipment and the sort of debate about whether or not you should start low or start high. And actually we, as Jem said, we started with those live chat headsets, and then as the audience grew, we modeled by Jem, we went for a more Audio Technica microphones, so by no means high end, but definitely much better equipment, and the sound quality is much better as well. And it becomes that thing of then recognizing that because you've made the decision to do what you're doing, you now have got to the point there you have an audience that's relying on you to deliver good content. And so I think sometimes the least you can do is actually make it a pleasant experience for them with your sound quality.
we try very hard.
We try. We just need to sort our lighting out on our YouTube videos. But yeah, I mean, it is all about that. Oh God, that really sounds, I don't know what my language can be like, but it really sounds wanky to say that it's all about the journey. But I think it really is. And I think the self-growth that can come from podcasting and just entrepreneurship in general, which it's interesting that entrepreneurship and creating media content is kind of becoming synonymous with each other, being a content producer and being an entrepreneur, and now becoming almost one and the same, particularly in this era of the digital economy. But as Jem was saying, you know, the more content you put out, the more content you kind of feels that you have to consume, particularly in the early days, as you are learning. I mean, what's interesting for us as well, which is a constant battle, and I think we mentioned this in one of our recent episodes, is this idea that actually we're in very early days, and it's this imposter syndrome of, you know, who are we to be having these conversations? And
who are we to be live on the podcasters conference?
Right, the world's longest ever podcast episode. Whoop, whoop, whoop. But like, who are we to be here? And you know, who are we to be telling people how to be entrepreneurs and how to live their lives when I'm 26, nearly 27, but 26. And Jem's in his late 20s. 27. We'll go with 27. And so who are we to have that conversation? But then when you switch it from it's not an age thing exactly, it's an experience thing, and it's about whether or not you are learning on your journey or whether or not you're staying stagnant. If you're staying stagnant, then yeah, maybe you shouldn't be doing this sort of thing, but it's going to push you to learn more, because there's only so many times you can start reciting the same sort of life lessons, if that makes sense.
I think it's really important as well just to touch upon the idea that I don't know how many people have podcasts, but I know from the last guest that it was actually like a tag team. And I think that's something that me and Wayne think is so valuable for anybody who wants to get into podcasts. And I think you definitely need to have somebody to do it with, because initially there's so much technicalities, there's so much content, there's so many things you have to get right. And I think having somebody with you to do it with, like I was too scared to get on a podcast by myself. I was literally like, I'm not doing this, Wayne. I need you to come on the podcast with me. He's actually dropped out. See, I needed him so much. He's actually decided to leave the conversation.
I'm still here.
Oh, I just can't see your video. Oh, fair enough.
Yeah, the internet briefly decided to.
I thought I was trying to say nice things about you, and you just thought, no, I'm not having this.
Well, you know, I'm so humble that I couldn't be around to witness it. Witness
that's
nice.
So modest of you.
I know.
but yeah, I just think as I was saying, I think it's just really important to find somebody who loves doing the podcast with you. I think as well, like I know Leon's in the chat as well, and he knows that we're here for him as well. He's starting a podcast. I think having people around you that are doing the same things. Otherwise, if you're doing a podcast and then everybody else is maybe in their 9 to 5s and they're coming home and you're saying, yeah, I'm doing this podcast. It took so long for me to even be brave enough to tell my parents and tell everybody around me to be proud of the fact that I was a podcaster. And so I think that imposter syndrome is so strong when you're starting out. And I think, yeah, it's just good to have somebody with you who kind of will support you, who enjoys the process with you. And you kind of feel like you're maybe the insiders. And you're like, this is really fun that we get to do this, but I don't want to tell anybody about it because it's actually quite scary. And maybe they might judge us for it. Maybe they'll say, who are you to say this kind of stuff? So yeah, I think it's, for me, I just think for anyone who wants to get into podcasts initially, just have people around you that are podcasting or jump into these meetup groups, these communities that are available. We can already see I've seen on meetup.com, the amount of people are in these podcasting groups. I was like, wow, I didn't even realize thousands of people. And then the podcasters pub crew, it's so nice to get around people who have the same mindsets as you. And so for me, that was Wayne. We went to university together. We was on a creative campus, and it's nice to actually have the support of Wayne and just to make sure that we're just working on this together and it's something we both enjoy and we're actually growing together, really.
Oh, you're getting all soppy on me.
I've gone all red. Actually,
What you like?
It's the alcohol. It's the booze. It's the booze.
But it's so true, and actually, it's interesting that that you kind of bring up about kind of labeling yourself and wanting to tell people that you're a podcaster, because I mean, it's only been the last 6 months, I think, Jem, that you've started outwardly telling people that you're a podcaster. Really. Other than those whispers, really what I do on the side is I do a bit of podcasting. I know it's a bit weird, but I do it.
I talk to strangers on the interwebs.
Yeah, right?
Just at them, not with them.
Yeah. But, and I think it is particularly, I think the podcasting scene is interesting here in the UK because even now, you talk to people like I've been listening to podcasts since I think 2008. But not really in this sort of space. It was much more entertainment podcasts. But even now, like nearly 10 years later, and I say to people, "Oh yeah, so I produce a podcast," and they're like, "What's a podcast?" And you're like, it's like one of those things.
That purple
like
app
a
on your
radio
phone.
show. Yeah, it's buried in their utilities folder that they never open. And they're like, "Oh, that's what that's for." But I am noticing now that the whole industry and the platform, as I think has probably been discussed loads today, is really starting to grow here in the UK. And I mean, the stats are showing a massive growth over here. And I've just noticed in the last 12 months, I've found more when I say to people, "Oh, I don't really listen to music anymore. When I'm on the tube, I listen to podcasts." They're like, "Oh, me too. What podcast do you listen to?" And it's like, "Is it Serial by any chance? Is it Serial?" Yeah. It's Serial, right? Have you experienced any more? And they're like, no, just Serial. And you're like, okay, well, we've got some work to do.
It's like a secret swap season, and you hide your relationship ones at the bottom.
Yeah, your dating advice ones.
Sexual positions 101 with. No, don't worry about that one.
Yeah. I only listened to one episode of that. It was just somebody recommended it, and I don't like it anymore.
I'm not doing that again.
Yeah, gosh. But yeah, I mean, we're used to doing half-hour episodes, Jem. So I think it might be good just to see if there are any. I know we might be messing with your system,
cut out,
Mike.
We cut out of content.
You
at
guys
30
are at
minutes,
halfway point, and you're crushing it. You're doing really well.
We're burning out.
People are loving it.
You've been doing it for 8 hours.
You're getting props there on the blab. It's going really well, and I can see there's loads of chat going in. So I just remind the folks watching right now on Blab, if you could just do /Q and then type your question in for Jem and Wayne. We're talking about the upside of being a selfish podcaster. They covered some great stuff recently. And I've just seen Zephyr actually is mentioning in the comments something about some older people podcasting might not necessarily have something valuable to say, but if you're creating rich original stuff, not just rehashing what everyone else is doing, that's important, I guess. So Yeah. How did you guys
Yeah.
tell us a little bit more about your journey and what made you decide that you wanted to start your entrepreneurial podcast aimed at younger people?
I've got a little anecdote that Jem hates me mentioning.
Oh
but I
yeah,
think
this makes us sound really uncool. That's the problem. Like we have to go through like the marketing team or the branding because it's not working for me.
You see, I don't have much street cred anyway, so I've not got anything to lose. Whereas Jem's the cool cat of the two of us.
Remember, this is being saved, Wayne. This is being saved forever.
Oh yeah, this is. Oh god. So, but no, I think this is a fundamental kind of point to kind of our story. Obviously, me and Jem, I think as Jem mentioned, we met at uni. We were kind of thrown into halls together because, quite frankly, if I had met Jem on the street, I probably would never have stopped to talk to him because he looks far too cool. He's like one of those cool guys, and I'm just a nerd. And so, but actually, we hit it off straight away. We clicked, and we were always talking about producing projects together and things. But there was also another thing which seemed to happen, which is the bit which Jem hates me to tell everyone, because I make it sound worse than it actually was. But when we were out on the town, on the Raz, we'd often be in clubs getting involved in really deep conversations. We'd sometimes be stood in the corner like having a really intense conversation about how ridiculous it is that everybody in this nightclub is dressed the same and this mating ritual of the nightclub scene and all that sort of stuff. And we get into these really, really deep conversations to the point that sometimes people would come over and they'd be like, guys, just chill out. Just let your hair down. But I mean, we could boogie as well.
We could drop some moves, honestly, if it was the right night.
The shapes that we used to throw were
illegal in some
unreal.
countries.
I don't want to ruin your guys' flow, but someone's just mentioned it in the comments, so I thought I'd better shout it out on here. But the singer Prince has just been announced as dead in his party mansion and recording studio in Missouri. So that's breaking news.
Oh no!
Anyway,
and
on that note,
China, the wrestler, died today as well.
Yeah. I almost feel like it was badly timed that we were talking about throwing shapes in a club. Sorry, that's my slightly dark humor coming out there.
And back to the pot, yeah.
But so these. Sorry, I've just got you cracking up in me now, Jem. I'm sorry. But no, to Prince, I'm a big Prince fan actually, so that is really upsetting news actually. I'm only 57 as well, man. Anyway, so those deep conversations that we used to have continued well after university, and we found that whenever we'd meet up for coffee, we'd end up having these deep conversations as well. And it got to the point where we were kind of like, surely we're not like the only people thinking this stuff, right? Jem had just kind of gone through started the self-employment journey at this point. I'd been trying to get my acting career off the ground, and I'm still trying to get my acting career off the ground.
Patience is very important.
Marathon, not a sprint, right? And so we decided that maybe we should put it out there just to see if it hits a chord with people, particularly young people, because we've got to a point in society where we're all told that we should get degrees, and yet the degrees don't seem to have much effect on our success anymore. And so all of these questions were being raised, and these were sorts of the conversations that we were having. All of these questions were being raised about, well, what does make a successful young person? Oh, thank you for the good luck. Regly? All these usernames are hard to pronounce sometimes. But yeah, so we decided that we were going to put it out there as a podcast, and I think it's become much more of a success than we'd ever really intended it to be.
I mean, it was amazing to see. It was amazing to see getting 10 listeners on that first episode, really.
I mean, 10 listeners just blew my mind.
You know what Gary Vee says, 1 is better than 0, so.
Yeah, I mean, 9 of those were probably me listening to it to make sure that it was all right. And that it wasn't rubbish podcasts. But it really has been such a unexpected journey. I mean, when we started it, as we said, we intended actually for it to be a fortnightly podcast. When we started, because we weren't sure that we could keep up with consistency. Then we actually, just to get a good launch based on John Lee Dumas's advice, we actually started putting it out weekly to begin with. And then we had a few months where it was kind of like a little bit hit and miss. There wasn't a particular day that it would come out on. And yeah, so then the journey kind of has led us to where it is. We now have sponsorship. We now put in professionally, as in we actually managed to make a living off of it to some degree. It pays towards our lifestyle a little bit, by no means full time. But I mean,
that's only 2 years in.
Yeah. And 12 months ago, we weren't making a penny off of it. And the sponsorship deals that we've had have come from out of left field. We really have our university to thank for that. And I think the university as a sponsor for us was such a no-brainer, because frankly, without the university, the podcast would never have happened in the first place. Because we met at university, it's just a good fit. And they've been really, really supportive of what we're doing. And they continue to be really supportive of what we're doing. So check out University of Northampton, guys. They're great.
We're returning on the KPIs they've set to us.
Right. Absolutely.
Definitely. So I wonder if there's any questions from anybody yet.
Yeah, I'm really interested to take some questions.
We like
from
questions.
people, which I know is probably a little bit early based on Mike's layout of what he wanted, but I think
Wayne, there's a question. Are you actually acting as an interviewee when you are doing the interviews with people?
I mean,
are you playing a role?
I will be honest. There is a little bit of persona going on there, only because without getting too much into the acting malarkey, actors don't really feel confident being themselves in front of an audience. Actors will always put on a persona, so there is some degree of this kind of thing is kind of heightened me, which is often the way people are introduced to me is slightly more over the top. It's only when they really get to know me that they know just how miserable I am. They get grumpy, Wayne, don't they, Jim?
No, joking. They do. See, I'm a bit the opposite. I don't really act. I just have this sort of. We've even done a podcast about this. It's kind of like having that sort of fuck it mentality. It's kind of like, what's the worst that can happen? Like, what is the worst that can happen? And I think sometimes you really need to see it that way. Like, who cares? Like, if people judge me for being the way I am, who cares? I'm not trying to please everybody. And I think sometimes that's quite important. But yeah, if you need to put on a persona to get yourself protected initially, and then soon enough you'll get more and more comfortable. And I think especially, I know we've found it that a lot of our guests that we have on, as soon as we kind of like gauge, especially at that beginning part of a podcast, I think that's a really important. I don't know if this is a tip that somebody's already said, but I think when you're about to get a guest, especially over Skype or something like that, the actual bit that probably sets the whole tone of that whole interview is based on those few 30 seconds when you call in and say, okay, we're going to go live in a minute. And at that point, we set the whole tone for the whole episode. And I think at that point, we kind of gauge ourselves, okay, can we fully be ourselves with this person? Or are we kind of looking at each other like, this is going to be an awkward one? And I think we've actually found quite luckily that actually we end up having a little laugh with them. And initially we jump straight on and we just go straight in and then everybody opens up. So I think actually the more you can be yourself and the more that person can feel you being yourself, the more they actually want to open up, because it's like, okay, you're exposing yourself. And I think podcast as a medium is so like intrusive on people's personalities, because it's like you can I don't know Mike, but I can actually put a question to him because we're live and I could just ask things that I know I would never ask anybody on the street. I would not even go there, because I think even like just some of the stuff we've asked people is like, we're only allowed to ask that because we're on a podcast.
I've got that I don't show anyone. I'm not answering that.
Yeah, that podcast you've been hiding away for years. The 101 sexual positions we were talking about.
You can't ask that question.
But yeah, I just think like if you're going to be very personal with people when you ask those questions and you're trying to get them to open up, then I think the least you can do is be yourself and be really open and be honest. And I think people will read that all day long. They'll feel whether you're being honest. They'll feel whether you're trying to be John Lee Dumas or trying to be Pat Flynn, or you're trying to come across in a certain way. And so I actually think that it is a good learning curve, because initially, I know if we go back to our first episode where me and Wayne are talking, it's like we're both kind of like, we don't know what the hell we're doing here. We're both not being ourselves. And eventually we just got to the point now we hit record and it's just like, let's just have some fun. Let's go with it, see what happens.
Yeah. And kind of to that point, although kind of in my answer to the previous question, it was like, oh, well, I do put on a persona. I do have to highlight that persona is me, but it is a heightened me. So it is coming from a place of reality and a place of authenticity. I'm not ever saying anything because I think it sounds good. It's the way I'm delivering it is maybe a little bit heightened. We had a question about, which I think you kind of touched on a little bit, Jem, but how do we put our guests at ease from the book, right? And I think a lot of that comes from that kind of opening conversation. One of the things that we have picked up in our more recent interviews is actually that opening question is so important. And it's not necessarily about putting them at ease, but at least making them understand where it is
where
that
it's
we're
going
going to be coming from.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because we want people to, particularly when you end up having guests on, and a lot of these guests have done a lot of podcast interviews, and we're very aware that a lot of them have probably been asked the same sort of questions. Mm-hmm. So one of the first things that we'll end up doing is we will ask a slightly more out of left field question, something to get them really thinking and kind of almost
throw
get
them
their
off.
attention,
Just throw
to
them
make
off.
them go, oh, okay, this is going to be a good one. And so we've stopped doing kind of the, so tell us your story kind of thing, and we've actually just dived right in, because the story will come anyway.
And another thing as well, I think that's really, really important is like, make sure you do your research on your guest, because I think a lot of the time, especially when I get a guest on, I already know what they've been doing recently. I've been on their Twitter feed for the last 2 weeks before they've even come on. And then I might just say something. I might be like, oh, how was that burger from Thingy you ate? Because I'm thinking about going there next week, and they'll be like, oh yeah, you saw my Instagram, yeah, and suddenly we're on the same page. It's kind of like, okay, I've jumped into your world early, or I say, oh, you know that tweet you were saying about blah, 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 don't you? And I'll ask them a question about it, and it kind of makes them feel like, oh, you're not just any old guy that's just getting me on because you just want to leverage my audience. You actually are following me, you care about me, you've dipped into my world. And even recently, yesterday, I had Sully Breaks message me on my Instagram, and I was just like, wow. And so I just think, like, make sure you do your research, genuinely care for these people. I think a lot of the time we kind of pitched, okay, if you want to grow your audience, try to get somebody on who's got a massive audience and leverage their audience and get them that way. And I think that's like, yeah, that's being very markety about what you do, and that's being kind of that sort of sleazy marketer, whereas actually just speak to people you genuinely care about, because if you do that, then they're going to open up more. You're going to get the interview you want, and most likely you're going to end up delivering massive value to your audience because they've never heard of that person in that way. And it's actually quite funny, because I don't know if people know Sully Breaks, but from our stats that I can see in WordPress, people now search the name of our podcast based on the idea that maybe he has a song, he has a poem about that. And so it's actually quite funny to see that now people actually have kind of associate Sully Breaks and thinking he has a song based on the title that we made for a podcast. So it's quite interesting.
Well,
that
maybe
way,
we should get a collab going there, Jem. I didn't know that information. That's new
I know.
info.
Some data there waiting for you.
Get in contact with old Sully, see if he'll
let's
sort us out with a powerful nonsense theme
custom poem.
Yeah.
There's some other questions on there, I believe.
Yeah, I think I saw it.
Mike, do you want to ask us the questions? Because we're just like, you're probably loving the break. Give your voice to rest.
It is good to have you guys riffing off each other. You're doing great, and there's some more questions coming in. I do wanted to maybe change the tax a little bit, talk to you about how you market your podcast. Obviously, I know you guys are very active on social media. You're on a lot of platforms. I know yourself, Jem. We've connected over Snapchat, and I've seen that you've been using that quite actively. So what are you using? What's working for you in the world of marketing your podcast online?
A lot of it comes down to whether me and Wayne can be actually bothered. Sometimes we really lapse, I have to say. I'm going to be honest. It's like, I'll be like, Wayne, did you put that stuff into Buffer? And he'll be like, no, I thought you was doing it today. And I'm like, yeah, but you did it last week on that day, and now you're not doing it. And so, to be honest, me and Wayne actually all the time, whenever we have a meetup, we kind of jump onto our Trello board, and at the top of that board is talk about marketing. Because each week is one of those things.
And then we talk about it, and we go, we need to get better at that. And then we kind of go, right, go next item.
Exactly. And I think that's the problem that I think a lot of podcasters face as well. I think it is the idea that we do just love creating the content. And I think it's so easy we've got like a backlog of 100 episodes and we're just like, we probably should just retweet these out every now and then. And it's just, they just fall out of just to the side. And I think that's a big problem that a lot of podcasters have, is that they just don't have a plan around putting out content regularly, repurposing that content. And we literally always find, like, if there's a week where we're like, okay, we have that meeting, we talk about, okay, next week we're going to get on the marketing. We have a week where we hit it hard, we make blog posts, we do email newsletters, we're on Buffer's stacked up, we've made nice pictures in Canva, which is a great app that Wayne uses to make the graphics for our podcast. And once we do that, then suddenly we see this massive spike in our listening, and it's like, yeah, it's because we're actually sharing it and people are finding it. And I just think a lot of the time it is that I think it is tiresome sometimes, but I think your backlog is so powerful. I think that the backlog is so powerful for us because it means that we get a lot more listens of old episodes, and it's nice to see. And sometimes it is certain podcasts come back round and get a new, like, get a second wave of listeners or listens. And so I think it is important. I think one thing that we aren't doing, but I think people should do, is have a place where they know that them I'm gonna say this because we don't do it, but I know we need to do it. Is actually know what your best content is and how you put it across, and actually have a schedule that each time, okay, every 2 weeks I'm going to put this back out. I think, Wayne, it might be worth talking about, we were using CoSchedule, which was a great app before, but we just didn't get into it too much. But I know you're a massive fan, and I think it's really quite a good tool in the sense that you can actually see a breakdown of your whole month of marketing and actually pull in content that maybe hasn't gone out for a long while.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, CoSchedule is really interesting, and I think most people gravitate towards Buffer, A, because it's free, and B, because I think it's a little bit more well known. But CoSchedule is really interesting, and I'm much more of a fan of CoSchedule than I am Buffer. But social media is kind of, that's what Jem does for a living, so I'm not gonna tread on his toes too much. But CoSchedule's a web app and a WordPress plugin, whereby essentially, as you're writing a blog post and importing it and doing all the settings, underneath there's a little widget where you can actually start scheduling that post. And you can also set it to go out at the same time every week, every 2 weeks, every 3 weeks, every month, even a year, I think. And you can do it all within the blog post. But then what it will also do is it will also then tell you which of your posts have been shared the most. And then you can easily, with just like a click of a button, I think, put that back into the schedule. But then it will also give you a nice calendar view, which I know we chased up Buffer to try and get them to do one, which I think, have they got that now, or have they said that they're on
They
it?
said that they were working on it, yeah.
Because for me, the calendar view was one of the killer features of CoSchedule, which basically it just gives you your content plan for the month on one screen, and you can see how it all links in. But also, you can put out your posts that don't necessarily have to be linked to blog posts, and you can also assign people tasks and blog posts that they need to write and things like that. So it's a bit more of a content strategy planner over Buffer, which is more just kind of like a queue it up and share it kind of thing. At least that's my understanding of Buffer. So yeah, I think for some people, maybe checking out CoSchedule could be really good. But in terms of marketing in general, we're very much aware that that's kind of something that we really do need to step up our game on to try and get it out there.
I think as well, just keeping in contact with your actual guests, because we have some guests and they just market the hell out of it for us. I mean, I just love that. That means we get so many extra listens, and if they retweet it, they get like 30, 40 retweets from their fans. So I think it's important as well, maybe to just send that email again to someone who's maybe been a good guest, and maybe just write the text from say, oh, I'd love it if you could just repost this episode that we did, and they might just do that. And I think you might just get another spike as if it's a brand new podcast. So I think that's definitely a good thing to do as well.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting. That kind of answers Regularly Daily Life's question, who was asking about getting your podcast known better. But they also ask, what are your thoughts on putting podcasts up on YouTube, or just in general getting things out on YouTube?
Well, we've just started our YouTube channel, which seems to be going fairly well for a starting YouTube channel. And actually, the decision for us to do it almost felt like a no-brainer. But firstly, because actually what Jem does for a living is mostly video content and social media. which YouTube is a social media platform for video content. So it kind of was a no-brainer in that respect. But also just because you have access to another audience. The reason YouTube is such a success is because of its community and its social media structure. And actually, I think one of the things that podcasters struggle with is the fact that there isn't that sort of obvious place to go to for a community around your podcast content. It's all spread out around all these various platforms and podcast hosts, which various people use various different ones. And so it's very, very splintered. Whereas with video content, if you said to somebody, if you want to watch video on the internet, where would you go? Most people would go YouTube. It would be YouTube, Netflix, or Vimeo. It would be one of the three. Most people, I think, would say YouTube. Whereas podcasters don't have that. So it made sense for us to put our podcast out there on YouTube just to get in on that community. And so, but that being said, what we are doing is we are actually videoing us podcasting. So it is also a visual show. It's not just putting the audio out onto YouTube. We have done that. We are slowly uploading our backlog of content to put up there. But that's mainly more as a, if you were to really break down the motives behind it, if you will, that's more to generate traffic and get people looking at our new content, which is the video content. So it's kind of for SEO purposes.
But on the other side of that as well, obviously that was for the SEO purposes as well, and obviously, but another thing for me, why I definitely wanted to jump onto YouTube, I just think that obviously people can engage with you on an audio level, but I actually sometimes think putting a face to what you do is really important. It's just that second level of, oh, okay, that's who they are. And I think that's what's really important. It was like when me and Wayne went to the podcast at the pub crew, it's funny that people were coming over to us and they were like, oh, I saw the picture on your website of you two. And so we knew who you were. And I think that's the other side of it, is that actually when you put yourself out on YouTube, that's another layer of exposing who you are. And actually, then you can actually see when we laugh and we joke and how we move around. And I think sometimes maybe people aren't watching that, but even if they get to see your face and they get to put a face to that voice, I think sometimes that is that next level of kind of showing yourself. And I think that's why Snapchat's going to be so effective, because it is giving you that sort of deeper insight into somebody else's life. It's kind of like even you, Mike, now every day I'm checking it out, seeing what you're posting, but I feel more connected to you. I feel like I can just message you. It's just, I think it's the kind of evolution of social media. Soon enough we're going to have VR, and I'm just going to jump in and sit in a VR room with Mike and everybody else who's in this chat room. And so I think that it's just the next level of social media. Is I think especially the millennial generation, we've just got comfortable with ourselves being on camera. We've got comfortable just saying, look, this is me. I'll put myself out there. And I think that's what people need to kind of embrace, really, because it's, if you want to come across as everyone's saying, oh, you've got to be authentic, etc., like authenticity is just being you on camera. And it's like if someone met me in person, this is what they're going to get ultimately. And I think for us, it was, the fact that we put it out on YouTube, it means people can search it, but also there's some great stats that maybe Libsyn doesn't offer that YouTube does, especially with drop-off rate, how long people watch the episodes. It was incredible to see some of the stats of actually people listen to a good 20 minutes or so of an episode, and you're like, wow, so they do stay the whole length nearly and stuff like that. But also for me, I think for me, my main reason for jumping on YouTube was I just want people to know us a little bit better. Same reason why I want to jump onto this conference. I just want people to say, know that, look, this is who we are. We like you guys. I want you to like us, and let's help each other in whatever way we can. That's ultimately what we're here for.
Yeah, I think that the thing that's most important for us with podcasting is about that connection with an audience. I mean, I'm an actor, so showmanship is kind of in my blood. But it is that making that connection with an audience. Like me and Jem could have these conversations sat by ourselves and nobody would hear them, but we're doing this because we want to empower other people as well. So in terms of YouTube, it does make it much more personable, as Jem said about Snapchat as well. I mean, I still haven't got my head around Snapchat, I must admit. But it is, you really, I always think of Snapchat with Snapchat's like the behind the scenes video, in the same way that Twitter was behind the scenes text. I think when Twitter first came about, it was the first sort of social media platform where you could just follow somebody and you didn't have to send a friend request that they had to accept. It was like, oh, well, I'll just click on your button and that means I get to see everything that you do. And Snapchat's kind of the same, except it's video, and it is that very authentic, very raw kind of production value, if you will, that just makes you go, oh yeah, I really connect with them on a personal level. In fact, actually, there was, I don't know if anybody remembers this, but it was a couple of months ago, and I think it trended on Facebook, but there was a Snapchatter. She was dubbed the Queen of Snapchat. She actually unexpectedly died because she'd got a blood clot or something, and then in her brain, and it just took her out. And I remember just being absolutely like shocked, almost as if a friend had passed away, just because I got so familiar with just seeing her content. And it was a real shock. And I remember sharing it on Facebook, and Jen was like, "When did you share that thing on
Yeah,
on
who
Facebook?
is she?
Like, who is this person?" I was like, "Oh no, I just had her on Snapchat," and it just was a real shock to me. And I kind of feel like podcasts kind of have that same kind of effect with people, because podcasts tend to be much more long form. You tend to really get deep into knowing someone. I mean, there's a podcast that I listen to, and it's one of the first podcasts I ever listened to. I still listen to it now. I listen to it every single week, and I genuinely feel when I'm listening to it that I'm hanging out with friends that are talking about a subject that we're all equally passionate about, to the point that, you know, you'll then send a tweet about the episode and they'll be like, oh yeah, no, and they'll connect with you because you've agreed with something that they've said, and then a nice conversation will start on Twitter, and it almost closes the gap between like people that you idolize and the ability to just connect with them because they're just normal people. And I think it kind of, like with Snapchat, like with Twitter, I think podcasts also have the ability to kind of erode away at that gap between the everyman and the person producing the content, which I think is just a wonderful, wonderful thing.
Awesome.
Do we have any more?
Leon's in there. He's asking, what qualities do you think make for a good podcast host?
Well,
good question. I mean, if your name's Wayne Ingram, that's a good start.
Oh God. Here he goes.
No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
I think the most important thing, like I say, I think with Leon, I think he's going for a podcast that is certainly going to go over. He wants guests, he wants to interview people, and I think a good host is someone that cares. Like, ultimately, you care about the person you're speaking to. You generally respect what they have to give. You're passionate. You would consume their content in your own time. You know the ins and outs of them. You just are you'll get the best out of them because you like them so much and you care about what they have to say. Like when I get guests on when we get guests on our podcast, it's usually a book, or I've read 2 or 3 of their books, and I end up like tweeting the pictures of the parts that I've actually highlighted. And actually in that, they kind of think, wow, this guy's like sharing a lot of my content regularly. And it's like, you know what, I'm really passionate about what you've already been saying. And I think that's what's really important about a guest. I think it takes time to build the confidence. I don't have a perfect voice that sounds like a radio voice. I'm not trying to make a radio voice. I'm from East London. I don't speak perfectly. I think in the way that maybe people would expect someone to speak. So I think ultimately it's not about, you can hone this stuff, but actually I think when it comes to it, people just generally need to have that likability factor. You also need to be honest. People don't feel like you're bullshitting them. And most of all, if you're going to have guests on your podcast, a good host is someone that generally really cares about that person coming on and isn't doing it for their own sort of trip or their own ego. They're doing it because they just want that conversation.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably the thing that I would say as well is somebody. I think the most important thing is just somebody that is willing to listen and have a damn good conversation. A really deep dive. I think the difference between radio and podcasting is radio has an agenda, and I don't feel podcasting does. I feel like podcasting is just about delivering as much value as possible.
Or extracting value for yourself.
Yeah, or extracting value for yourself in theme with being a selfish podcaster. And but in extracting that value for yourself, you're delivering that value to your audience as well. So yeah, it's just about having that good conversation, not worrying about, it kind of comes full circle really, not worrying about what you're going to get out of it, and what ratings you're going to get. It's just about having a damn good conversation.
And I think the podcast does that. The podcast strips away all the masks you have in your life. It strips away all the ego, and you just actually sit down with a person on a human level and just, let's have a conversation. Let's see what's happening in your life. I'll share you what's happened in my life, and we'll see what we get out of it.
Yeah, definitely.
Wow, what a great place to leave it. I'm speechless. That was an awesome...
Well, I mean, that's no good for you for the next however many hours you've got left.
It's probably for the best. I hope that we've allowed you to rest your throat so that you can carry on, because I know...
Brilliant.
Because I know that when me and Wayne did our 5 podcasts in a row, literally at the end of it, my throat was so sore. So I was just like, I can't do this. He's obviously does voice training. I was just like on the ropes. It's like, help me. So I guess you're probably used to going that much longer, but yeah,
you guys have been very engaging, and I can see the audience have really enjoyed it. And I think a lot of people now listening and watching would like to know where they can find your podcast. So where would you send them to?
Powerfulnonsense.com.
Yeah, we are actually branded out, but you can't really see.
Oh, nice.
We do offline marketing too. We know there's still the market for it.
You're not in the same room, are you? You're not sitting opposite sides of the same room.
No, Wayne's in Northampton. I'm in London.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
And certainly don't vote for Tom, because I don't know who the hell Tom is.
Yeah. So Tom is my friend whose house I'm staying at whilst I'm rehearsing.
He's not going for London Mayor then.
No.
Okay.
So finding us, I mean, if you want to engage with us directly and have a chat, I think Twitter's definitely probably the one that we're most active on, and is probably the easiest to grab us on. Our Twitter handle for the podcast is PN_podcast. Both me and Jem run that. So you'll either be chatting to one or the other, whoever gets to you first, basically. We kind of race. When we see a notification, it's like, who can get there first?
Or sometimes we both message the person back and we're like, oh, we didn't put our names at the end, and now it's weird that we've messaged them twice. And, never
mind. But if you wanted, for all things, the podcast, powerfulnonsense.com is the best place to go. If you want the whole backlog
desperate for reviews,
content, iTunes reviews would be lovely. So just search Powerful Nonsense in the podcast app. We're on Stitcher as well. So Stitcher or iTunes, and yes, please leave reviews. 5 stars or more would be great.
Awesome. Jem and Wayne, thank you very much for joining in with the UK Podcasters Online Conference. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much.
It's been a pleasure.
It's powerfulnonsense.com and PN_podcast on Twitter. Coming up next, we've got Matthew Turner from Turn Dog. We're going to take a little bit of a break for around 5 minutes in just a moment. This is the 9th hour of the broadcast complete, 27 more to go. Thank you very much to Blab for being the main host of this, also Spreaker for the audio podcasting side, Anchor as well, where we're leaving hourly updates, Music Radio Creative, and New Media Europe. As you will have seen, it's been in the chat, and we did mention it during this hour as well. Prince has passed away. Rest in peace, Prince. And more news of that is just breaking as I speak. So it's very, very recent news. So we're going to have Matthew Turner on with us very shortly indeed. First of all, we'll take a quick little break with this video interlude.
It's really important to have an event like this because there aren't that many events in Europe like this, particularly focusing on new media, whereas in the States you get many events and much bigger events. So having an event like this in Europe makes it much more accessible for people in Europe. And what I love about it is it's actually building the community that all share a passion for new media.
I've got all of this knowledge now, and I've learned so much from the 2 days from all of the speakers, and also not just the speakers but also all the guests and the people who've been involved in the conference. You know, people have been so friendly and so willing to share their own personal knowledge and their own experiences.
For me, it's not just about those great speakers coming to today, it's all about the people. It's about talking to all of the other attendees, and we're all sharing that experience.
I think we've got a lot of potential. I think there's some great messages, some great messengers, and I want to see them get together. So obviously New Media Europe, we're just helping people to sharpen their message and to make the best use of those platforms that are available.
Actually, we met a lot of interesting people. We had a lot of fun. We give away a lot of t-shirts because they're super cool. Some very good business, so it's been great for us.
Wow.
Wow. Overwhelming, exciting.
It is,
it's
yeah.
just amazing. There's so much buzz around. People are making connections that have never been made before. It's cool.
Amazing messages. I think one that is I keep hearing over and over is just be yourself. And I think so many people really literally took it to heart. And I just cannot wait to see how it will develop after the conference.
Amazing people yesterday, and for me the whole event really is about community, and that's definitely a theme that's coming up in the presentations. So I'm looking forward to learning more about how I can interact with my own community.
You know, the world of social media is, you know, you're all on Twitter, you're all online and you're Instagramming, but actually making those deep connections with people and meeting people one-to-one is sort of what it's all about. So day 2 has been equally as good, and massively enjoyed it. So it's fantastic to be back at New Media Europe conference, and I'm just really excited about where it's going to go and what's going to happen next year. So hopefully it'll be around, and hopefully I'll definitely be coming back for it. But no, it was absolutely fantastic.
There are so many people in Europe that are passionate about new media, that are passionate about taking this technology and exploiting it to its fullest potential. Now, it's a shame that America is so far ahead of us, but this just proves that we have the talent, we have the experience, and we have the skills, and I'm sure we're going to be catching up with them very quickly.
I'm looking forward to the next 2, 3, and 4 years of where it's going to go. You know, obviously it's New Media Europe. We're in the UK at the moment, but it's New Media Europe. So who knows? We could be in Paris. We could be in Germany. So you know, the future holds big things. So big shout out to Mike and Isabella. You're doing a great job, guys, and you know, it's just great to be on board.
It's great to see the faces behind the people that interact with your product. I usually see their avatars, their images, and I read their emails and stuff like that, but actually meeting the real persons face to face, something that makes your day as an entrepreneur, as someone who's designed the product, meeting new users is great, just great.
Lots of ideas are bubbling away at the moment. We're kind of soaking up the feedback from the conference attendees this time, and we're going to be acting on that. So there won't be an announcement straight away, but there will be an announcement soon. So.
Yeah, the bottom line is there is one coming next year.
That's
the bottom line.
Making it amazing.
Yeah, because it's you guys. You make it amazing, and without you, it would not be what it is, what it was.
5 minutes past 7, British summertime. Hello, I'm Mike Russell. I'm one of the co-founders of the New Media Europe conference, and whilst we all love podcasting, and it's great to meet here virtually, I'd love to grab a cup of coffee with you if podcasting is dear to your heart like it is mine, and so many of these other fantastic podcasters, independent podcasters that are joining us during the 36-hour marathon. So if that's for you, head over to newmediaeurope.com/now. There is a special on until the end of this marathon, until 10 p.m. tomorrow night, where you can get all access to the conference and the evening party and dinner included. So head over to newmediaeurope.com/now freelancemedia.com/now. Just to let you know that this is broadcasting live on Blab. It's also on Facebook Live, Periscope, Spreaker, YouTube, and we're providing updates via Snapchat and Anchor as well. Broadcast is making true history. What we do here has never been done before, and please make sure you head over to ukpodcasters.com/live and share this out with your friends, and together we can make podcasting a huge success. Also, anyone who shares is automatically in the draw to win access to Spreaker, a podcast hosting platform, for a month. So now we're in hour 10 of our 36-hour non-stop broadcast. Our guest is here for the full hour, and after 40 minutes, we'll start taking some questions from you. So /Q and then type your question in the chat on Blab, and we can start answering some questions at the end of that 40 minutes. Also, we'll take calls and bits like that all through the evening and into tomorrow as well, if you fancy. So get ready for this. We've also got producers. They've got H next to their wonderful picture, so be sure to chat to them and find out more. But now I'm proud to introduce, and it's looking fantastic here from his image, Matthew Turner, an author, brand storyteller, and coffee-loving fiend. I wish I could have some right now, but I think I need to stay off it. Who writes a great deal at turndog.co. Matthew, you seem fascinating. Tell me more about yourself.
Mike, how are you, man? Can you hear me, first of all? Can you hear me
hear
well?
you
Can everyone hear me?
loud and clear, beautifully. And I'm interested that you're a coffee fiend. I usually love my coffee, but I can't touch any. What coffee do you usually drink?
I've got to say that my local hangout is a Costa, because there's lots of plug sockets, and I don't like to write at home. I like to be out and about, so I'm often spent in Costa. But to be honest, I just will get in any coffee shop around my local area. Most of them know me by now, and yeah, I just love it. Black, it's strong,
nice,
better. Oh yes,
that's the best way to have it. Yeah, I used to drink coffee with milk, but then my wife Isabella, she used to drink it with milk and sugar, and I said, you're ruining the coffee if you drink it like that, literally.
Exactly, that's what my better half, exactly the same. She doesn't do sugar, but she does with milk, and I just, every time I have like a sip of it, it just doesn't taste of coffee. It's like a strange mix. It's not quite coffee. It's not quite a milkshake. Yeah. I just don't want any part of it.
So tell us, your session is going to be about overcoming mistakes and turning them into success. I've seen what you do on the website with you. You've got some brilliant branding there with your videos and the stylish sort of retro black and white photos. Very cool branding. And obviously, I think your mistake is related somehow to your book, and obviously related to that book is a podcast that you launched to promote the book. So I'm interested to hear more about how this all came about.
Well, absolutely. I mean, would you like me to kind of give you the lowdown of what the Success and Mistake the book is all about first, and then how the podcast kind of links into all that?
Yes.
Okay, so coming up to 4 years ago now, I left my job to start working for myself. So my background's in marketing, but my passion's in writing. I wanted to spend more time writing, more focus on it. I've since published 3 novels, and I've been working on the Success and Mistake ever since. And in terms of marketing, I do the brand storytelling. I do a lot of sort of marketing consultancy, things of that nature. And early doors, when I first left my job, I had this plan. I had the business plan. I did everything I thought I needed to do. I was enthusiastic the night before, ready and raring to go. Huge to-do list, lots on, bang. And I woke up the next morning and I froze. And I didn't know where to begin. I was like, who am I to say, which task deserves more of my time than another? So long story short, I didn't do much of anything that day. One of the few things I did do, though, was reach out to those I know who I'd met online, who had their own businesses, both in the brick and mortar world and in this wonderful online effort that we live in. And I just asked them for advice. So over the coming days and weeks, I had plenty of coffees with people, Skype chats like this, and just asked for, give me some advice. What should I do? And I noticed very quickly that just about everyone shared stories about failure, about times they'd made mistakes, about how they had to overcome one hardship or another. And it was strange, because I thought, they should be bigging me up right now. Why are they talking about mistakes? Why are they talking about things like this? And it was very strange, but I realized that they had them as kind of badge of honor, and that they weren't afraid of their mistakes anymore, that they got to where they are because they had failed, and that they indeed had overcome these failures. And personally, I've always had a pretty strong outlook on mistakes. I feel like you need to put someone in a position to fail in order for them to fulfill their potential. Otherwise, you are just keeping them all bottled up into this box and they'll never become anything more than what they currently are. So I realized I needed to have a different outlook on mistakes, that I needed to kind of get a bit more proactive. And I thought, what better way to do that than to reach out to those who are at the top of their game, ask them to share their greatest mistake ever, the lessons they learn from this, and along the way, see if I can come up with any patterns and what some of the more common mistakes are and how an entrepreneur and a go-getter and a creative can overcome these. So I interviewed 163 thought leaders and authority figures about their biggest mistake and how they turned it around. And I've now written the book. It's called The Successful Mistake. It's coming out in June 14th. And it's been an incredible journey. I, like I say, interviewed 163 over a period of around about 2.5 years. It's been a difficult book to write, but a very interesting one, a very exciting one. And it's just been a truly blessing journey. I wouldn't be where I am now without all these conversations. I've learned so much, and I only hope that those who read it get even, well, if they get half as much as what I've learned from it, then it'll be certainly time well spent on their half.
That's awesome. Wow. So you mentioned getting thought leaders involved with your podcast. Tell us a little bit about how that all came about. So what came first, sort of gathering together a few guests, or was it, how did you design the whole podcast? Because I assume that the podcast was designed to promote the book, right?
Absolutely. Well, there's actually been 2 podcasts over time. I'll focus on the first one, which was, I called it Purple Coffee. I've stopped doing it since. I stopped it probably around about 6-7 months ago now. And I used it as just a means to get some of the conversations I had. I did this book. It was just going to be a book. And I thought I might share some of the conversations in things like blog posts, but I didn't really know much about podcasting at the time. I certainly didn't intend to share them on podcasts. I figured one day I would put these videos on things like YouTube, because I was on Skype, I was recording these videos, and yeah, I figured, but it was for my benefit. But round about a year or so into the process, probably a little bit longer, maybe 2 years, I realized I had this backlog of around about 90 videos. I didn't record all 163, but I had recorded a good chunk of them. And so many of them were worthy of being shared. And I thought, I'm just being greedy having them on my laptop. So I came up with a plan to share them via a podcast. And I both did a sort of video version, like putting the things on Vimeo, but then I also did an audio version. I called it the Purple Coffee because my color of choice is purple, and my passion in the drinking world is coffee, as we've already discussed. And over the course of around about 14 months, I shared, I think, around about 80 or 90 of the conversations. And I weren't able to share all of them because some of the quality wasn't quite good enough, but I shared most of them. And they ran from episodes 20 to 60 minutes, and they featured the likes that feature in the book: Chris Brogan, Mitch Joel, Michael O'Neill, Jenny Blake, Pam Slim, Kate Northrup, Devin Millman. I mean, the list could go on. Many podcasters, some who I'm sure people who are listening right now would know. And that was the first podcast. It was very much came after the book. I used it as a way to, I suppose, promote the book, but the book wasn't ready at this stage. It was just a way to engage people. And it was a way for me to just share these amazing interviews. Like, these are the interviews that were bringing so much value into my world. I felt selfish not sharing them. But just actually the other day is the next iteration of my podcast. The book, as I say, is coming out on the 14th of June. So over the next 5 or 6 weeks, it started on Monday this week. It's called The Successful Mistake Show. It's just, I think, become live on iTunes in the coming hours. So I'm expecting it to go live then. It'll start with around about 5 or 6 episodes. And each weekday, there's going to be a short and sweet 5-minute episode where I tackle one of the interviews. So it's not the interview itself, but it's an overview of things. It's the key takeaways. It's the kind of thing which I'm hoping people will listen to on their way to work, in the commute, on their coffee break. Just something where it's real short and sweet, to the point, explaining what the mistake was, what you can learn from it. The key takeaway is big, bang, bosh, no fuss, no mess. And there's going to be one of these released each weekday leading up to the launch of the book. And again, these are just ways for me to get things that are featuring the book itself out there into the world in audio form, free, really digestible. So yeah, I've just literally right now have been in the middle of launching my second podcast, which has been linked to the Successful Mistake. Two very different podcasts by nature, but again, they stem from all of these interviews I've had with these authority leaders, and hopefully they bring a great deal of value to other people, because they certainly have for me.
Awesome. Tell me more about the fact that you found that your first podcast was so successful, you're now doing a second podcast. You surely must be doing that because you've seen some results. What kind of results have you seen?
I mean, I didn't necessarily get great results. I had decent results from my previous one. It was good. It led to new subscribers. It led to everything. It was a good time. I certainly didn't kick off and snowball into a bona fide success story, but it was good. And it was another way for me to get exposure for the book out there, exposure for my brand. And I just like the sort of podcasting medium. I like audio. I like video. I think it's a fantastic way to get storytelling. I'm all about storytelling, whether I'm writing fiction, non-fiction, working with clients. I'm all about the narrative. And I think podcast is a fantastic way to just engage people in a manner that you can't always do in writing. So when it came to planning for the launch of a book, which started around about September of last year, I thought, what can I do to help expose the book, get the book repurposed in different forms? And I've had a few different ideas, and one of them was this Successful Mistake show. I didn't want to just repurpose the interviews like the previous one. I thought that would be boring. I thought that would be just old hat, not worth a while. But I figured, wow, I've been inspired by certain podcasts out there that take a very short and sweet approach, 5-10 minute long sessions, really digestible, just get to the point. And I was like, wow, what if I'd created 50 or 60 of these short and sweet things, which would just be super valuable for people to listen to each day. I made my list. At first, I'll be honest with you, I thought I will just do 25. I'll do it like a couple of weeks leading up to the launch, a couple of weeks afterwards. I'll cap it off at 25, 30. But as I went through my list of all the interviews, I was like, I must have this guy. I must have her. I must have him. And I got to at least 50. And I was like, okay, 50 is a nice round number. I'll stop it off at 50. I may do more at a later date, but between now and the 14th of June, there's going to be 50 that go live. And yeah, I'm just really excited to get them out there. These are lessons that I think are going to bring value to people. It's a different way for me to repurpose what goes into the book. And podcasting is, I think, just a great way to do that, because not everyone has time to read a blog post or to read a chapter sample. But that's not to say they're not going to get a great deal of value from listening to lots of short and sweet lessons that are going to bring a great deal. And some of them feature in the book heavily. Some of them are just touched upon. Some of them do not. So some of the things that appear in the podcast over the coming weeks are exclusive, things where they've inspired the book, but they haven't necessarily featured in the book prominently. And I should actually probably mention my third idea, because there is hopefully going to be a third iteration of the podcast. Don't know quite when, but I'll just give you a quick rundown of what it is. I want to turn Successful Mistake into an audiobook, but I don't want it to just be a simple audiobook where I'm reading. I'm going to invite select people, prominently the podcasters of the world who feature in the book, and say, will you read 1,000 words? Will you read maybe a couple of thousands? Will you read this chapter or that chapter? And my hope is to get 20 to 30 people involved in this audiobook, and as well as provide like the actual audiobook on something like Amazon, so people can actually download it in one. I wanted to create a dedicated podcast, and again, maybe one a day or 3 or 4 times a week, share one of these short and sweet sessions. Some of them will be read by me, but some of them will be read from the likes that feature in the book. Podcasters like Nicole Welsh and Caesar Bede and Michael O'Neill and John Lane Dumas, and well, yeah, pretty much every podcaster that I can convince to read a section of a book, I'm going to. So again, that will be a third one, and it's probably going to be called the Successful Mistake Audio Book Podcast. And it's going to feature somewhere in the region of 20 to 30 little breakdowns, and it'll be a chance for people to listen to the book for free, but over a sort of prolonged period. And again, it's just a case of trying to get the value that features in the book out there. I'm not so bothered about making all the money. I'm not so bothered about getting all this fame or anything like that. I just want to share this book with the world. And I feel like if I do that, everything else will fall into place. And podcasting is just a fantastic way. They align so well with writing. It's a great for me to not just write, but then to express this writing in the verbal manner. So, yeah.
That's awesome. So you talk about overcoming mistakes and turning them into success. So tell us about some of your mistakes, and particularly what's your biggest boo-boo?
Well, one of the biggest ones, which I quite often focus on I focus on it because it surrounds the book. And it was at the start of 2015. You remember, at this stage, I'd had about 150 people involved. I'd just been rounding up the back end of the interviewing process. So I'd connected with a lot of people. And I started a crowd publishing campaign on a platform called Publishizer, which is like Kickstarter for books. The idea being is you set up a target. My instance, it was $7,500. And if you reach it after 35 days, you get money. And if not, you don't. So I set up this crowd publishing campaign, and I was like, it's going to be a huge success because I've got all these people involved in the book, all of these people super invested in it. These are people with tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of followers. It's going to just snowball. It's going to be amazing. No problem whatsoever. So I came up with my plan. I created an email plan of action. I would send all the people featured in the book details about it. I did thunderclaps. I did all the things that you would think about with a book. And I got it all back to front. I started ramming all these ideas down the people featured in the book's throat and not down my own audience's throat. I kind of told it about, I mentioned it to my audience here and there, but I figured I won't mention it to the audience until it's actually live and when we're actually doing it. Whereas I sent all these authority leaders, busy individuals, in 5 or 6 emails in a 3 or 4 week period. And every single email was based around an ask. I wanted them to share the book. I wanted them to do this. I wanted them to do that. So as it went, and once I actually put everything live in the campaign, then I figured it would be a really good 24 hours. It'd be a really good first week. That would create a snowball of such, and the good times would roll. And I just, for the most part, got crickets. Some people helped who featured in the book and they sent tweets, but they certainly didn't engage their audience in a way that I thought they might and in the way that I hoped they would. And it was because I just didn't give them any reason to. I just, for the most part, spammed them. I assumed they would help. I presumed they would help. I figured they would buy a book, buy 10 books, give them to their audiences because they were featured in the book. And I had absolutely no right whatsoever to presume any of that, because these are the people who took time out of their busy days to help me create this book in the first place. The last thing that I should have been doing is ask them to buy the book and asking them to do all this and to basically do all the hard work for me. And it was a tough period because at first I was like, why is this campaign not doing well? I've got all these people involved in it. Why aren't they sharing it? And I got down into dumps, and I certainly got angry. I got frustrated. I couldn't understand why it wasn't doing well, and I came close to just kind of giving up and just sacking it all in, because I figured if those who featured the book don't care enough to buy it and share it with their audience, what chance have I got in the open world? Should I spend the next year of my life finishing writing this thing, editing it, spending all the money on it and releasing it? But it was a bit of a turning point, and it was one day, I forget whose profile I was on, but I was not someone who featured in the book, but a friend of mine who I've known for a few years on Facebook. And I reached out to them again, asking them to pledge towards this campaign. And I realized on Facebook, you can see your previous conversation. Well, the previous message I'd sent from them was around about a year earlier, and it was about my previous book, asking them to buy the book, asking them to share it with their friends, just help me get it out there. And I mean, I've probably seen this a few times before then, because this certainly wasn't the first person I'd done it to, but it was just a moment it hit me. It was a real sort of tipping point for me. I was like, I've become that guy. I've become that guy who only messages his friends when I need them. I've become that guy who gets these people involved does a really great job of reaching out to people and connecting with them and, you know, getting what I want from them and then not message them again for 6 months. But when it comes to the book being launched, it's like, oh, can you help me do this? Can you help me do that? And I hated myself. And I was like, no wonder this campaign has been poor. No wonder it doesn't deserve anything but failure, because I've just gone about this all wrong. I've treated those I know, my friends, my family poorly by ask, and too little, give. And these amazing people who helped me get the book to where it was. Without them, I would have no book to write about. You know, it was only these interviews that made this book possible. And again, instead of giving them, I was taking. So it was a huge moment for me. I was very down in the dumps after this because I didn't like who I'd become. But it was also a huge turning point for me because I realized that, okay, maybe I've sabotaged certain relationships, certain connections, but I can certainly, you know, get some of them back. And I can certainly make sure that future connections I make, I also nurture. So it gave me this whole new appreciation of connections and relationships, that it's not simply about connecting with new people. It's also about nurturing the connections that you have. So I use a CRM system called Contactually. They're one of the chapter partners in the book. They're a tool that I value oh so much. And I really went full on into Contactually, bucketed people into different things, had like, you know, my Uber list, my top 50 who I really want to be able to constantly be in touch with, you know, my next 100, all these different buckets, and making sure that I'm touching base with people every now and again. I want to touch base with some people every month. There are other people who I maybe only need to be touching base with every couple of months, or at least twice a year. But I want to make sure that I'm touching base with people, nurturing them. And when I am, I'm not asking for anything. I'm just saying, hello, how are you? What can I do to help you? And when it's coming around this period of the book, I'm trying to get the book into those who feature in it, all these entrepreneurs, all 163. But I want to send them a couple of books for free, you know, like real books, not the ebook, the actual paperback, because they deserve it. They deserve that kind of respect. They deserve that kind of attention. I'm giving them samples. I'm offering them. I need their help. I'm hoping they will, you know, buy bundles, share it with their audience. Absolutely. I need help to make this book a success. But I also know that they deserve my love and attention to just give a bit of love to them. So I'm trying to be generous. I'm trying to be giving. And each day I'm just trying to be a more generous and better person, putting the fear of getting success in the here and now to one side, taking a deep breath and going, how about you just be a good guy? How about you just be the best person you can be today? Because if you do that today and you do it tomorrow and you do it each day, it's going to pay off. It's going to make you feel good. You're going to be calm and it's going to lead to good times. Whereas if, you know, you're just always focusing on the sale, always focusing on the take, you're just going to be that guy. And I hated being that guy. And every time I find myself becoming that guy again, I do my best to snap out of it and go, calm down, Matthew, chill out. Let's refocus here. Let's figure out what the vision is. This isn't about selling a load of copies of a book. This is about getting these stories that feature in the book to those who need it. Because if I do that, everything else will work out for the good. So it was a huge mistake for me. It brought personal pain. It certainly, to an extent, brought a little bit of at least potential financial pain. It brought emotional pain. It hurt. And it set me back some. It affected my growth. It affected my relationships, which I'd made with these individuals. And I've had to, you know, build them back up. It's affected time, everything like that. But I've learned so much from it. And I like to think that situation back then will make the launch that is coming up in June 10 times better. So yeah, there you go.
That's awesome. I got a question for you in a moment about, and someone says nice moustache in the comments I see there. Gene is appreciating the moustache feature there. I've got a question with you about building relationships back up. But before I get into that, I was just wondering if anyone in the chat wanted to share their big boo-boos or their big mistakes they've made and possibly how they've overcome them. So anything they've ever done in their life, they feel, oh my goodness, that was awful. And they try and recover from that. One quick story I'll share, and then I'd love to ask you the question, Matthew, is in one of our businesses is an audio production business. So we make jingles, and I happen to do voiceovers for some of those jingles. And I used to have a habit of, without thinking about it, because I thought I can always edit it out in Adobe Audition afterwards, I thought I'll just flick open the mic, and before I do the voiceover, I'll do a huge burp. So I did a huge, like, I just had a huge big meal. And I always used to think, I can just cut it out. And it was one time I actually sent that piece of audio to a client, actually quite a a reasonable client, which we're still on good terms with, thankfully. But yeah, I wonder if he ever looks at me in the same way again after sending him a huge belch. Here's your audio. Hope you enjoy it. So, I mean, like, that's quite interesting. I know Isabella wants to get in a moment, but I'd just love to hear your thoughts on recovering relationships. I don't know whether I never mentioned it to him, but I just thought he's always going to know now that I sent him a huge belch, and he's going to think, was that deliberate? You know, what I'm asking is, how do you recover a relationship after you make a big boo-boo?
I think a little bit of humility goes a long way. So it was around about sort of, this time last year, sort of March, April time. And I created a video basically apologizing. Everything that I'd learned during that period, I was really kind of frank with it. I sent out a few apology emails, and for the most part, like, a lot of people got back and gone, you know what, like, it's okay. You've learned a lot from it, and this is part of the process. It's certainly part of the process of your book. It's all about mistakes and overcoming them. It's about having, I suppose, the guts to accept that you are going to make mistakes, you are going to fail, and that you can still overcome them. So a little bit of humility goes a long way, a little bit of honesty, just reaching out and saying, I'm sorry, I messed up. I'm not trying to be the big guy on campus and going, no, it's not my fault, it's your fault. But then also putting your money where your mouth is, saying, okay, well, now I'm going to actually dedicate a good chunk of my life, 5-10 minutes here and there, reaching out to those who feature in the book. So everyone who features in the book, I've probably touched base with at least 2 or 3 times over the last year, in many cases 5 or 6. Now, sometimes I'm talking to them and I'm asking them about an idea, maybe a collaboration of sorts, appearing on their podcast, guest post. But at the end of it, I'm always asking, oh, and by the way, is there anything I can help you with right now? I'm about to send out, I've been sending out a lot of emails to do with the launch at the minute, affiliate partnerships, guest postings, everything like that. But at the end of everything, I'm like, PS, if you've got anything going on in June that I can share with my audience, my ever-growing Successful Mistake audience, let me know. I will do my best to just, share it here and then, because I'm going to be sending out all these emails. So if I can put a few PSs on the end of some of them and say, by the way, Mike and Isabella have got X, Y, and Z going on, then I'm happy to do that. I'm excited to do that. So for the past year, I've been, reaching out to people, just saying, not spoke to you for a while. How are you? Anything you're working on right now? Let me know. I'll help. And then recently, when I have been asking a little bit more, because it's coming up to launch, I'm trying to make it worth their while too. I'm trying to make sure that we're splitting, affiliate things. We're splitting the commissions. We're making it, we're making it good. So it's not just me winning, it's going to be them too. And at the end, I'm always asking, by the way, is there anything that you're doing that I can help with? If there is, let me know. I will do what I can. And for the most part, it's working. People are reactive, some people more than others. You've got to remember, people are busy. They're not always going to reply to your email. They're not always going to be able to help you out. Have I sabotaged a few relationships along the way? Have I maybe, got into the bad books of some? Maybe. I don't know, to be quite honest. Probably, more than likely. Not many people have been rude to and said, Matthew, go away, you're sending to an email or, any of this. That never really kind of happened. But I certainly imagine it sort of set me back in the minds of quite a few. But I feel by showing a bit of humility, by being honest to them, showing a bit of bravery on that sense, and just being honest and open and human, and doing my best to be helpful, be generous, be the best person I can be day in, day out. I like to think that it's built up some of those relationships. But just as important, I'm making new connections each day. It's only recently that I connected with you, and you're now in my little system. I'm going to do my best to make sure that I'm going to be keeping in touch with you, not just when I need something from you, but so I can have an opportunity to help you, so I can just find out what you're working on. To just say, not spoken to you in the last 2 months, Mike. How's it going? How's life at your end? And that might be it. Over Facebook, over a tweet, whatever. It's just given a bit of a damn. And it's taught me a lot. and I like to think that it's put me in good stead moving forward.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for sharing that. Thank you for having me, by the way.
Yes, welcome in, Isabella.
Thank you for allowing me in. Do you know, when you started to talk about sort of the big boo-boos, I suddenly thought, well, as podcasters, we have a number of great opportunities to make very bad boo-boos. I do know one story, but I don't think I should really share it because it was very personal when she did share it.
I think I know the story.
You know the story. But one thing that immediately comes to mind, there are so many different ways we can potentially make things go wrong, and one of them is when we have guests on the show. And it's from one thing that happened to me as a guest on the show was when I was booked in to be interviewed, and at the very last minute, literally the last 5 minutes, somebody says to me, well, I'm really sorry, but this emergency came up. I can't really make the interview happen. And whilst I understand life happens, from a guest perspective, I think it can be really disappointing, disheartening, but also I'm a very busy person, and I would imagine that if you book someone for an interview, they are likely to be busy people too. It's just kind of a waste of time. So if somebody did that to me, I would probably not rebook it unless it was like a super valid reason. I don't mean it to sound really harsh, but that's just the reality. And there are many very busy people out there who would just relate to that. So that's one thing, I guess, not to do. And even if you have to conduct an interview in perhaps not the perfect environment, I think it's still worth doing so, because otherwise you can really damage potential relationship from there. Go on. Sorry, Matthew. Do you have a?
Well, I just want to use an example of that, because I won't name the name. It's pretty big, decent authority figure, but I won't name the name because it's probably not fair to do so. But we set up an interview. He was going to be part of the Success Mistake, and I'd had an interview beforehand. So I had like an interview at 6, and then I was going to interview him at 7. So I was on Skype. My previous interview finished sort of 10 minutes beforehand. Skype was working. Yeah. It was working. I was on Skype, and then I put his profile up and I waited, and it got to like 7:20 and still no thing. I sent him an email saying, "Where are you? Are we still booked in? Have I got the times wrong?" Around about 15 minutes, just shortly after that email, so he must have been writing that email to me around about this time I was emailing it to him, saying, "I waited for you for like 20 minutes, man, but you didn't hop online. Shame we couldn't connect." And that was pretty much it. I replied going, I was online. It was fine. Like I was there. Like you were coming up as offline. I tried to message you on there and nothing. So there was obviously some kind of technical issue with Skype, but he didn't know that. I could have just been, covering my tracks, whatever. I sent a couple of emails on the back of it, following up, trying to reschedule. I've never heard a peep from him since. And I've tried once or twice. And I think it's like you say, he probably has been left in the lurch before. I know I have. I've been left in the lurch on calls, not always with interviews, but sometimes just calls where I'm having like a little short and sweet thing. And I always feel a bit left out. I'm like, that's a bit annoying. And I imagine he felt like that, figured this guy, he wasn't on Skype. He wasn't, he wasn't online. Like I was there. He wasn't online. He's just now covering his tracks. The hell with him. So sometimes there isn't a second chance when you're trying to get especially busy, authoritative figures on there, because they are getting a lot of requests. They only have so much time. So yeah, being mindful and respectful of people's times is such a big thing.
And one thing that I have started to do with my interviews is I always will email somebody I interview 10 minutes before, and I will say, I look forward to our interview. 10 minutes, I will be there in 10 minutes on Skype. My ID is, so there is absolutely no doubt in their head that, if something goes wrong with Skype, I have emailed them, so they have opportunity to email me back and say, oh, I can't see you, or, something went wrong, I can't connect, or whatever it is. But emailing is always something I recommend doing, because then you kind of avoid the problem of, oh, there was a technical issue, were you there, were you not? And we usually have emails of people we interview, so that shouldn't be a problem. But that definitely is one of those areas where it can go terribly wrong if we don't.
whenever I'm on a call now, whether it's like a casual call, just a catch-up call or an interview, I'll be logging on. If I'm supposed to be on at 7 and I'm on Skype and they're not on there, I'll leave it to like 1 minute past 7, but then I head straight into Gmail, send a quick email just saying, have I got the time right? Have I got, the time zones wrong or something? And usually as I'm writing that email and it's sending, they hop online.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that if they're not on time, that I'm sending emails straight away to kind of cover my tracks to remind them, because otherwise...
That's exactly what I just said, right? Yeah. So,
because otherwise
absolutely.
Otherwise, I don't want the same thing to happen again, right?
No, absolutely. So that's exactly what I just said. So it just emphasizes the point, and I think that as podcasters, we need to be very respectful, and I think there is one very, very big reason behind that, because podcasting is at such an early. It's still early days. I mean, even though it has been around since 2005, and I know that there are some people who started like mega early, I think it's still a very new niche. If you think about it, only 4 million people listens to podcasts in the UK. That's nothing. That's absolutely nothing. And, we have absolute responsibility to make sure that we set the right tone as podcasters and we introduce general public. Some of our people we interview or bring onto the show, they are just general public. It may be their first encounter with podcasting, and I think it's our responsibility to make sure that we set a very professional scene, professional look at the whole industry, because there will be some people who will judge everything based on the encounter they had with us. So there's definitely some work to be done over there. I love, by the way, how there are like the random claps going in all sorts of different directions. That's actually quite cool. It's like, thank you. Yeah, keep them coming. I think Mike definitely needs them. Actually, Mike, I was going to ask you, how are you feeling being at the hour you are in at the moment? You are approaching 10 hours. How is that making you feel?
I'm energized. I'm excited about the whole thing. I've got a
you don't look energized, sorry.
huge headache right now. I'm just wondering what to do about that. I think it's caffeine withdrawal.
Shall I bring you some paracetamol in a minute?
No. I'm a fan of the natural method, so I think I'll just kind of stick it out. But just so you guys know, if I'm being a bit distant at the moment, I've just got a huge headache. But
bless you.
I have been in this room in front of a computer for how many hours now?
It's nearly 10 hours now.
Nearly 10 hours. So.
But it's incredible what you are doing, and I wanted to also say that just make sure to grab some fresh air, open that window. I think you can open the curtains now as well, which will give you the last rays of natural light before the night settles in. But please keep sending positive thoughts Mike's way. I think he will definitely need them. He's not even the third way yet. Perhaps you can show your support by sending him the claps and send him lots and lots of positive thoughts. He's doing something incredible. He's bringing spotlight to UK podcasting in general, and I think it's in our interest to make this grow. It's in our interest to make this something incredible, and there is nobody out there who said, yep, I will be podcasting for 36 straight hours. So he's the guy who's done this, and huge kudos to him. So definitely make sure to keep sending lots and lots and lots of positive thoughts. We are talking about the big boo-boos podcasters can make, the big sort of fails, but perhaps you can still recover from. And I'm wondering whether wow, somebody is listening for 8 hours now. Thank you so much, Riotbell073. I'm sorry, I do not know your name, but please share it. It's great to have so many. Mike is outside. Can you see him outside? He's just at the window.
Hello, Mike.
Great. He's grabbing some fresh air. I think that's going to be the best cure for the headache he's currently having. It will be lovely if you have anything that you would like to share with us. You're very welcome to join the seat. There is an open seat there, and we would love to take some questions, perhaps share some stories. It would be great to have you on. But please keep on sharing and just joining the conversation. It's great fun to be here. We are all very excited to be part of this. And I think that good things will come out of that for all of us, which is great. So let's make sure UK podcasters are in great shape and form. We are approaching very difficult hours. People are going to sleep very soon. So we need as many of you here as possible to keep the conversation going. Yvonne, sorry, I'm really sorry about that, Yvonne. And you are in Netherlands. Wow, welcome. If you would like to take a seat, please join us. Let's have a little conversation. Let's see what's happening in Netherlands with podcasting. I'm sure there is a lot happening all around the world. We've seen some great stories from Poland with podcasting. There are some great stories from Switzerland as well. I think podcasting is one of those mediums we really carefully need to watch, and it's great to be at the forefront of all of that amazing movement. It's fantastic. Mike, welcome back. Hope your headache is getting better.
Yeah, I had some fresh air. It was very nice, actually. So, yes, it's like you say, I know this conference is about putting the spotlight on independent UK podcasters, but podcasting, that's the beauty of it. Podcasting really is, and sorry, I'm talking into the camera, but I need to do that. Podcasting truly is a global kind of medium, isn't it? So that's the great thing, is it unites us around the world. I'm sure Matthew has experienced this. I know you've experienced this with your show. We have listeners from all around the world. So, I think it's a very old-fashioned thing when you see, and probably they have to do it for legal reasons, but radio stations geolock themselves to certain geographic regions, and you can't listen to a Clear Channel station outside of the United States. I mean, what's that all about? Beauty of podcasting, it's worldwide, baby. You can listen to it from anywhere in the world, and I love that. And I love the fact that we've got tons of people now tuning in from the US, not only on Blab but also on our other platforms, all over Europe, the Netherlands. Obviously, you just mentioned there in the chat. So I think it's really fantastic.
I mean, that's going to be one of the great things I imagine for you, Mike, as the night starts to draw in, because you're going to be getting these different time zones. People who maybe right now it's a little bit too early or a bit late, you're going to get a new different kind of person. So yeah, that's the great thing about doing something over a 36-hour period. You are getting to touch the lives of everyone around the globe. I think it's great, man. And man, you are going to be in a interesting state at the end, but I think you're doing a great service. So congratulations, man. 10 hours, you are still looking good. I think I would have been on my 20th coffee by now.
Thank you,
so,
Matthew. And maybe I'll blame
Isabella
for this whole idea, because
me, it was your idea.
She said to me, Mike, you've done a radio marathon before. So I back in music radio, I did 126 hours on the air, which was 5 days.
126 hours. You do need to take a note of that, by the way.
She said, this will be a walk in the park. What she didn't tell me is that with podcasting, you talk all the time, and you have to use your brain. So it's like I'm starting to feel after 10 hours that I'm coming to the point now where I'm finding it hard to think for myself of things to say. So I'm just talking BS. In fact, I feel like I don't. Do you
have no BS card? Can you put the no BS card, please?
I think I will. So
come on, where are your cards? You've lost your cards. I did like you were using them.
One of the things I would like to share with the person watching or listening right now is that actually you become a little more lucid over time when you deprive yourself of sleep, and you start to just kind of talk without thinking what you're saying. So
what is it? You're breaking up.
Nobody is. I just thought these cards are super, by the way. They're great. We'll play some poker later on, all right? So.
Yeah, we are definitely going to play some poker, but it's fantastic. Like, I do want to emphasize once again, you are doing a fantastic job. People are watching, people are listening. Tomorrow, in fact, and I will say it, I know I did say it earlier on, but tomorrow at 8:45, absolutely no pressure, but we are going to be tuning you in live on BBC Radio 4. You are going to be broadcasting to the nation.
Oh, they're actually putting it on the air.
They are actually putting it on the air, so I'm just making arrangements to time it right. So no pressure, but you will be talking to the nation.
just for our international viewers and listeners, Radio 4 is like the biggest station in the UK, radio station in the UK, and the Today program is massive. So
That's
Yeah.
amazing.
Yeah.
Kudos.
Just at the
So-
time when you will have literally gone insane.
Yeah.
You get
Yeah.
to broadcast to the entire country. That is, I don't know whether that's good news or bad news for you, but I'm going to take it as good. It's very exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it's definitely great news, and I'm sure that I think it's actually Bernie J. Mitchell who's going to be with you at that time. So I'm sure he's going to be keeping you up. So he will be absolutely fine. So that's fantastic. Very, very excited to see that we are making headlines in different places. Mike, I will say it once again. Sorry, there will not be enough times to say this. You are doing an amazing job, and keep it up.
Well, it's everyone who's watching and supporting and just keeping this online, and all of the 36 plus podcasters that have volunteered their time to come on and talk podcasting. I think by the time I have finished this marathon, I'm never going to want to see an Audio Technica ATR 2100 again. But it's great fun though. I just need some time to sleep. But yeah, it's quite intense, because one of the things I realize is that usually as podcasters, we do an interview a week. So we have time to think and prep and get things going. But when it's like 36 interviews, bam, 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 it's like, yeah, it's nice.
I think it would be good to bring perhaps back some final thoughts on the biggest podcasting mistakes and how to recover from them. I know we've steered away from the topic. But is there anything anyone would like to know, ask, share? People, there is still one spot to tune in. Matthew, I don't know whether you have any final thoughts to share with us.
I mean, whenever it comes to things like mistakes, my final thought is, and if it's podcasting business, whatever it might be, they're going to happen. Things don't always go according to plan. You may make a mistake actually on air when you're interviewing someone. You may make a mistake in the lead up to the interview or afterwards. It could be something completely unrelated. Mistakes happen, unfortunately, and failure happens. Not everything always goes right, but it's okay, because as humans, we are born to make mistakes. It's how we learn to walk. It's how we learn to talk. It's how we evolve from baby into child into adult. We don't do it all in one. It's a lot of little iterations and trial and error. And for some reason, we get taught that failure and mistakes are quite a bad thing. Reading homework, all of that. But it's fine, because mistakes happen and they don't define you. At least they don't have to define you in a bad way. You get to choose to turn that mistake around, but it needs you to do it. You can't expect someone else to do it for you. You can't expect it to be luck. You have to take a step back. You have to face it head on and go, I've messed up, or something hasn't gone right, and I'm going to fix it. And I might not be able to fix it in the here and now, but I'm going to make sure I fix it so it doesn't happen going forward. And I think if we all kind of have that mentality, we're in a position where we can turn bad into good. And that is what business is all about. It's about turning one idea into a better idea. It's about turning something that didn't go well into something that will go well. So yeah, that's, I suppose, my sound off when it comes to mistakes. And I think when it comes to podcasting, it's very relevant, because yeah, some shows just don't go according to plan.
Absolutely. And one final thing from me is that many people who start their journey with podcasting, they have never done anything like this before. I mean, there are very few people who actually have radio background and embrace podcasting, relatively speaking, if you look at the number of podcasts out there. So many people who do that, they don't have any broadcasting experience. And the one thing you have to understand and kind of put a piece in your mind with is the fact that it's okay, you will get things wrong, and it's kind of beauty of podcasting in a way that not everything has to be perfect. It's not a radio podcast. This is not why people are tuning in to listen to you. They're tuning in for the content you have to share, for your expertise. So focus on the great content you are producing, and don't worry about technical issues that may come up along the way, because they will. They do come up for all of us. Even I sometimes will sit down, I'll be like, Mike, come and help, please, as soon as you can. I don't know why they can't hear me. Or there is this huge buzz in the room, It's like, it happens to the best of us. It genuinely does. Just embrace great content, make amazing connections, and enjoy podcasting for what it really is.
Agreed.
Brilliant. Mike, over to you. I think we are ready for the top of the hour. Woohoo!
Yes, we have. Matthew, thank you so much for joining us. And please let us know, and the listener know, and the viewer know where we can find you online.
Absolutely. Well, all the details about myself is at turndog.co. So that's turndog.co, not .com. And you can also find out more about the book at successfulmistake.com/book. You can download a welcome pack from there. And I've prepared a special guide for all you amazing people, and you can find it at successfulmistake.com/guide. So yeah, between those three links, you can find out everything you need about me. I'm on Twitter, Facebook. I am an open book, as well as writing them. So please, if you've ever got any questions that you haven't asked now, feel free to email me, Facebook me, Twitter me, whatever it is that you want to do. And it's just been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you so much for doing this. You're doing a great service, and just the best of luck for the other 24 hours, 25 hours, whatever it is.
26 hours.
26 hours.
Close to the 24
Wow.
mark, which will be
Oh no, yeah, 26 hours actually, yeah, exactly.
Around about a third of the way through, so great.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Matthew. And it's interesting. I love the pun there. I am an open book. Obviously, he's got his involvement there in book publishing. And earlier on, we had Peter Billingham, didn't we? Between 4 p.m. and 5 p.m. British Summer Time. And his brand is Death Goes Digital. He works for the funeral industry, and everyone told him he was killing it.
Oh, yeah, well, it kind of really is a bit of a punchline, right?
So up next, we do have Simon Dunant from Podcast Power Marketing. I'm very excited about this coming up.
Shall I say goodbye? Shall I go? Shall I go and wave away?
Keep the props coming. Keep the props coming on, Blab, please.
Keep them coming.
So yeah, Simon's coming up next. But let me close off the hour and then get the next hour started. So it's the 10th hour of the broadcast behind us, 26 more to go. Huge thanks to the generous sponsors Blab, Spreaker, Anchor, Music Radio Creative, and New Media Europe. And remember, Spreaker are giving away 1 free month on their platform. In order to win, all you need to do is tweet, Facebook, do whatever, just share with the hashtag UKPod, and we'll be picking one winner every 4 hours. Next winner will be announced at 10 p.m. and you will definitely know on social media if you are the winner. Going to play a quick 30-second promo. Be right back in just a second. Hey there, good evening everyone. I am Mike Russell, the co-founder of UK Podcasters and the New Media Europe Conference. It's just coming up on 8 p.m. in the UK right now. Thrilled to have you watching right now, and also the fantastic 36 podcasters, more than 36 podcasters in the UK who are joining us on this non-stop broadcast. Now, obviously, podcasting is growing in the UK. We're going to learn more about that with Simon in just a moment. We are throwing the spotlight very firmly on independent podcasters. We've seen the great work The Guardian and the BBC have done creating multiple podcasts and raising the awareness of podcasting generally in the UK, but the independent podcasters are doing such a great job. We're focusing on that during this live marathon. We're on Blab, we're on Facebook Live, we're on Periscope, we're on Spreaker and YouTube as well. Also some updates via Snapchat and Anchor as well. And we're making history. It's never been done before, this long podcast. Go to ukpodcasters.com/live, share it with your friends, and we can make podcasting a huge success. And by the way, you're all here virtually enjoying this online conference, but I really am a big fan of in-person, real-life meeting. So come and grab a cup of coffee with me. New Media Europe's happening in June. I happen to be one of the co-founders and organizers. We're bringing together people from Portugal, from Poland, from the USA, from Canada, Switzerland, Netherlands, Germany, all over the place, and they'll be sharing their expertise on social social media, content creation, blogging, video, and so much more that will help you on your podcasting journey, whether that's as a listener, getting started, or leveling up the current podcast you have. Best deal we have on right now, £70 discount on the current ticket price. You can grab yourself a ticket. That's all access, includes access to the evening, the dinner party as well, and you can get that by going to newmediaeurope.com/now. You have to do that before 10 p.m. tomorrow when the marathon ends. newmediaeurope.com/now. And in this hour, this is hour 11 of 36, we have Simon with us. He's going to take the mic for around 40 minutes, and then we're going to turn it over to you to ask questions. And do pick Simon's brains. He is a powerhouse using his branding of podcasting knowledge and information. So /Q and then your question to send a message, and we'll put the questions to Simon. We'll have a chat at the end of the 40 minutes. And also look out for the chat room moderators and producers. We've got Isabella in there. Kyron is in there. We've got Andrea and Chachi as well. So look for the people with H next to their avatar, and then you'll be able to ask them questions and just generally keep the conversation and networking going on in the chat. So let me introduce Simon Dunant, who has over 11 years previous experience of coaching and training creative artists, bloggers, online marketing in the UK, Europe, and the USA. Simon has previously run 2 podcast series covering digital marketing and now presents Podcast Power Marketing. Every time I say that, I think of some crazy jingle with a big American voiceover going, Podcast Power Marketing. He's helping content marketers learn how to use podcasting as part of their content marketing. Simon's leadership has been heard through speaking engagements at leading international conferences, including MIDEM and PopCom. I hope I'm saying those correctly. I'm sure I'll be corrected. And now right here on the UK Podcasters Online Conference. Through coaching and training, he delivers digital marketing strategies to audiences at leading global brands, including Google and Eventbrite. And I've got his book. Actually, I really have got his book. And I'm powering through it at the moment. There it is. I'm loving it. Simon, welcome. Welcome.
Hey, Mike.
Hey.
Hope I'm coming through loud and clear. Good to see you.
Great.
After amazing, your amazing 10 hours. Is it 10 hours stint now?
10 hours in the can now.
You're doing amazing. Like I said on the chat, it's I mean your radio marathons, like they would have had music in between, right? So you would have had a little bit of a break. But this is talk radio for 36 hours. So just amazing job you're doing there. And you know, some fantastic guys you've got on here. I've been following since you came on air at 10 o'clock, and really. You know, you broadcasting on so many channels, YouTube, you know, this is real innovation. And something like this is really bringing up the attention of things like podcasting and new media and everything that podcasting is evolving into as well. So, you know, great job there between you and Isabella as well for bringing such an audience to the world of podcasting and new media, because you know, the stats all say that it's going on the up, and there's huge opportunities for people to take advantage of the new media tools. Ultimately, it's communities like this that share all this knowledge that help everybody grow and learn how to use these tools to connect and communicate. And actually, that's one of the topics that I wanted to talk about within this whole marathon was, you know, the human aspect of the web. And I'm always talking to guests, and it comes up a lot. And I'm always considering about writing a book about this, about humanizing the web, because I actually go back 35 years this year in technology. I started back in 1981. I bought a ZX81 computer. Many people weren't even born. I'm not sure whether you know what a ZX81 is. I've got a fantastic picture of it somewhere. But the ZX81 was a tiny little computer, which was no bigger than a calculator, really. I'll post a link to it for those younger people. But basically, the ZX81 was a really tiny computer, but one of the key things when I got one, I was in my early teens, I noticed it had a headphone socket and a mic socket on it, and that wasn't for talking into, it was for actually saving the data to tape, would you believe, a cassette tape. You would plug it into your tape recorder way back in the day. But when I got one of these from W.H. Smith, it cost me about £50, I think, it was off the shelf. It was quite a lot of money back then in 1981. first thing I did is I wanted to plug a microphone into this mic socket and talk to it. And of course, the computer didn't do anything. But I actually started building. There it is, the ZX81. Do you know these goes for a lot of money on on eBay now? The whole vintage thing. But as you can see on the side, there's actually a mic socket, and I always wanted to communicate with people. When computers came along and home computers came along, I automatically wanted to communicate with computers. So I actually built one of the very first speech-to-text programs on this very ZX81 in 1981, would you believe? I was always an inventor. And I got it to recognize numbers that would come in, because there was basically an analog to digital converter built into that computer to read and write data from tapes. So I plugged the microphone in, and I thought, well, if I make a noise into this microphone, I must be able to digitize it. And I actually got it to work, and it would read numbers in from the mic port, and you can match it up to give a response. It was very basic. So I'd say, hello, ZX81. My name's Simon, and it would take the last bits of numbers and convert it into the word Simon. It would say, hello, Simon, back. And I'm like, wow, okay, this machine's talking to me. And really, computers at that time, it was before the web existed. So there was no real-time communications for connecting computers. But a little bit later on, sort of mid-80s, late 80s, there was things called acoustic couplers. And acoustic couplers were, I have a picture of that as well. Basically, you could plug your telephone line into your computer into the telephone line. And that sounds a bit strange now. It's like, yeah, well, what's new about that? But back then, the world wasn't connected. And basically, the acoustic coupler allowed people to connect, and it was very, very expensive, but it basically did allow you to connect to things like bulletin boards, internet relay, chat, and stuff like that. And people started connecting to people. There was things called Prestel, which was the very basics of the internet and stuff. And people were talking to each other and started to send very basic email. But what I noticed was that people actually stopped talking to people. They actually started communicating through their fingers, and they started, communicating in very different ways. And over the 35 years that I've been in technology, what's really fascinated me is how humans have really used technology, not in the way that we thought, but in the way that suits human beings. And I find that completely fascinating. There's a recent book actually come out called Digital versus Human. It's by a guy called Richard Watson, and I recommend a read, because this guy here, Richard Watson, he's a futurist, what I call a futurist, and he really predicts really accurately how humans are going to be using the web and how technology interfaces with humans. And his argument in this book is that rather than thinking about computers becoming more like humans in terms of artificial intelligence and stuff like that, he actually thinks that humans are becoming more like computers in the way that we've interacted with computers. And that's an interesting concept, because everybody's been quite worried about, computers taking away jobs and computers taking over the world, and Google with its deep mind and all the vault of information that is being collected about that, robots and automation is going to take over, human beings. And ultimately, it's human beings that effectively shape those computers into what they want them to be and how they want them to communicate. And I think over time, the computers really turned people like coders and content creators into people who sat behind their computers and almost hid behind the web, really. If you think about blogging and the very early web, it was very text-based. If you think about the actual technology that the web's built on, hypertext transfer protocol, that's the HTTP at the beginning of every single web address that you type into a search browser. The web started hypertext. It was all based around text. So, that isn't necessarily a human form of natural connection. And I think people really were directed in terms of technology to maybe disconnect from other human beings in terms of the way, for millions of years, the way we've communicated with people. And I'm fascinated by this subject. If you look at people recently, they used to be texting, and now, they're video chatting on their phones. So we're getting that demand back of that human experience and using technology to deliver that human experience and communicate with people. Obviously, video was a big aspect of connecting people as well. When video came onto the scene and YouTube exploded, and people got onto video, they started using video, and people could see each other then. So it was very much, evolving from text communication to suddenly seeing each other again. And what's also interesting is that these new streaming platforms like Blab, like Facebook Live and Periscope, etc., are pulling us into technology in a way that is reconnecting people. Again, everybody's really going after that thing that brings that human connection back. It's really interesting because I've seen it over a very long period of time how technology has evolved, and it could have gone many ways. But I'm really very hopeful about the fact that people are using technology to connect people on a human level. And the other thing is that with podcasting as well, podcasting itself is a very personal way of connecting. I think probably because of the heritage and association with things like the medium of radio. If you think about how radio, when it was first invented back in the 1920s, people used to go to that to listen to another human being when they were lonely. And radio has always been something that people turn to when they're lonely. I think here in London, where I'm based, there's a big radio station called LBC, London Broadcast. I can't remember what it even stands for now, but LBC, it's talk radio, and basically it's 24-hour talk radio. I think it's changed a little bit now, more in recent times, but certainly back in the 90s and early 2000s, that was a real community where people used to switch on, and some people were on their own overnight, and they would switch on and listen to their favorite DJs, and call in and have a chat with people. And I think radio has always had that personality and that personal connection, and podcasting, when it came along and interfaced with the web and became effectively similar to talk radio, that really connected people again. And I think that's where the personal connection for podcasting, really is humanizing the web. On our podcast, the Podcast Power Marketing Podcast, I bring together the human stories about people's behind the scenes stories about the podcast, how they actually set up the podcast, what inspired them to podcast. And I've had some incredible stories. One was with these two US expats, Ashley Bartner and her husband. It's back on episode 2 of the Podcast Power Marketing Podcast. She actually started up a cooking school in Italy. And they moved from the US and they moved over to Italy and just went on this farm in the middle of nowhere. And they had this really bad ropey internet connection, but they were doing a live Skype chat to me on the podcast. And in the background, you could hear things like the cockerels and the rest of the farm and everything. But they were telling me how people used to come out to their farm after listening to the podcast to meet them because they felt like they'd built up a relationship with them. And for their business, the cooking school, which was also a B&B and accommodation, holiday accommodation, it was doing wonders for their business. But this was really more than a business, more than a holiday. It was people getting together and gathering through things like the power of podcasting and communicating on the web. So I find this whole ecosphere of human connection really fascinating. On the other side of the coin, and this is what Richard Watson talks about in his book as well, Digital versus Human, is that we've changed as a race as well. As a human race, we've changed because we're connecting now online, but while we're connecting online, we're not necessarily talking to the people that are around us. So you'll find families connecting to screens and maybe connecting to other people outside of their family unit, and you might find people in different rooms doing different things. One might be watching Netflix, the other one might be chatting to a friend on Facebook, and another person might be on Skype recording a podcast. And they're all doing different things, but they're still connecting with human beings. So certainly I think the web is human, becoming more human, and humans are demanding that the web becomes more human. But it's also moving us a little bit away from connecting to each other in real life, which is great that you're doing things like new media and getting people offline as well and connecting people at places like new media and people going to meetups and stuff like that. And the podcast is Pub Crawl, which was a fantastic event that was put on by Mike and the London Podcast Network a couple of weeks ago. Those experiences probably would have never happened without the web. It would be hard to connect people, but it's coming full circle and moving people offline as well, which I totally find absolutely fascinating. One of the other things about the human side of the web is that it's very easy, if you think about it, to go online and become a different person. and put on a persona online to really perhaps mask some of the vulnerabilities or the real you. And I think one of the challenges that's happened over the last few years is that there's been a lot of people who've built up a personality online and had an offline personality that they perhaps maybe have neglected. And I think a lot of people struggle who've been perhaps in that online world for a long time in reconnecting in the real world. Things like online gaming, for example, where people take on personas of people in other worlds and virtual reality and stuff like that. It can have an impact on people's mental state of mind when they come back into the world, that they find themselves a little bit disadvantaged, that they can't connect with other human beings only through the power of technology. So that's some of the negative sides of humanizing of the web. If we all just end up online, we could hide behind the web a little bit. And I think that's something that on podcasting you probably can't really do, because you have to have a proper conversation with people, and it comes across if you're not really having that good conversation with people and an open conversation. And certainly from all the podcasts that I listen to, most of the people that run interview shows will ask quite deep questions and quite probing questions that they want answered about other people or subjects, etc. And it's interesting because really that goes over into the journalism side as well, that really podcasters, especially on interview shows, are journalists. And they start asking probing questions, and you find out lots about people, about the real people behind the personas online on podcasts, which sometimes you don't find on YouTube or other channels where it may be a bit more coerced, really, and really PR put together, really. So I think that's the power of podcasts, that they are generally very, very real, and you won't necessarily get an audience unless they are real. And I think that's one of the great things about podcasting, is that it really humanizes the web and brings some real personalities out, which is really, really important. And the other thing about podcasting is that, of course, every single podcast that I've listened to has done one of three things for me, and I'm sure it's done the same three things for everybody else, is that a podcast or any other really new media online can educate, inform, or inspire people. And podcasts are a great source of learning. You always come away from a podcast, even if you haven't enjoyed a podcast. I always come back from a podcast thinking there was one thing that I learned today that made a difference to my life, and that I could use, in my business or in my personal life. Then there's such a wide range of stuff on iTunes, whether it be health, fitness, marketing your business, learning how to grow yourself on personal development, how to fish better. I think Isabella mentioned earlier about fishing podcasts. And it's amazing that you can tap into this huge range of human knowledge that's out there. I mean, if you think of iTunes as this huge brain dump of everybody's knowledge, that's an incredible thing to think about, that there is just so much of people's lives out there. And actually going back to things like Death Goes Digital that you talked to earlier, you're leaving a legacy there of information that other people can learn from even after you've passed away. Your hosting might go away, but there's things like the Wayback Machine and archive.org, who are archiving podcasts. And just by contributing your podcast or contributing your media on YouTube or whatever, if you're contributing something that's going to be effectively immortalized and you've added something to the world. And from my point of view, I always come from the point of view just in general of, you always want to leave this place a little bit better than when you arrived. And things like podcasting and all this new media stuff is allowing you to do that. And I find that really fascinating, because technology could have really decimated the human race, but it's actually enriched the human race thanks to people using it the right way and taking the responsibility of technology and doing something good with it. So I'm humbled and I'm really proud of the human race for doing that, which is amazing. But the other core thing is that you're making a difference to other people's lives as well, by putting your hand up and putting a podcast together, and whatever it is you're talking about, whether people are listening or not. Whether you've got 100 people listening or 1,000 people listening, I've heard this right through the conference so far. It doesn't matter. You're making a difference to somebody else's life. If you've got 100 listeners, as I think Mike you said earlier, Cliff Ravenscraft, I think it was, said, if you've got 100 listeners, you've got a classroom. When you think about that, it becomes something that's very humbling to you, that you can think, I made a difference to 100 people's lives, and those people could be in America, they could be in Australia, they could be anywhere in the world. And that's a great thing to do. It's a great thing to do as a human being, is to really help somebody, and make a difference and make them think differently, and give them something that they can take away that can improve their lives. There may be somebody sitting here listening in the middle of Africa who might be inspired to start a podcast locally, which starts up a community, which starts connecting people. And we'll never know what a difference that we've made. We'll just know that somebody's life will be different because you did this, and that's a really noble thing to do. And that's one of the reasons that I think everybody has sort of a responsibility to put back in the world something good through podcasting. Isabella's there with her. Hey, Isabella. So yeah, that I think technology has done is a great tool for humans to use to connect and communicate, and I think things like this that we're doing tonight, in Blab, are really boosting that and showing people what can be done. But it does take commitment. It takes commitment from Mike to be up for 36 hours. It takes commitment for all of the 36 people that have come on for an hour to prepare something, think about some thought leadership that's going to make a difference to people. Even in the 10 hours, there's so much learning, and you've got another 26 hours to go. This Blab alone, think about how much people have learned in this Blab alone. It's phenomenal, right? You couldn't learn this much stuff, a few years ago. So just incredible. And for me, I love that human aspect, because all through my life working with technology in different companies that I work with, I've always really been a purveyor of how can we make technology work for human beings rather than the other way around. So I know you guys over at New Media are a big proponents of that, but I also like to hear from anybody who's listening in tonight, how they've made a human connection through technology, whether that's just through connecting to your grandma on Skype, or whether it's through a podcast or something, a video. It'd be great to hear from everybody how you might have sat back and thought, how has this technology or this podcast really affected somebody else's life? That happened because we did podcasting, or you made a connection or met somebody new. Just an example, Mike connected me up to a couple of people, and I had some Skype chats with these people. Those introductions wouldn't have been made without things like Skype, because a lot of these people were around the world, around the country, and I made some new connections, some new friends. If I meet them at a conference, they're already going to know who I am, and they're going to say, "Oh, hi, Simon. Great to see you again." But I've never met that person in real life. But I've met them on Skype, and we've had a chat, and we know about each other. We know about what we do. We've shared, our little quirks about what we do on camera and all our body language and stuff like that. So the next time that you meet somebody in real life, it's going to be like, "Hi, Simon." It's like, "Oh, hi, X, Y, Z." It's phenomenal. So. Those sort of connections are amazing. You can do pre-connections from real life.
I don't want to interrupt your flow here, because you're doing amazingly well, Simon, but I thought I'd interject. FaceTime for me has created a better connection between my parents and myself, because now, instead of and I'm sure it's the case with many people, we all used to call our folks or call our family, now we always FaceTime. So it's like, even though we're based here on the Isle of Wight, they're over in Kent, we get that one-on-one connection time. It's almost like being in the same living room. So yeah, just something.
That's interesting, because you're on an island, Mike, right? So you're disconnected from the mainland. But you still manage to be that social butterfly, right? You're everywhere. And I'm sure for you it must be that connection, because I'm lucky I live in London, it's literally 20 minutes to central London for me. So I can, if I see a meetup online, I can jump on a train and I can be there in 20 minutes and I can go and see people, right? But not everybody's going to be in a metropolis. Many people are disconnected in countries, and you're disconnected there a little bit in Isle of Wight, because it's not a great big part of the UK. It's a small part. The benefits of that, of course, you get to go out and see the sea every day, which I'm really jealous of. I love the sea. but it enables you to have the best of both worlds, right? It enables you to be connected with all these people, but it allows you to be disconnected as well, which is important, and it's important for people to have that balance in life of disconnection of family time. Before we came on air, I went out for a walk around the park. We've got a little zoo in a park near us. Just go and see some animals and get back in touch with nature. Which is really important. And at the weekends, it's important just to switch off and maybe have a couple of technology days off if you can, because you've got to have that balance. And when you come back, you bring that balance back to the world of technology as well. Oh, you're just reminding him we are all on the British Isles here. Okay, not sure what that means, but
no, there is a movement for the Isle of Wight to become independent, but
really, okay, like Jersey and the Channel Islands.
Yeah, maybe one day, 2030.
But yeah, so I mean, that's why I got into podcasting. I've worked in technology all my life, and back in 2004, I had a music marketing business, but it was always very much related to people, and I actually I was a producer myself, and I actually produced electronic dance music, funny enough. And I spent about 10 years behind the computer, a bit like you do, Mike, with audio production. And when you're deep into audio production and you're looking very deep into digital data, I mean, I used to go really, really deep into digital data and digital editing and multi-track music editing and stuff like that. And I would spend like a month working on perfecting and mastering a 3-minute music track, and building an album out was like 10 3-minute music tracks would take a year. So I spent a lot of time with technology, a lot of time with hardware, and I really valued the fact that when people used to come to me and ask me how to market their music on the web, we would sit down and have a conversation about it, because it took me away from that deep dive into data and digital stuff, and I really got into the whole marketing thing because it brought me back into connections with people. So I ended up running a marketing business in Holland for 6 years, and then came back to the UK. I also kept that going with on the business side, because music started to go a bit downhill in about 2000, I think it was 2008, 2009, with Napster and the online sharing of digital music. So my business went a bit pear-shaped on that side, because nobody really needed promoting; they could all do it themselves. But yeah, so and then more recently. Because I've always been a radio fan, and I actually originally, back in the mid-90s, I actually trained as a radio journalist in South London on a radio station down in South London, and did a bit of journalism. Always had this real affinity with radio. And in the last couple of years, I started seeing a lot of stats coming out of places like Edison Research and Radar, the people who measure the radio figures in the UK, and podcast listening was really getting on the radar, and people were measuring it, and it was becoming significant in terms of numbers, and that was a real shift, and it showed me that there was a real shift in podcasting, in terms of people actually listening to podcasting and listening becoming a mainstream format. And in 2016, earlier this year, Edison actually declared that podcasting was mainstream, because it had a 24% year-on-year growth, and 57 million people in the US were listening. And it was big enough to become a solid format that really challenged radio. And that's really encouraging, because podcasting, being that intimate medium like radio, but being in the hands of everyone, is phenomenal. And actually, we talked about this at the podcast with Pub Call, Mike. It's interesting the way that industries get disrupted now. I mean, the media industries are going through a massive disruption now. Historically, things like the publishing industry was disrupted, and the music industry was disrupted, and the media industry is disrupted as well. And I think there's a lot of larger broadcasters out there that maybe have a lot of red tape. They are huge organizations. They can't move very quickly because they have to get everything signed off in triplicate by 30 different departments, and then they have to have a focus group and a board of people to approve it, by which time Joe Blogg's sitting in his bedroom has just thrown up a mic or a video camera and done whatever they were thinking of doing. And I think there is some sort of blocks on the large broadcasters in terms of what they can do to innovate in this space. And I think independent broadcasters and independent podcasters are disrupting the space, building their own audiences, despite, in spite of perhaps going to somebody like the BBC and pitching an idea. Nobody needs to pitch an idea now. You put it online, and if nobody listens, there's your answer. It's validated or not. And if people do listen, then it gets validated. And I think it was in one of your podcasts, actually, Mike, that you said that's your license to broadcast. And I love that line, that was your license to broadcast. It's in the power of the people, in the human race. Whether you have a right to say anything or not is not whether you want to broadcast it, but it's whether anybody bothers to listen. And ultimately, that democratizes the whole broadcasting space, is that if people do listen, it's important, and that's great. And it's not, what gets broadcast and what is important to people isn't dictated by somebody who says, yes, I'll give the green light to this on the BBC or an independent broadcaster. And I, as an individual, think it's okay. The people speak and everybody says it's okay, and you get the license to broadcast. And I love that line, Mike. It's fantastic.
Thank you. And actually, yeah, I would say it takes you back to that phrase, I disagree with what you're saying, but I defend to the death your right to say it. And
absolutely.
It's interesting because, yes, people should be able to say what they want. And if they are saying things that resonate, they can be heard. And if they're saying things, it's like the other thing. We've had some trolls throughout the day in the chat, but that's fine. Don't feed the trolls. And, anything that's not of interest, just dies away into the ether, and anything that is massively of interest, it's reflected. It's a meritocracy, and it's brilliant. I love it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think ultimately, who are we as a human race to dictate how the world is shaped? We all have a responsibility, and we hope that freedom is given to us as a responsibility, and it's all of our responsibilities to do that, to do the right thing. But we as a human race have to make that choice, and ultimately our fate will be down to us. We're given that freedom, and we're given that freedom of choice, and we have to respect that freedom of choice, because there are still many parts of the world that don't necessarily have that freedom of choice. You've got places like China that have the internet censored, etc. And many parts of the world. This is where things like Twitter have really democratized the world. People can jump on Twitter and broadcast something perhaps, or even put a message out about something from a part of the world that they might not have been able to get through. I mean, the internet is still in some parts of the world censored, but there are always ways around that with proxies and stuff like that. And if you're really clever and you do want to get a message out, there are ways of doing it, even if your country's censoring your internet. And I think that is really important in terms of human rights and understanding how things can be broadcast. I mean, if you think back through history, some of the atrocities that have happened, maybe those atrocities could have been, shortened by technology, had we have had technology back then, because people would have known about things, things about the Holocaust, for example. I mean, imagine if people had mobile phones within concentration camps and would be able to actually tell people what's going on. There are parts of the world that don't have the freedom to talk like that. And it's important that somebody within that area of the world has the ability to tell people what's going on in that part of the world, so that the world can take action and be responsible. And I think all of these new media tools on a human level can really help get that information out. I know that's more, I suppose, really on the journalism side, but I think these tools can be used for fantastic reasons. And like you say, what isn't important will move away, and the majority will speak. And ultimately, we create the world that we want to live in. That's all of our collective responsibilities. And I think we're doing a fantastic job of it. So everybody should be patting on the back. And things like this 36-hour marathon are doing just those sort of things to encourage people to, jump in and actually take part, whether it's on Blab, which is really easy, whether it's starting up a podcast or whether it's just starting up a blog, whatever it is. Using those new media tools means that we're expressing ourselves as a human race, and that's going to shape us for the future. And that's why I'm so optimistic about new media tools and podcasting especially.
I love your take on this, Simon, and I love your enthusiasm and the genuine smile that comes to your face when you talk about podcasting. It's clear you're passionate about it. I'm curious. What do you think? Was it the Oscar Wilde phrase where he basically said everything that's popular is wrong? What do you think about that?
Well, you see, it's the what's the famous Groucho Marx thing? He said that I won't be a member of a club that'll have me. I mean, it's that same thing, really. Is that one of the other things is that I think, you know, going back to that online persona is that people should also really show their uniqueness. I think one of the barriers to using these new media tools is that people feel a little bit self-conscious, and that may well be because their exposure, if they've been using these tools not necessarily as a thought leader or as a person that broadcasts or podcasts, is their exposure to these tools has really quelled and pushed down their own personality. So people having to reconnect with those. The people that maybe have spent some more time offline and haven't had that exposure to the technology may well be getting on a bit better with that and jumping onto podcasts because they have less of an issue with appearing online, you know, putting their face on a blab or just talking. There are lots of fears that people have, but the key thing is that one of the things I see in the podcasting arena a lot is that people try to clone their podcast because they think that somebody's personality or the t-shirt that they wear or the tone of voice or the way they speak is what makes them successful. But it isn't. It's actually their personality, and the personality comes from you within and your uniqueness. And I think the people that stand out, you know, and successful in podcasting space or in the new media space are people that are unique. So they have a quirk, whether it be a twitch or something funny in their voice, or, you know, just something that people might say odd. I would say unique. Something that's different, you know, and we're defined by our differences, right? If you see a yellow parrot fly past your window, we actually have, where I live, a flock of green parrots that have bred in the wild, and then they fly past our window, and you can always notice them because they're green. And the sparrows that fly past the window are brown, right? But the key thing is that's what gets noticed, the green parrots. And I think putting your head up above the pulpit, as it were, and saying, I'm a green parrot and I'm different and I'm proud of it, is a scary thing to do as a human being. Because, yes, as you mentioned with things like trolls and stuff, you're going to probably get some people that will knock you down. And that's just part of the journey, you know, in life anywhere. I'm sure if anybody that's been at school, they've experienced some form of bullying. And, you know, bullying, whatever it is, whether it's online or whatever, it comes from the low self-esteem of the bully. It doesn't come from you. People are usually bullying you or trolling you or attacking you because what you're saying has some sort of resonance with people and probably has some power. So you should actually look at that from a human perspective as you doing something right. If you're being criticized in any way, then you're getting some attention, okay? You might think that's the wrong sort of attention. You might think, well, I don't really want that sort of attention, but that's called being a leader. And if you want to use these tools, these new media tools, and the podcasting tools, then, you know, it takes courage to stand up and say, I'll be a leader and I'll jump on a blab and I'll talk about something to other people. That's leadership. And I think, you know, we're seeing more and more leaders that are saying, putting their hands up and say, yes, I'll be a leader and I'll talk about whatever topic it is and I'll lead that topic. And the more leaders we have, the stronger we become as nations and the stronger we become, you know, as human beings. And I think that, yes, you will get some people attacking you, just like I'm sure the green parrots that fly past my window get attacked when they're trying to get some food from the other birds, right? But that just is part of the territory. Ultimately, it'll make you stronger. And ultimately, it will make you a better leader. And ultimately, that will make the world a better place. And that is such a noble thing to do. So I urge everybody, you know, to be a leader and think to yourself, when I'm worried about people criticizing me, I'm not doing this podcast or this new media broadcast, whatever you're doing. I'm not doing it for me. I'm doing it for the people that are listening to me, to make a difference to other people so that I can help them. And if somebody wants to criticize me for that, great. But it's not going to stop me helping that person. And it's not going to stop me leading the way. Because all of the great leaders in the world that have made a difference have that attitude. They've stood up and said, this is worthwhile. I believe in this. And ain't nobody going to stop me helping the people that need helping. And I encourage everybody who might be sitting there thinking, you know, I'm too scared to do a podcast. Do it and listen to the people that thank you for it, because those are the people you're helping, and ignore the rest because you're not helping them and you never will. You're not their healer. Whatever challenges they have, it's not your responsibility to heal those. They'll find that healing somewhere else in the world, but it's not you. But for the people that send you emails after your show, for the people that you connect to and make friends with, those are the people that are going to, really become lifelong friends. And they're the people that are going to be changed because of you. And that, being a leader online, is really something very satisfying for me as a human being, to know that I've made a difference to somebody else's life. So don't listen to the naysayers. They don't mean much, and they ain't your audience. So that's what I would say on that score.
Wow. I love that. That is so inspiring, Simon. Thank you. I'm giving you big props now. Actually, I'm going to, in real life, give you real props there. Right there. That's amazing. Really, really inspiring. And even Philo694 is saying, great stuff, Simon. Couldn't agree more. Lots and lots of positive comments over in the chat. And let's take some Q&A. So if you're watching right now inside Blab, go into send a message into the chat in the bottom right. Start with /Q. Type your question, then we'll see that's a question. We'll put it to Simon, and we'll start talking about it. I can see already Loz is in there, and he said, great job. Can we talk about gaining confidence as a presenter? And I think you touched on that at the end of your session, Simon, a little bit about, don't listen to the naysayers and all of that. But how about that person who's, scared of the sound of their own voice? They don't even know it's for them. They're, all of that. How do you gain confidence and sort of just go for it,
Yeah, I think it's a mindset thing, Mike. Really, if you think about it, when you're talking to people like we're talking today, Mike, you've never, in this last 45 minutes we've been talking, you've never actually commented on my voice. You've never actually said anything about my voice. People just don't. When you're talking to clients, when you're talking to friends, nobody ever says, oh, that's funny, your voice went squeaky then. Or, they just don't. It's just natural, right? So I think people build up a persona in their head of themselves. They're looking in the mirror all the time at themselves, but other people aren't viewing them that way. I think that in terms of confidence as a presenter, it's more about the story that you're telling yourself than the actual story that people are having about you. And it's very difficult to see through other people's eyes. So it's perhaps good to sit down with a friend and talk and say, what do you think of my voice? Because most of the time people go, well, it's okay. Why? What are you looking for? What's wrong with it? There's nothing wrong with it. You talk to me all the time like this. Why wouldn't you talk to other people like this? It doesn't make sense. And then you're like, okay, no, that makes sense. Yeah, totally. So really, a lot of it is the self-talk that goes on in your head. And to be honest, that self-talk isn't, just talk to yourself positively and say how great you are, because nobody's criticized you about your voice in a day. When you go to the supermarket, when you talk to the cashier, they haven't said, oh, thank you for your custom. By the way, you have a strange voice. People just don't say that, right? It just doesn't happen. So, and people don't say to you, oh, you've got a funny nose, or you've got strange hair. People don't do that in real life. And I think people are very self-conscious because they look inside themselves. And the way to get over that, again, is just going back to the fact that when you have a conversation with a cashier, you're talking in a genuine fashion to this person, and having a natural conversation. And that's what presentation is. I think, I'm thinking about perhaps back in the day of independent radio, you might well know about this, Mike, is, the whole smashy and nicey thing where people used to put on a persona on radio.
You really are a great
and they used to, exactly, right? So people used to put on that persona, and I think those days are gone. I think now it's all about realism. It's all about the true personality. As media becomes disrupted and you're getting more and more people broadcasting online, people will see that other people are just natural, like we're talking today. This is just natural. I'm sitting in my living room, in front of my microphone. You're sitting in front of the microphone in your studio. We're having a natural conversation as if we were in a coffee shop talking to each other, right? Over a coffee. Sorry, shouldn't mention coffee, but over a cup of tea, nice green tea. And this conversation is just a natural conversation. We're all just human beings. And I think if you strip it down to the level, take away all of those top level stuff, right? And just think about people. People are great. Human beings, in their essence, underneath it all, are all just trying to do the best they can, right, in this life that we have. And they're all just trying to get along with people. And all the layers that are above it tend to just get in the way, right? We're just two people talking together. That's it. Everything else is junk. It doesn't matter. Whatever you think of me, whatever I think of you, whatever people think of me listening to this, doesn't matter, because the essence of who you are comes across and your personality comes across. And that's what really matters. Totally.
That's brilliant. I love it. Medical School HQ says, I just had my first meetup. Everyone said that I sound exactly like I do on my podcast. Every time you talk, people hear you on a podcast or not. Don't let your fear hold you back, which is absolutely brilliant. Now, this one, I think we've definitely got some time to get into this, and I know you'll have some thoughts on this, Simon. We've got Each One Teach One TV asking, Simon, any thoughts about podcasts monetizing models?
That's interesting. Well, ultimately, it comes down to this. If you're going into podcasting to monetize it, then you have to go into it as a business. When we're talking about monetization, many people are, think that they can jump on a podcast and they can just really probably, just make some money out of it. We get a load of people on listening and we can sell it to a sponsor. But ultimately, when it comes down to monetization, you've got to start thinking about your podcast as a business. And that mindset as a business means making a plan, and a clear plan about who's going to pay you to deliver your podcast. Who's going to actually pay you, whether it's an advertiser. And if it's an advertiser, then you've got to think about them and what they want. And this comes back a little bit to the human connection as well, is that a business is a group of people, not just a business, a faceless business. If you want to get sponsored by your local flower shop, if you're doing, a flower arranging podcast, for example, then what are you going to offer the people that actually run that business? You're going to have to go and talk to the people in the flower shop, right? And you're going to have to tell them, you've got 100 people in the local area listening, and basically, those people are going to be valuable to the business, and you have to tell them about the business. And you have to have a plan, because monetization, people aren't going to just pay you just to talk. Those models have gone. Getting a job as a radio broadcaster is very difficult, because most radio stations now are really bringing down the staffing levels and automating a lot of stuff. So people aren't just going to pay you to talk. You've got to think about it in terms of a real business. And in those terms, if you're starting out a podcast, first build your audience. That's totally one way to do it. If you want to go down that sponsorship model, because you've got to have a lot of people and build an audience for it to be valuable to advertisers. And you've got to understand what value you're providing in terms of what they want to pay you, because an exchange of value in entrepreneurship is you exchange your skills or services or something that's valuable to somebody else for money. That's what entrepreneurs do. They exchange skills or value for somebody else's money. That's fine. But I don't think many people come to this thinking of, especially podcasting, they don't come into it thinking about monetizing it as an entrepreneur and thinking about the cash flow, the fact you might have to register for tax if you do monetize it. Those are the things that, if you really are serious about monetizing your podcast in terms of sponsorship, you've got to start thinking about it as a business from day one. And if you do that, then you'll start monetizing quite early, because you're starting to start thinking, I'm only going to do this if it starts making a profit. I'm obviously keeping the human aspect of it, but you've still got to think about the fact was, if I'm going to do it for money, is it only going to be if I can make it work for monetization? And for the most part, it probably won't at the beginning. But monetization can mean many things. For example, your podcast could support a business if you're doing something else, like Mike has Music Radio Creative, where he creates jingles. And actually, Mike, the podcast Power Marketing jingle was done by you guys, the voiceover. That's why I've got this podcast, Power Marketing Podcast from America, which was a terrible rendition of the voiceover artist. So I do apologize in advance. I don't do American voices very well. You guys do it much better than I do. But so my podcast supports other area of my business, and Mike's podcast supports the Music Radio Creative business and other parts of his business in New Media Europe. So monetization can mean many things to many people, and it can be used in many different ways as well. It can support a business, it can be direct monetization, but focus on delivering value at the beginning if you're thinking about monetization, because that's what will grow your audience, and audience numbers and value is what turns into money, basically.
I love that. That's a question from Michael, who's watching actually in Warsaw in Poland right now.
Wow.
So it's amazing. It truly is global podcasting. The beauty, isn't it? And Podcast Smarter goes on to say, so you're saying you have to start podcast with monetization in mind at the start. Can you not move in that direction later on? What if it's a passion project? Can that ever then become, oh, this is so popular it can make money kind of thing?
You can, but the only thing you've got to think about this is that investigate your market. I mean, the key thing is when you go into monetization, again, you've got to start thinking about business, and that means, will somebody pay you for it? There was a great checklist from Jason Van Orden. I'm a great fan of the Internet Business Mastery podcast. And one of his webinars that he did, he gave this checklist of all the different things about how to start a successful online business, for example, but it could equally apply to offline businesses. And the very last one is, apart from, can you get an audience? Is anybody interested? Are you passionate about it so that you'll do it on an ongoing basis and not get bored with it? The very last one was, will anybody pay for it? And that's a key thing that is missing from a lot of people's monetization plans is, will the general public or even just your small group of people that you have there, will they support you on that? You can test that out on things like Patreon and other crowdfunding platforms. I think there's a new one that I saw in the UK Podcasters Group, which name escapes me, but it's like a UK version of Patreon. You can test it out. And if people will donate on a regular basis to you for what you're talking about, for example, on Patreon, then that's a great way of testing the monetization model to see whether other people may well pay for that. But if you put something out there and you ask people to buy, and you haven't really thought about whether it's serving a pain or a need in terms of entrepreneurship, and whether people are really interested in it or not, then you're probably going to feel a bit deflated, and you're not going to have a realistic expectation of what you can achieve in that market.
Interesting.
That's what I say to that one.
Yeah, that's great. So tell us a little bit about, obviously your podcast is Podcast Power Marketing. So what's working right now to promote podcasts? For those of us struggling, it's a huge pain, as you know, Simon, of podcasters, is promoting it. Doing the work. We've heard that earlier with Jem and Wayne, doing the work, doing the great show, but then having another job, which is promoting it. How do we get through that one?
Yeah, absolutely. I think this comes down to really content marketing. And I think this is where a lot of podcasters fall over as well, is you create something great and you put it out there and it's the old build it and they will come. And, there's too many people on the interweb for that to work anymore. You've got to go out and you've got to promote your content. Any good content marketer will tell you that they don't promote a product anymore. They promote the content. So if somebody puts a piece of content online, they'll advertise to that content, and that content may well take them through to their business rather than putting an advert up directly for their product or service. And I think that is something that podcasters also have to do. You have to advertise your podcast. You have to promote your podcast, whether that's through the organic channels like social media, whether that's on Twitter, Facebook, building communities elsewhere. You have to promote your podcast in terms of engaging people elsewhere other than iTunes. You have to draw your audience in. One of the underused platforms that I saw recently, and we only just put it on, and now the name's escaping me, and I think it was now it's going straight out of my head. It's one of those moments. Player FM, that's the one. I don't know what they call it, Power FM. Player.fm. This is phenomenal. They recently, for a long time, Player FM had a very closed sort of curated platform of podcasts. And in the last year, they opened it up to have people submit their podcasts to Player FM. And we did this recently. My partner, Katie, she runs a podcast called The Success Journeys. And we put the Success Journeys on Player FM as a bit of an experiment when I found their submission page. And immediately we saw about an increase of about 50 or 60 listeners on the podcast. And it was like, where's all these people coming from? So we were straight over to Libsyn, having a look at the stats, seeing where these people are coming from. And they were all coming from Player FM. And I think that's one of the underused ways of driving traffic to your podcast. iTunes is great. And obviously, Spreaker Radio and all the other platforms that you've got out there, and Stitcher Radio and now Google Play in the US, at least. All of these platforms are great, but you've got to drive traffic into them. But for discovery and getting your podcast listened to, I I've had phenomenal results with Player FM. So that's one of the little hidden gems. Yeah, that's amazing. But yeah, definitely. Oh, Loz joined Player FM on a recommendation. It looks great so far. So he's having some similar results. So they must have a big audience that they've built up, and they must have a small inventory right now of podcasts. That's what I'm thinking. That's driving a lot of that traffic. But in general, you've got to do the extra work. You've got to become a marketer that markets your content, and podcasting is no different. You've got to put the work in, for sure.
Awesome. Well, we're just about coming to the end of the hour, Simon. It's been absolutely amazing. I see Phil Dobby is trying to get on air, and we're trying to accept you, Phil, but for some reason you're just kind of like hovering there, but not actually coming into the conversation, which is unfortunate because it would be great to hear your question. But yeah, I can see there's a lot of good feedback on that player.fm that you mentioned there, Simon. Andre, Loz saying, yep, absolutely fantastic stuff. So really hot tip there. And I always like it when something new is mentioned. We hear all the typical things like, oh, yes, you've got to be on iTunes and make sure you do a Facebook post and make sure you promote the post. But when you say something golden like that I've never heard of player.fm. So, yeah. Phil's in the chat saying, okay, I'll move away. Phil, if you do have a question, we've got a couple more minutes. So if you wanted to post it, feel free. Otherwise, Simon, I will thank you very much. It's been an amazing, inspiring hour, and I like the fact that it's not just been about the technicals of podcasting, which you cover so well on your show, but it's been more about humanity and what podcasting can do for it. I think it's fantastic. So,
absolutely.
Awesome.
Doing a great job there, Mike. I wish you the best of luck for the next 25 hours.
Hey, it's not long now. We got Tony next. By the end of Tony, it's just another 24 hours. That's fine.
And you're done. You're doing a fantastic job. Keep up the great work, and keep putting that podcasting power out there.
Thank you. And Simon, just before you go, where's the best place for people to catch up with you online?
Yeah, well, for all the podcasters here, my most relevant site is podcastpowermarketing.com. Just head on over there. We've got a great podcast about podcasting, some goodies, and some really inspirational videos that will help support you through your podcasting journey as well. So, yeah, podcastpowermarketing.com. Check it out over there. That's where all the goodies are.
Awesome, Simon. Have a good one. Cheers.
Take care. Good luck.
Okay. So podcastpowermarketing.com. That's the place to go. Up next, it is Tony Brown, and we're looking forward to that. Tony's there in his awesome shirt. I'm loving that shirt. That is fantastic. That brings back so many good memories. Before we do that, let me just play a quick video for a quick break, and we'll be right back.
London, England is a place to be on the 18th and 19th of June 2016. Whether you're a blogger, a podcaster, a video marketer, an online course creator, an author, a speaker, or maybe you're new to the world of new media marketing, but you know it can help you to take your project to the next level, then you're going to want to be at New Media Europe. I've had the privilege of supporting the New Media Europe conference since its conception and was also involved in the first ever UK Podcasters Conference in 2014. And let me tell you this, it's a conference not to be missed. So if your business is currently flying at the height you want it to be flying at, if you've currently got a network which is overflowing with like-minded people, if you don't want to meet with anyone who you could collaborate with who could take your project to the next level, if you don't want to be inspired and encouraged and motivated, and if you don't want to learn anything new about the many facets of new media, then you don't want to come to this conference. Stop in your house, be dry, and read Facebook posts. But let me tell you this, I'm going, and I'm really looking forward to the opportunity of sharing with you on a topic of how to systemize your business, reduce your workload, increase your productivity, and ultimately increase your profitability. Regardless of the type of work you do and the type of projects you're managing, having a standard procedure will ensure that you're more effective, more efficient, more productive, and ultimately, bottom line, more profitable. So I'm going to be talking to you about how to set up standard operating procedures, which will allow you to crush every project you're involved in, utilizing workflows, checklists, flowcharts, and some of the tools, apps and resources out there to ensure that you're making best use of your time, effort and energy. So wherever you are in the world, on the 18th and 19th of June, get yourself down to London, get yourself booked in for the New Media Europe conference, and come and get inspired, learn the tools and be heard. I guarantee you this, you will meet somebody there who can take your project to the next level. I'm Tony Brown of TonyLBrown.com, and I will see you in London on the 18th and 19th of June.
I'm loving this. Tony is bringing some great energy here. It's 9 p.m. in the UK. Hi there, I'm Mike Russell. I'm the co-founder of UK Podcasters, the community, and also the New Media Europe Conference. I'm thrilled that you're here with us tonight, and we're making history together, getting the word of podcasting out there as much as we can, talking to 36 expert podcasters, more than that actually, in this non-stop 36-hour-long broadcast and online podcast. Very, very exciting stuff. We've been heavily influenced, of course, by places like The Guardian and the BBC, but we're bringing the spotlight towards those independent content creators throughout this marathon online conference. Now, we are streaming live on Blab. We're grateful to Blab. We're live on Facebook Live, on Periscope. We're on Spreaker as an audio podcast right now, YouTube, and we're doing updates via Snapchat and Anchor. In fact, it's about time that I did a little Snap update, so let's load up Snapchat and do that now. Turn the camera around. Hello, I'm Mike. This is the UK Podcasters Online Conference, and that is Tony Brown. He's about to come on with me. So that's going out to the Snapchat world. You can find us at ukpodcasters.com/live and share this out with your friends. Please do that. If you do, you could win 1 month free hosting with the Spreaker podcasting platform. So just share this event out wherever you are. Twitter, Facebook, use the hashtag UKPod. And whilst we're all here virtually, it's very nice to meet and do some networking, some lovely chat going on in the comments right now, particularly on Blab. But I'm a big fan of meeting up and having coffees, particularly if your passion, like myself and like the other podcasters that are here in the chat and talking tonight, is in podcasting. If you're passionate about podcasting, love to see you at New Media Europe Conference in London for a coffee. We've got people coming from Portugal, Poland, the US, Canada, Switzerland, Netherlands, Germany, and so many other places as well. And they've got expertise ranging from social media, content creation, blogging, video, and much more that will unite together to make your podcasting journey an excellent one. We're offering a £70 discount on the All Access Pass at the moment. That gives you access to days 1 and 2 of the conference. Plus, you get the evening included, which is the dinner, the party, the New Media Europe Awards. And we're going to have a few surprises during that evening. It's going to be a great evening party. You want to get in? newmediaeurope.com/now. You have just over 24 hours left to do that. newmediaeurope.com/now, and I'll look forward to continuing the conversation in London this summer. Thank you to Blab, Anchor, Spreaker, Music Radio Creative, all for making this a success. So we're into hour 12 of 36 of this non-stop podcast. Our guests are here for a full hour. We let them take the mic and talk for 40 minutes, and then we'll be turning to you to answer your questions. You can ask a question if you're on Blab now by going /Q and then typing in your question, and we'll put them to Tony at the end of his 40 minutes. We do have lovely producers in the chat room as well. I can see Isabella's in there. She's got H next to her icon. There's also Kyron, Andrea, and Chachi around as well. If you want to have a chat, make yourself known to them and just continue the conversation right over there in the chat now. Now I'm going to introduce Tony Brown, who is a business system strategist, a coach, an author, new book coming out, and speaker as well. Tony's goal is to help business owners and entrepreneurs systematize their workflows, reduce their workload, increase their productivity, and of course their profitability as well. Tony's in the process of launching his new book I just alluded to earlier, Standard Procedure, and he is the creator and co-host of the Business Systems Explored podcast. Tony, welcome. Good to have you here.
Right, Russell, round of applause, my friends. Round of applause. 12 hours. Are you crazy?
Oh, man. It's nuts.
36 hours. I have to
fruit.
say, yeah, I take my hat off to you. When you contacted me and says you're doing a 36-hour podcast online marathon, seminar, whatever it is, I thought this guy's crazy. But you know what? like Steve Jobs says, you know, it's the crazy ones that change the world, and you're making history. So, you know, round of applause. Let's give Mike some props.
You are making history. We are all doing it together. But yeah, it feels very crazy. I appreciate you, Tony. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for, you know, inviting me to join you on this journey. I really appreciate it. So, do you want to just get straight into it, Mike?
Yeah, if you're feeling ready, you seem like you got the energy, you're pumped. So let's go for it. Yeah, let's go.
I've been waiting to do this all day. I've been waiting to do this. So obviously I'm pumped. You know, it's a real privilege to contribute to this. Like I said, I've been here from the beginning. You know, Mike, I've seen you grow. I've seen, you know, your whole mission and your whole kind of vision come into its own.
You've got the original T-shirt on there.
I'm rocking. This is a limited edition. How many we got? There's probably about 10 of these in the world, and I've got one. So it's a real privilege to be here. And also, I'm pumped because obviously I've got a new book coming out, and my presentation today is going to be a few elements taken out of the book, but specifically focused on podcasting. So in the book, I cover a whole range of things, specifically around business systems, and I do talk about some content marketing systems. But today, I'm going to try and, you know, really boil all that down to a standard podcasting procedure. That's what I'm calling it today. A standard podcasting procedure. And this is going to be delivered from a point of, you know, someone who has already got a podcast. So, you know, maybe there's people out there listening who they may be getting a podcast set up, or they may be in a process of, you know, just getting started. Where I'm coming from a point of, you've already got your podcast, you're up and running, you're ready to go. And I'm just going to give you a few tips, a few strategies on how to tighten up that whole procedure, from scheduling right the way through to publishing and promoting. So hopefully it'll be useful. You know, for me, it's about systems and processes. It's all about saving time. You know, our most valuable commodity is our time. And, you know, with a few tweaks, with a few workflows, a few documented processes, and all the amazing apps and tools that are out there, a lot of them for free, we can save ourselves tons and tons of time. So I'm going to share a number of apps, and what I will try to do is, when I refer to an app or a tool that's online, I'll try to share the link. But remind me if I don't do it, because I do tend to move pretty quickly. But I'll try to share the link in the comments, and you can just click onto that. And, you know, if you're not aware of it, then you can have a look. If you are aware of it, you can give it a thumbs up and say, yeah, I'm using that. It's great. And another thing, I am conscious that we've got some very experienced podcasters in the audience and listening. And, you know, I don't want to patronize anybody. There may be some tools that I share, and it's like, yeah, I know about that, Tony. You know, I've been using that for years. So you might be able to share or recommend other tools that maybe do a better job than the one I'm sharing. But again, I've kind of just put something together that I think you'll be able to walk away with and implement and save yourself maybe a few hours a week. I mean, if I can save you 5 hours a week, that's got to be a good deal. So are we ready to get going?
We're ready.
Are there any hands in the air? Any props out there? Let's get it going then. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take you through maybe 6 stages. So starting with scheduling. So scheduling your podcast. Then I'm going to move on to preparation and some tips and some things you can do to better prepare for your podcast. Then I'm going to talk a little bit about recording. I'm not going to talk much about recording because there's people that have come on previously and people that will come on after me who are probably better positioned and more experienced to talk about how to record a great podcast. I'll talk a little bit about an editing process you can use, the publishing process, and then following on from what we were just discussing in the previous presentation about content promotion. So those are the 6 things I'm going to try to cover in the 45 minutes we've got here. As you can tell, I talk very quickly, and I am from the West Midlands, from the Black Country, so forgive the accents. My interpreter is not here today, so hopefully, Mike, if there's anything that anyone doesn't understand, you can try and interpret that for me, please. So let's start with a few of the tools. Some of the key tools I'm going to be referring to today are some of the tools that I use more or less every day in more or less all of my systems and processes. And the main 3 ones I'm going to be referring to are tools such as Airtable, Trello, Google Calendar, and Zapier. And Zapier being the glue that kind of pulls all that together. So just by way of the audience, are those tools that people are familiar with? Are those tools that people are using at the moment? Do you use any of those tools mentioned? Airtable, Trello, Zapier, etc. Some of them. Okay, excellent. Yeah, Trello is awesome. I was a late comer when it came to Trello, but once I'd got into it, it's definitely a go-to app. Every morning I wake up, do what I need to do in the morning, get into the office, I open up Trello, I open up Airtable, I open up Google Calendar, and basically have a look at, okay, what's on the agenda for today. So, all right, anyway, scheduling your podcast. Definitely a big deal. Definitely can be time consuming. And the example I'm going to share is coming from the point of view of someone who's doing an interview based podcast. So, you know, if you're a solo podcaster, this part might not be as useful to you. But if you're someone who is currently scheduling interviews with other people and getting other people on your show, you'll know the pain when, you know, you're reaching out to people and bouncing things back and forth. It can be a real pain. But again, there's a number of tools that you can do to automate that, and there's a number of apps that, you know, you can just use one app and it'll do the job for you. So things such as Calendly, things such as Schedule Once, things such as Acuity Scheduling, you know, these are all tools that you know, you can just set up, and it's a one click. You send someone a link, they click on it, and you know, you get scheduled. But the system I want to share is a little bit more technical, and it's a little bit more, it's more useful later on down the line in the podcast production process. So let's have a look. So basically, the system that works for me is a mix of Airtable, Trello, Google Calendar, Calendly, Gmail, and again, that's all tied together using Zapier. So let me just talk you through it. So, and again, Zapier is that's the key player in this system. So first thing I do is set up. Sorry, is my audio, just to check, is the audio okay? Is everyone okay? Yeah, let's move then. Yeah, so first thing to do, set up a Trello board. And you want to call it something along the lines of, you know, podcast interview schedule. So it's a brand new board, podcast interview schedule. And on that board, you want a series of lists. And those lists, so the first list would be new candidate, or I don't know, new interviewee. The second list would be approved. The third list would be on hold. The fourth list would be confirmed. Then you want to have a list called declined. Yeah, you might need that list. And the final list would be completed. So you've got your new board, and on that board, you've got these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lists. Yeah. New candidates, approved, on hold, confirmed, declined, and complete. Once you've got your Trello board set up, it's time to then go over and open up Airtable. Now, let me just pull this link up. If people aren't familiar with Airtable, I'm going to share this link here. And by way of transparency, this is not a affiliate link, but I do get some love from Airtable for sharing that and inviting people to the platform. And let me share the Trello one as well. So here's a link for Trello. For those of you that may not be familiar with Trello, you can check that out. And obviously there's the Zapier one as well. I'm going to talk a lot about Zapier. There's a link there for Zapier. You can use that. And while I'm talking, feel free to check those out, but make sure you come back and make sure you keep listening. Don't get wandering off. So yeah, so you've opened up, you've created your Trello board. You've got your lists. You're now going to go on over to Airtable, and you're going to create. Can I share my screen? I'm not sure.
Actually, there is a new feature in Blab. I think it's literally rolled out in the last couple of days. I don't know if you can see it, Tony. If not,
I can't hear you, Mike. Sorry.
Sorry, I was saying there is a new feature in Blab. It's just rolled out. Don't worry if you can't access it, though. On one of the squares, you might be able to hit the purple icon that has a computer.
Okay. You know what? I'm going to keep rolling.
Yeah. Good idea.
Let's just keep rolling. Yeah. Sorry about that, guys. What I was going to do was do some slides and share them, but I'm sure Mike's going to have some links and stuff going out, so I'll add those. So yeah, let's keep rolling. Yeah, so you move on over to Airtable, and what you want to do is create a new database. And all Airtable is, it's like Google Sheets, but much more magical, much more powerful and much smarter. So rather than opening up a blank Google spreadsheet and having to tell all the formulas, all the cells what to do and create all your own formulas, in Airtable, it does it all for you. It's an excellent tool. I was introduced to it about a month ago, and I've already implemented it into my entire business. So my other business that I run is a youth work agency, and I've implemented Airtable right the way through that business in terms of our staff rotas, in terms of our databases, our client databases, CRM, the whole thing. So it's a great tool. So what you want to do is create a database in Airtable and call it podcast interview scheduling or something like that. Yeah, that's right. It's Airtable. Sorry. Within that database, you want to create a new table called guest list or something like that. And then once you've got your table, you want to create a number of columns, and these columns are going to represent the information you're going to want to get off your potential guests, of the people that you